I'll leave the rest to you. Romantica bade Priscilla farewell and scurried out. Desir smiled bitterly while looking at her. Priscilla greeted him when the door closed. It's been a long time, Desir. Thank you for taking the time to visit in person. Desir sat down opposite to Priscilla. So, for what important matter am I presenting myself for today? What I'm going to recount now is probably a huge weakness that must be dealt with internally within your holy land. With that, Desir began describing what he experienced in the level 3 shadow world they had just recently cleared. He mostly talked about the person referred to as the prophet. Desir added his own thoughts and analysis to his recount of events. He may be the last pope of the church, considering that he had lived for hundreds of years and was associated with the creation of Homunculus. He is likely to be part of the outsiders at the moment. Priscilla's voice trembled as she listened to Desir. Are you sure? I confirmed his face myself. Priscilla's face was clouded with a complicated expression. So why are you telling me this? Because I need hard information about the senior members of the outsiders. He surely knows a great deal, yet there is absolutely no information recorded about him. I need to get any information I can about him. It was another threat that existed separate from the Shadow Labyrinth. Some small part of Desir was convinced that he must investigate this matter. It may be better to request information from the Magic Tower rather than me. He appeared relatively recently in the Magic Kingdom, so you can surely get more information from them than from me. Of course, I have already asked the Magic Tower. However, I need more detailed information. I have to try every route, every person, to know exactly who we're up against. Detailed information? Priscilla pondered for a moment. I see. I'll do my best to investigate. There will also be descendants who lived in the Holy Land at that time. But don't place too much hope in this line of inquiry. Any information is fine. Thank you, Saint. The conversation pertaining to the topic of the prophet ended on that note. Before I go, I have something to share too. It was Priscilla's turn now. I was asked to recruit you by the Western Kingdom Union. So that's why you came so quickly. Yes, they asked me as they know I am close to you. On behalf of the entire Western Kingdom Union, have I become known to that extent? Are you here to sway me? I was asked to do that, but I have no intention of doing so. I hope you choose whichever path you want. Would you mind if I ask you the reason? As I said, I believe you are on the good side. Whichever side you find yourself on, the Temple of Artemis will support you. This was determined from the moment you sacrificed an eye for us. As soon as Desir heard that, he touched his left eye with his hand subconsciously. It was the one he had lost vision in. It had been quite a long time since he had lost it now, but it hadn't really had any major effects yet. He had put in considerable effort to ensure that. Living with one eye may not be ideal, but that's why I trust you. Priscilla spoke with a tone of melancholy. It is evidence of the sacrifice you made for the sake of us all. I don't know what is driving you, but I can trust you because of that act. That was Priscilla's honest opinion. That's my reason. I hope you make the choice you want. Of course, I would be very happy if you joined us. Desir smiled. I think so too. I'll review it as positively as possible. These are the conditions set out by each kingdom of the Western Kingdom Union. They told me to send the papers later and discuss them in detail then. It had already progressed to the point where official documentation had been written up. Desir really felt as if there was a target painted onto his back. The Western Kingdom Union was apparently aiming for him with all their might. I see. Then I hope to see you again later. After that, the saint left the room. Desir leaned back in his chair and contemplated what had transpired throughout the day. Am I becoming famous? Desir appreciated his newfound status immensely. This is a good thing that will allow me to achieve my goals more easily. His goals. His first goal was a coalition of the Western Kingdom Union and Imperial Army, as well as the other few loose forces. In his previous life, despite encountering the enormous disaster the Shadow Labyrinth posed, there was still a lot of meaningless loss since each force inevitably distrusted each other. Desir rallied the forces in war against the outsiders to prevent the recurrence of such events. It was successful so far. And this is just the beginning. The problem was, how long would this alliance be maintained for, and how strong is it really? And I must act as an arbitrator between those two. Desir had also gained significant credibility from the Imperial Army while being looked upon very positively by the Western Kingdom Union. His goals were all the more achievable now. The cold air flowing from empty Calcaris created a tranquil atmosphere across the Lagrian plains. A horrorous rumbling was spreading amongst the hordes of outsiders. What is that? Aw-woo-woo. Deep and majestic howls filled the Lagrian plains. They sounded like direwolves, violent monsters whose very howl curdled the blood of all those who heard it. The northern battle line of the Lagrian plains. Soldiers in heavy armor, riding direwolves, advanced towards the outsiders. A blue aura seemed to cling to their armor. The steel of Calcaris was characterized by this soft blue glow. The sight of them advancing with blue glowing armor felt like a great wave one might see at a shoreline by the sea. Their fierce eyes bore holes into their enemies. At the forefront of the group, there was a warrior with a massive physique that stood out amongst them. Danape Aslan, the king of the north. The force he exuded overwhelmed everyone near him. Dudonapi Aslan. The name began to spread like wildfire amongst the outsiders. There was no one who could match up against Danape Aslan's military prestige. Despite his tribe's seclusion, there was no one on the continent that didn't know his name. However, it was hard to believe that a king would willingly lead his troops from the incredibly dangerous front line, even if their ability was excellent. Outsiders were embarrassed at falling into confusion due to a trifling issue, like where the enemy king decided to fight from, as well as falling prey to the stifling aura Danape exuded. Don't be afraid. They don't have any magical artillery supporting them. Pour magic into this attack, so they can't reach us. Once we pick up his head, the battle will fall in our favor. The outsiders' commander shouted in anger. The barbarians did not have artillery units. Even their commander had to stand at the forefront to make up for their lack of ranged firepower. These strategies defied common sense. It seemed like they were eager to get killed. Artillery units. Unleash your spells at the enemy commander. A plethora of spells were unleashed on the barbarians. Spells, far too many to count, blotted out the sky. The magic got closer and closer to Danape. However, he didn't seem to even acknowledge these spells rapidly approaching him. Instead, choosing to draw his weapon in utter calmness. Briem. Aura flared up and covered the axe like fire. Danape swung it in front of him. The action was simple, but the result was anything but. Bam! A storm of aura surged out of the axe and fanned out through the ground, counteracting the spells aimed at him. With only one swing, the ground shook and a mix of aura and soil burst upwards like a geyser. Danape himself pierced through the cloud of dust and dirt, quickly reaching the outsiders' infantry unit. What? They were all fixed in place out of shock. The axe shrouded in flaming aura carved out 10 outsider soldiers at a time. Danape held the axe, still dripping with blood, forward in a declaration of dominance. Advance! A towering amalgamation of aura surged sky-high as the armored wolf riders followed him. There was not a single one of them that was not at the bishop class. They all had mastery of aura. They were the elite of the elite amongst the barbarians, known as the hunters. Ayak. The outsiders knew that all of the barbarian soldiers were very skilled. That was why they focused on defense rather than offense. They tried to prevent their advance by taking defensive formations that made the most out of their spears and shields. But it was to no avail. The hunter army, led by Danape, cleaved through their formations like a hot knife through butter. Oh my gosh! The spears were broken and the shields were smashed into shards. They were crushed, ground, and ripped apart. No one could open their mouth in front of the overwhelming disparity in power. They could only tremble silently in fear. Bam! And amongst all of this, there was a presence that overwhelmed the battlefield with its sheer violence. Danape Aslan's axe was a catastrophe unto itself for the outsiders. It smashed and broke through the standard tactics that form the modern understanding of war. All of this with the power of a single person. Stop them. You can't let him break through. Do not allow them to approach artillery units. Boom. In just a few moments after the crash, Donape had reached the artillery unit at the rear of the outsiders' formation. The infantry troops were useless in front of his unashamed violence. You could draw a straight line between his position at the start of the battle and the artillery unit he was currently located at. The barbarian hunters were not too far behind and began to ravage these remaining artillery units. In a fight at close quarters, a magician is just helpless prey. Ka'ak! The outsiders' artillery units were trampled thoroughly. The barbarian hunters didn't allow them the opportunity to arrange any spells. Rallies, you lead half of the troops and take the right flank. Rallies, the chieftain of the bear tribe, led a portion of the troops under the command of Donape and headed to the right flank. Urea, take the left flank with the rest of the forces. The best hunter, Urea, nodded. The hunters' unit split and surrounded the outsiders' infantry units. In the meantime, the barbarian infantry units were also slowly advancing towards outsiders' vanguard. The outsiders were crushed simultaneously in the front and rear. After confirming this, Donape moved towards the unit where the commander of the outsiders was last reported. A few strong-looking soldiers intercepted him in an attempt to stop him. They were notorious, known as the elite members of this outsider force. Donape hardened his face after encountering them. But there was the slightest bit of tension present on their faces. How come troops as strong as yourselves were assigned to protect this commander? Does the person leading you even understand anything about battle at all? This situation was incomprehensible to him. What can a king, who survives alone, do after their soldiers are all dead? He led the soldiers by standing at the forefront. Not only that, he defeated more enemies than anyone else. He didn't use the soldiers for himself. He used himself for his soldiers. That was the creed of Donape. However, the outsiders had assigned the strongest to defensive positions in the rear to protect the commander. Donape got off the direwolf he was riding, and he shook his head as if looking down on them as being pathetic. It's pathetic. A swordsman with a great sword shouted out of humiliation. How dare you speak about us? You're just a beast of the mountains. Slice. However, he couldn't finish his thought as he was split into two by Donape's axe. Donape sighed and pulled the axe out of the ground to his side. Evenes Sora. The axe, that flared like a flame, drew a long trajectory and shredded everything in its path. The bodies of assassins, who had been lurking at the rear of the army, lunged at Donape and were instantly cleaved apart. Black Wave, the assassination organization which had a considerable reputation, was completely wiped out with the single blow. Donape swung his axe down with all of his might. Mountain stamp, crack. As the ground cracked, an eerie sound leaked out from the cracks. Subsequently, the ground was infused with a reddish aura and rose into the air. The wicked deeds of Rogeref's knights, which had killed countless innocent civilians and were even unknighted, ended with this strike. He swung his axe in the air, freeing it of the blood and gore that had accumulated on it. No one else dared rush at Donape after that. This is not a human. One or two people turned tail and ran away. As one or two people gripped with fear fled, the fear began to spread like a contagion, and before too long many others joined them. He had single-handedly overwhelmed hundreds of people. This was the power of the King of the North. One of the strongest humans to have ever come from the north was Donape Aslan. He didn't chase those who ran away. It was a meaningless struggle. Either way, they wouldn't be able to leave this place. With the warriors lacking confidence all gone now, the leaders of this outsider force were left shocked. One of them drew their sword and wrapped it in aura, swinging it at Donape. But he didn't avoid the blow. No, there was no need to avoid it. Crash. The moment the aura-wrapped sword hit Donape, it shattered. Couldn't penetrate the aura wrapped around his body. Donape grabbed the head of the person who swung the sword. Crack. The head he caught exploded. His face utterly devoid of emotion. He began to slaughter all of those who remained. Donape, who destroyed the outsider commanders in charge of the northern battle line, confirmed his surroundings. The battle was rapidly drawing to an end. The outsiders, who were overwhelming in force at the beginning, suffered without even being able to put up a proper fight. It was the barbarians' third great victory. They had never been defeated in battle. These enemies are weaker than the first ones. As the outsiders continued to lose, their remaining battle forces were weakened with every battle. Donape turned his gaze to the side. In the distance, the castle currently under control of the outsiders caught his eye. The outsiders' base, Jormungand Citadel. The pitiful remains of the outsiders' forces were all that was left of the terrorist organization that took on the entire world. This war will come to an end soon. It was as he was thinking about the future that Donape frowned. Oh! A strong flow of mana could be felt from the Jormungand Citadel. A stream of mana that was so powerful that it was beyond comprehension. A light briefly twinkled. However, it was a momentary phenomenon. When he sensed danger and tried to react, a dazzling glare filled his sight. A beam of light streaked towards him, burning everything in orbit. There was a huge explosion on the battlefield where the battle had not quite concluded. A huge crater formed, as if a giant had scratched out a big chunk of the ground. The white flash indiscriminately ended the life of both enemy and allies. It was a disaster. Just a day ago, the war seemed to be practically over. After losing their main forces, the outsiders were forced back to Jormungand Citadel. They could only hole up and attempt to prolong the inevitable. The Allied forces had it surrounded. As the outsiders lost their supply routes, they grew more and more desperate. The Allied forces had victory in their grasp, just by continuing the siege. As if that wasn't enough, the Allied forces were superior in both numbers and quality of troops. The outsiders had no chance of winning in a direct conflict either. However, the situation had changed dramatically. A white light flashed from Jormungand Citadel. It swept through everything in its path. Its effective range and power was immense. The biggest problem, however, was that it was impossible to predict where it would shoot next. 12 hours. That was the apparent cooldown between shots. The Allied forces suffered immense damage every half-day. In an unexpected situation, the Allied forces held an emergency meeting. This is the third time already. The commanders of the Imperial Army gathered at the hastily prepared conference hall. In front of them was a communication station with symbols representing the 5 nations of the Western Kingdom Union. This bombardment severely damaged the armies of Arunbeth and Lempton. Its first attack was aimed at the barbarians. Their troops, having won back-to-back victories while pushing deep into enemy territory on the northern battle line, suffered an instantaneous defeat due to that white flash. Since then, the beam of white light had been aimed at the Western Kingdom Union. Twice. Just 2 attacks had wreaked significant and devastating damage to the Western Kingdom Union. The Allied forces had no countermeasures and had to just endure these unprecedented attacks, fearing that their next moment may be their last. They had no way of determining where and when it would attack next. Even if they could manage to predict these things, in the face of such overwhelming power, they would still be helpless in front of it. Typically, the power of a spell fell off sharply as the distance it traveled increased. This was common sense. Spells traded their destructive power in exchange for additional range. However, the concentrated beam of light from Jormungand did not appear to diminish at all, despite originating from such an immense range. The white beam looks to be of at least the 7th circle or higher. A sorrowful atmosphere filled the conference hall. 7th circle magic. The only one known to be capable of performing such spells was Zod Exarian. There is only one 7th circle wizard on the continent. He's in the hospital in the Adaina Kingdom now. Then we can only try and figure out what that white beam is. A homunculus. The outsider's strongest weapon and the only weapon that had managed to threaten the status quo of battle. To sum up, Jormungand Citadel fires a 7th circle spell, and it is impossible to respond to it. The preparation time required to format magic with such power is about 12 hours. The king of Adaina, who had suffered immensely due to the white beam, spoke with a trembling voice. I insist on preemptive strikes rather than maintaining a siege and attempting to pressure the outsiders. Launching an all-out assault risks our advantage. Are you suggesting we give that up and take on additional risk? It is dangerous to stall for time now. No matter the cost, it's much more realistic to engage in a decisive battle than continue taking massive casualties every 12 hours. I agree. We can't let them continue to blast us forever. Then we have reached a conclusion. At some point, the King of Divide had begun to lead the meeting. Before the enemy's attack slaughter all of the soldiers of our allied forces, let's attack the enemy first and defeat their homunculus. Many participants agreed with King Divide's opinion, and before too long, they reached a consensus. They decided to launch a preemptive strike. The remaining time until the next beam attack is 10 hours. The goal is to defeat the homunculus located somewhere within the Jormungand citadel before that time limit runs out. Once the goal had been set, the discussion moved on to how it could be achieved. It was possible for them to send elite guerrilla units from any side. However, it wasn't that simple in practice. Any guerrilla unit attempting to break through the southern front would need to make their way past the elite forces of the outsiders. These elite soldiers had retreated to this position after being pushed back from the central battle line. On the other hand, the barbarians still remained on the northern battle line. Donape Aslan, who had lost a large portion of his men to the first strike, was entirely consumed by rage. He had thrown himself into non-stop battle ever since. This ruled the northern battle line out too, since he was beyond Allied control now. As a result, the growing consensus was to just leave the northern battle line to Donape and maintain the status quo at the southern battle line. This would leave the eastern and western flanks open for hit-and-run tactics. So the problem is who we will dispatch? All that remained was deciding who would make up the guerrilla units. The discussion continued for a long time before King Divide opened his mouth. On our side, some of us are of the opinion that we should use the Starling Party of the Hebrion Empire. The Starling Party has already proved their ability by performing excellently on several occasions. They are a student party with knighthood qualification, but their skills can be said to be beyond that. The officers of the Imperial Army felt the conversation becoming increasingly inconvenient. They had lost the initiative and desperately looked for a way to steer the conversation to safety. They didn't want to consign such precious talent to almost certain death. Definitely, Desir of the Starling Party has enough skill to take on this mission. There are few people who can produce more firepower than the Starling Party. However, the opinions of the Western Kingdom Union were sufficiently overwhelming. There was no choice but to accept this proposal unless the officers of the Imperial Army could quickly figure out something with a better chance of success. Okay, I will inform them of this mission. What do you think? They were in Colonel Yuda's office. Desir looked at the picture held out in front of him. It was a picture of a terrible scene of destruction. The aftermath of the white beam. In the place where the light swept through, there were marks left behind as if a huge claw had gouged out the ground. Desir studied the photo carefully. It's the work of a homunculus. An immediate conclusion. It was the only being that could cause misery beyond all common sense. You're right. The attack is fired every 12 hours, so we guess they need some time to recover power. The strength of the attack is exactly as depicted here. Yuda tapped the picture. His light tap seemed to be infused with a variety of unpleasant emotions. The Allied forces are in a hurry to launch a full-scale war before any further damage is incurred. While the main forces are pushing up the battle line quickly, they plan to also form guerrilla units to infiltrate the Jormungand citadel. It was quite a wise judgment. As it turned out, there was no better way to end this fast. It was better to make a quick offensive. The guerrilla troops will be divided into two groups. One will infiltrate from the east flank, and the other via the west flank. And we would like the Starling Party to join the guerrillas that will infiltrate from the east. You hold us in high regard, because no other unit has achieved as good of results as yours. Above all, I don't think there is a more suitable group of candidates for guerrilla units. We need to move with as few people as possible, and they must be the cream of the crop. Desir nodded. He also felt there was no one else as capable as they were when working as a small group of elites. We have decided to leave the command of the Eastern guerrilla units to you. We evaluated your ability to lead and issue commands in prior situations and decided such. Up until now, Desir was constrained by the chain of command. Whenever he required the cooperation of anyone in the military, he had to ask the right people who would then escalate the issue up the hierarchy of seniority. This became a critical weakness in urgent situations. The attack on Mahayu Harbor was a key example. They could have instantaneously lost the war as a result of wasted time. However, this kind of problem was solved by joining the chain of command directly at a senior level. Yuta turned his full attention on Desir. Defeat the homunculus and end this war. Nice to meet you. I'm Desir Arman, leader of the Starling Party. I will be leading this Eastern unit. The East unit had 40 people in total, including the Starling Party members. The average power level of its participants was very high. The swordsmen were at least at the Rook class and the magicians were all at least at the 4th circle. Our mission is to defeat the homunculus hiding in the Jormungand citadel. I will divide this group into 4 units to increase the efficiency of this mission. The power of the East guerrilla unit was high enough that it wouldn't be a mistake to refer to them as the core of the Imperial Army deployed on the Eastern battle line. These people were all handpicked for this specific mission. Combined, they offered the ideal composition to get the job done. The other unique aspect of this detachment was that quite a few of the members were from the Hebrion Academy. It seemed like Central Command had kept Desir in mind and tried to give him a unit that would ideally already know him. Argeria is also here. Argeria G. Rogran Nimbias. Amongst his cohort, he was the top single ranker in his 3rd-year class, and was also known as the strongest swordsman of the academy. To top it all off, he was the leader of the Blue Moon Party. Argeria had attempted to slow down Desir in the party competition, but when things went awry, he was also the first person amongst the arrogant nobles to acknowledge Desir's capability and put their lives in his hands. I guess we will fight together again, as soldier and student this time. Argeria had joined the military and was currently a cadet candidate. After judging his ability, he seemed to have attracted quite a bit of attention as a hopeful prospect. When his eyes met with Desir's, he nodded. This gesture indicated that he acknowledged Desir as the commander, and didn't feel the need to express it openly. After a short briefing, the squad members scattered. There seemed to be no complaints amongst them even though Desir, who was younger than them, had assumed control. This battle should be rather easy, for a change. Romantica expressed her opinion in a casual manner, as if announcing a foregone conclusion. If it all goes to plan, it may be possible to defeat the homunculus without any problem. Desir could only respond wryly to Romantica setting such a death flag. Deep down, though, he expected that this mission to eliminate the homunculus had a high chance of success, since the force at his disposal was incredibly high-spec for such a mission. As the two exchanged such frivolities, someone else interjected. Desir Arman, the great hero of the Empire. Desir looked in the direction of the voice. A young man with slicked-back hair approached. I am very pleased to be able to join such a magician as you in battle. It's especially awesome since we are both from the Hebrion Academy. There are very few people that have achieved anything near what you have, especially while in their junior years at the academy. Sardek Genoisa. He was a 5th circle magician in his mid-30s and an alumnus of the Hebrion Academy. He drew close to Desir with a friendly smile plastered onto his face. I don't think he's that good of a magician, since I don't recall his name, even though he's at the 5th circle. At the very least, Desir went out of his way to remember the name of everyone he worked together with in the Shadow Labyrinth, especially those that were capable. However, he couldn't recall the name Sardek Genoisa at all. This was evidence enough that he hadn't lasted that long and died early in the Shadow Labyrinth. Sardek smiled, but now that Desir had a chance to scrutinize him, he realized that it was slightly sarcastic. I know that my junior, still attending the Hebrion Academy, is excellent. But can that excellent soldier also demonstrate similar skill in the role of commander? Are you suggesting that I'm not suitable to be a commander? Sardek spoke with exaggerated gestures. What could you possibly mean by unsuitable? Who could possibly say that you're unsuitable for that? I'm just saying that there's someone else with more experience that may be a little bit more suitable for such an important mission. Desir understood what Sardek was trying to say. Are you nominating yourself? Exactly. Sadek's facial expression didn't change in the slightest. He apparently had very thick skin, able to conceal such bare-faced impudence without the slightest hint of it leaking. Reaching this far in the interaction, he hadn't directly said anything that could be labeled arrogant. However, his actions and gestures told a different story altogether. It was as if he was waiting for and baiting the other party into voicing his intention on their own accord. I've been leading the homunculus response forces before these guerrilla units were even conceived. I think I'm more suitable based on my experience leading a large number of personnel, as well as the fact that my experience will likely play a key role in the battle against the target, the homunculus. What do you think? Desir cut him off. I will decline if you are offering to take command. Please take advantage of your abundant experience and play an active role in the fighting. Not only was this a matter already decided on by the war committee, Desir decided that it would be better to lead the operation himself if the one to take control was not someone he could entrust it to. But Sardek didn't take no for an answer. His tone changed to something slimy and greasy. I graduated from the Hebrion Academy and reached the 5th circle. But my rank is still only major for some reason. He suddenly took the conversation in a completely different direction. Don't you think the elite of the Hebrion Academy should get some special treatment? I must be promoted to avoid dishonoring the reputation of the Hebrion Academy. Desir didn't feel there was any more point entertaining this fool, as he drifted further and further away from his original point. This doesn't seem to be a topic worth discussing now. Our plan of action has been decided on, and time is of the essence. Please start preparing to head off now. I know that this operation is important. If I succeed in leading it, I will definitely be promoted. He was persistent. Too persistent. Let's help each other out, since we're from the same Hebrion Academy. Desir laughed. That means, since you are a more senior member of Hebrion Academy, I should hand over command to you. Sardek was a supposedly dignified 5th circle magician. Desir, on the other hand, was a supposed 3rd circle magician and young to boot. It would be strange for him to be considered experienced, due to his age. He could, therefore, understand some of Sardek's persistence on this matter, since he had simply written Desir off as unreliable. There was nothing worse than being led into a battlefield of life and death, following the command of an unreliable leader. Desir had experienced this far too many times himself. Because of this, Desir had given him some leeway in making a case. However, after letting him talk, this is clearly not the case. Sardek demanded the transfer of command, not due to the merit of his own abilities, but due to being a more senior alumnus of Hebrion Academy, in a situation where thousands of people's lives were held in the balance. I don't think you have what it takes to command this unit. What? If the homunculus response forces had done its job, this unit would not have been created. Desir turned his back mid-sentence and started to walk away. Wait. Do you think you'll get my cooperation if you act like that? I don't need your cooperation. You are hereby excluded from this operation. What? Sardek's eyes opened widely. He didn't think Desir would be this unreasonable. He had only dared to act like this since he was certain that Desir wouldn't drop him from the team. You're insane. I am a 5th circle magician. You would exclude such a magician from the operation? Obviously, the power of a 5th circle magician would be a great deal of help in such an operation. However, Desir knew all too well that an incompetent ally would be much scarier than any enemy. I'm eager to see you achieve good results elsewhere. I truly hope you get the promotion you deserve. Ah! Sardek turned on his heel and hurried off. His face cemented into an ugly expression. Desir watched his back with a hard expression that revealed how he felt about such a pathetic excuse of a human. Even though he has the skills of a 5th circle, he can't be promoted any further with behavior like that. It was exactly as Sardek had said to Desir. A good soldier is not guaranteed to be a good commander. In the end, Sardek ended up describing himself. Meanwhile, on the eastern battlefront, a fierce battle was underway between outsiders and Imperial forces on a nearby hillock. The battle waged on with the Imperial forces taking an advantageous position. Various spells were fired by the artillery unit, streaking through the sky and landing amongst the opponent's defensive position. There were explosions, and a smoky fog billowed across the battlefield. At the forefront of the siege on Jormungand Citadel, a lone low-circle mage stood distinct from the artillery group exchanging blows with the outsiders. He rapidly inverted oncoming fire, protecting both the artillery mages and the group of cavalry stationed to the side. The soldier was, of course, none other than Desir, and his elite unit was currently mounted on horseback, ready to charge the enemy at a moment's notice. Desir looked down on the unfolding situation of the battle. The war was currently in favor of the Imperial army. Their lead wasn't overwhelming, but they continued to press the outsiders back and further this slight advantage. As the artillery force gained the better position, the Imperial army was able to continue whittling away the outsiders' strength without incurring significant losses. If this situation continues, we can end the war with minimal loss. Anyone who believed that was naive. When the homunculus attacked again, the Allied forces would suffer greatly. The commander of the artillery unit spoke to Desir. "I'll make a path for you shortly." Desir looked at the members of his unit. Everyone was nervous, but the Starling Party members were especially tense. The weight of this operation seemed to bear down on them in particular. "Let's finish this quickly and head back to school." With his encouragement, Pram and Romantica seemed to slightly relax. "For sure. Obviously." Desir tried to stare forward again, but suddenly felt a person appear next to him. He turned and saw a jest suddenly standing there. "Well?" She, who rarely spoke, hesitated, leaving her mouth hanging open. This was strange, since she would usually speak confidently without a shred of hesitation whenever there was something she wanted to say. "What's up?" A jest stared at Desir until he returned eye contact with her. The interaction via eye contact only lasted a moment, but stretched to eternity between the two. "Do not get hurt this time." "Ha!" A jest appeared a little flustered. "Whenever something happens, you come back hurt, sometimes almost dead." She was clearly worried for Desir. "You too, a jest. Be careful." Desir smiled slightly. Just then, the voice of the artillery commander could be heard. 30 seconds left. "Guerrilla unit, prepare." It was time. The commander of the artillery unit gave his order. One-shot shelling. Open the way for the guerrilla unit. Numerous magicians started calculating their spells. With dozens of spells forming, each beyond the third circle, the flow of mana gushing through the air was enormous. Like a flood of water breaking free of a dam, spells shot out simultaneously, crashing against the outsiders' battle formation. Bang! Ka-ah! Screams rang out. That was their signal. Desir grabbed his reins and shouted, "Advance!" On the same mark, the eastern guerrilla forces began to move. Around 40 people charged towards the devastated and confused enemy. They headed for a gap in the citadel's defenses, a spot where there was a lack of trenches. The outsiders noticed the group slicing through their defensive line, but it was far too late. "Don't let them pass through." They could hear the anguished cries of the outsiders behind them as they continued their charge. Some of the outsiders were better positioned to attempt an interception. They hurried into a makeshift formation, while their magicians readied a few hastily crafted spells. The problem was that Desir had anticipated this situation. He inverted their spells before they could offer any threat. As long as Desir was present, spells of this level were useless. Stick at it. Those who made up the guerrilla unit were the most elite amongst the Empire's forces. Crash. The guerrilla unit effortlessly broke through the outsiders that had scrambled into position to stop them. The outsiders held nothing back, immediately moving some infantry units to defend their artillery that was under threat from Desir's unit. All of their movements betrayed how urgently they treated this situation. Their hastily repositioned infantry managed to just reach Desir's cavalry. Conventional wisdom held that cavalry was relatively weak to infantry attacks on any flank. However, such wisdom was useless in the face of Ajest's magic that she had formatted one step earlier. Winter Crystal. This spell created high-intensity ice in the spellcaster's desired shape. An icy bulkhead soared to the sides of the unit advancing. It was quite scaled. The strength of the bulkhead was significant. It was impossible to pierce it in a short time. The outsiders had no remaining options to stop the guerrilla unit. They had no choice but to watch Desir's unit soar away. This skirmish took all of a few moments. The unit that had broken through such a fierce battle line instantly picked up in speed before disappearing out of sight. 8 a.m. The boundless cold air of the snowfield, thick with morning fog, permeated deep into their lungs. The magicians of the guerrilla group, including Desir, constantly invoked detection magic in order to gather information about the soldiers around them. There are 3 large-scale enemy units in front of us. The first to notice the enemy was Romantica. Her detection magic, trained by Desir, was superior to most. Did they predict our movements and have soldiers deployed? Desir raised his right hand up. The simple action was actually a signal to quickly communicate within the unit. All of the guerrillas turned their heads in unison towards their right. Romantica shouted once again. More large-scale enemy units on our right. There were 2 units. Desir responded quickly. Please check if there are any enemies between the unit you sensed earlier and the unit you saw now. Romantica, who had already begun arranging detection magic before Desir finished his sentence, invoked it where he had asked. There's nothing there. As soon as the words had left Romantica's lips, Desir lifted his left hand slightly and pointed to their left. Platoon 2. Ready for camouflage magic. Before the start of this operation, Desir had divided the unit into 4 platoons according to their individual skill sets. Platoon 2 had magicians that were specialized in support magic rather than raw firepower. Desir gave the order, and in a demonstration that attested to just how well they were trained, they held their spells at the ready. It was imperative that their magic was invoked just before the sound of the horse's hooves could reach the outsiders. Invoke!
Katskurtain, Frostkluak.
Several high-circle camouflage spells were simultaneously invoked and quickly coated the entire regiment. At that exact moment, the outsiders' detection magic invoked. A sinister breeze whipped its way through the guerrilla unit's ranks. Yet the detection magic had found absolutely nothing. The camouflage magic invoked by Platoon 2 had worked perfectly and completely invalidated the outsiders' detection magic. Furthermore, the thick morning fog made it very difficult for even a keen pair of eyes to locate the guerrillas that had infiltrated their ranks. In other words, it was impossible for the outsiders to pinpoint the position of Desir's unit. If we attack the enemy now, it could cause considerable damage, but Desir knew the enemy's position. His unit was inside their encampment, and they were completely undetected. It was the best possible situation to launch a raid. But the outsiders weren't a naive group. I'm sure they've prepared for this kind of situation. Though they couldn't be seen, and detection magic couldn't reveal them, nothing could mask their presence if they bumped into an enemy patrol head-on. Unlike those seen at the front line, these outsiders seem well-trained enough to be able to react to a surprise enemy attack. For these reasons, Desir did not intend to attack. His unit was put together for a more important mission than dealing with the rank-and-file outsiders. Simply passing through is difficult enough as it is. He maintained course, stopping to let enemy patrols harmlessly pass by them when necessary. As a result, the guerrillas were able to slip past numerous enemy squadrons completely unnoticed. In the end, the outsiders had been completely unable to make a move until it was already too late. We've managed to avoid all unnecessary fighting. Their unit's primary objective was to find the homunculus. And the most important thing for them was to prevent the homunculus from firing again and increasing the damage dealt to the Allied forces. Romantica played a big role in helping lead the guerrillas to the homunculus as quickly and efficiently as possible. Her detection magic had located the homunculus's location from a considerable distance, and thanks to it, the unit was able to head straight towards Jormungand's citadel without any loss of time or engaging the enemy in combat. Suddenly, the number of outsiders that were in front of them exceeded 2 battalions worth. Desir had assumed that, by now, information about their unit that had penetrated the front lines would have reached all of the outsider forces. But up until now, there had been no sign of increased resistance. They must know what we're here for, then. Given that no one had stopped them from launching a raid earlier, the outsiders must have realized that the unit's true goal was the homunculus, and had been attempting to sneak their way into the citadel. Though their location hadn't been exposed, it would now be impossible to completely avoid combat. As Desir's unit approached the halfway point on their path towards the citadel, Desir could see that his prediction had been correct. An enemy unit ahead. It's lined up sideways. A defensive line created using the largest number of troops they had encountered so far. It would be an impossible task to sneak through this defensive line the way they had avoided enemy patrols. No, even if they could, it would take too much time. The guerrilla group, which couldn't afford to rest for even a moment, was now forced to change tactics, exchanging stealth for might. Desir gave the troops a signal to ready for the charge. Giddy up! The guerrillas reformed into their respective platoons at the instruction of Desir. Platoon 1, a magician unit with excellent firepower, took the role of the primary source of firepower. Platoon 2, primarily dedicated to support magic, was also capable of aiding the first platoon with follow-up spells. Platoon 3, composed of soldiers renowned for having outstanding defensive capabilities, took towards the front. Platoon 4, handling light weapons and capable of rapid movement, an auxiliary unit would rapidly relocate to defend the flanks of Platoon 1 and 2 in response to the situation. Desir folded his straightened finger to confirm that all the troops had moved into their set positions. It was also the signal to charge. Fire wall, thunder break, boom boom. The artillery fire magic carried out by Platoon 1 was unleashed in the direction of the enemy's defensive line. A wall of unbearable heat, made of devastating fire, soared up and lurched towards the outsiders. Several large arcs of lighting splintered into the sky and crashed towards the ground. The outsiders were caught completely defenseless to the unashamed shelling from Desir's unit of elite forces. Despite the impressive display from the guerrilla unit, they had little in the way of numbers. Only a small portion of the defensive formation in front of them collapsed, despite the awesome demonstration of firepower. But Desir ordered the charge without hesitation. The guerrilla force's vanguard dug into the gap in the outsiders' wall, piercing it deeply and widening it within moments. Even though it was the largest unit the guerrillas had seen in their excursion so far, it wasn't difficult for them to break through. The individuals that comprised the elite force were excellent, make no mistake, but that wasn't the reason why such a large group had been swiftly neutralized. The outsiders had constructed their line of defense such that the guerrillas would be unwilling to make a detour and be forced to engage them in battle. But in the end, that was why they had lost. In order to increase the area that a limited number of troops can cover, the density of the troops had to decrease. If the goal was to prevent a weak spy unit from infiltrating, it would have been a success. But such a tactic could never prevent the advance of a high-quality guerrilla charge. They gave us the chance to break through without actually having to stop our advance. The outsiders attacked with all their might, and finally inflicted the first instance of damage to the unit. Desir was able to invert a majority of the incoming magic, though, so few losses occurred. Everything was going as well as Desir had predicted. They had nearly made it through, and successfully reached the edge of the outer perimeter. The magicians on the battlefield all felt the flow of an incredible amount of mana. At the top of the Jormungand citadel, the mist half cleared and the sky was now visible to the soldiers on the ground below. Everyone present felt the color drain from their face. A white flash began forming in front of their eyes. It was a powerful artillery attack, capable of destroying a wide area in a single attack. Someone muttered while looking at it. Shouldn't there be 5 hours left? The homunculus's attack had been fired off every 12 hours. So far, this cooldown between attacks had been so precise that it couldn't possibly be inaccurate. Those who were there were perplexed at the sight of the growing mass of mana. Perplexion grew as this attack was going to be fired much earlier than scheduled. Desir was quick to grasp the implications of the situation. We've been fooled. The 12-hour cooldown was a trick. The previous rounds of artillery fire were carried out every 12 hours, which led to the illusion of there being a significant cooldown between attacks. Humans are quick to find patterns and speculate on why such patterns exist. Obviously, if 12 hours were required between attacks, it must be because the enemy needed time to gather the necessary amount of mana for the attack. In hindsight, this was a foolish assumption. How could a spell that requires 12 hours to calculate land in the exact spot that would deal maximum damage every time? How could a spell that requires 12 hours of gathering mana not be detectable at such range? The white light turned towards the outsiders currently on the defensive line, before turning further inwards towards the guerrillas trying to break through. There was a commotion among the outsiders, quick to realize what was about to happen. No, wait! All of the outsiders, who had been swarming to stop the guerrillas, stopped dead in their tracks. They didn't understand why this was happening to them. They were unwilling martyrs, used to stop the guerrillas led by Desir for only a single moment. A deadly trap, designed to kill Desir no matter the cost. The light began to intensify. Clap. As the glare from the light became so bright that the troops on the ground became unable to see, a single clap could be heard. Boom! Both sides were instantly enveloped by the overwhelming light of the supermassive spell that had been unleashed. The white flash disintegrated the surroundings and devoured all that dared to stand before it. Yet when the light faded, there were still a few people left standing. Huge shields of structured geometric forms surrounded the survivors. The cracked shield shattered as the impressive-looking equipment in Desir's hand shattered. I brought 4, just to be safe, and 3 of them were smashed in a single blow. It was the Aurora system, the strongest defensive system created by mankind, created by Desir when he provided Zod with his future knowledge. Desir had brought several portable Aurora systems with him for use against the homunculus. However, his thorough preparation could only withstand a single blow. He did not lose his composure under such nerve-wracking circumstances, but simply recovered what remained of his broken equipment and gazed up towards the source of the attack. What a disgusting way of doing things! The outsiders could no longer stop the advance of Desir's forces. After all, they had no troops left to block them with. They completely eliminated their own troops. Desir couldn't possibly understand their behavior. A feeling of disgust grew inside him. As a result, the guerrillas were able to quickly reach Jormungand's citadel. At first glance, the imposing fortress looked nearly invincible. Desir looked at the top of the fort where the white flash was fired from. It may not take 12 hours to rearm, but it certainly takes time to gather that much mana. After the attack had been launched, wiping out the outsiders and attempting to level the guerrilla forces, no more attacks left the citadel. Desir was certain that the homunculus needed time to recharge. The homunculus, which seemed omnipotent in comparison to human beings, had to have a limit. Homunculus were born from the efforts of man, after all. Despite his thoughts, Desir couldn't cast aside the nervousness that had burrowed into him. After all, it would be foolish to underestimate the homunculus's ability to control causality. Desir preferred to analyze his opponent's fighting style, gauge its strengths and weaknesses, and then engage in battle. Upon his return, thanks to his countless experiences in the Shadow Labyrinth, there were few occasions where he fought against a truly unknown enemy. After a bit of work, most of his foes were interpretable. However, a homunculus's ability to manipulate causality was far beyond the realm a human can casually understand. He couldn't comprehend how such powers were capable of being invoked. But according to Zod, it isn't impossible to beat it in combat. We can surely deal with it with this unit. Desir had finally rain-stilled confidence within himself when it was time to head back into action. The voice of a guerrilla member came from behind Desir. "We've entered firing range." Desir ordered the second platoon members to identify the enemy's forces inside Jormungand's citadel using detection magic. There are still troops within the fortress. Upon receiving the report, Desir had a question. When he saw the homunculus's attack, regardless of the collateral damage it would cause. Desir witnessed just how genuine the panic of those outsiders was. They ran away. The obvious behavior of someone witnessing their trap card turned against them. Nevertheless, there were those who did not back down and had remained to protect Homunculus. Desir speculated that they might be troops under direct control of the senior ranking members of the outsiders, the Crow Masks and the Feather Masks of the group. Storming the fort will be difficult. Their group was composed of the most elite troops within the Allied forces. Their ability alone was considered top of the line, but the number of troops they had with them was small in comparison to those guarding the citadel. It would have been much easier had the West's guerrillas arrived. The original plan was a feint operation. It was the coalition's plan to send guerrillas from the east and west to eliminate Homunculus simultaneously. The numerical inferiority would have been lessened if the Western guerrillas had arrived, but they were nowhere to be seen. Unfortunately, they couldn't waste even a moment waiting. It was quiet now, but it was unclear when that wide-area attack would occur again. Desir made a snap judgment. He looked back at his guerrillas. We need to split up. The Starling Party will continue with the original goal of eliminating the Homunculus. Everyone else, please take care of the troops within the citadel. It's too dangerous. Unless we're sure of the enemy's strength, we need to stick together and make a steady push through the citadel. That was a reasonable counterpoint. The fortress of Jormungand was the last remaining base of the outsiders. It was impossible to know just how many traps were waiting for them. But Desir was adamant. If the Homunculus launches another blast at us, it'll be impossible for us to stop it. It had now been a few minutes since the last attack. All they could do was wonder when it would be fired again. After that, it would all be over. They didn't have enough Aurora systems to block the white flash a second time. All of the guerrillas nodded in agreement. Desir's gaze scanned over the men and women in front of him until his eye locked onto one individual in particular. While I'm away, Argeria will take command of the eastern guerrillas. Argeria felt his jaw drop as he stared bug-eyed at Desir. Me? I will command the people here. The polar opposite of his usual cool-headed demeanor, Argeria was completely embarrassed by his surprise nomination. His reaction was understandable. Many of the soldiers around him were more talented and renowned by the military at large. Though he was acknowledged for his time leading the Blue Moon Party, at the moment he was merely a fresh cadet. Good soldiers and good commanders are different. Nevertheless, Desir judged that he was making the right call and that Argeria could be trusted to lead. You have experience commanding and have done so admirably in the past. I know you'll do well. Argeria had the experience of leading the members of the Blue Moon Party and launching numerous expeditions into difficult shadow worlds. Though the Eastern Guerrilla Group also consisted of individuals with outstanding combat skills, few of them had any experience commanding troops, let alone organizing and conquering multiple shadow worlds. See, commanding a student party and a military operation is totally different. Besides, it's not as if Mr. Argeria. Yes.
He shows you.
Argeria realized what an asshole he had been. Desir had believed in Argeria's skill and given him a chance, but he had completely fumbled it. Can you do it? Upon hearing Desir's words, Argeria snapped back to his senses. Of course, I would never let you down. Okay then. Desir gave his final orders, pointing towards the outer walls protecting the Jormungand citadel. Prepare to break through. The operation was carried out. Boom! The explosion rang out. Jormungand's citadel shook once, as though a heavy object fell and jostled a nearby table. The aftermath was severe, even though the fortress was surrounded by considerable defensive magic. Everyone, defensive positions. Those who detected the source of the shaking rushed towards where their walls were under fire. The soldiers were dressed head to toe in black, the hue and design of the outfit bearing a striking resemblance to a bird. A crow. A bird of bad luck that also symbolized death and misfortune. These were the elite soldiers of those loyal to Crow Mask. The soldiers who shared sympathy with his ideals, who shared his will, those who devoted their all to his cause. They stood within Jormungand's citadel after all the other outsiders had fled, resolute in their mission to guard the homunculus. Whether the war ended in victory or defeat now was of no consequence to them. They were simply tools left to fulfill Crow-Mask's wishes.
Boom! A seconde explosion resounded.
The walls started to crumble. No matter how solid the fortress was, it could not withstand the sustained assault of an elite allied force. Through the collapsed wall, the guerrillas began to enter. Crow-Mask's troops waited in anticipation for the order to attack. Both groups prepared magic as they locked eyes with each other. There was a tense atmosphere that threatened to devolve into conflict at any moment. The leader of Crow-Mask's forces made a quick assessment of the group in front of him. Though they were all quite powerful, their numbers were pitiful. He was confident in his advantage. Even if they couldn't win with the homunculus on his side, all he had to do was drag the fight out. It was a plausible plan because he was determined to die alongside his enemies in the homunculus's attack. As long as he was able to ensure the death of Desir Arman, leader of the Eastern guerrillas, it didn't matter if he sacrificed himself. But, no matter where he looked, Desir was nowhere to be seen. For a moment he thought he was faced against the Western guerrillas instead. That thought was quickly put to rest, however, when he saw individuals he knew were a part of the Eastern guerrilla group. Then, no, he couldn't be. His head quickly swiveled backward towards where the homunculus was being kept. Without giving him a chance to think further, he heard the enemy. Attack! At the moment Argeria gave his order, the guerrillas under his command launched their assault. Magic filled the air alongside the sound of swords clashing. As each individual's ability was considerable, he didn't have the option to lower his guard for even a moment. The leader of the black-robed troops gave orders after chewing his lips. Repel them as quickly as possible and head for the top floor. Now he had no choice but to finish this battle as soon as possible and help the homunculus to ensure the death of Desir Arman. Argeria, who was leading the army in place of Desir, felt the same way. He slaughtered the black-robed outsiders approaching him one after another. The Starling party was filled with a growing sense of dread, as the density of the mana around them slowly grew as each step they took brought them closer to it. They headed to the top of the fort with a stiff look. And when they arrived at the top floor, an overbearing iron gate blocked their path. Desir took a deep breath, strengthening his resolve. Is everyone ready? Romantica took out her rifle and settled behind the other party members. Agest and Pram both drew their swords and took their places on either side of Desir. Confirming his party's resolve, Desir pushed the iron gate open, ready to confront their enemy. An eerie squeak sounded. At the peak of Jormungand's citadel, cold wind and snow blew freely. In the center there was a girl. She was perfectly still, her silver hair fluttering in the wind. For a second, one might think she was dead. Her hands were on the ground, her eyes closed. Everything about her eerily drained the viewer's psyche. Her thin face, her ghostly white skin, her unresponsive eyes. She was the spitting image of the expression doll-like. Rather, it wouldn't be weird to describe her as a doll itself. Desir felt a dark presence emanating from the girl. It was likely the same feeling that Zod had felt when he confronted her. The girl's inside was swirling, swarming, with a multitude of different kinds of turbulent mana. Desir quickly realized the true nature of the mana before him. The increasingly dense mana that they had felt during their trek to the top floor of the citadel. The girl was preparing her infamous attack, preparing to destroy everything in front of her with a white flash. Attack! Right now!
Abarosa Stombang.
As soon as Desir signaled the attack, Romantica's shot was fired. The spell took the form of a small storm as it swept through everything in its path towards the homunculus. The stone pillars and floors were disintegrated and scattered by the sharp wind. But even as she took the spell head-on, the homunculus only received light scratches across her skin. Desir's forehead crumpled in dismay. It wasn't just the homunculus's defense was terrifying. She isn't fighting back. The homunculus had yet to move even an inch. All the while, she had continued to gather mana and imbue it into herself. Desir had figured out the homunculus's intention. She is going to rely on her defensive ability and eventually counterattack with that supermassive spell. If you can even call such an attack a spell? The homunculus was apparently that confident that Desir's party would be unable to cause her any substantial damage. These white flash attacks were apparently the result of compressing an enormous amount of mana into a ball and lobbing it at the target like some kind of crude missile. Desir measured the concentration of mana within the homunculus. Instantly, he felt the blood drain from his face. The homunculus would likely have the required mana within a few minutes. This is dangerous. As long as the required amount of mana was present, the homunculus was able to circumvent causality and fire off the spell immediately, without the need to calculate, form, and invoke the spell. There was no time left. Desir felt a sudden sense of urgency in his mind. A jest. Leave it to me. Ice Empress. The cold air from the center of ice began to converge on a jest, sharply lowering the surrounding temperature. At the same time, her hair was dyed white. A jest approached the homunculus in an instant. The physical abilities of a jest, who had invoked her imagery magic and one of its derived forms, Ice Empress, was above the level of a bishop class. Magic sword. Ice wave. The homunculus grabbed the sword that arced down at her neck, using only her bare hand. Although her attack had been blocked so simply, there was no agitation visible in a jest's expression. Oh! Freeze. The hand of the homunculus, still grasping the blade, began to freeze. From its left hand to its shoulder, in a mere moment had frozen solid. There was a slight change in the homunculus's indifferent face. The homunculus attempted to seize control of the sword, but Pram was one step ahead of her. Crash. Pram's rapier pierced through its frozen arm. Even though one arm was nearly shattered, the homunculus did not stop preparing to fire its magical attack. With a little more patience, the white flash would be complete, ready to blow away the entire guerrilla army before it. However, the chained attack of the Starling party was more powerful than the homunculus anticipated. Romantica sniped off the homunculus's entire left arm, or at least the part of it that Pram had left behind. It didn't even have a chance to defend itself. As it raised its other arm, the swords of a jest and Pram smashed into the remaining right arm of the homunculus. Next up was the neck. A jest and Pram's swords, along with Romantica's rifle, aimed for the neck of the homunculus. It was at this point that the movement of the homunculus changed. Realizing that their combined attacks exceeded her own defense, the homunculus stopped preparing its wide-area attack and began to deal with them in earnest. Controlled causality. Eliminating the consequences of injury, she returned to the state she was in before taking on those attacks. With its arms restored, the homunculus took a step back, dodged the incoming attacks, and stared at the Starling party. In the time it took one to blink, she had formed a shining sphere right in front of them. Desir knew very well what this was. A mana storm, an attack that omitted all of the required steps of invoking a spell, and skips right to unleashing a fully formed attack that was more a wave of compressed mana than any normal kind of spell. This one had far less power than those white flashes that had decimated so much of the Allied forces' troops, but it was still not something negligible. I expected you to use that attack. In preparation for the homunculus using that attack, Desir had been stealthily calculating his own spell since the start of the skirmish. Desir had seen other homunculus using this attack from his most recent excursion into a shadow world. Flame Storm, Desir's spell that had the power of a six-circle spell completed instantly. Desir's magic and the homunculus's mana storm were launched at each other at the same time. Boom! There was a deafening explosion. Shockwaves spread out in all directions. The ceiling of the upper part of the fortress in Jormungand, famous for its robust construction, started to crumble and collapse. What a shame. I would have completed it in just another minute or two. As Desir tried to invoke his next spell, a clear, resonant voice came from the dust cloud. You are a few times stronger than the greenhorns I've been dealing with up until now. Desir was greatly embarrassed. It can talk. That was amazing. The homunculus they had faced 100 years ago was just a mindless monster. But the agitation only lasted a brief moment. The fact that the monster in front of us is our most threatening enemy remains unchanged. Desir finally invoked the spell he had been preparing. Something like scales had begun to sprout from both hands of the homunculus. Mana at the scale of a seventh-circle magician, which had only been used in artillery-styled strikes previously, was now being weaponized in its battle against the Starling party. We've achieved the desired outcome of halting its wide-area attacks. All we have to do now is hold out until our allies arrive. The homunculus kicked against the ground. The floor hollowed out under the force of that kick. Its speed and range of movement was transcendent. In a mere moment, it had massively shortened the distance to Desir. Kong. A jest stood in the way of it. Her sword collided with its fist. Surprisingly, it was a jest who was pushed back. She was pushed back, even though she had improved her physical ability to the absolute limits of humanity, through the use of Ice Empress. And that wasn't the end of it. The homunculus kicked the sword, then pivoted midair and sent a barrage of kicks that would connect with a jest from top to bottom. A jest read their trajectories and managed to deftly avoid them. At the moment it landed on the ground, the homunculus launched another kick towards a jest's right side. A jest stopped the kick by bringing her sword into a vertical position and bracing it with her other hand. The homunculus launched these devastating attacks purely using the power of her own body. The sheer force it could produce was simply overwhelming. A second circle spell bought a short reprieve. The top floor had been trashed in no time at all. A jest's appraisal of the homunculus could be defined in a single word. Strong. It was incomparably strong in comparison to the homunculus she had fought in the shadow world. Come to think of it, the homunculus at that time was just a mere monster with a strong physical ability. Therefore, it was enough to dispose of it before it managed to gain experience. But in front of her was a homunculus that had mastered human martial arts as well as gained significant experience from many battles. All the shortcomings of the past had been addressed. Had the other party members not assisted her, a jest would have been overpowered by the homunculus in no time at all. The strategy the Starling party employed to deal with the homunculus was simple. Pram and Romantica would assist from the side, while a jest, who was now the strongest member of the party, faced the homunculus head-on. And Desir would occasionally launch massive attacks in an attempt to overpower it. Parry errand. The magic he developed was cleverly decided upon when Desir was pondering the existence of the homunculus. The homunculus had to be controlled by a power stronger than itself. Otherwise, there was nothing stopping it from running wild. The party's strategy relied on a clever, yet delicately formed balance. But that was all it was in the end. Although Desir's party was doing well, it was not enough to beat the homunculus. In order to kill the homunculus, it was necessary to destroy the homunculus's body and force it to use the power of causality. But it was so strong that they could not do any significant amount of damage to it. It was a fight where it seemed neither side had a clear advantage. But Desir remained positive. Of course, as long as we can just hold out, we can still win. If they dragged things out, the Western guerrilla forces would arrive to reinforce them. Desir calmly attacked the homunculus, trying desperately to analyze and figure out the pattern behind its behavior, figuring out why it blocks some attacks, defends against others, and ignores the rest, analyzing what exactly it is thinking. This was Desir's forte, and although the situation sounded grim, Desir had a slight advantage. He had received a small hint from Zod about how it responded in face of a power stronger than itself. Based on the combination of Zod's hint, his own analysis, as well as copious amounts of practice, contingency plans had been derived. Pram to the right. Desir delivered commands to Pram via communication magic. Crack. Pram's sword shattered the right half of the homunculus's ribcage. Pram's attack managed to slip through its defenses, since it was in the middle of an exchange with a jest. The homunculus was simply not able to respond to such a well-timed and placed attack. As expected, the homunculus restored its condition through its control over causality. Desir's instructions continued. A jest, frontal transverse cut. He calmly grasped the behavior of the homunculus. The homunculus had no choice but to continue restoring its body, relying on its innate ability to meddle with causality. The rate at which the homunculus was forced to invoke its power over causality was growing faster and faster. The flow of attacks from the Starling party also became smoother and smoother. What started off as an unsteady and undignified reactionary cooperation had gained a deadly and devastating rhythm. Pram's sword cut the homunculus's shoulder again. The homunculus was trying to say something. The mouth that drew the outline of words moved incredibly slowly. They couldn't hear it too well, since it used such a small voice, almost muttering. All of the Starling party members stopped moving and watched the homunculus. The tension in the air increased as it slowly mouthed additional words. Time to take one of them out. Agest began to recite what few words she lip-read. The Starling party felt a brief sensation, as if time slowed to a crawl. And, clink, the defense capacity of their clotheslines was instantly halved. At the same time, Pram's little body was unnaturally lifted into the air. Before the Starling party could comprehend the situation, Pram was forcibly launched through the air. His body skipped across the floor like a rock and plunged deeply into the wall behind him. Pram! Desir ran over in an instant and checked Pram's condition. He had been knocked unconscious by a strong shock. His body was covered from head to toe in abrasions. Desir paid particular attention to Pram's abdomen. Besides the clearly broken ribs, he was losing a substantial amount of blood at a concerning rate. It seemed like there wasn't much time before this deteriorated into fatal injury. Clash. The sound of Agest's sword striking the homunculus pierced Desir's contemplation. Desir rushed to administer first aid. What the hell was that? Obviously, the situation had been favorable for the Starling party. It was enough to say that it was going smoothly. At some point, though, Pram was struck by the homunculus. The injury was the result of a bizarre attack. It wasn't as though they had lost sight of the homunculus, nor did it feel like the homunculus had suddenly accelerated. There was only the injury left on Pram as proof of the assault. No one had seen the homunculus move. Desir was confused. Zod didn't say anything like this happened during his duel. Bang! There was a loud noise. Agest was slowly being pushed back. Desir clenched his teeth and moved Pram to a safer location before forming a spell aimed at the homunculus. Lightning strike. Gravity control. The level of magic he was invoking had increased by 1 circle. Up until now, he had been conserving mana in anticipation of a long battle. He was hoping to stall for reinforcements, but he now couldn't afford to. He had to fill the support role that Pram left vacant. Agest urgently needed assistance. This is bad. We won't be able to endure for nearly as long as I had planned. My mana consumption has increased exponentially too. His mana reserves were rapidly depleting. With just Pram out of the battle, the difficulty had soared. If someone else were to be taken out by that attack, then truly all hope would be lost. And we can't afford to move too aggressively. They now focused solely on defense and evading the homunculus's attacks. While Desir didn't know how the homunculus's attack worked, they couldn't afford to take any additional risks. This was a huge obstacle. Agest, it's about to shoot a beam. Run left. Bong. This change in tactics wasn't without benefit though. The homunculus quickly lost control of its emotions and had begun to rampage. Obviously thoroughly enraged, it now dedicated all of its resources on going on the offensive, and put its entire might into pressing the Starling party. However, all it took was an unguarded instant. Avoiding a critical strike from Agest, the homunculus used the force behind her strike to bounce over towards Desir. What do you think you're doing? Did you think I would ignore you? In a flash, the homunculus approached Desir. Punched down on the floor instead of attacking Desir directly. Crash. The floor had accumulated too much stress as a result of the all-out battle conducted on it. Desir and the homunculus were in the center of the collapse, both falling out of sight of Agest and Romantica. Raise wall. A wall of mana was projected below Desir, soaring up from the floor below to break his fall. Desir rolled away, feeling an oncoming wave of killing intent. A limb of the homunculus smashed down where he had been just a moment prior. Boom! The wall burst apart. Desir looked around. The aftershock rumbled through Jormungan's citadel, shaking the castle at its foundation. Thankfully, Desir's clothesline was able to absorb the shock and eased the impact. It managed to get me into a one-on-one situation. Desir, who immediately rose up, deployed detection magic. It was drastically inferior to Romantica's, but it was able to pinpoint the opponent's approximate location. She's on my right. Boom. Desir chained several spells in quick succession. Flame Vortex, Wind Press, Fire Spear. The chain of attacks were more than capable of dealing serious damage to the homunculus, no matter how powerful it was. I've bought myself some time. While it's dealing with those spells, I can back up and begin to prepare a new strategy. Desir had made a prediction of how the homunculus would behave and formed a strategy based on that. Boom. Crash. But the homunculus moved beyond Desir's expectations. It crossed its arms and took the attacks head-on without avoiding them. Seriously? If it's taking my attack directly, it must want to end the fight quickly. With this shift in tactics, any attempts to buy time in order to invoke a strong spell would be meaningless. Desir stopped shooting randomly and poured all of his concentration into invoking a single spell. The homunculus drew closer to engage him head-on. Parry Errand. Originally a third circle spell, but now with the power of a sixth circle spell after his effort reworking it. For a moment, in the small area around Desir, the atmospheric pressure rose as though gravity had increased several-fold. The homunculus's body was torn away before it had a chance to react. His blood splashed onto Desir. This sense. At that moment he felt like time was slowing down. He recognized the feeling, and dread filled his heart. This was the signal that the homunculus was doing something heaven-defying. He had a brief opportunity. He calculated defensive magic without delay. At the same time, he stared at the broken body of the homunculus. He couldn't begin to imagine what its plan was. Sigh of Kizard. A mere moment later. Crack. Desir felt violent pain in his upper body. Shards of ice exploded everywhere. The clothesline was torn asunder without even giving off a warning alarm. He managed to pull himself together. Cough. Desir vomited several mouthfuls of blood, along with the iron-life taste of blood. His mouth soon filled with bile as his body forced him to throw up. His arm seemed to have dislocated, but the good news was that, miraculously, he didn't seem to have any open wounds. It was all thanks to that defensive magic he invoked just in time. Desir looked forward. Clearly, his spell hit the homunculus and destroyed its body. It would have needed to recover using its power over causality. But at some point or another, it had perfectly recovered and attacked in a single instant. It was a situation that defied all common sense. It is an entirely unreasonable result. How in the world? He couldn't remember the last time he had felt this kind of powerlessness before. He cast his mind back and recalled feeling something similar, but far more overwhelming when he faced Daednut. If he felt like an ant facing off against an elephant when dealing with Daednut, he now felt like an ant against a sparrow. Not as overwhelming as an elephant, but he still couldn't find a way to cope. Give up. You don't understand the meaning of controlling causality. Desir desperately put his brain to work. There was too little information to work from. If he had any clues to deduce what was happening, he could have continued struggling onward somehow. But this is nonsense. Desir could only attempt to get back up on his feet, while swearing against the heavens. His entire body was in a disgraceful state. It was hard for him to even stand up properly, let alone walk. He coughed and found more blood mixed in it, as well pieces of internal organs. It was when Desir was about to spread his hands to wipe the blood off and start invoking more spells, when he suddenly noticed something strange. There's no blood. There was no blood on his clothes. Of course, the wounds he suffered at the hands of the homunculus were not external but internal. Other than the blood he had coughed onto the floor, seeing a lack of his blood was only natural. But it wasn't a lack of his blood that made him suspicious. Something was wrong. Desir had been drenched in the blood of the homunculus. Why? This was a vital clue. The homunculus wouldn't stand by idly any longer, now moving to finish him off. You should feel honored. I have done everything within my power. I didn't even use this power when dealing with Zod-Ixarion. As it finished gloating, a sword appeared out of nowhere as it pierced its abdomen. The body of the homunculus began to freeze on the spot and rapidly collapsed. A jest fell in from the ceiling between the homunculus and Desir, forming a division between the two. At the same time, ice columns burst forth from all around them. Ice Empress. Frozen Palace. It was a jest king's crown. A sovereign palace of ice formed around her. This was the combination of both a jest's Ice Empress and her frozen palace. Her two signature techniques working perfectly in harmony. Two imagery spells being invoked simultaneously, each amplifying the ability of the other. This was a jest's full power. She struggled desperately to protect Desir. It was a struggle that indicated the willingness to throw away her future to protect the present. Numerous spells poured down on the homunculus. Though the homunculus desperately attempted to reach Desir, the exchange between her and a jest had quickly put a wrench in her plans. I was a little bit too slow. The homunculus and a jest began to clash. Tapping into her future potential through a stronger than normal ice palace, she instantly reached the level of strength that the homunculus possessed. Using the Ice Empress to engage in close combat with her strengthened body, and at the same time firing countless spells with the frozen palace, she persevered. She desperately fought back, doing all she could to attack the homunculus while defending both herself and Desir. Desir clenched his teeth and stood up. Summon lightning. Boom! There was a massive impact. Desir invoked spells and began to defend a jest. Moreover, Romantica also took up a new position and was once again able to support them. For the moment, they had the upper hand. Desir again felt as if time were slowing down. Desir knew what catastrophe it heralded. Only the result of this action would exist. It was impossible to respond to it by any means. Yes, it was impossible to cope with it, no matter the cost. But now it was strange. Boom! In an instant, the homunculus jumped over and attacked a jest. But a jest successfully fended it off. Of course, it was still a powerful attack with both terrifying speed and precision, and a jest's posture collapsed as a result. It didn't attack straight away. The homunculus rushed toward a jest again. Dozens of defensive spells had been deployed through the frozen palace in front of a jest. In the gap between it and the spells, the homunculus threw a punch, crushing the walls of ice completely. Desir approached with an unsteady gait. Parry errand. Desir's magic quickly homed in on the homunculus. Magic with the power of a six-circle spell. Magic that was even capable of crushing the homunculus's body in one hit. But the homunculus was seemingly unfazed. It continued its assault on a jest. Desir's attack hit the mark and smashed the homunculus's body into smithereens. It's not enough. It quickly controlled causality and reversed the damage. In an instant, its appearance returned to normal. And one more time, a sphere of pure energy formed in front of the homunculus. It omitted the gathering process and produced a ball of mana that could instantly unleash a powerful force. Ugh! Boom! A huge shock swept through everything. A jest's frozen palace and Ice Empress were cancelled in the aftermath. A jest collapsed on the floor, unconscious. The homunculus then looked over to Desir. At that very moment, an incredibly powerful spell hurtled towards its face. Without the assistance of any imagery magic, it was a spell that Desir had developed on his own. Once again, the form of the homunculus collapsed but soon recovered. You had better save your power, Desir. Your mana pool can't keep up with all these high-tier spells. Desir's anger flared up. Don't worry. A jest is still alive. I'll kill you first, Desir. Then, I'll take care of the rest of your friends after. You deserve that much mercy as the enemy commander. It's obvious that all of your party members are going to die anyway. Desir sneered in response. Don't bluff. You don't have much mana left, do you? It was as he said. The homunculus's mana, which seemed to have no end in sight, had been used to such an extent that only a fifth of it remained, at least in comparison to the beginning of their fight. The homunculus nodded, before laughing, seemingly unconcerned. It certainly is. I'll have to make my escape after dealing with you lot. I'm sure you need a huge amount of mana to use that ridiculous ability. Just because you've noticed doesn't mean anything has changed. I still have more than enough mana to continue manipulating causality. The amount of mana I have left is still more than enough to kill the two of you. The homunculus took up a battle stance once again. His mana began to move. Let's get this over with. There was surely no hope left for Desir. But he didn't give up. He began to operate communication magic while swallowing a mouthful of blood. Focus on my instructions from now on. The floor was covered in pools of half-melted ice. The floor and pillars bore the traces of fierce fighting. At the very center of the room stood the homunculus. She looked at Desir, who defiantly stood before her, the corners of her mouth pulled back into a sneer. This was definitely a tricky opponent. The only other time she had consumed this much mana in a battle was when she faced off against Zod Exarian. The Starling party had thoroughly analyzed her patterns of attack and had adapted superbly throughout the battle. Being pressured to continue using her ability to control causality, her weakness had been exposed. While it may seem like she had infinite mana, this was not the case. Had it not been for that ability, she would have most assuredly been defeated. But no matter how hard they try, it's impossible for a human to figure out how it works. The homunculus was convinced that her ability could not be comprehended by mere mortals. This conviction was grounded in reality. It was the sole reason behind the creation of homunculus, requiring research that consumed immeasurable quantities of rare material as well as eons of research. Their true purpose could only be realized after gaining a precious ability, a sub-ability only available to those that could manipulate causality. She was certain there was no human alive that could understand even a fraction of her power. It was certainly a power far beyond the level of technology in the present era. I've won. For this reason, the homunculus was confident in her certain victory. The dominance of the homunculus was obvious. All of the Starling party's front-line fighting force had been neutralized. The remaining members had no way to respond to close-range combat. Just as the homunculus stopped internally gloating and lifted her left leg to sprint toward Desir, a spell was instantly aimed and invoked at her. Wind Blast. A bullet of wind pierced towards the homunculus. Since it wasn't a powerful spell, the homunculus chose not to avoid it and simply crossed her arms in defense. But before she could react, another spell was invoked. Pierce of 1,000 Wings. Romantica had once again instantly invoked another spell, aimed at holding the homunculus in position. This spell resembled that of a bird with 1,000 wings. It had no blind spot and descended on the homunculus from above.
Voin der Twilight.
This time it was Desir's turn. Then Romantica's. They continuously unleashed a barrage of magic on the homunculus. With the uninterrupted chain of attacks, no matter how hard the body of homunculus may be, it would be hit hard enough that it would have to restore itself using its power over causality. I could ignore this attack and close the distance with him, but the homunculus had used this kind of tactic when she overpowered Agest and Pram, simply restoring her body with the power over causality when required. But at this time, such a strategy could not be used hastily. I don't have much mana left. The homunculus had relied on her ability to manipulate causality a considerable number of times, buying time until she found an opportunity to overpower Agest and Pram. She had also used that ability 3 times. That ability transcended all concepts of power, but required an enormous amount of mana to pull it off. If she acted hastily here, her consumption would greatly exceed what she would be capable of recovering. If she allowed her mana to be exhausted, she would definitely be killed. For these reasons, the homunculus did not rush out, but stepped back and waited for an opportunity. Avarosa Storm. Wind Bullet. But Desir and Romantica's continuous chain of spells didn't show any signs of ending. Crack. As a result of the non-stop barrage of spells from those two, the Jormungand citadel started to disintegrate. Looking at their indistinct figures amongst the rising plumes of dust, the homunculus smiled. Are they trying to kill themselves? Desir and Romantica seemed to have gone berserk and were spending all of their mana to cause as much destruction as possible. Boom! Boom! The sound of explosions rung out constantly. There was no chance of them winning a close-range battle with the homunculus, so they were attempting to block its path to reach them. However, the homunculus would not stand idly by and let their strategy go as planned. While she was desperately trying to limit mana consumption, it wasn't as though she had completely run out yet. She could still recover her body a few more times. Are they just struggling out of desperation? It was clear that the situation was growing more and more advantageous for the homunculus, even if she did nothing. But they're really lucky. She had sensed the approaching movement of something, the Eastern guerrilla force. They had just emerged victorious after battle against Crow Mask's men. Under these circumstances, if they were to reach her, it would be difficult to even retreat. Before they found the opportunity to entrap her, she had to get rid of Desir and flee. Worry about the amount of mana, but with that ability, I can win before my mana runs out. With newfound determination, the homunculus dashed forward. Soon after, attacks from Desir and Romantica, attempting to block the homunculus's approach, washed over her like a tsunami. Boom! Crash. She focused all of her effort into moving faster, without bothering to defend at all. One of Desir's spells hit her and her neck snapped. Romantica launched many precise shots that destroyed her arms, knees, and even large chunks of her torso. But the homunculus just smiled. She had already invoked her ability, an ability that no one else could recognize. And the world changed, beyond recognition. Her body, that was in full flight towards Desir, disappeared. And in its place, in this unrecognizable world, was the homunculus in full condition. The homunculus took steady steps and approached Desir. Desir did not react in the slightest. There was no defensive magic in sight. Not even a trace of that spell he seemed to be able to invoke through pure muscle memory. It's over. The human body, without any form of defense, and without the ability to act, was an incredibly weak object. The homunculus reached out towards Desir's heart. Suddenly, the homunculus could feel all of the mana in his body circulating. Harry Aaron splash. The homunculus's body exploded without a single piece of flesh remaining. It splashed in all directions. Utterly decimated. There was not a single recognizable chunk remaining. The forces of causality began to twist and bend around the homunculus. Again, the homunculus returned to her best condition. Immediately after, the homunculus kicked against the ground. As if nothing had happened, she withdrew from Desir. Romantica continued sniping at the now stationary homunculus. The homunculus was overwhelmed with emotion and didn't even bother dodging. What the hell happened? The pupils of the homunculus shook violently. Her face was frozen into an expression of pure astonishment. For the first time in its life, it was strongly agitated. What happened? What was going on? What was it? What happened? What? How? By using her ability, she had guaranteed invincibility and would be able to reap the life of any foolish being that dared stand against her. For someone to be able to react was fundamentally impossible. Even if they knew how her ability worked and could anticipate where they would move and what they would do. It's a coincidence. It must still be their last struggle. Somehow, they were able to recognize the moment right before she used the ability and implemented some kind of delayed defense. This was her special power. The one thing that she could do that guaranteed utter dominance. Something that no other human could come close to replicating. This was her last resort, a trump card. A foolproof way of coming out on top of any battle, no matter how strong the enemy was. She couldn't accept this miserable feeling. Thus, it was dismissed as a coincidence. Thinking that they were somehow extremely lucky and managed to somehow hit her, she reached the only logical conclusion and assuaged her doubt. You were extremely lucky, but next time, I'll really end you. Desir was still. He rubbed his palm against the blood of the homunculus that had splattered onto his clothes. Red blood just like his. Desir looked at his enemy, who had incapacitated two of his colleagues, with very cold eyes.
No look, I'm afraid.
After that attack, I'm now certain about how your ability works. Lies. The homunculus strongly denied his assertion. She had no choice but to deny it. Desir voiced it. Even though he knew she would deny it, he still chose to do it, knowing that it would inflict more damage than any of the spells he had cast so far. A kind of damage that could not easily be restored. The homunculus continued to deny his words, repositioned herself, and readied to charge. Desir Arman had grasped the ability of the homunculus. He had worked it out step by step, using the meager hints presented as well as the pool of knowledge he had assembled after beating 2 of these abominations. He first focused on identifying the limit of her ability. No matter how absolute it may seem to be, there would always be weaknesses in any given technique. First of all, the homunculus's abilities are not invincible. The proof of that was in the fact that the use of them still hadn't brought about the results that the homunculus wanted. Desir was still alive, and she was unable to deal with him in a single blow. The range of its ability is limited to that of a conventional impairment recovery spell. And there was another thing. When the homunculus and Desir fell downstairs, there was a time when Desir had used Prairie Errand to destroy the body of homunculus. The blood that had splashed onto Desir from that explosion disappeared after it used its sinister ability. In comparison to when it restored itself by meddling with causality, instead of the result of an action being erased, it was as if the action itself had never occurred. It was a subtle difference, but this was the key to understanding her ability. These 2 pieces of analysis were enough to allow Desir to reach a preliminary conclusion. The homunculus can return to the past, briefly. It was a ridiculous conclusion. Utterly dumbfounding that anyone could believe such nonsense. However, he couldn't figure out any other way it could achieve what he had witnessed 3 times now. Ruling out the logical, all that remained was the illogical. Armed with this knowledge, the impossible had become possible. If we know what its abilities are, we can formulate a counter. The final piece of evidence to confirm his theory had fallen into place as a result of the measures he had taken when they re-engaged the homunculus after a jest was incapacitated. Desir had instructed Romantica to use her magic to cause as much damage to the room as possible, regardless of whether she hit the homunculus or not. She used wind magic to shatter and collapse the supporting columns and walls as much as possible, and Desir did so as well. As a result, the room was filled with stone powder. The attack trajectory of the homunculus had become visible. When the homunculus finally leapt towards Desir, he put all of his concentration into following that trajectory. When the homunculus invoked its ability, he saw how its trajectory suddenly shifted and looked completely different to what he had been tracking just a second ago. With the 3 pieces of evidence, Desir was now confident in his analysis of the homunculus's ability. The homunculus can definitely move within the past for at least 5 seconds. That is, the homunculus can return to the past, dodge any spells she was hit by, and then have free rein to close the distance and nimbly kill her opponent. After doing so, it will seem as if she has instantly moved, as well as instantly been restored to her perfect state. As Desir felt assured in his analysis of the situation, he began to feel time slow down again. He started preemptively circulating his mana, readying himself to cast a spell. This was presumably the feeling of experiencing the past changed by the homunculus being superimposed onto his reality. As a result of this time distortion, a trail would instantly appear in the dust, revealing a movement pattern different to the one Desir had tracked. It's only visible for a single moment. The single moment when the changed past would overwrite reality. That was the only opportunity he had to respond to whatever changes the homunculus made. The movement in dust would reveal 5 seconds of movement all at once. Based on this, he could analyze and invert the behavior of the homunculus. He had to find out what part of the past the homunculus had changed. He focused his all, anticipating the moment when the past and present would join, dictating how the homunculus would move and act. Desir heightened his concentration to a level he had never reached before. Based on the speed he was processing everything around himself, there was no difference in time between perception and conclusion. Snap! He figured out the location within the instant, and Desir, within that instant, invoked a spell he only needed a moment to develop. Flamestorm, Firestorm, A raging mass of flames washed over the homunculus. Boom! Desir's concentrated spell held unimaginable power. The fire devoured everything. All of the parts of the citadel that the flames licked began to melt. All it took was an instant for these molten parts to begin to lose their shape. The homunculus was no exception. Its body blazed like a torch amongst these intense flames. She was burnt to ashes before even getting the chance to scream. A few moments later, the flame storm began to clear. The homunculus began to regenerate from its horrendous burns. Drip, drop. However, the restored limbs did not return to perfect condition. She did not have enough mana to properly harness the power of causality. The homunculus glared at Desir as her grotesque body swayed slightly. She barely managed to open her now trembling lips. Did you really figure out my ability? The ability to alter the present by returning 5 seconds into the past. It was a lethal move, capable of turning the strongest warriors of mankind into harmless puppies. This ability allowed a homunculus to manipulate causality beyond themselves and onto the very world itself. However, the ability had been analyzed and exploited by just a few young students. This was the absurd reality that the homunculus found itself facing. If she had found herself possessing just a little bit less mana, she would have died as a result of that attack. No, she was still on the verge of death. If she allowed Desir to cast more spells, she would have no choice but to die. As Desir took a slight step forward, the homunculus subconsciously took a step back. She was terrified of him. It was the first time she had felt something like this, the first time she had felt fear since she had first gained consciousness. She concentrated on Desir's actions. An awkward silence extended. Neither side did anything. The homunculus no longer had the ability to restore herself. This was a golden opportunity for Desir. But Desir didn't move. The homunculus opened her eyes, as if realizing something. Her terrified eyes slowly began to steady, as she recovered her initial composure. You're almost out of mana too, aren't you? The homunculus had thoroughly exhausted all of her mana, so it was no longer possible to manipulate causality, but it looked like Desir was also no better. Since he wasn't attacking, he likely didn't even have enough mana to invoke even first or second circle spells. Ha 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 ha, this is hilarious. The homunculus laughed raucously. Desir was now nothing but a weak human, incomparable to a homunculus built to fight. Her body was powerful even without mana or access to her abilities. No matter how worn out her body was, it was more than enough to squash a hapless magician. No, a human unable to invoke spells could not even be referred to as a magician. This was the chance to demonstrate the overwhelming superiority of a homunculus. Initially faced with despair, she had regained her spirit. Everything you've done ended up being in vain. The homunculus began to approach Desir slowly. Desir's facial expression did not change in the slightest, even though the moment of his demise was clear. He just continued to observe her. It was as if he was waiting for something. After the homunculus narrowed the distance considerably, Desir finally opened his mouth. It seems like I have no other option. Unable to understand what he was saying, the homunculus furrowed her brows. Desir took something out of his bosom. It was a complex-looking piece of equipment. The moment Desir took it out, waves of the dense mana gushed out, spreading everywhere. The source of the waves of mana was the power source for the Aurora system. In his hands were 4 third-class mana stones. The homunculus was dazed for a moment. Oh! She was transfixed in place, eyes wide open, staring at Desir and the spell formations that appeared in front of him. Ha 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 ha! The near-insane laughter soon turned into that of a madman's. The homunculus gave up on approaching Desir. She didn't move at all. She had completely lost her fighting spirit. Truly, that was perfect. I've been completely beaten. Desir knew better than anyone about his biggest problem, the limit of his mana pool. For this very reason, he came prepared. It may not be a solution to fix his fundamental problem, but he could use such a solution to overcome his limits, albeit at great expense and only in an emergency. The Aurora system was a shield designed to prevent a lethal blow, as well as a tool that can be used as a weapon in case of emergency. As a backup mana source for Desir. Lightning Vortex. Several spheres of lightning shot towards the homunculus. The leg of the homunculus, already in a half-wrecked condition, could not withstand the shock. It was destroyed and her body then collapsed onto the floor. Burst fire. Dozens of fireballs surged at the homunculus. After successive attacks, she was no longer capable of moving. That was it. Desir approached the homunculus, unsteadily lowering himself onto the floor, to confirm that homunculus was completely incapacitated. Sigh. He felt a surge of exhaustion wash over him. Now that the battle was over, the homunculus managed to move her mouth, expressing her doubt at the situation she found herself in. "You're not going to kill me?"
No.
"How come? I tried to kill your party members, your friends. Why don't you want to kill me?" "Oh yes, I'd like to kill you right now if I could. Even if you were simply following someone's orders, what you've done is monstrous." The homunculus took the lives of countless soldiers. They were all equally valuable resources required in clearing the Shadow Labyrinth. Even though their individual contribution may be unequal, Desir's plan had been badly screwed up by her. Most importantly, the homunculus had harmed his party members, his treasured colleagues. She had inflicted wounds great enough that they could have easily died. But Desir was not swayed by his emotions. He couldn't afford to miss out on such a powerful tool just to assuage his immediate feelings. He had committed to doing anything within his power to achieve his goal of saving the world. "But you're worth using." "What? You are not allowed to die, even if you want to." The homunculus momentarily met Desir's eyes. Deep black eyes, like an abyss void entirely of light. The homunculus felt an eerie sensation and involuntarily shuddered. Desir turned away from her. Countless footsteps echoed from the stairway. "This way." Romantica's shrill voice could be heard, laced with despair and mourning. Shortly after, the Eastern guerrilla force rushed in. They immediately hurried over to assist Desir, Pram, and Ajest. Only then could Desir finally relax, now that the war was finally over. The criminal group, the Outsiders, had used a biological weapon called a homunculus to wage a fierce war against the Allied forces, made up of most of the countries spanning the continent. The Outsiders had put up a surprisingly strong resistance, considering the fact that this had occurred during peaceful times, where the Allied nations had relatively little incentive to work together. However, their resistance did not last long after the barbarians had joined the Allied forces. In the end, the Outsiders used the homunculus as bait to attract the coalition forces to the Central Front, while aiming for the Eastern Front's supply route. The Hebrion Empire's Imperial Army, which was in charge of the Eastern Front, had limited forces to utilize, after sending most of them to the Central Front. But even in such a favorable situation, the Outsiders failed to capitalize. Someone saw through their meticulous plans and foiled them. It was Desir Arman of Hebrion Academy. His timely reinforcement of the troops guarding the supply route, as well as his fighting prowess, signaled the annihilation of the Outsiders' deployed forces. He single-handedly protected the supply route. This battle would be referred to as the Bloody Battle of Mahayu, and it was the first real battle in which the Starling Party had gained the attention of the world at large. When even their secret operation failed to deliver any results, the Outsiders found themselves cornered. The Allies pushed their advantage, and the Outsiders were forced to continue retreating while taking losses. The cornered Outsiders managed to cause considerable damage, though, when they used the homunculus to launch long-range, wide-area effect attacks. With no choice but to bring the fight to them, the Allies sent 2 elite forces to invade behind enemy lines and eliminate the homunculus. One of these elite guerrilla units was built around Desir Arman of the Starling Party. The Eastern guerrilla force, led by him, penetrated the enemy lines while taking minimal damage. They managed to stop the homunculus's ranged attacks, and even attained the spectacular achievement of defeating the homunculus in what turned out to be a fierce battle. The reason why the Outsiders were even able to put up this much of a fight with inferior forces was purely due to the overwhelming might of their homunculus. The Outsiders were helplessly routed by the Allied forces after their morale plummeted to rock bottom, seeing their homunculus defeated. This brought about an end to the long war. With the continent now in a state of peace, one topic was on the tip of everyone's tongue. There was no one who did not know his name, and everyone praised him. Desir Arman, the hero of victory. Desir Arman, the hero of victory who made outstanding contributions towards winning the war. He is a student of the Hebrion Academy who has been in the spotlight ever since his entrance examination. Desir turned the pages of the newspaper with his left hand, the other being in a cast. In front of him, there was a pile of newspapers from various countries spanning the continent. Common amongst all of them was the name Desir Arman, written on the front page of each. Desir smiled bitterly. This reporter has investigated me thoroughly since the entrance exam. I'm scared to death at this point. Romantica, sporting light bandaging on her arms and legs, stretched a hand towards him. Give it to me. Desir shrugged and handed her the newspaper. It's all going as planned. Desir had been aiming to win the public's attention for his role in the war from the start. Of course, his primary purpose had been to remove the outsiders, who had clearly distinguished themselves as an obstacle to his plan. However, if there was anything else he could gain while doing so, to not take it would be foolish. Unlike when Daednut was defeated in Preleka, Desir now had enough connections to assist and protect him while he furthered his goal. He no longer had to operate from the shadows. Rather, this fame was a necessary condition to proceed with his future plans. Desir put down the newspaper and plopped himself down next to Pram's bed. He stroked the light blue hair wrapped in a bandage. Pram was sleeping. It's a real relief that Pram recovered safely. Turning away, Desir's eyes met Ajest's, who was lying in a bed next to him. How are you feeling? Ajest, like Pram, had suffered severe injuries that would render her unable to move for quite a while. Much better. It's rather stuffy in here, though. I'd like to move, even if only for light exercise. Desir laughed, feeling that was a rather Ajest-like answer. Stay put for the time being. The saint herself has treated you, so you'll be back to normal soon. Saint Priscilla. She cured all of the serious injuries of the Starling party using her holy healing ability. Ajest lifted her right arm gingerly. It had been set in place in a cast. She ended up breaking her forearm defending against an attack from the homunculus. I thought I'd become quite strong after obtaining the center of ice. But in this battle, I realized that I am still lacking. Just because you have a weapon doesn't mean you have improved your core ability. I have to devote myself to improving my competency. You must never rely too heavily on any weapon. It's a common trap that can cause the strongest to become lazy. Desir noticed that she was trying to avoid meeting his gaze. What the matter? You keep staring at me like that. I'm a little bit embarrassed. Huh? Desir tilted his head. He couldn't comprehend what she meant. Ajest played with her platinum blonde hair, which reached down to her waist. You know, I asked you not to return injured. Now look at me. You've got light wounds while I'm confined to a bed, so it's a little embarrassing. She was ashamed of herself. Goo. He couldn't help thinking so subconsciously. She was a very different person from the stoic Ajest Kingscrown he got to know in his previous life. It was a considerably tough battle, so it can't be helped. When Desir changed the subject, Ajest responded immediately. Oh yes it was. Honestly, right before I lost consciousness, I was very worried. You managed to fend it off, as well as beat it, even though you didn't have the backup to prevent that homunculus from getting into close range. It was certainly a difficult fight. If Desir had not grasped its ability, it was clear that the homunculus would have easily slaughtered them all. If I had been alone, it would certainly have been too much. But Romantica stepped up and played a major role in beating it. Thanks to her, I was able to hold out for a long time. It was very slight, but Romantica's expression hardened very briefly. But no one noticed since she was covering her face with newspapers. It was a good plan. Isn't that right, Romantica? Romantica lowered her newspaper and spoke casually. Oh, of course. Desir, if I wasn't there, we would have needed 3 beds in this room. She replied while throwing the newspapers onto the table in a hurry. All of a sudden, there was a knock on the door. The party members whipped their heads towards the sound. The saint, Priscilla, popped her head through the doorway. Nice to see you all. Good morning, saint. Welcome. Sometimes Priscilla would visit the Starling party. Officially, she would come to check up on their condition and treat their seriously injured members. But the real reason she visited was to keep Desir abreast of the behind-the-scenes happenings in the Western Kingdom Union. The saint, after exchanging brief pleasantries, turned to Desir. Within the coming week, the West will officially declare the fall of the outsiders. It's clear that the collapse of the outsiders is certain. The collapse of the outsiders. The outsiders' core organization has been wiped out, and the remaining members are now fugitives, targets that are being tracked by intelligence agencies across the continent. You can say this is practically the end of it. That was the best result the war could have had. The reason why the outsiders could grow so powerful was because they gathered forces and entrenched themselves in many locations across all of the countries. With their main force now wiped out, only remnants remain to be cleaned out. A lot of the key metrics across the large cities are improving now. The rate of crime is declining, and even the underground market is shrinking. In addition, the large quantities of goods they obtained are being repossessed by their respective kingdoms, bolstering the financial health of all countries. And we, humanity, have found ourselves new friends. She, of course, was referring to the barbarians, northern warriors who had settled in the Calcareous Mountains. The fact that these people, who had only ever been known to remain recluse in the mountains, fought on the side of mankind against the outsiders, had quickly become a hot topic. Since they didn't allow many people into their settlement, very few people were aware of just how awe-inspiring their strength was. Their participation in the war had made things a lot easier. And in fact, the reason I'm here today is to connect you with such a friend. Looks like he just arrived. Priscilla's observation was indeed correct. Thud, thud. A faint tremor could be felt on each footstep. Then the door opened once again and a man came in. He was so tall that he had to stoop down to fit through the door. Donape Aslan. Nice to see you again. Desir bowed politely while voicing his greeting. It's an honor to see you too. Donape chose to sit by the window. The incoming sunlight was immediately obscured, plunging the room into semi-darkness. Donape took a peek at the pile of newspapers before speaking to Desir. I knew you were unusual. You are a warrior after all. You're flattering me. You don't have to be so humble. The Great War has finally come to an end. As a fellow warrior, I pay my respects to you. Donape glanced outside once. We participated in this war at your request. The war is over and our people have undergone considerable change. In the distance he could make out the faint outline of various tributaries from the Calcareous Mountains. The Western Kingdom Union has offered us the Jormungand Citadel and its surrounding plains. The saint added her thoughts immediately after Donape. The West has proposed complete peace. We're trying to form an alliance. It was a good deal for everyone. Jormungand Citadel was built to defend against the barbarians. Since it was built on infertile and non-flat land, it was not a major loss for the Western Kingdom Union to give it up as a symbol of good faith. You've made a tough decision. Of course, the decision to give land to the barbarians could not have been easy in itself. The saint sighed. It was very hard to persuade everyone involved. But the northern warriors joined forces with us for the sake of humanity. They are reliable allies. If I accept the request for an alliance, there will be an alliance of unprecedented size formed across the continent. Yes. If an alliance between the barbarians and Western Kingdom Union was established, a coalition of all of the large powers, its members ranging from the wild barbarians in far north and spanning all the way to the Western Kingdom Union and the Hebrion Empire, would be formed. But before I say yes, one thing remains to be solved. It involves the existence of the homunculus, captured and handed over to the magic tower at your request. A monster capable of controlling causality. Donape's tone increased in pitch and strength. It killed northern warriors, my brothers in arms. Therefore, we must avenge them by killing the homunculus. But you took it away without even asking us. One of the barbaric traditions was vengeance. You've overpowered it, and I know what value the homunculus has from a magical point of view. That's why I ask very politely for the transfer of the homunculus for the sake of forming the alliance. The atmosphere in the room froze in a flash. Donape had just threatened to end all talk of an alliance if Desir made the wrong decision here. Even so, I can't afford to hand over the homunculus. Desir had reason to avoid it. He had to make use of it. Of course, we cannot give up on the alliance with the barbarians either. If they joined, the First Great Union would be completed 2 years before the Shadow Labyrinth's appearance. However, revenge was all that mattered to them right now. They were a people that would pay back every slight they suffered, and their code of honor dictated that they must be the ones to do so. They were thoroughly beaten up by the homunculus. Thus, they had an obligation to exact their revenge. It can't be helped. The solution was simple. Desir lowered his head. First of all, I apologize for not thinking about you, and for retrieving the homunculus without saying anything. I can promise that I'll never ignore the traditions of the North. I think that's the right thing to do. The solution is simple. But I can't give you the homunculus. You would threaten our alliance over one homunculus?
No.
The king's revenge should not be limited to just the homunculus. Desir added quickly. Did you know that there is a mastermind behind this? Desir began to describe what he had been through to Donape. The terrorism incident in the capital of Preleka, Deltaheim, that he played a major role in solving. Crow-Mask, the human experiments carried out by the alchemist he encountered in the Shadow World. The homunculus research. Skull-Mask, a person acting from the shadows who had assumed multiple aliases, including that of the Pope of the Artemis Church and the Prophet of the Magic Kingdom. He's beguiled many and has been the cause of the downfall behind countless countries. This is all hard to believe. Donape expressed skepticism, a natural reaction to hearing just what Desir had been through. While I managed to destroy the homunculus in the Shadow World set 100 years ago, they ended up being manufactured in our reality. The appearance of it now indicates that there is a link between what we saw and the Outsiders. An entity that controlled the group known as the Outsiders, formed by a mass of criminal gangs and thugs. Another person popped into Desir's head. Crow-Mask. The Outsiders were mostly wiped out through this war, but he had still not made an appearance. Desir kept himself abreast of news relating to the Outsiders and how the war progressed. He had to keep track of the bigger perspective. If a sixth-circle magician capable of using imagery magic appeared on one of the battlefields, it would be a big deal and news of it would travel quickly. But in the end, no one matching the appearance or abilities of Crow-Mask had surfaced. He didn't even show up when the homunculus fell. He mustn't have been near the Lagrium plains. Crow-Mask utilized space magic. Even if he was not at the Lagrium plains, it wouldn't have been difficult for him to appear, as long as he was somewhere nearby. This indicated that he never intended to make an appearance in the first place. What the hell is he planning? Desir did not believe that Skull-Mask and Crow-Mask would relegate themselves to simply cowering behind the Outsiders. He had to work on the assumption that there was a greater purpose behind their actions, or lack thereof. We need more clues to track them down. Desir continued speaking. So we can't simply say that the homunculus has only hurt the warriors of the North. We must use the homunculus to reach the mastermind behind all this. The mastermind. Indeed, this is true. But that's not enough reason why we can't be given the homunculus as well. Donape's eyes flashed cold. We have very few clues with which to chase them down. Now is the time to gather any information we can. Any clue could mean the difference between finding them or not. So you mean to say that the homunculus is the clue that will allow us to capture the mastermind? That's right. Therefore, we cannot oblige your request. Donape's expression suddenly lightened and his face broke out into a big smile. In the end, you intend to draw me into the fight ahead. Donape saw through Desir's intentions. Did it look like that? It's clever, but I like it. I believe you. Let's not raise any more questions about the homunculus. He looked at Priscilla. Priscilla, I will accept the Western Kingdom Union's request for alliance. Thank you for your wise decision. And Desir, we will maintain our alliance with the Empire. Even so, we can't give up on avenging our men, so I have one condition. If you find the mastermind, let us know immediately. That's the condition. I want to avenge them by my own hand. Desir's face brightened. Of course, I'd be more than happy to do so. Just as Donape had begun to throw a wrench in his plans, Desir used his outstanding wit and leveraged the crisis he was faced with to provide a foothold to gain further help from the barbarians in future battles. I'll make sure to let you know when I have a lead. Though their talks looked as though it would jeopardize everything Desir worked for, in the end, they came to an amicable result for everyone. Donape looked at the Saint and then the Starling party before smiling. If you and your friends visit our land, I will share the wine I have made myself. Desir knew that this was how barbarians typically expressed favor. And so the meeting with Donape Aslan, a close companion in his former life, ended. So that's how you soften the barbarian king up. Zod looked perfectly healthy now, unlike when Desir last saw him at a hospital in Adeina. He just decided that this was the right thing to do, that's all. Desir and Zod talked as they walked down several hallways towards the main tower of Altia, which in modern times had become the center of magic engineering. The staff of the tower were amazed to see the only seventh-circle magician on the continent and the hero of victory together. As if suddenly remembering it, Zod posed a question to Desir. Was the Aurora system useful? Thanks to you, I'm still alive. But all 4 of them are now broken. Well, you don't have to worry about that too much. Thanks to its potential being unveiled in this war, there's now a lot of orders coming in. Let's just write them off as demonstration expenses. The power of the Aurora system, a defensive equipment Desir had used to block the white bombardment of the homunculus, became known to all as a result of this war. As they continued to converse, they eventually reached a remote place amongst the facilities. There was no one else present nearby. Zod stopped in front of a pot. When he pulled the petals of the pot, the nearby wall opened and a hidden staircase appeared. They started down the stairs. I've heard you're being awarded a Silver Lion medal. It's a common practice amongst these countries. There is always a need for heroes during times of war. It serves as great propaganda to drive public sentiment and increase the rate of army recruiting. But that's such a great honor. It's very rare for a student to be awarded a medal of that level. Well, it would be a lie if I said I wasn't happy to receive it. Desir nodded. There are many ways to use fame and celebrity status. Receiving the award brought him both personal joy, as well as allowed him to further scheme. When is the awards ceremony? Right after the Hebrion Academy resumes activity. We have about 2 weeks left. The Academy. Zod's feet came to a stop for a brief moment. You don't have to stay in the Academy anymore, do you? It'd be nice for you to start looking elsewhere. That's not a bad idea, but I still have work to do there for now. Although he didn't pay much attention to the happenings inside the Academy, since he spent all of his energy and time on the greater continent, the Hebrion Academy was a funnel that attracted numerous talented people from all corners of the continent. When the semester began again, he was planning to cultivate the talent of the Hebrion Academy in earnest. Also, there's not much of a drawback in staying there for the time being. Desir was beloved by the Emperor and was also in a technical advisory role for the Magic Tower, so even if he remained at the Academy, he would not suffer much of a loss in terms of freedom and personal comfort. I see where you're coming from. They soon reached the bottom of the stairs. This secret lab was deeply hidden inside the tower. It was a room that Zod had built with all of his heart and soul. A place no one else even knew existed, with exception of Zod, the chairman of the Magic Tower. Desir looked around. The lab was filled with delicate and expensive equipment, proof of the energy and care invested into it. And at its center was a long, silver-haired, beautiful girl whose eyes were firmly closed. Her whole body was restrained with chains that interfered with the circulation of her mana. She was also held in place firmly by dozens of other specialized pieces of equipment, besides just the chains subduing her. This lab had been fitted out to study the homunculus. Now that she's the only clue we possess, we must get what we can from her. I know. Zod manipulated some of the laboratory's tools and studied the screen in front of him intently. I've personally spent a bit of time studying it. As a result, I can definitely say that this homunculus was made using technology far beyond our understanding. So-called high technology. How good is it? It goes far beyond the limits of technology we have available today. It's unbelievable. The knowledge you've shared before has been immense, but this is beyond all comparison. Even if it's difficult, we must interpret what we can from it. Yes, it's going to be a tedious task, but I'll try my hardest. Desir couldn't take his eyes off the homunculus. He felt strange. The details of their fight flashed through his head. It could return to the past 5 seconds ago. Returning to the past. This kind of ability had a different meaning for Desir. I'm a returner, too. Until now, he had acted relatively casually, simply accepting things as they came. He had no reason or method to investigate what caused him to return, so all he could do was simply accept the fact that it had happened. But now that there was a way to manipulate the past, laying on an experiment table right in front of him, this was no longer a matter that could be overlooked. And there's one more thing we need to find out. The homunculus, a valuable, hard-earned resource. Desir stared intently at the area surrounding its heart. A set of 6 circles should be hovering around the homunculus's heart, capable of storing a stupendous amount of mana. As far as we are aware, we know that the amount of mana we can safely gather is determined from birth. And for hundreds of years, the limits of a magician's growth have been determined since before they started their career. This was a reality that Desir faced daily, and was always harshly reminded of during any battle. In his case, his body could accept up to 3 circles with the aid of an artifact. But this high-tech homunculus shattered that common sense. This homunculus, which only had 3 circles when I encountered it in the shadow world, now has mana 6 circles. This means that we should be able to artificially implant additional circles to expand an individual's mana capacity. Desir and Zod were aware of what the other was intimating. They were great colleagues and above all else, magicians of high caliber. If we can figure out how to replicate this, we'll be able to attain power greater beyond what mere talent allows for. How interesting. His voice was slightly excited. Zod couldn't help getting excited when someone brought up an interesting topic, regardless of how old he was. Since it's going to be rather difficult to analyze its ability to manipulate causality, I think it would be better to focus on studying the homunculus's circles for now. Then let's get to work right away. The Empire has made peace with the Western Kingdom Union, a long-time nemesis, and contributed greatly towards defeating the outsiders. The continent is now in a state of unprecedented peace.
Lena Donné.
This was a place that only opened for events of the highest historical importance within the Hebrion Empire. The marble floor shone brightly under the glittering light, and the ornate marble lions seemed so vivid that they could practically leap down and maul anyone who passed. The walls were adorned with portraits of emperors past, each highlighted exquisitely by their respective golden frame. There was someone who has given a great deal of dignity and serves as a spectacular source of pride for this empire due to his outstanding achievements. He has saved the lives of countless soldiers as a result of his outstanding capability, and his contributions were a large factor in the swift end of this war. In Lena Donner, there was an unusually large crowd of people. No matter where one looked, they would be able to recognize numerous famous people. Vang Zar from Isles News was one of them. The capital of the empire, Dresden, had fully returned to normal within 2 weeks of the war ending. As the empire regained normality, the imperial family opened Lena Donner to hold an awards ceremony. Opening Lena Donner for the sake of just one person meant that the imperial family valued this young hero enormously. Vang was busy taking in as much of the happenings around him as possible, vigorously scribbling down every minute detail with his pen and paper. Isles News, the news house he was here on behalf of, was the most famous media house in the empire. And he was one of the most talented reporters they had. His hyper hand, which had been furiously put to work filling his notebook with ink, came to a dead stop when a certain person passed by. That's Desir Arman. A thunderous applause sounded. Our shy hero has finally arrived. The shy hero, Reporters loved to overhype the people they reported on, and Desir was no exception. Everyone they reported on received a tagline, though Desir's situation was different from most. Desir Arman was the largest contributing factor in the Allied forces' victory over the outsiders, and the publicity value of featuring a piece on him was enormous. He was a proper celebrity now. However, he had remained hidden, refusing to show his face after the war ended. That is, until today's ceremony. It was no surprise that many journalists were climbing over each other to get an exclusive interview with him. But he was nowhere to be found. He had concealed himself to such an extent that it was almost as if he had vanished from this world. Numerous reporters were getting anxious as the hero of the century refused to show his face. I thought he was trying to increase his worth by drawing this out. The Desir who had appeared in front of Lena Donner looked nothing more exceptional than any other boy who couldn't hide their excitement. He was the very image of an ordinary boy, the exact opposite of what Vang had been expecting. His very demeanor betrayed any theory that he was deliberately manipulating the media by being coy with them. His injuries must have been bad. Vang made an assumption and decided to drop the issue. The great son of Hebrion, Giltian Zedgar F. Rogfalas. His Majesty the Emperor is here. Everyone stood up. Giltian stepped into the room, his majestic and extraordinary aura immediately filling it to the brim. His broad shoulders betrayed his diligence in training. It was clear that despite maintaining the responsibilities of an emperor, he still found the time to keep at it. Vang's pen started gliding across his notebook once again. The guardian of the empire, Giltian Zedgar F. Rogfalas, is still hale, hearty, and able to continue protecting the empire. It took just a moment for Giltian to begin his speech. His speech was filled with glorified expressions, dripping with sophistication and grace. However, the meaning behind them was simple. It was praise for Desir, with added emphasis on how his achievements would not be forgotten as a nation. He piled on the pathos to highlight just how loyal Desir was to this country. He finally concluded his speech, expressing his high anticipation towards Desir's growth. It was now time to award the medal. Giltian himself pinned the medal, inlaid with silver and rubies, onto Desir's chest. The Silver Lion Medal was amongst the upper echelon of prestigious awards. It was the kind of honor that could only be presented by the emperor himself. Another round of applause filled Lena Donner. Giltian disappeared shortly after the conclusion of the medal ceremony. The attendees followed his lead and started to trickle out too. Desir was no exception. Vang tried to approach Desir quickly, but was a step too slow. Desir was already surrounded by a horde of reporters and admirers. "Mr. Desir, could you give us a short interview?" "No, do it with us." Multiple reporters were screaming for interviews, some going as far to physically block him from leaving. Even though causing such an uproar over a mere boy in his late teens was a bit much, securing an interview with Desir was well worth it. Vang skillfully burrowed into the crowd and approached Desir. However, it was all unnecessary. Desir instead approached him through the crowd. Desir spoke to Vang. "Are you the reporter Vang Zar? From Isles News? Do you know me? I am very interested in your articles. The feature article you wrote last time about me was quite impressive too." Vang was embarrassed, but he wouldn't be a pro if he missed an opportunity that fell into his lap like this. "I'm honored, but there's still room for improvement. I'd like to have an interview to rectify this." "I see. Sure. Come this way, please." Desir led him to a private room. Vang internally cheered as things appeared to be going so smoothly for him. The two people left, leaving the remaining journalists deeply disappointed. "What would you like to drink?" Vang flipped open his notebook and took out his pen.
I'm okay.
"I'd rather do the interview as soon as possible." He put his hand into his bosom and pulled out a recorder. "Is it okay if I record our interview?"
No.
"Not yet. I'd like to say something before we start the interview." Desir clasped his hands together and smiled, sitting across from Vang. Vang shrugged his shoulders. All right. He was a veteran journalist. He wasn't about to do something like putting his interviewee in a bad mood and spoil his hard-earned opportunity. Desir started talking first. I knew you'd. There are loads of reporters who want to interview you. But why me? Yes, there are. But I don't have the time to sit through interviews with all of them. I have a lot to do. So, I'm going to have an interview with one news corporation. And I thought it should be the media with a reporter who knows me very well. What he said, in a nutshell, indicated that he was offering an exclusive interview. It was an amazing opportunity for Vang. It's a scoop. Interviewing the shy hero Desir Arman was already a huge boon for his career, but now he would also be landing it as an exclusive. A smile broke out on his lips. Right? I understand thoroughly. In that case, I hope you understand what I'm about to do. What? Gah! Vang's pen dropped out of his hand. It had suddenly increased in temperature, lightly scalding him. Thud. Bang! There was a small explosion from the fallen pen. A small amount of mana escaped the pen and scattered before disappearing. Vang's face stiffened. His dilated pupils stared at Desir. Desir returned his gaze in the same manner he had before, that of a naive boy's face. Sweat ran down Vang's back. How did he know? That pen was a piece of magical equipment that had recording magic enchanted into it. Vang had been covertly attempting to record using it. Before Vang even had the chance to process his newfound joy, the seemingly innocent boy sitting comfortably in front of him had easily detected it and destroyed it. Vang finally realized just who he was dealing with. A hero, an individual cunning and strong enough to identify the enemy's plan and deflect their attempted sabotage on a critical supply route. The person who had dominated the enemy commander in the bloody battle of Mahayu. The hero who smashed the homunculus, the Outsiders' secret weapon, and crushed their organization in a final raid on Jormungand's citadel. These were all the achievements of one individual. The boy sitting right in front of Vang's eyes. His naive face could lull you into a false sense of security, but he was not one that you could afford to ever underestimate. Vang asked Desir calmly, "What is it that you want?" The exclusive interview with Desir Arman, the most popular celebrity right now. He had been offered the sweetest fruit for journalists, so Vang was sure that he wanted something in exchange. According to your articles, your take on the relationship between the Empire and the Western Kingdom Union is very positive.
Vang già nốt đét.
Well, that's obvious. The war with the Western Kingdom Union is something that happened long ago. I think it's time to normalize peaceful relations with them now. Yet, there are still a lot of people that remain antagonistic towards the Western Kingdom Union. The Hebrion Empire and the Western Kingdom Union had been enemies for such a long time. People naturally harbored negative feelings towards them. When the alliance against the Outsiders was formed, there was a fair number of malcontents. Desir spoke with a bitter smile. It's not easy to quickly change someone's viewpoint on a situation. It's like breaking an old habit. People who had fallen for the Empire's chauvinism opposed sending troops without realizing just how serious the war was. They insisted on using this opportunity to attack their sworn enemy, while their military was preoccupied elsewhere. They cannot foresee the true threat. For example, if we didn't assist the Western Kingdom Union this time, the entire continents would have been engulfed in flames by now. Desir nodded to Vang's opinion. A smile broke out on his lips. I agree. I am going to advance a view supporting the alliance between the Hebrion Empire and the Western Kingdom Union through this interview. And I would like your editing direction to be the same as my idea. Vang opened his eyes wide. He said in a very excited tone without hiding his feelings. Of course, I'll do my best to write a good article. Desir held out his hand. I look forward to your help from now on. From now on. Vang did not realize the full weight of what this phrase entailed. He grabbed Desir's hand without any trace of hesitation. In the early morning, one girl was training alone in the Wind, a tribute training ground. Romantica Eru. Around her were 10 plates of iron in a loose circle formation. Romantica reached her hand out. As a breeze blew, the iron plates floated in the air. She then flicked her finger and the iron plates started rotating around her at a steady speed. Romantica bit her lip, adjusting the atmospheric pressure. One particular scene came to mind as she did so. It was the battle against the homunculus at Jormungand's citadel. Her colleagues faced one crisis after another. Pram fell, a jest collapsed, and Desir ended up in critical condition. I couldn't do anything at all. Even though she cast her spells non-stop, against a creature as powerful as the homunculus, she was useless. Putting her all into a single strike only served to make the homunculus falter for a single move. Her frantic efforts barely amounted to anything at all. It's awfully pathetic. She couldn't do anything when her colleagues, her friends, were in danger. But she was no longer able to bear being so powerless. She couldn't help choking up slightly, recalling that battle. There was a distinct clang of iron. The moment Romantica clenched her hands, all of the iron plates began to crumple into the shape of balls. The sound of iron plates being crushed by increased atmospheric pressure filled the training ground and created an unholy cacophony. Considering the fact that doing this to just one plate was too much for her a year ago, it was an incredible improvement. Yet still, Romantica anguished. I am merely a third circle. Romantica reached the third circle a year ago, and hadn't had any significant progress since. Still, it took astounding talent and dedication to achieve that much that quickly. In the Hebrion Academy, where talented people gathered from across the entire continent, it was usual for most to only reach the third circle just before graduating. But Romantica remained unconceited. This was not because she was modest. A just king's crown, magic and swordsmanship. A true genius who had significant talent in both. There was nobody who could be conceited while standing next to a jest. A girl with much more overwhelming talent than anyone else. After gaining her new weapon, the Center of Ice, she would be nearing the most elite individuals on the continent, let alone almost all of the professors at the academy. How come I'm a jest, who would swing her sword, causing her flowing white blonde hair to whip behind her, looked so dazzling that Romantica felt she couldn't even look at her directly. She was the sun whenever Romantica felt that dazzling sensation. Her darkness only deepened. I want to be strong. I want to be strong. She eagerly wanted it. But the deeper she thought about it, the darker she felt. She felt like she was in a free fall of despair. Boom! A blast echoed abruptly in the calm training ground. It was the iron plates exploding and scraps of iron falling to the ground. Romantica fell onto the ground, her hair swept back by the blast. It took her a moment to conclude that the explosion was caused by her subconsciously injecting an excessive amount of mana. Annoying. Romantica looked up at the sky while lying on the ground. The sun was shining gloriously in the clear sky, without a cloud in sight. She stretched her hand out towards the sun. Understandably, she couldn't reach it. The sun was so high up that she couldn't reach it no matter how far she stretched. Summer in Dresden was hot and humid. The Hebrion Academy returned to normal. Classes were boring, as per usual, and piles of assignments were given. Students would normally moan about the assignments, but they now seemed strangely excited. Every time they got together, they chatted about the war between the Allied forces and the outsiders. When it came to the war, they talked about students from the academy who had volunteered to join the military. Of course, Desir Arman was the most popular topic. It was exceptional for a student to get awarded a Silver Lion medal. They couldn't help but feel excited about the fact that the hero came from where they attended. Did you see the interview? The one from Alice News with Desir. Whenever they talked about Desir, they also mentioned the interview from Alice News. The two names went hand in hand. Alice was the only news company where Desir had been featured publicly. I'm not a big fan of the interview, though. It's a fact that the Western Kingdom Union got military aid without any cost. Isn't it? I disagree. Imagine those white flashes landing in Dresden. Right? It's a decent strategy in terms of insurance. After Desir's interview went public, a considerable number of people among those who had opposed the alliance between the Hebrion Empire and the Western Kingdom Union began to change their view. Desir's interview wasn't particularly persuasive enough to change their minds. However, a fair number of people that were against it realized they had no particular reason for being against the alliance. It was just a lingering nationalistic feeling from the time when they were at odds with each other. Convincing someone with an opposing opinion was hard, but swaying those who had no real opinion was comparatively easy. As soon as Desir had presented a reason to support the alliance, public sentiment shifted drastically. The relationship will improve as time goes by. Desir could now pivot in a different direction as he achieved one of his goals. He issued summons for his party after class that day. Students gathered one by one in the Starling Party's office. Frichel and Takaran warmly welcomed the party members. "How have you been, everyone? It's been a while." Frichel and Takaran joined the Starling Party last fall. Their skills were decidedly poor back then. However, they quickly developed after receiving one-on-one instruction from Desir. They could now be assessed as having a decent level of skill. Following that, there was someone else they were glad to see. "Brother, sister, it's been a long time. How have you been?" "Yes, long time no see." It was a boy with red hair like blazing flames, Rond Fizzlebang. His signature explosion-type magic was well known for its outstanding firepower. In Desir's previous life, Rond quit the academy as a result of his arrogant personality, creating a downward spiral of personal problems. He now was the first-year leader of the Starling Party, responsible for leading quite a few people. It's a good thing he's doing well. Desir thought it was quite a nice change. Once all of the party members gathered, they started talking. "From now on, we are going to be doing more practical training." The party members were excited for the new training regime he announced, but anxious at the same time. It was Desir's training after all. If you're thinking this will be something akin to sparring, you're sadly mistaken. It'll be a mock battle that's as close as possible to reality. It'll consist of battles between members of the Blue Moon, Red Dragon, and Starling parties in rotation. The faces of the first-grade party members paled. The Starling Party, the Blue Moon Party, and the Red Dragon Party were the best in the Hebrion Academy. The core members of those parties had all achieved great things in the war against the outsiders. Their battle experience wasn't comparable to that of first years in the slightest. They all looked at Desir in despair. Don't worry. The mock battle will be held in the Shadow World for training. You don't have to worry about dying. The day after the mock battle, we will improve on our shortcomings. The next day, we will study the theory and strategy based on that." The room instantly filled with a commotion. The existing training was already quite tough. It was cruel to increase the intensity for students who needed to juggle both their academic schedule and party training. Someone among the first graders raised their hand before speaking. That's too cruel, isn't it? It cannot be helped because you guys are weak. Weak. The first years who recently joined the Starling Party did not understand at all. The Starling Party was the best in the academy. "We are the number one party in the academy, though?" Desir stared at him with frigid eyes. "Do not mistake the power of the party for your own power. If you were to face them one-on-one, you couldn't win a battle against the first years of either the Blue Moon Party or the Red Dragon Party. For getting into the Hebrion Academy, they were already reasonably talented. Compared to the Blue Moon Party and the Red Dragon Party, which only chose the most talented students, they couldn't hope to keep up. For now, we will keep losing the mock battles." There was also an easier method. Without this get-tough policy, Desir had ways to help them grow. But Desir preferred this way because they had to grow quickly in a short period of time. After all, Desir wasn't aiming to be the number one party at Hebrion Academy. "It'll be difficult at first. You'll keep losing for a while, but I am certain that this will force all of you to grow." Desir was confident that these people would become the core of the Shadow Labyrinth expedition that would be formed soon. The hub of magic engineering city-state Altia. Desir could easily move between Dresden, the capital city of the Hebrion Empire, and Altia. He was able to use the teleportation gates freely thanks to the golden plaque bestowed by the Emperor. Desir examined the lab Zod had secretly built. The lab had changed greatly in the span of just a few days. The number of devices restraining the homunculus had doubled and panels detailing various readings from the homunculus had been installed. Desir sighed as his eyes drifted across the lab. Progress on the research hasn't been great. Zod stopped operating equipment near the homunculus, dropping it and sighing. "Yeah, no progress at all," he continued, pointing at the screen in front of him. "This is just the top-level observations of the homunculus's body. Desir took a closer look at the screen. It was convoluted even at first glance. Even Desir, equipped with knowledge from the future, found most of it difficult to understand. I see why there has been no progress. As Zod fiddled with the screen, the information changed from a generalized overview to individual detailed elements about the homunculus. The more I research, the less I find myself understanding it. There is far more here to understand than I thought. This is well beyond the current technological capabilities of the Magic Tower. He smiled in a self-deprecating fashion. Desir felt anger creeping into Zod's voice. It was a natural reaction. Zod Exarian was the most powerful magician in this day and age as well as the best magic engineer. His pride was wounded significantly, admitting that there was something beyond his ability to understand. At this rate, we'll never make any substantial progress. As much as I hate it, the best choice of action would be to build a team to work on this. I understand your frustration, but this project requires the utmost secrecy. We can't afford to allow their evil hands to interfere. By their evil hands, Desir meant the mysterious power leading the outsiders, most likely Skull Mask and Crow Mask. Zod understood what he meant and smiled faintly. I'll hire reliable helpers. Don't worry about that. There was one success, though. He sounded a little excited, but still too calm for it to be anything major. On the screen, circles near the heart area of the homunculus were displayed. They were the mana circles of the homunculus. I can't believe my theory was right. It really has artificially implanted mana circles. Each magician carried a unique set of mana circles. This was a truth that never changed. I had prepared myself for this after hearing your theory, but I still cannot believe it. Desir had seen evidence of the alchemist extracting mana circles from humans and implanting them into the homunculus's body. That was why Desir was confident that the homunculus had mana circles taken from various magicians. These implants served as an important key to the homunculus's power. Have you figured out how the alchemist implanted them? Yes, though trying to understand how the homunculus manipulates causality seems to be impossible. I have, however, figured out how the mana circles were implanted. Desir sincerely admired him. Getting these kinds of results after only a few days was something only Zod Exarian could achieve. Desir felt his heart fill with anticipation. Finally, I can reach the fourth circle. Desir had long hit a wall, an impassable barricade that stood between him and the fourth circle. I never thought I could overcome my poor mana compatibility.
Mana compatibility.
It was the primary measure for the potential and talent of a magician. Those with superb mana compatibility could achieve higher circles than those who were cursed like Desir. All other aspects of a magician, whether it be calculation speed or situational judgment, could be improved with training and experience. However, it was impossible for one to surpass the limitation of their mana compatibility. The size of a magician's most valuable resource, their mana pool, essentially determined how gifted they were as a magician. As a result, the Desir who had long given up on reaching the fourth circle was now presented with this heaven-defying opportunity. He couldn't help feeling utterly delighted. But I can't implant a mana circle into your body carelessly. With Zod's warning, his heart emptied in an instant. Desir was covered by ice-cold despair. Will extracting a mana circle from the homunculus hamper your other research? No. The mana circles only allow it to mobilize its power. It has many other circles too. If I extract one of them, it shouldn't pose too much of a problem to further research. Then what is the issue? Desir didn't understand why Zod was hesitating. Implanting the circle isn't the hard part. It's what happens after that becomes the issue. Zod leaned back in his chair. The mana circle implanted will fundamentally be someone else's. Desir realized what he was trying to say. Of course, the mana circles will have a different resonant frequency. Every set of mana circles has their own unique harmony, built from the mana circles within the body. When Desir had taken mana out of the mana crystals in both his clothes line, as well as the Aurora system, he had used them as batteries, allowing him to make use of more mana than he was theoretically capable of harnessing. All of this mana, since it wasn't directly produced by Desir, had to have the same unique frequency as Desir's circles if he wanted to use it. The only way he was able to use the mana crystals was by harmonizing them to the same frequency as his own mana flow when he invoked whatever spell he needed. Unlike with a mana crystal, it will be incredibly difficult for you to synchronize your existing mana circles with an alien mana circle. A magician's mana circles are incredibly important to their ability to spellcast. Mana circles are created by a magician's body for the purpose of gathering and storing mana. As a magician slowly depletes their internal mana supply, it is their mana circles that draw in mana from the area around them in order to restore that supply. As fantastic of a system it posed a huge problem for someone who wanted to artificially boost their mana supply. Each individual mana. Luckily, mana circles generated by the body naturally stabilize with each other. It's impossible for them to not be in harmony. The task of ensuring that mana circles stay in harmony is truly meticulous. A mana circle's resonant frequency will naturally react to changes in the mana around them as well as what is absorbed. When all mana circles are from the same source, a magician's mana circles run like a perfectly oiled machine, whether there were few like Desir's or many like Zod's. If a magician wanted to introduce a foreign mana circle, they would have to continually adjust the mana circle's frequency in order to ensure it was in harmony with the rest. As such a procedure had not been successfully completed before, it was impossible to tell whether the magic circles would eventually remain synchronized without conscious effort from the magician, or whether this would be a lifelong struggle for them to maintain. Theoretically, controlling a mana circle wouldn't be impossible. Yes, I think you can do it, given enough time. Oh! A look of puzzlement crept onto Desir's face. Why was Zod making such a big deal out of this, if it was something he ultimately believed Desir could manage? The mana circle will explode if you fail. The answer he desired came from an unexpected source. The homunculus opened its eyes, its face consumed in utter maldness. As it quivered in rage, it managed to choke out a few words. As if it were all a dream, some kind of plug for the group chronicling his life, Desir snapped. Back to reality, the homunculus's eyes fluttered open, glaring at Desir and Zod. To call the homunculus alive was only a partial truth. Chunks of its flesh and organs were interconnected with tubes for blood flow and wires for nerve stimuli. The beeping and pumping of machines was the closest thing it had to signs of life. The sight was gruesome, inhumane. Were it actually human, Desir and Zod would likely be charged with war crimes. You're not unconscious? I stayed still because there was no need for me to talk. But I heard something interesting. You're planning to implant one of my circles. Clang. The chains clattered. If you implant a mana circle that exceeds your body's natural production, your mana compatibility will be forcibly increased to accommodate it. It'd make you very happy, if that was the only side effect. The homunculus giggled. But it's not going to end that simply. When your mana compatibility is forcibly increased due to the implanted mana circle, it won't be long until it disintegrates and floods your body with mana. But you succeeded. Even though Desir spoke confidently, he wasn't entirely sure. Ah yes, I did succeed. After using my ability 98 times, to be exact. When it mentioned its ability, it was probably referring to its ability to control the principle of causality. And by 98 times, it must have meant that it was on the verge of death 98 times. Zod sighed. It's right. The risk of implanting a mana circle is too big. The homunculus only succeeded due to its ridiculous abilities. It was an incredibly slim chance. At stake was his very life. If he failed, he would die. You'll live out the rest of your life as you currently are. The homunculus snarled out, but Zod didn't move to dispute what it said. There is nothing more precious than life. Risking his life on such a remote possibility was foolish to the extreme. Giving up on it would be the choice 10 out of 10 magicians would choose. However, Desir chose differently. It'll be possible if it's me. My ability to control mana is far better than the homunculus. I'm well aware of your skills, but I'm not going to change my view that the risk is too great. To be able to control the mana before the explosion destroyed the body, you would have to finish everything in an extremely short amount of time. Both the analysis, calculations, and the manipulation of mana. This was on an entirely different dimension to interfering and inverting someone else's spell. Zod's concern was natural. Even then, Desir could not back down. He had found a method to reach the fourth circle at last. It was a realm he thought would remain beyond his reach in this life as well. I cannot give up this hard-earned chance. Zod inhaled deeply. He adjusted his posture as if preparing himself for a long conversation. You're strong enough already, Desir. Zod looked genuinely worried about him. Your combat strength is comparable to a 6 circles. How many people do you think can face off against you in a magic duel? Desir shook his head. But I'm already facing walls. I felt my limits when I fought Feather Mask. I cannot stop here. Zod's voice was more serious than ever. All humans have limitations. That's why we form parties. You have your party members, the Hebrion Empire, the Western Kingdom Union, the barbarians from Heroin, the Saintess of the Artemis Church, and the Master of the Magic Tower, me. You'll have full material and emotional support from everyone. This could be considered a list of Desir's most important achievements. Harmony. All the groups in power across the continent had started to unite as a result of his effort. Desir knew the importance of this better than anybody. It's still not enough to stop the Shadow Labyrinth. Zod continued. If you're worried about the remaining outsiders, don't worry about them. Nothing he said hit home with Desir. With this current climate, we can easily deal with any disaster. Even a level 1 shadow world would mean nothing before us. You'd think that is the case. However, you know nothing about the Shadow Labyrinth. It's not that. I must become stronger for other reasons. Desir hesitated, choosing not to reveal his true motive. Let's find a different method. A different method? I can't afford to be carefree and wait for years. It was at this moment that he felt something deep inside him tumbling down. His thoughts were interrupted. Thump. It sounded like something had fallen. Desir? It was Zod's voice. At some point or another, Zod was lying on the ground looking up at Desir. Desir's mind snapped back into clarity. Zod's chair had fallen down. He belatedly realized that he was the cause of this, that he had pushed the chair. Desir could not believe his behavior. Why am I so angry? Zod was simply worried about him. He was trying to help Desir out.
I'm sorry.
I don't know what came over me. I know it's fine. Zod dusted himself off and assisted Desir in righting the chair. It's not something we can decide right now in a hurry. Let's talk again in a week. I hope you think it over. Zod beat around the bush, but Desir knew what he meant. He had deferred the decision to a later date. Desir couldn't reject this offer. Is that all? The core Starling party members were fighting against their rookie members as part of their practical battle training. It was being held in a virtual shadow world. The setting was tropical forests, with numerous large clusters of trees impairing their vision and movement. If it was hot and humid in Dresden, the weather in the shadow world was closer to a fire to say the least. Everything was left warm and damp due to the extreme humidity and heat mixing together. Overall, it was rather unpleasant. Even though enduring the extreme heat was hard enough, to top things off there were many poisonous insects and violent animals inhabiting the shadow world too. Remaining vigilant at all times in the sweltering heat was not an easy feat. Desir calmly, but firmly, spoke to the first-year party members who had been caught by one of his spells. I applaud your ambition, but think carefully about what advantages you have. Remember, only you guys can use the communication function of your bracelets. Thunder and lightning struck a first-year party member, his shape quickly becoming indistinct and disappearing as he was pulled into the outline of the sun. One person was eliminated. 12 people remain. Desir agonized over how to remedy the students' weaknesses after analyzing the ones he had already knocked down. If we increase their spell-casting speed, it should help them become a lot stronger. Strong. That word reminded him of what happened yesterday. 6 days left now. Zod gave Desir 1 week for him to calmly think things over. Desir continued to think over the mana circle implant while conducting the training session for the party. Making a decision on the spot was definitely a clueless thing to do. Normally Desir would have realized this immediately, but he was inexplicably consumed by rage on a subconscious level that day. As a result, he ended up doing something rude to Zod. Was I too hasty? Crunch. Desir felt the trace of mana at the same time as he heard the person step on the leaves. He quickly invoked a spell. However, the other person completed their spell before Desir, even though he started first. A bullet of wind hit the center of the tree behind Desir. But Desir did not counterattack. He had already long let go of his spell, allowing its formation to collapse. You didn't fight back? I knew it was you. It was a coincidence that Desir and Romantica had encountered each other. Detection magic and communication magic had been banned for the core party members during the training session. As a result of pure coincidence, Desir and Romantica ended up together before the rest of the core party members could gather. How are they doing? Romantica shrugged her shoulders at Desir's question. I think their basic skills are good enough, but they're all working separately. Maybe this is something too hard for them to realize on their own. I gave them enough time to discuss though. Wouldn't it be better to just tell them directly? Desir shook his head. I can help them make up for their weaknesses, but they need to learn situational decision-making skills by themselves. It's hard to forget what you learnt on your own. It's better than not realizing at all. Give them a little more time. They'll figure it out. Boom. There was an explosion in the distance. Desir decided to focus on the training without thinking any more about the circle implant. One person was eliminated. 11 people remain. He figured it would be more efficient to agonize over his decision and weigh his options afterwards as the training session was rapidly coming to an end. Where is Pram and Agest? I think Pram is in the east, according to my communication wiretap. Desir heard her answer and shook his head. He's not even properly equipped, failing to keep communication security in mind. He was full of flaws. The blast we just heard might be Pram. No, I doubt it. As they approached the direction of the blast, Desir and Romantica noticed a sudden drop in the temperature of the surrounding area. It was chilly, as if the sweltering heat they left behind was a lie. As the temperature plummeted further, entering the range of uncomfortably cold, the pair sensed the movement of very strong mana ahead. The cold breeze that washed over them was definitely the work of ice magic. Desir and Romantica hid themselves behind a giant tree. Other enormous trees collapsed around them, and some parts of the tropical forest froze and shattered due to the ice magic. Romantica let out a short exclamation as she took in the scene unfolding around her. Whoa! 6 of the first-year party members stood face to face against Agest. Those first-year party members were different to the ones Desir and Romantica had encountered so far. There were 3 swordsmen at the front and 3 magicians in the rear. They had made a formation to maximize the strengths of their respective roles. Agest hadn't drawn her center of ice. She had faced off against them with a normal steel sword and her usual ice magic. Ice gathered and formed a sphere near her head. It then flung out ice bolts in all directions. Spread out and attack. She's using our numbers against us. The one leading the first-year party members was Rond Fizzlebang. Desir spoke with satisfaction. I think they've figured out the purpose of this training. They deserved every bit of Desir's praise. Let's continue observing. Desir and Romantica decided to continue spectating the battle. This training had nothing to do with winning, but everything to do with remedying their inexperience in handling different and unexpected situations. Joining up with Agest would be too much and likely hamper their growth. Crack. The ice scattered. The first graders struggled against the onslaught of Agest's spells. She's fighting and manually controlling her spells too. Romantica spoke without taking her eyes off the battle. Agest was not using her best technique, imagery magic. She was, instead, relying on just her normal spell usage and sword mastery. If she exerted herself, it wouldn't be training for them. Even though she was holding back, Agest was still winning by far. Burnout. A fireball from the sky flattened the spot Agest had been just a moment before. Bang. It was Ron's bombing magic that boasted overwhelming firepower. But Agest was intact. Ice pillars had soared up around her. Even though everything else had been swept away around her, the ice pillars remained intact, strong as expected. A jest? Yes. You couldn't find anyone stronger than a jest in this continent. What do you mean? Desir turned his head to look at Romantica. Romantica also looked at Desir. Their pupils reflected each other's faces, like two mirrors aimed towards each other. You don't think so? A jest defeated a swordsman at the bishop level, using her center of ice and imagery magic. You're strong enough. Desir choked those words back. He knew that she wouldn't want that kind of comfort. As long as a jest is here, I guess I'm not really needed. Her voice deepened gloomily. Desir knew how she felt right now. You felt pathetic when you couldn't do anything as your party members fell one by one. Crack. The sound of ice rupturing echoed out. You were frustrated after finding a wall that you couldn't climb, no matter how hard you need to, in order to protect your colleagues. Romantica replied with a shaky voice. It's like you're in my head. How did you know? Because I was the same. Romantica opened her eyes wide. Lies. You're strong enough to defeat a jest. Desir chuckled. I mean it. There was no trace of falsehood in his tone. I once blamed myself for my colleagues falling too. Desir related to the Romantica in front of him today. He looked at her deeply. His position in his previous life wasn't all that different from hers. The Shadow Labyrinth. The disaster that destroyed the continent and flipped his life upside down. As part of the expedition formed, his job was to block the enemy's attack while staying in the rear. Desir was exceptional at neutralizing the attacks of enemies. However, he needed a fair amount of time to analyze their spells before inverting them. At the start of the expedition, this time was bought by the sacrifice of his colleagues. Some of them even gave their lives to save his life. Desir reproached himself thousands of times as he saw comrade after comrade die before him. He was always the one being protected. Desir repeatedly inverted the enemy's spells for the sake of his colleagues' sacrifices. As time went by, he was numbed by the sacrifices. It had become the norm. Desir was well aware of the fact that it was bound to continue happening. He got used to it, but he did not forget. Feelings that weren't worn down still smoldered within Desir. Maybe that rage flared up towards Zod because Desir finally worked through how he felt the previous day. He wanted to be stronger. He could not stop there. It wasn't only because he wanted to exceed his limit by reaching the fourth circle. He wanted to protect his colleagues that stood next to him. Desir spoke, staring straight at Romantica. As someone with the same experience, I'll tell you this. Don't rush. That was what he told himself as well. Simply rushing won't do you any good. If you move forward while maintaining your composure, you can always improve. Even if you say that, my talent amounts to a mere third circle. Desir shook his head from side to side. He knew exactly what Romantica was capable of. Do not dictate your own limitations. You can do much better. Romantica frowned. But you haven't told me how. You haven't assured me that I can really reach the fourth circle. Like when I achieved the third circle. I believe in you. Desir spoke with an assertive tone. Just like how I didn't say anything to Rond Fizzlebang. I believed he'd figure out my intention. Just like I did with him. I believe you can achieve fourth circle by yourself. Romantica shifted her gaze to the bus window and rested her chin on her hand softly. On the other side of the window was the scenery of the Hebrion Academy covered in the early morning fog. Reflected in her pupils was the Starling Party's dormitory. As she stared out the window, she couldn't help thinking about the conversation she had with Desir during the party training session. As long as a jest is here, I guess I'm not really needed. Romantica's face blushed a deep crimson. She quickly looked away from the dorm and fixed her eyes firmly at her feet, as if intent on hiding her reddened face. What was I thinking to say such a thing? Romantica couldn't comprehend why she had done that, no matter how much she agonized over it. Romantica was prideful to a fault. She hated being comforted or pitied. This was why she always put on a brave front and hid her flaws, never revealing her weaknesses to anyone. Whatever the reason was, what I said was just the pits. Why did I even mention a jest? Depending on how they looked at it, someone might even think I dislike a jest. If possible, Romantica wanted to return to the past and stop herself. But the frustration left as quickly as it came. You were frustrated after finding a wall that you couldn't climb, no matter how hard you need to, in order to protect your colleagues. Desir didn't reproach her in her time of weakness. He comforted her. He saw through her and pinpointed what Romantica could not realize on her own. We are now stopping at the training grounds. Please gather all your belongings and make your way towards the exit. Romantica was rudely awakened from her reverie by the announcement. She was welcomed in front of the bus stop with the all-too-familiar ivory marble statue of a swordsman. She slowly started to climb the stairs laid out before her. The Wind Attribute training ground was on the top floor of this training facility. She strangely had a spring in her step as she made her way there. Was it normally this easy to get up these stairs? Just a few days ago, she could recall being left tired climbing the endless stairs last time she took them. She was left drained both mentally and physically. However, her steps were surprisingly light now. I believe in you. She had always believed in herself, even if that faith had wavered slightly since the battle with the homunculus. Desir's simple expression had changed everything though. Desir believes in my potential. Even when Romantica had doubted her own capabilities, Desir believed in her all the way. Knowing this truly made Romantica happy. The one simple string of words nearly washed away all of the anxieties that had been weighing down so heavily on her.
Hehe.
With the memory flashing before her eyes, Romantica smiled without realizing. Walking while wrapped up in her thoughts, she arrived at the Wind Attribute, the corner of the field which she had brought in advance. With a flick of a finger, the iron plates started floating and were laid out in a circle in the middle of the field. Desir told me there's no need to hurry. That's what Desir had said, while also saying that he believed in her potential. His advice was spot on. She was impatient in reaching the fourth circle. It's true that I can see my problems when I'm not rushing. The reason why she couldn't attain the fourth circle was due to her lack of mana control. In order to achieve the fourth circle, very precise control over mana was essential. The amount of mana she possessed and could call on was more than enough, and the image she had developed was clear. Once she was able to precisely control her mana, forming an additional circle would come naturally. It was so simple. Clang clang. She heard the grinding of iron crumpling. She could only handle 10 plates just a couple of days ago. If she had continued training with just 10 plates, she would only polish and maintain her current level of skill. The number of iron plates now present on the training field easily exceeded 10. This was the result of putting her heart and soul into her training. She now had a new goal and the necessary impetus to achieve it. She quietly sat with her legs crossed in the center of the iron plates that she arranged into a perfect circle around herself. One thing came to mind amongst the peaceful silence. How did Desir completely understand how I felt anyway? It was a thought that distracted her from focusing on mana manipulation. However, she couldn't let it go. She had to make sure. She recalled what Desir told her. Because I was the same. Desir said he was left frustrated at his powerlessness in front of his dying colleagues. She realized what he said wasn't out of an attempt to comfort her. No, she had to realize it. His words were sincere with a lot of feelings mixed in. A talented merchant was supposed to be able to read someone's feelings proficiently. When it came to bargaining, reading a customer's emotions was very important. Growing up and being trained strictly as the first daughter of the leader of a great merchant association, she was sensitive to other people's feelings. Hence, she knew it. I once blamed myself for the sacrifice of my colleagues too. Romantica could read a lot of things from it. An expression, devoid of all emotion, profound and deep sadness. What kind of past did Desir experience to be affected like that? Come to think of it, yesterday was the second time. Desir had shown Romantica the same kind of emotion one other time. By the Eastacre Sea at the golden sunset before the Preleka terrorist attack happened. I want you to survive. Profound gloom. Eyes that clearly expressed a huge sense of loss. Back then, Desir had the same eyes as he had yesterday. I have a pile of things I want to ask him. She couldn't help thinking that what she knew about Desir must only be the tip of the iceberg. I won't, though. Romantica shook her head. As Desir believed in her, she decided to believe in Desir. He wasn't the type of person who would deceive others to serve his own greed. When the time was right, he would tell her. And while I wait for that time to come, I need to get stronger. The time will come where Desir opened his heart to Romantica and relied on her. And at that time, she decided she would wholeheartedly support him. To be of help to him, I must get much stronger. Romantica started circulating her mana gradually. A breeze picked up in the room. The reason why I must get stronger is simple. She stuck her hand out. Floating around her were numerous iron plates the size of her palm. The number of plates floating kept increasing, and before too long all of the plates were floating. In mere moments, they numbered 100. The first reason is to protect my colleagues. The iron plates started rotating around her. Her forehead was beaded with sweat. It wasn't easy, even for Romantica, to control the airstream that moved all of the iron plates. The second reason is to support Desir. She clenched her hand into a fist. Clang, clang. The training ground was filled with the sound of iron plates crumpling. Desir's room was a mess. Numerous books were strewn across the floor. They were mainly about mana circles and resonant frequency. Right in the center of the mess, Desir sat with his legs crossed. Pant. As he breathed heavily, blue particles fluttered around him, in sync with his breathing. I will get the homunculus's mana circle implanted. Desir made up his mind. While talking with Romantica, he realized why he needed to be strong. He wanted to protect his colleagues that stood next to him. For that purpose, he had to be far stronger. Desir did not take this decision lightly. In preparation for it, he had done two things. The first was what he was doing now. He had reinforced his mana circle, ensuring it was as solid as possible. This had nothing to do with improving his skills. Generally speaking, reinforcing mana circles had no benefit and made it more difficult to develop additional circles in the future. He continued to do what other people would find incomprehensible. This was all so that he could endure a little longer if the mana flooded his body. So that's it for today. Desir relaxed his posture and took out a mana stone from his set of drawers. He had purchased a large number of them using a significant chunk of his savings in the process. He closed his eyes, holding the mana stone in his hand. After about 3 minutes, some disparate noise resounded from the mana stone. The distinct frequency inside the mana stone slowly started resonating with the frequency of Desir's mana circle. It was a form of practice to adjust another distinct frequency to match the frequency of his mana circle. There were 5 days left until he saw Zod again. By continuing in this manner, he readied himself to the full extent of his ability for the circle implant. The lab in the magic tower. Zod looked at Desir with a puzzled expression. I was going to plead for you to stop just one more time, but it doesn't look like you'll change your mind. Unfortunately not. Desir stared at Zod with a determined expression. Zod could feel his firm will from just seeing his eyes. I thought he had made his decision impulsively. That was why Zod gave Desir a week to think things over. I never thought he'd train for a solid week for the sake of the implant. He couldn't dissuade him anymore. Zod decided to respect his resolve. Just wait here for a second while sitting back to back with the homunculus. Desir went to where the homunculus was. It glared up at Desir, bound in a kneeling position. So you willingly chose to bring a catastrophe upon yourself. She didn't look as ghastly as she did before. Long gone were the machines keeping her alive, and her body had regained its structure, not to mention her beauty. Nobody had allowed her to manipulate causality, nor was any medicine used. It was the homunculus's natural resilience that allowed it to recover. It made them realize one more time that she was not a human but a homunculus. No human could recover this quickly. Although her body had recovered, the homunculus was still not a threat. Strong skills completely prevented it from manipulating mana. Her remarkable body was also tied up in specially manufactured chains, so she could not move in the slightest. The girl, completely incapable of movement, bore no resemblance to the monster who had reaped so many lives during the war. Looks were deceiving, though. It was the most powerful enemy imaginable, with the godlike power of manipulating the principle of causality. This homunculus had put Desir and his colleagues, the Starling Party, in mortal danger. Desir, without any hesitation, chose to improve himself at his enemy's expense. He did not feel any guilt from doing so.
Flop.
Desir sat down back to back with the homunculus. As he did that, he could feel several mana circles inside the homunculus. However, he couldn't sense any trace of mana from within the empty circles. Desir studied Zod. He was getting ready for the circle implantation procedure, running around the lab preparing equipment and materials. A little later Zod approached him, signaling he was ready to start. Desir glanced at the object Zod was holding. What is that? It is a safeguard that keeps you and the homunculus aligned during the transplantation, so that the mana circle doesn't fall apart. I've also put together an ancillary device to help you harmonize with the mana circle. I made these for you. Zod listed off various things to consider and avoid while binding Desir and the homunculus together tightly with a huge band of some kind. You cannot detach from the homunculus, no matter how painful it is. If you bleed, just throw up the blood. You can't afford to lose focus. Sadly, paralysis magic isn't an option. Desir nodded. Paralysis magic could be detrimental when it came to fast and precise mana control. The most important thing is that everything has to be done quickly. Even though we may succeed in implanting the mana circle, it could get damaged and break if you don't immediately harmonize it. I'll keep that in mind. Zod strapped the two of them together, signifying his preparation was complete. He nodded at Desir. Let's start at the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Zod started circulating his mana while placing his hands on the chests of Desir and the homunculus. At the same time, the huge band-shaped device started glowing. Desir could feel the homunculus's mana circles more intensely than before. He could see them so clearly that he could tell exactly where each mana circle was positioned and what frequency it was currently at. Amongst all the mana circles present within the homunculus's body, Zod took notice of a particular circle close to its heart. It was closest in frequency to Desir's own mana circles, so Zod began prodding it in preparation for the transplant. However, this mana circle was a 6th circle. Zod could not implant a 6th circle with his current level of skill, and Desir had no chance of handling it. Zod began injecting mana in order to attack the homunculus's circles directly and break it down. From 6th circle to 5th circle. From 5th circle to 4th circle. The homunculus was shaking in pain as its mana circle was ripped apart, but her body seemed otherwise intact. Luckily for the homunculus, not only was Zod operating with extreme precision, but its body was well beyond that of a human's. No regular magician would be able to withstand the pressure exerted on the homunculus's mana network. Finally, the 6th circle was a 4th circle. That was good enough to transplant and something Desir could manage. However, Zod didn't stop breaking it down there. Instead, he split the circle into 4 separate pieces. In doing so, Zod made it much easier to transplant the circle into Desir's body, but greatly shortened the amount of time Desir had to integrate it. Zod controlled his mana with an even higher level of precision and delicacy as he divided it into 4 pieces. Get ready. Disassembled mana circle pieces started shifting from the homunculus to Desir one by one. With 2 pieces transferred, the operation seemed to be going smoothly. However, Desir's body started showing an adverse reaction as the 3rd piece arrived. The limitation of his mana compatibility. The repulsive force was massive. If Zod's attention wavered for even an instant, it would be flung away within a second. Even without an operating manual or practice doing this kind of operation before, he instinctively knew what must be done. Zod wrapped the piece with his overwhelming 7th circle mana and forcefully pressed it into Desir's body. He did this in a confident manner only possible for Zod Exarian, the only 7th circle magician in the continent. Soon, all of the mana circle pieces were transferred into Desir. Twitch. Desir felt a pain great enough that his heart nearly stopped. It felt like something had grabbed his heart and was trying to smother it. The foreign mana circle was putting his body into shock. The pain ended there, though, as a result of his thorough preparation over the last week. He could not, allow the pain to distract him any further. Blue. Eventually, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Zod, still watching over him, instinctively raised his eyebrows in concern, but continued to work in silence. The mana circle pieces that were divided by Zod started combining into one over top of Desir's existing third circle. The pieces fused together, soon forming a fourth circle, implanted no different from a natural addition to his set. After finishing his part of the procedure, Zod gathered back his mana. The rest now depends on you. Zod carefully studied Desir. Once Zod's mana, the force that had been restraining the repulsive power, had completely faded, the implanted fourth circle started rioting. The mana circle quickly became unruly and pushed and pulled mana chaotically around Desir's body. Although the pain right now was bearable, it would quickly grow too strong to bear if he didn't finish his job in a hurry. The mana circle began to absorb mana from its surroundings to fill itself, since it was no longer being quelled by the mana-suppressing equipment affecting the homunculus. Desir hurried to read its frequency, knowing it would quickly change if he took any longer. Zod looked at him in admiration. He's fast. Zod remembered watching Desir control distinct frequencies a few times in the past. Today's Desir was significantly different. He was doing it far faster than Zod recalled him being able to do so. All it took was a second for Desir to read the new frequency and force his own mana to begin resonating with the implanted circle. A disparate noise echoed. Cling. This part of the process was also faster than Zod assumed it would take. The movement of the mana circle that looked like a wild horse rushing down a hill at breakneck speed seemed to die down, albeit only by a little bit. However, it wasn't going entirely smoothly. Its frequency is changing too early. The color drained out of Zod's face. As the implanted mana circle had absorbed a little bit of Zod's mana, the frequency had changed quicker than expected. It was a necessary step to implant the circle and they were prepared for it, but even Zod did not expect just how much it would affect the proceedings. They were simply unlucky. After trying to regain control, Desir eventually gave up and restarted the process once again, starting from zero once again at the frequency reading stage. Darn it. Zod's palms were sweaty. Unlike Zod, who was growing increasingly nervous, Desir was entirely unperturbed. Even though it was on him to succeed, and even though he knew the price of failure, he remained entirely resolute. He calmly went back to reading the frequency once again and controlling his mana. However, the frequency of the circle changed once again. Desir was about to read the frequency again. Not giving up. Blue. Desir coughed up a mouthful of blood. The circle that was in the process of collapsing affected his body and dealt him a severe internal injury. The big change in the beginning was impactful. The mana was rampaging much more chaotically than they imagined it would. The upper portion of the fourth circle, which had been difficult for Zod to rebond, now had a crack in it. While it was a minor crack now, nobody could foretell when that little crack would grow and destroy the circle. Zod wanted to help Desir, but he couldn't do as he pleased here. Someone else's interference in the process would only cause more problems for Desir. Desir had to solve this on his own. If Desir cannot solve it, then Zod carefully gathered his mana. If the situation got any more dire, if Desir's life was truly in danger, he resolved himself to step in and break Desir's mana circle with his own hands. When a circle is destroyed due to a mana deluge, that magician dies in 9 cases out of 10. Before it got to that point, if he broke Desir's mana circle under his exquisite control, he was far more likely to survive. This was a fate better than dying, after all. Zod was going to approach Desir for the final resort. Desir suddenly lifted his hand towards him. How is he so relaxed? He was surprised for a moment, then realized Desir's expression had noticeably lightened. At the same time, Zod felt that the movement of mana within Desir's body, the mana which had been rushing so crazily just moments ago, had certainly died down. He soon found out why. Desir had halfway succeeded in harmonizing with the mana circle. In order to buy himself more time, he restrained the unruly circle using his mana, the same way Zod had done when he was implanting it. Did he learn after seeing me do it? The rapid flooding of mana was dying down. He didn't have a moment to waste. Desir calmly began to control the frequency of the fourth circle. When the frequency changed again, he analyzed it once again, adapting to the change. The difficulty had substantially decreased, and the time limit had a subsequently huge increase. After bringing the circle under his control, Desir's head tilted forward from exhaustion. I'd like to believe that I have succeeded. Desir spoke towards Zod, who was now approaching him. Zod observed his condition while maintaining his composure. As far as I know, you're the first human to do this, Zod stated in a matter-of-fact tone. On top of increasing your mana compatibility, congratulations on advancing your circle. Desir could not hide the smile that emerged on his lips. He had finally gotten stronger, surpassing the limitations he faced in his previous life. Students of the Hebrion Academy were required to report their performance to the Academy on a monthly basis. Professors at the Academy collected the reported performances, evaluated each student, and decided on their overall educational path. This makes no sense. The professors at the Academy, after getting the reports, were all shocked. It was understandable they were shocked because something really ridiculous happened. Just a few months after a Jest King's Crown, there is now another fourth circle magician. 2 more of them, in fact. From the fourth circle onwards, anyone achieving such a rank would be considered a high-ranking magician. Very few people were able to attain such a stage, let alone students who were still furthering their magic. Even at Hebrion Academy, the focal point for a majority of the blossoming talent across the continent, there were only 3 other people to have done so in total. So, who are they? The first is Desir Arman. We hear his name often these days. One of the magicians that had achieved the fourth circle was Desir Arman. There was no professor who didn't know of him, an individual renowned across the continent for his war contributions. One professor spoke in amazement. I thought it would have been impossible for him to achieve the fourth circle according to the compatibility result we got from him at the entrance exam. Desir's mana compatibility was abysmal. It was impossible for him to achieve fourth circle based on what they held to be true. While everyone was left confused, Hersant Blanc added one more thing. But it's Desir, after all. As if jolted out of their thoughts, the atmosphere at the professors' meeting changed starkly. Well, there must have been an error in the result. Finding an excuse to minimize their cognitive dissonance, the professors all agreed on Desir's ma. Professor meeting began to take on a slightly celebratory mood due to Desir reaching the fourth circle. Please pass along congratulations on my behalf, Professor Bridget. I hope to have a talk with him someday. Wasn't there something else I had to share too? I can't seem to remember what it was. On that note, the professors' meeting ended shortly thereafter. The news that Desir had achieved the fourth circle spread throughout the Academy immediately. It didn't take long for such news to reach the Starling Party and Blue Moon Party, who were busy preparing for their joint training session with the Red Dragon Party. This was the scheduled day where the 3 parties would face off in a 3-cornered battle. The Starling Party, Blue Moon Party, and Red Dragon Party had prepared in earnest for it. You caught me all the way here. This virtual shadow world had been set to be a sea world. 3 vessels floated in this open sea. The leaders of each party, Desir, Redoria, and Kelt, were watching over the party members' training. Kelt shook his head. You overwhelmed us when you were third circle. Now that you've reached the fourth circle, I'm honestly afraid. How did you grow that rapidly? Desir spoke without taking his eyes off the battle. Well, nothing is impossible through hard work. As the mana circle implant had been done in secrecy, he couldn't afford to tell them exactly how he had grown stronger. Instead, he came up with a roughly plausible story, and Redoria and Kelt ended up buying it. Redoria shrugged her shoulders lightly. Well, it's not surprising for you. But Romantica achieving the fourth circle as well is a little surprising. Yes, you have no idea how surprised I was with the news. The other magician who made it to the fourth circle was Romantica Eru. The gloom that used to cloud her expression had completely disappeared. Avarosa's storm. Bam. Although she reached the fourth circle, she couldn't quite handle fourth circle magic yet. She still mainly used third circle magic. But it was clear to all that looked that something major had changed within Romantica. Even when she performed the same magic as before, the power differential between when she was third circle and now was astonishing. Romantic becoming a fourth circle magician was also a hot topic at the Academy. Her speed of growth that resulted in her achieving the fourth circle within a year of achieving the third circle was unprecedented. Romantica will grow further and further. Romantica was growing at a devastating speed in comparison to the Romantica of his previous life, thanks in no small part to Desir's assistance. Desir was sure that her talent would bloom more brilliantly than what he remembered of her. What's your secret for success? Just that, a secret. If you join my party, I might let you know. Redoria blinked her eyes and burst into laughter. If the rumors about your training regime are to be believed, that's a rather terrifying offer. I think I'll stick to getting stronger at my own pace. Kelt spoke with a gentle smile, listening to the conversation next to them. It's not just you and Romantica, but your entire party, on the whole, is growing very fast. Their skills are better than ever before. Exactly. They've become quite tough. In the past, your first years didn't even last half an hour. There were times in the past when the three parties did a three-cornered battle training. But the first years of the Starling party couldn't withstand the vigorous attacks of the other two parties. However, it was a different story now. The first years of the Starling party were capable of keeping up with the Academy's prestigious parties. Their teamwork is quite good too. Nobody would have thought they were the same people who helplessly flailed about in previous battles. After furtively improving their weaknesses and strengthening their advantages under Desir's guidance, they no longer looked like incompetent freshmen. Bam babam. Kelt opened his mouth with a serious face. No professor is able to help students develop this much. He then pointed at a jest. When a jest reached the fourth circle, I thought it was because of her talent. How else would she grow so quickly? But the way all your party members are growing, and how quickly Romantica achieved fourth circle, I can't help but feel that your impact on them is a big part of it. Kelt took a deep breath and continued. So I'm wondering, would you teach us as well? Desir was surprised, hearing something he did not expect in the slightest. He turned and faced Kelt. Redoria seamlessly followed up after Kelt, as if this was a play they had planned in advance. Through sparring, the leaders of the parties that represented the Academy had asked a student, their junior even, to teach them. They seem very determined. Redoria and Kelt were excellent magicians who reached the fourth circle faster than Desir, managed to obtain positions of leadership within their respective parties, and were also Desir's seniors. It certainly wasn't easy for them to swallow their pride and ask him for help. Desir took the situation very positively. That's an unexpected gain. The Blue Moon Party and the Red Dragon Party were the core power of the coming Shadow Labyrinth raid. Increasing their strength would directly translate into improving the preparation of the Hebrion Empire. If the Hebrion Empire could rely on them and not just the Starling Party, that would be for the better. Sure. Redoria seemed startled, as if she was expecting a rejection. Really? You two conducted these joint training sessions. Think of it as payment for that. Thank you very much. I also appreciate it. Redoria and Kelt respectively thanked Desir. Bam! There was another blast. As they gazed at the battlefield, they could tell it was nearing a conclusion. The core members of each party now entered into the fray. Desir, have you tested how much stronger you are since reaching the fourth circle? No, I haven't yet. Desir did not have time for himself while taking care of his party members and increasing the intensity of their training. Redoria's face lit up brightly. Why don't we test that right here, right now? Redoria and Kelt stood in place and faced Desir. It'll be worth a try against us too. I'm not sure if that's a good idea. You're underestimating us. We weren't just idling, Desir. Kelt stretched his hand forward and some noise echoed out. Rumble. The amount of mana being circulated was unbelievable. Kelt had improved so much that it wasn't even comparable to what Desir had witnessed him able to do last year. The waves began to roll. He started handling the water. This place was the sea. It was the best battlefield for a water attribute magician. Redoria also started invoking her own magic. A simple flick of her hand made the air in the area begin to boil, and soon the railing of the ship ignited. Only after seeing them start to move in earnest did Desir get into position and prepare his own magic. "I'll give it a go." Redoria and Kelt were diligent in increasing and protecting their ranks in the academy. They were superb magicians who lasted quite far into the Shadow Labyrinth in his previous life. Desir called forth his mana. His newly formed fourth circle started rotating. He could feel an amount of mana available to him that was totally beyond what he was capable of before. Spell arrays formed around him, covering an area far greater than he had ever been capable of before. He truly felt that he became stronger. Here we go. Shortly after, spells collided and created an ungodly cacophony. Boom! Enormous explosions resonated all over the battlefield. The Kingdom of Divide, a key nation in the Western Kingdom Union. It was a powerful country that once directly competed with the Hebrion Empire for world dominance. Divide had access to perfect soil and boasted the most powerful army among the Western Kingdom Union. Its citizens never forgot the mighty country's past. They had no doubt they would one day reclaim its glory, topple the Hebrion Empire, and dominate the world. Aaron was a man who shared this sentiment. He believed in the Kingdom of Divide's power. The day will soon come when we crush the cocky empire. Recently, the kingdom had started to show signs that their gaudy ambition may have more merit than a naive wish. Their once lecherous and extravagant king had turned over a new leaf, allowing the nation to flourish once more. After the shocking terrorist attack in Preleka, their king had radically changed. As though baptized by the evil of the world, he began making sweeping reform. Corrupt officers were removed, exploitative nobles were outed, and new policies were put in place to make efficient use of the land's bountiful resources, which had long been squandered. All the while, he diligently trained the kingdom's soldiers and brought the military up to modern standards. The newly reformed force was overpowering, equal in strength, if not outright better, than any other member of the Western Kingdom Union. Citizens and government officials had nothing but praise for the current king. The people of Divide were confident that the present Divide was stronger than ever. Given that the king was a national hero, Aaron was glad when he received a summons from him. Aaron stepped into the palace and was escorted to the throne room. "I've been expecting you, Sir Aaron." Inside the magnificent palace, at the end of the hallway, with a floor concealed by a tiger skin rug, was the king that he now proudly served. Aaron kneeled to show his respect. The king of Divide, Clora Ars F. Baldershoe, addressed Aaron. "As a result of our efforts, Divide was able to play an important role in the war and established its position as the de facto leader of the Western Kingdoms." He was referring to the battle against the outsiders. Amongst the Western Kingdoms, Divide led the largest army, devised ingenious strategies, and our tainted reputation has been rectified as a result. We've finally reached a reputation and a power that once again matches the Hebrion Empire. All of these blessings are thanks to the Janissaries, which you have led excellently. In the name of the king, I acknowledge everything you've done for the royal family. The Janissaries, they were Divide's elite armed organization. Even before the king's reforms, they were widely known and referred to as one of the most powerful armed groups, not just in Divide, but across the entire world. The Janissaries were composed of talented individuals raised together from birth, trained for the sole purpose of serving the royal family. They, who willingly sacrificed everything for the royalty, were loyalty incarnate. Their sheer strength was awe-inspiring as a result of their constant relentless training. And Aaron was the Janissaries' leader. Our raison d'etre is solely for the royal family. Aaron, rather than allowing the king's praise to move him, simply pawned off their accomplishments as nothing more than the Janissaries doing their job. He was the epitome of an honor-bound knight. "We did our duty. There is nothing more to it. Very trustworthy." The king nodded his head, seemingly satisfied by Aaron's answer. Aaron thought it was peculiar. I suppose the Preleka incident really was shocking. Aaron noticed the king's subtle difference from his past summons. The king, who expressed nothing but frustration and anger in the past, was now emanating an odd sense of tranquility. It was a subtle difference in the atmosphere that was hard to pinpoint, or so Aaron thought. The reason I summoned you here is rather simple. At this moment, someone entered the throne hall. They wore a mask that concealed their entire face. You are aware of it too. Yes, I am, Your Majesty. Aaron sized up the mysterious man. The Janissaries were formed to protect the king. Naturally, Aaron knew all of the kingdom's affairs, inside and out. So, this is the person interfering in the king's affairs. No one knew his identity. Rumors floated that he was someone from out of the country. Yet despite this, he had earned the king's favor and had begun swaying his views, interfering with the country's private affairs. To say Aaron didn't trust the man was an understatement. So why was he summoned? You have tirelessly worked for the royal family up until now. It's time to rest. Aaron felt a pit form in his stomach. An unnatural sense of unease began to burden him. It would be better for you to travel down to the Longort region. You will be carrying out simple missions there. Your Majesty. From now on, the Janissaries will be under this man's command. Your Majesty, excuse my rudeness. Aaron raised his head, fully aware of it being an utter breach of decorum and an offense to the king, and addressed the king directly. I would willingly throw myself into fire if it was Your Majesty's command. But the Janissaries are an organization that only exists for the royal family. Our members are trained from birth for absolute loyalty. I cannot let a man of unknown pedigree command it. Despite all the loyalty he had for the king, to give up leadership of the Janissaries to someone who wasn't even a member of it, let alone a foreigner, was a bridge too far. What does Your Majesty hope to achieve? It was equivalent to denying the very authenticity of the Janissaries that had served the royal family for centuries. Many things have to change for the sake of the kingdom. Your Majesty, this man is just a foreigner. I have many doubts about your trust in him. What if? The king interrupted Aaron. This is not a request, but a command. Do not neglect your duty, Aaron. The atmosphere didn't allow any further objection. Aaron knew he had no other choice but to accept. He kneeled, clenched his teeth and answered, If that is the will of the son of Sorin, the Almighty King. It might have been too sudden. The two men remained in the throne hall after Aaron left. But it was a necessary task. At this crucial moment, as we are commencing our plan, there is a chance he might look into our true identities. Pierrot Mask, who had taken over the identity of King of Divide, stood up from his seat. With dramatic movements, he spun around before idly looking up and down the palace hall. Well, whatever. The Divide Kingdom is completely in our hands now. 1 year. They had thoroughly devoured the Kingdom of Divide over the span of just a year. Officials who were wise or opposed the king had been secretly murdered or exiled. They filled those positions with powerless figureheads. Furthermore, they swayed the provincial lords in their favor and cleverly manipulated them into suppressing those who opposed their absolutism. All of this was for the sake of strengthening their control over the country. There were people who held suspicion towards them, but the number of people who did so were now minuscule. Crow Mask stirred up hatred against the empire amongst the citizens. He drew up the declaration of war and published it in the newspapers. Historic enemy, an old rival. A common enemy was born. The general public were all shook up. Crow Mask's cleverly conducted political work was perfectly concealed. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the current Divide Kingdom was completely in their hands. Now that the last cause for future concern, the Janissaries' Aaron, was evicted, there was no longer a force that could keep them in check. Not just Divide. We hold the key to all the Western kingdoms. Your talent really is amazing, whether it's political skill or public provocations. To completely usurp control of a kingdom without starting from a privileged position within that kingdom was pure lunacy. It wasn't just impossible, it was so far-fetched that it wasn't even worth considering. Yet Crow Mask attempted and succeeded. I'm only proceeding according to the plan. The plan. All of their work was done with indifference, with the sole objective being to further the plan. But this was but a single step in the true objective Crow Mask wanted to achieve. There are still a few variables left. Pierrot Mask reminded Crow Mask. To this criticism, Crow Mask let out a sigh. Desir Arman. He was a recurring thorn in their side. He was an entity that left a taint on an otherwise flawless plan. First of all, Desir Arman achieved fourth circle recently. He probably reached it through analyzing the ability of the homunculus. The Crow Mask immediately reached a conclusion. The homunculus that was tasked with killing Desir Arman turned out to be an opportunity of growth for him. He took a few deep breaths. No need to rush. The opportunity to eliminate Desir Arman will certainly come again. Pierrot Mask stood in front of Crow Mask. Is that it? Is he the only remaining variable in your plan? Crow Mask gave Pierrot Mask a sideways glance. He responded after a brief moment of contemplation. He is still walking the same path as us. But we know almost nothing about him. Skull Mask. Everything about him was concealed or obscured. No one knew his real identity. Not even Crow Mask and Pierrot Mask, who were on the same side as him. Come to think of it, there were an infinite number of questions about him. He had a strategic weapon with a level of power that matched what a homunculus was capable of. He had access to an unimaginable number of artifacts with utility that defied common sense. All these tools would be impossible for a human of the modern era to accumulate and maintain possession of. What's more, he never once talked about what his true goal was. Only for the sake of Artemis. Or so he said. His actions have been even more irregular recently. Pierrot Mask pointed outside the window. There was some sort of structure outside. It was releasing dusty smoke as if it were some kind of machine. It was a bizarre-looking giant sculpture completely made out of steel. He ordered the collection of magic stones from all over the country in order to build that. I'm aware. He didn't even tell us what it's for. He clearly has a different goal from what we have in mind. By using us as his pawns, he is steadily making progress on his own plan. And whatever his plan is, it is most definitely not in our favor. It certainly was concerning. In his own mysterious way, Skull Mask was clearly progressing some plan that he kept to himself. It was highly likely that, if he continued uninhibited, he would end up destroying their own plan in the process. It was true that it was perturbing. Despite the unsettling feeling, Crow Mask could only sigh. Whatever his goal is, we have no choice but to follow him. Crow Mask's choice wasn't out of anything vain like loyalty. Making use of the resources he provides far outweighs any risk he poses. Willing to take any risk for the goal, huh? I like that attitude. Pierrot Mask looked back at him. But it still feels really dangerous to me. Thud. There was a dull sound of something heavy crashing. Swoosh. The sound of a sword piercing through the air left a piercing howl lingering in the area. Powerful aura imbued into the blade increased the sharpness of each attack manyfold. Pram repeatedly thrust his sword every few seconds, squeezing every bit of his muscle into each strike. His blade couldn't be any deadlier. From a stranger's point of view, it might have looked like a normal training session, but a keen eye, well-versed in the blade, would be able to see a stark difference. Whoosh! The moment the blade reached the end of its strike, the aura hiding within it suddenly burst and coiled around the sword, the azure glow emanating a sharp, intense. Maximized its strength meant that Pram's ability to control aura had matured completely. While learning swordsmanship from Hersenblanc, he learned theories, skills, and greatly improved his ability in adapting to unfamiliar situations. He had reached the apex of Rook class, ready to ascend to the next level. However, after teaching Pram for half a year or so, Hersenblanc told him that he had nothing left to teach him. But this didn't mean he was perfect as a swordsman. Pram clearly remembered the talk he had with Hersenblanc. This is all I can teach you. But I've yet to reach bishop class. Bishop class is not something that can be taught. It's a path you need to figure out on your own. Bishop class, the threshold that differentiated those with talent from those who didn't. A wall that couldn't be overcome through hard work alone. A state beyond just imbuing one's weapon with aura, but being able to release it too. Those who reached such a level could cut steel with a leaf and slash an enemy from meters away. Such phenomenal power was not something one could reach by simply having excellent physique and skills, and being able to manipulate aura with ease. For now, this is all I can do. Though tired from repeated movement, Pram did not stop. Simply thrusting his rapier forward was a technique so simple that Pram's execution of it could already be considered as almost perfect. It didn't seem like it could improve any further. But Pram diligently practiced the most simple and impactful skill over and over again. I can't just stop practicing just because I don't have a path laid out for me to reach the next level. Pram stopped thrusting and looked at the grip of his sword. May my little bird not lose his way. He had no idea what he needed to do to reach bishop class. But he didn't give up. He didn't stop. I'll do whatever I can do now. Desir had always been busy, but ever since reaching 4th circle, his daily life became even busier. Despite his packed schedule, he still made time to participate in every party training session, which were now rapidly increasing in intensity. Kelt and Redoria are definitely motivated. They tried their best to challenge Desir, and Desir gave his all to defeat them every time. Even for Desir, fighting against both at the same time was not an easy job. Giving constructive criticisms on their weaknesses and teaching them the application of different spells was also a rather tiresome job. But Desir always set aside time to duel them, since Desir could also get some much-needed practice with 4th circle spells. Why is it so difficult to adapt to 4th circle spells? Having 2 lifetimes of experience, Desir had an easy time picking up most things. But directly using the 4th circle was a completely unknown realm, even for him. Despite his outstanding computing ability, his mana compatibility was an impossible wall that he couldn't overcome until now. Learning more advanced spells had never been an option before. It wasn't simply the spells becoming more powerful. The biggest difference lay in the sheer number of spells he could now use. Duels with Kelt and Redoria were extraordinarily beneficial towards helping him learn. It only took Desir about 2 weeks to start to get used to having a 4th circle. Now that I'm getting the hang of it, it's time to change up the techniques. Desir still had his unique ultimate skill. His hybrid spellcasting system, derived from the ancient draconic tongue, the computational pattern of the Tesseract, and finding the optimal pattern based on the harmony of spells like that fortune teller's song. His spell system allowed him to vastly increase the power of existing spells. Now that he had 4th circle spells under his belt, why wouldn't he do the same with them? Desir suspected that his empowered 4th circle spells would easily top the 6th circle and begin to reach into the 7th circle. Since Desir could already match 6th circle's power with 3rd circle spells, it wasn't impossible. It's not nearly as simple as the 3rd circle. Building his spell technique to modify 3rd circle spells wasn't even remotely simple. While assisting Zod at the Magic Tower, Desir had poured a large amount of his limited time and an insane amount of resources into perfecting just one 3rd circle spell. But the effort he put in then seemed minuscule compared to modifying 4th circle spells. Modifying 4th circle spells was several times more difficult than with 3rd circle ones. Not only were the spells far more complex, but the spell arrays themselves were also incredibly large in the first place. It seemed like perfectly modifying 4th circle spells would need a tremendous amount of time. But Desir believed the effort invested would be well worth it. I could reach Zod's level. 7th circle. A rank only one person in the entire world had been able to reach. Desir couldn't hide his excitement whenever the possibility of him reaching it crossed his mind. Regardless, Desir couldn't solely focus on his magic. He was still keeping a pulse on the outsiders. To be accurate, it was on those who lead the Shadow Organization. With no clear leads on what their goal was, all he could do was be vigilant while exploring various hypotheses with little to show for his effort. Desir, ever wary of them, had enacted a plan. His goal? To obtain even the slightest clue to their plans. Desir had picked out a secluded cafe, nestled deep within the suburbs of Dresden. Desir was sitting in the corner of that cafe, waiting for someone. When he finally couldn't endure the boredom and let out a yawn, A man who was wearing his hat low slid into the seat across from Desir. "You seem really tired." It was Alis News Vang Zar. After scoring the exclusive interview with Desir, Vang received constant praise within the office and was rumored to be the next editor-in-chief. Desir adjusted his posture and nonchalantly responded, "It's been busy recently." Ever since the medal ceremony, Desir had made it a priority to form a deep relationship with Alis News. "Since you're busy, shall we get right to the point then?" Vang heaved a large clump of documents from his bag and dropped them on the table with an audible thud. Desir quickly began examining it, skimming for anything of use. "Our editor-in-chief was amused when you were willing to trade information for more exclusive articles." Desir had offered to provide information about himself exclusively to Alis News in exchange for them providing any information he wanted. Alis News had no idea what Desir wanted the information for, but was grateful for any information they could publish about the shy hero. Considering that Alis News currently has the entire market captivated thanks to Mr. Arman, it would have been fair to request something more valuable? Depending on the perspective, seemingly worthless information could be more valuable than treasure. That's true, but the documents that Desir was scouring over contained the latest articles and rejected pieces for each country's paper. The information was gathered exclusively by Alis News and had yet to be published. There were also various photos included too. As expected from the best press in the Empire, Air's Communication was Hebrion Empire's most famous media house, and every one of its journalists was top class. Their information-gathering ability wouldn't be behind any other organization or individual. Until now, Desir had been restricted to publicly available information, as well as whatever he could learn through being friends with leading authorities like Zod and Priscilla. But the variety and quantity of information he had access to was still limited. Nevertheless, the information Desir gained through Alis News was excellent in terms of both quantity and quality. As he skimmed over some of the less important articles, a dark thought that Desir had been suppressing weaseled its way into the forefront of his mind. Too much has changed. There had been a world war between the outsiders and the allied forces. History had completely diverged. Everything that Desir had known about the coming months was becoming less and less relevant. More and more of his memories failed to come to fruition, and the news began to document events that Desir had never lived. Of course, a majority of those changes were positive outcomes as a result of the outsider's disappearance. Desir calmly read over the articles once more. He thoroughly confirmed every work, taking every detail in and committing it to memory, whatever could give him a grasp of this unfamiliar world. Again and again he checked for any information related to the outsiders. But no matter how many times Vang brought him unadulterated access to Alis News' best reporters, there was never anything that seemed related. There was still crime taking place, but it was clearly different from the outsiders that Desir knew. Not much today either. Just as Desir was about to give up hope, Vang mentioned something that piqued Desir's interest. "There's been some interesting happenings in the Divide Kingdom recently." Divide? Desir flipped through the documents. The information about Divide Kingdom was on the very last page. Allegedly, hostility against Hebrion Empire is growing by the day. The document contained an organized list of all the rumors currently spreading within Divide about the Hebrion Empire. Realistically, the Kingdom of Divide is the current leader of the Western Kingdom Union. If this tension continues, it could be a serious roadblock to making peace. Desir felt a throbbing in his head. They were already the biggest issue. Throughout their long history, it was the Divide Kingdom who had waged the most wars against the Hebrion Empire, and the relationship between the two was as twisted as could be. Just when Desir thought Hebrion Empire and Western Kingdoms had become somewhat closer, rising tension between the two troubled him. Though concerning, it shouldn't be a big problem right this moment. It was definitive that the public was still supportive of a peace talk. Alis News is tracking this as well. I'll continue to monitor the situation as per our agreement. Yeah, thanks in advance. Vang left after a light nod as farewell. Desir put down the documents and immersed himself in thought as he stayed alone in the cafe. He tried to think of a solution for some time, but nothing immediately came to mind. His head started aching. Let's put this off for now. Just as Desir left his seat, something written in the corner of the documents about divide caught his eye. Desir narrowed his eye and closely read the segment. Aaron was evicted from the capital? Desir was well aware of Aaron's existence. Rather, it would be impossible for him to not know Aaron. Though not a part of the Final Six, he was a great hero who had played a key role within the core of the Shadow Labyrinth expedition. His power would match that of Raffaello. Why would he be evicted? Even though history was changing dramatically, this was something that was out of the realm of plausibility. Aaron had sworn absolute loyalty to the royal family. Someone as loyal and capable as him to be evicted? Something is wrong. Desir felt perturbed by the growing list of unresolved mysteries. It was evening. Street lights turned on and smoke was billowing out of the chimneys. Dusk was falling, and it was the time people would gradually head back home. Desir was also hurrying his steps back to the academy dormitory. He wasn't alone, however. Someone was casually following him. It wasn't a stalker. For a stalker, the person was far too confident, brazen even. This individual clearly wanted their presence to be noticed. The person who was walking behind Desir had a smaller build than him. Their face couldn't be seen due to their hood. How did I not notice them sooner? Desir was always on alert, monitoring his surroundings for anything suspicious. Though such a habit would make anyone else seem paranoid, Desir's alertness was a result of necessity. Anyone forced to live in the Shadow Labyrinth for 10 years would be the same. Even still, Desir had been caught with his pants down. Somehow, someway, someone was walking right next to him and he didn't notice. Furthermore, they were exuding an overwhelmingly potent aura. His instincts told him that this person was strong, even stronger than Blanc. Nervous to his core, Desir held his composure and maintained his pace. Privately meeting a journalist in a rural area like this? Aren't you acting a bit too suspicious for someone praised as a hero? Thump. Desir stopped walking, not because the voice was that of a female, nor because his meeting with Alice News was exposed. He had recognized the voice. He had definitely heard it a lot in the Shadow Labyrinth, but he couldn't quite place it. The stature of a smaller female, southern accent, someone from the Empire, and this intense aura. No need to worry. I'm not interested in others' private lives. As if to dance, she did a full spin and blocked Desir's path. The hood uncovered and her face was shown. She was good-looking and had distinct facial features. Desir got undeniable confirmation that his guess was correct. But he couldn't show that, not in front of her. Is there anything I can help you with? You seem to know a lot about me, but I can't say the same about you. You'll know soon enough. She didn't reveal who she was, but Desir already knew about her in detail. He recalled her identity as he kept his smirk to himself. Swan Katarina, Queen-class archer. Swan was criticized for her rash behaviors, but she was amazing in the sense that she could cover up all of her shortcomings with her level of skill. And one of the royal guards. The direct bodyguards for the Hebrion Emperor, the royal guards. Despite only having 4 members, they were regarded as the most elite force within the Hebrion Empire. Why would a royal guard look for me? As though she could read Desir's mind, the answer was quickly given. I thought you'd be a potato since you were hiding your face and all. I guess I was wrong. I doubt you came just to see my face. So what's the deal here? Swan shrugged. Too bad. I did come all the way just to see your face. Desir was lost for words. Probably wasn't a lie. She had a fairly impulsive personality. Thanks to her personality, the captain of the Royal Guards often struggled to clean up after her. She was probably here to merely satisfy her curiosity. We'll meet again soon. Whoosh. Swan backed off with a smile, and soon blended in with the darkness of the night street. Romantica was slouching on the couch in the party office. And it wasn't just to escape the suffocating heat, albeit that was a good reason. Romantica had long grown bored of the book she was reading, and had been swinging it around her fingers. Desperate for a distraction, she voiced her thoughts, breaking the silence. The weather is already exhausting enough. The test is just adding fuel to the fire. Realizing she wasn't going to get the break she craved, she turned back towards her studies and began casting a spell. Suddenly, a stream of wind blew into the office. The stream of wind maintained its strength without affecting the documents Desir was studying, nor the book Romantica was reading. Achieving an impressive level of control and maintaining the strength of the spell wasn't an easy task, but Romantica managed it all while resuming her book. The sight brought a smile to his lips. She really has improved. Desir yawned as he skimmed the interior of the party office. There were only 2 of them in the office. The Academy's promotion battle had been postponed as a result of the war, but now that normal life had resumed, everyone was out training in preparation. Since the Academy had been forced to close, the promotion battle was serving not only as their midterm exam, but also their final. It was already a crucial exam to begin with, but the circumstances made the exam exceptionally important. Desir's mind drifted to the rest of the Starling Party's members. Despite all the pressure, the party members managed to maintain their confidence. It wasn't overconfidence either. They had all undergone significant growth as a result of Desir's training regimen. They were able to firmly hold their ground against both the Blue Moon Party and the Red Dragon Party. After surviving Desir's Spartan training, there was nothing left in the world capable of scaring them. Romantica suddenly let out a sigh. Ha! I wish I could go back to when I was a first year. Her complaint was reasonable. Unlike the first years, second and third years didn't have all their exams replaced by the promotion battle and had to take multiple written exams at the same time. In the end, there was no way, other than diligently studying, to avoid failing. No exceptions, even for single rankers. Nevertheless, the reason why Romantica was stuck studying in the party office was because the others had been diligently practicing all along and thus didn't need any additional cramming. So, Pram's practically living in the training area trying to reach bishop class, and Agest is working on controlling the center of ice, huh? Desir put his pen down and yawned. I guess that's it for today's work. Desir collapsed right into the couch that was opposite from the one Romantica was sitting on. A cool breeze gently greeted his face. Romantica broke the silence while maintaining focus on the book. "Wanna go shopping together, if you got time?" Desir gave it some thought and accepted her offer. "Sure, why not? I have some equipment I've been meaning to pick up." Just as Desir got up from the seat, his communication bracelet began to buzz. It was Professor Hersenblanc calling. "Desir, are you busy right now?" As Desir gave Romantica a glance, she let out a disappointed sigh and shrugged. "No, I just got some free time." "Great. I have something urgent to tell you, so please come to my office." Beep. The call was over. "Sorry. Let's go shopping sometime later." Romantica shrugged. "Oh well, it can't be helped." She acted as if she was fine, but her disappointment was apparent. "We'll definitely go next time." "When?" "A year from now." Desir smiled at Romantica's teasing. "This week. That's a promise, right?" Leaving a delighted Romantica behind, Desir headed to Professor Hersenblanc's office. "You will meet the Emperor." It was a rather matter-of-fact statement from Hersenblanc, given that Desir had barely stepped through the door. Hersenblanc was a close advisor to the Emperor, even though one may not expect it. They had kept this relationship on the down low while in public. Ever since Desir had begun working for the Emperor, he had taken up the role of liaison between the two. Unlike the private meeting last time during the masquerade ball, this time it's an official summons. Until now, conversation between the Emperor and Desir had been a national secret. It was crucial to the Emperor that their relationship be kept secret from the nobles who still pushed for the divide between commoner and noble. But the circumstances had changed. It was true that until now it was better to keep Desir hidden. But thanks to Desir making an international name for himself, the Emperor had decided it would be best if they revealed that the Empire was working with Desir. Desir, upon hearing this, quickly came to this conclusion. "So he wants to take advantage of my reputation." For anyone else, that could have been considered offensive, but Hersenblanc had. "Probably, yes, since you're an important figure in the country now." Desir got lost in his thoughts. "At this rate, the public will believe I'm on the Emperor's side. If that happened..." Desir would lose all sway with any nobles who held disdain for the emperor. But that was a sacrifice Desir was more than willing to make. Most of those nobles were also the ones who despised commoners, and many of them would consider Desir to be a threat. Chalking up changing their minds to be a lost cause, Desir had no reason to reject the emperor's offer. Desir bowed and said, "I'll get ready as quickly as I can." But a question came to his mind. If the emperor wanted to publicly establish their relationship, why would he choose a private meeting? If that was his goal, why wouldn't he host a public event? Suddenly, yesterday's event came to Desir's mind. Swan Katarina. The Royal Guard was an organization that belonged to the royal family, not the empire. They were the emperor's sword that swung for him alone. Desir had a suspicion that his encounter with Swan might be related to this private meeting with the emperor. Desir arrived at Leonhardt Palace in a carriage with Blanc. He got out of the carriage where he spent a few seconds taking in his surroundings before following his escort. Leonhardt Palace wasn't as luxurious as Edark's palace, where the masquerade ball had been held, but it elicited a sense of nobleness that was hard to describe. So this is the royal palace. The country that occupied the most land in the world, the Hebrion Empire, and its palace made for the exclusive use of the emperor. Despite the lack of extravagant decoration, Leonhardt Palace overwhelmed anyone that stepped within its bounds, due to its sheer existence. Thump. Desir and Blanc stopped in front of an enormous door. One of the knights guarding the door challenged them. "Are you Desir Arman?" "Yes, that's me. I'm here to answer the summons of His Majesty." The knight nodded and opened the door. "Only Mr. Desir Arman is allowed past here. Mr. Blanc Testakia is to stay here and wait." Desir glanced at Blanc and walked through the door. After walking along the hallway for a while, he was faced with yet another door. The knight guarding that place requested Desir to leave any weapons he may possess in his care. He pointed at a red line on the floor and warned Desir. "Walking past this line while possessing a weapon will be considered treason. Not even magic can guarantee your survival at that point." Desir had to go through an inspection process before getting past this checkpoint. He handed something to the guard and mentally prepared himself for the meeting. The moment he walked past, he understood what the guard meant by magic being useless. The atmospheric mana wasn't flowing, almost as if it had been hardened into a substance similar to a rock. Not being able to concentrate mana meant that casting magic was impossible through normal means. An artifact. The power to create this kind of abnormal phenomenon indubitably belonged to an artifact. It was obvious at this point how heavily guarded the palace was. After passing 2 more doors and reaching the end of the hallway, Desir could finally meet the Emperor of the Hebrion Empire, Giltian Zedgar F. Rogfalas. It is an honor to meet the Emperor and the Guardian of this great empire. Desir conducted himself properly in front of the Emperor. "Feel free to make yourself comfortable." They sat down facing each other. The Emperor offered a cup of tea by waving at the cups on the table. The first to break the silence was Giltian. "Stories about you have reached me from many different sources. I've heard that you're focusing on training students from the Hebrion Academy." The Emperor added shortly after, "Even people from parties competing with your own. It's because everyone has to grow together. I wouldn't exclude them just because they are fellow competitors." "Quite thoughtful. And I've heard you reached the 4th circle while training them? I like your diligence." "Thank you for your compliments, Your Highness." It was a simple exchange of banter. Your run-of-the-mill, day-to-day pleasantries. Every human being has their own worth. The atmosphere suddenly tensed when the Emperor brought up the main topic. "In all honesty, I considered your worth as limited. An outstanding mage from a commoner background. A medium to earn the support of the commoners. That was about the extent I considered you as being worthy of. It was to be expected." The relationship between the Emperor and Desir was exactly like the Emperor described. A temporary relationship that was only built on the mutual benefits it provided. The Emperor offered his hand to Desir in order to earn the support of the commoners, and Desir took up the offer in order to get some privileges out of having a connection with the Emperor. That was the extent of it. But I've discovered your true worth from this war. And that is why I've requested to meet you privately. On the carved sandalwood table was a gigantic lion, in a roaring stance, the symbol of the Hebrion Empire. The Royal Guard. You've probably heard of them. Sitting below the roaring lion were 4 weapons, supporting its weight and allowing it to stand tall and proud. A sword, a bow, a shield, and a staff. The Emperor identified each weapon in order. From what I know, it is the single most powerful organization in this empire. It must stand at the pinnacle. The Emperor continued to extol their virtue. They are the very apex of the millions of warriors that toil to defend this nation. The Royal Guard only has positions for those who have mastered their art. Traditionally, the Royal Guard had just 4 members. He gestured at the sword. The sword, Jean Uremrin. The bow, Swan Katarina. The shield, Rafilo Scheringer. All of them have achieved such status. The judgment was accurate. They survived till the very last part of the Shadow Labyrinth. They killed more enemies than anyone else and held the line right to the end. Raffaello Scheringer, who was the current shield, for example, survived until the end and served as the leader of the expedition group. But there hasn't been a mage in the Empire that has achieved such mastery of their craft. Giltian pointed at the painting of the staff. As such, this position has been left vacant since the Revolution. There hasn't been a single mage who could reach the 7th Circle. The only person to have reached the 7th Circle was currently living at Altia, well and truly outside of the Empire's grasp. I'm referring to Zod Exarian. The Emperor's standard for a peak-level magician was Zod Exarian. It was logical that the staff had been left empty as a result. An entity that was simply beyond the level of any 6th Circle magician, of which there were less than 10 of in the entire world. Who would dare compare themselves with Zod Exarian? The Emperor raised his finger. The hand that had been pointing at the staff now pointed at Desir. But you defeated the homunculus, a feat not even Zod could achieve. Desir shook his head. That was because there were many variables involved. It simply doesn't make sense to assert that I am at a higher level than Zod. But you certainly aren't at a level below him, Giltian countered. I've heard that you defeated a 6th Circle mage, who used blood magic, in the battle at the port. That was Drakel Labut Elkira, the last practitioner of blood magic. She would easily be able to overwhelm any other 6th Circle magician in terms of sheer power. A mage in the royal family told me that there might be mages who are ahead in terms of circles, but there is not a single one who could stand their ground against you. If there were a single mage who could, it would be Zod Exarian. This meant that Desir met the Emperor's standard. Does that mean your Highness is offering me the position of a royal guard? Indeed. There was no other explanation to what Giltian had said. What did it mean to be a royal guard? It wasn't just a simple militant organization. It was an honorable position that had a long and distinguished history of serving right beside the Emperor. And the Emperor wanted a commoner to take up such an honorable role. Desir Arman, I have a few missions of great importance that I would like you to take on in my name. And to do that, I need you to be one of the royal guards. Looking at Desir's hesitation, Giltian landed the critical blow. There are 3 main privileges of being a royal guard. Privileges as a royal guard. Desir had heard a few pieces here and there about the splendid privileges that come with the title of royal guard. But since he hadn't heard much formally about it, he mindfully listened to what Giltian would confirm for him. Firstly is the privilege of using artifacts held by the royal family. You are allowed to borrow any artifact that you need. If there's something you want in particular, I will grant it. It was an astonishing offer. The Hebrion Empire, which took great pride in its long history, owned more powerful artifacts than any other country. But there were still 2 privileges remaining. Secondly, you will be considered as my representative in this country. You will receive treatment comparable to that of a duke. This privilege will be applicable in any country that has diplomatic relations with the Empire. Of course, you will not need a golden emblem either, since your very being will be proof enough of identity. It meant authority and power in the Empire. Thirdly, I will grant you anything you desire. If you want money, I will grant you the equivalent to the yearly budget of an entire city. If you want land, grab a map and point. Desir let out a sound of deep consideration. It really was an incredibly persuasive offer. It meant being granted authority and power that a commoner would not even dare to imagine. He could immediately think of dozens of ways to take advantage of these privileges. But it means being officially under the emperor. It wasn't on the same scale of the simple cooperative relationship they had maintained thus far. This was an official title granted by the emperor. It meant being officially recognized as a faithful servant of the emperor. The fact that I have to take on missions is a bit concerning, but the privileges are overwhelmingly persuasive. It wasn't just that. Finally, an opportunity to meet the only one I haven't so far, Raffaello Scheringer. Desir made up his mind. Even though I'm still lacking in many aspects, I will put my best effort into serving your highness. The emperor smiled gracefully. Good. So you accepted the offer. So, I'm a royal guard now? I'm assuming it's not that straightforward. Considering the importance of the position, there are a few official procedures left for the appointment of the royal guard. For instance, more than half of the royal guard members need to agree to the appointment. It meant that the news of Desir being recruited was already known to the royal guards. It made sense that Swan Katarina paid him a visit. She wanted to see the face of a potential new member. With all the extraneous and boring steps out of the way, there is one ceremonial procedure left. Ceremonial? Desir felt some discomfort from that word for some reason. If it's merely ceremonial, could we not omit it? It's an old tradition. It would be difficult to simply omit it. The emperor said. All new members of the royal guard, after gaining the emperor's approval, must be again approved by the leader of the royal guard directly, Desir Arman. You will have to face the captain of the royal guard, Raffaello Scheringer, in battle. Please get ready for the battle. He's probably already waiting. Raffaello Scheringer, the man praised as the sword grand master of the current age, and Desir's partner in the past. Desir planned to approach him gradually after joining the royal guard. But now Desir got to meet him right away, in the form of battle at that. Didn't think I would get to meet him this quick. Nice to meet you. Remember how I said we'd meet again soon? Blanc was nowhere to be seen when Desir came out after the meeting, and instead there was someone who Desir had met yesterday waiting for him. It was Swan Katarina. She casually offered a handshake. My name is Swan Katarina. I'm the archer of the royal guard. Desir replied as he reached out to her hand. Pleasure to meet you. I'm Desir Arman, who will serve as the mage. To his reply, Swan looked at Desir with surprise. I like your confidence. I'll directly guide you to the drill hall where the battle will be held, so follow me. They walked the palace's hallway side by side. You know, sometimes I just don't understand what His Majesty is thinking. Not even in my dreams could I imagine him recruiting a commoner student as the royal guard. Swan turned back. Oh, don't take that the wrong way. It's not that I have any doubt in your capability. It's because a student joining the royal guard has never happened before. Desir understood what she meant. The title of royal guard was just as heavy and significant as the privileges it offered. The fact that a young student, a commoner at that, was joining the royal guard was something that could cause a lot of conflicts. Well, that's why there was also some internal debate within the royal guard about whether to accept you. We agreed since your majesty was so stubborn about it, but Raffaello still has his own opinion about it. Passing back through the security gate, the guard returned an object to Desir. He quickly inspected it and slipped it back into his pocket where it fit snugly. He must want to completely verify me. He's a really thorough person after all. Swan looked at Desir with a pair of sharp eyes and asked, Do you know Raffaello personally? Desir played dumb. There isn't anyone who doesn't know about the sword grand master Raffaello after all. He's also well known in the media too. Good point. That guy's definitely just as famous as you are. Swan continued on. Well, don't think it's just a superficial match held for that kind of reason. If you fail to get his approval, it's better to think that even if His Highness wills it, joining the group would be impossible. Shortly after, they arrived at a gigantic drill hall. Desir got a rough sense of the scale of privilege the royal guard had from the fact that they were able to use a place this large inside the royal palace. This is the place where the captain and you will have a match. Desir could feel a large surge of mana surrounding the drill hall. It was an incredibly powerful defensive spell. There's an aurora system set up here. Desir had heard from Zod that the Hebrion Empire was also implementing an aurora system, but he didn't imagine it would be set up in a place like this. The aurora system was a defensive device designed to protect against spells above the sixth circle. Furthermore, when it was used in a fixed installation like this, it demonstrated even superior defensive ability compared to the portable version. Just when he thought that implementing such a defensive system in a mere training hall was overdoing it, Desir discovered many scars of battle left on it. Seems like you royal guards train really intensely, Swan shrugged. 'Cause everyone's so capable, they're really competitive about it. Thump, thump. Following the footsteps of someone arriving at the drill hall, a voice could be heard. You got here first, Swan. Desir turned around. A man with golden hair as bright as the sun entered the drill hall. The man's jade eyes met with Desir's. Raffaello Scheringer, the current sword grandmaster and captain of the royal guard. He looked so much younger than Desir remembered. His hairstyle was different and his face was clean and scarless. The memories he shared with him briefly flashed by as Desir stood there staring blankly. And you are Desir Arman? It's an honor to meet you, Raffaello Scheringer. But those memories now only belong to Desir. They were created in a timeline that never occurred here. No matter what happened now, those memories would never manifest. Not with how much Desir's actions had changed the world. That thought made Desir a bit sad. Casually, just like he had done to everyone he met up to now, he greeted Raffaello, pretending as if they had never met before. Raffaello smiled and shook the hand Desir offered. Same here. It's an honor to meet the shy hero. Desir thought that despite the difference in his appearance, his humorous personality stayed the same. I assume you've heard from His Majesty? I've heard that I need your approval in order to join the Royal Guard. So, do you have the confidence to gain my approval? Desir shook his head.
Truthfully, no.
If we were to fight here, it would end in my defeat. Even among those who reached king class and stood firmly outside the realm of mankind, Raffaello was praised as the sword grandmaster for his supernatural mastery over the blade. In a drill hall without anywhere to conceal himself, it was apparent that Desir would be slashed without a chance to even cast his magic. It was reasonable, but Raffaello pointed something out. If we fought here? Meaning you could win if we fought some other place. As Desir stayed silent, Raffaello smiled as if amused. Well, that's fine. I wouldn't be so unfair to demand one-on-one combat with you. Let's take it easy, shall we? Raffaello picked up one of the steel bars piled up in a corner of the drill hall and planted it deep within the center of the room. Try to break this bar and I will protect it. If the bar breaks in under 10 minutes, it's your victory. How about it? Simple enough. Raffaello served as the shield of the royal guard. It meant that he was approved by the emperor as the single best person in the entire empire at defending. It's worth trying. While protecting the steel bar, Raffaello's movement would be significantly restrained. He would be able to perform his role as the shield but would struggle to go on the offense. Desir nodded before speaking again. Understood. Good. Let's get started then. Raffaello took out his sword and shield as he positioned himself in front of the metal stick. Desir stood slightly away from him. As the atmosphere of battle set in, Swan tapped on Desir's back and whispered in his ear, "Do your best to serve him right. I'll treat you good if you manage to wrinkle that smug face of his." So they're in a rivalry. As Swan walked out of the drill hall, Raffaello spoke as he stretched. It's fine to use whatever means you have hidden up your sleeve. After all, being a royal guard means doing anything for the emperor, no matter the cost. Then I won't hold back. Desir reached into his pocket and once more fished out an object. Runal, an A-tier artifact made out of the strongest metal, blank. Desir's shield and weapon that detected any danger to himself and moved without his conscious guidance. The silver sphere hovered around him. Spontaneously, Desir began calculating a spell. It unfolded immediately in front of him. Giga Lightning. Desir had completely adapted to his new fourth circle, in no small part due to the training with Redoria and Kelt. Static electricity arced everywhere and lightning bore down inside the drill hall. PZZZZZT. As one of the higher tier spells amongst the fourth circle, Giga Lightning had the power to easily melt steel. But Raffaello didn't seem to dodge the attack, by simply raising his shield while firmly planting his feet. But no magic could pierce through Raffaello's shield. His defense couldn't be any sturdier. Every attack was nullified by a simple repositioning of his shield, just when Desir was about to continue casting his magic. Clang. A sharp noise spread throughout the drill hall. It was the sound of a shockwave from Runel and Raffaello's aura colliding. Solely focused on defense until now, he switched gear and started making his own moves. It wouldn't be fair if I just stood here taking hits, don't you think? Raffaello's attack continued. His sword emanated a powerful aura that continually battered Desir. It was the only attack he could use while restrained, but it had the power to break the limit of what Runel could handle. Binder of Earth. A spell that had the best defensive ability amongst the fourth circle spells. The ground twisted and formed a wall around Desir. But the wall couldn't block the attack at all and was instantly cut open. Swish.
Clang cc clang.
A fourth circle defensive spell could only reduce the power of the sword aura Raffaello was wielding. Runel was barely able to block such an attack, despite having its power significantly reduced. Once Raffaello switched to offense, Desir was unable to cast any offensive spells. Raffaello spoke with an immensely disappointed voice. That's it? A whole 3 minutes spent on defending. At this pace, Raffaello's complete stomp was guaranteed. Just when Raffaello became confident of his victory and lowered his guard slightly, something entered his vision. Oh! There was a silhouette of something forming on the other side, only visible due to the cracks in the wall. A magic spell? It was different from any spells Desir had cast thus far. It had an incomparably sophisticated form and was both elegant and beautiful. As he spaced out looking at the magic unfolding before his eyes, the spell was about halfway completed. Raffaello's face stiffened. It's still too early to be disappointed, Mr. Raffaello. This one's dangerous. Having determined that, Raffaello concentrated all of his aura in covering his whole body to prepare for the impact. No, that wasn't nearly enough. He raised his shield. All his aura flooded towards the shield, forming a turbulent sphere around it. Soon after, the aura compressed and took form in the shape of 3 runes. Chaying. It was a unique defensive skill possessed by just the current sword grandmaster Raffaello Scheringer. He, who hadn't put in his best effort until now, finally began to use his full power to seriously focus on defense. Firestorm. An intense wave of flame churned around Raffaello, and unbearable heat radiated throughout the drill hall, threatening to spill into the rest of Leonhardt Palace. Smash. After a very long few seconds, the storm died down and Raffaello appeared amongst a cloud of dust. The metal stick was still in good shape, but there was no composure left on Raffaello's face. On the contrary, Desir seemed to be relaxed. This is just the beginning. Thunder Spear. His vision went white. At the same time, 5 spears materialized and fired at Raffaello. There were no differences in the mana consumption or invoking speed in the magic that Desir had modified the calculations of, but their power was unrivaled. Raffaello hid himself and the steel rod behind his shield as he began to concentrate his aura. A wheel of aura formed on the front of his shield and started to spin. Whir! 2 additional wheels appeared and interlocked with the original. The 3 spinning in conjunction with one another was enough to completely disperse the raging wind. Desir's magic did no damage to Raffaello, but of course he didn't stop at just that. Not even pausing to catch his breath, Raffaello began to brace with his shield. At the same time, Desir finished calculating yet another spell. Attacks with the force of 6 circle magic relentlessly poured down on Raffaello. Bang! Bang! Desir's attacks were increasing in power and intensity. He clearly hadn't been giving it his all. In no way. How can he invoke such powerful magic over and over? So quickly too. Swan's screams of despair from watching the two battle was a perfect copy of Raffaello's thoughts. I can now understand why His Majesty recommended him. Desir's attacks felt like they had the power of a sixth circle spell, something that completely defied Raffaello's immense experience. Even though he was taking his opponent seriously, the fact that sixth circle spells were coming from a fourth circle magician had completely caught Raffaello off guard. But what had truly surprised him was how quickly Desir was invoking his spells. As far as he knew, sixth circle magic took a considerable amount of time to be invoked. But by the time one spell ended, Desir was already done calculating the next. How was Desir, a fourth circle magician, capable of these two impossible feats? I've never met a magician who could invoke magic like this before. Desir completely shattered Raffaello's perception of magicians. Honestly speaking, Raffaello acknowledged Desir. Out of the countless magicians he had battled, he was by far the most threatening. But now isn't the time to reminisce over past battles. Clang. Contrary to how impressive Desir's magic was, the steel rod had yet to suffer any damage. Raffaello sharing her. The simplicity of this exercise was the perfect opportunity to exemplify the prowess of one of the Hebrion Emperor's royal guardsmen. He wasn't recognized as the Empire's strongest shield for nothing. His aura, embodying the shape of wheels, were capable of neutralizing any attack with the dispersive force generated by their rotations. Even spells of the sixth circle didn't pose a substantial threat to Raffaello. The fact that a fourth circle magician was using sixth circle magic was impressive, to say the least, but it was something he had already experienced countless times. The only advantage Desir currently has was his calculation speed. Crack! Having blocked the rush of magic again, Raffaello spoke in a triumphant voice. You have 5 minutes left. As soon as he finished speaking, Desir invoked his magic again. Parry errand. Violent winds surged towards Raffaello, tearing up the inside of the drill hall as it bore down on him. Raffaello instantly gathered his aura to prepare for the impact, but the purpose of the magic was not to strike him down. Raffaello was knocked far back, but the rod was left unharmed. Firestorm. Desir quickly followed up with another spell. Though Raffaello had protected it the first time, the steel rod had been left completely exposed, doomed to be swept away by the newly invoked storm of flames. Your strategy isn't bad. A veil of aura stretched out all around Raffaello. The amount of aura required to create the veil was much greater than what he had been using so far to cover himself and reinforce his shield. The aura once again began to compact into a circle shape, but this time it stretched out dozens of meters across the drill hall. The steel rod was completely protected, and the wheels began to rotate once again. Whir! Just like that, both of Desir's spells were nullified by the massive rotations of the wheels. Unfortunately, it's not quite enough. Watching the sight, Desir smiled bitterly. Who knew he'd been able to control his aura this well even back then? Desir had already surpassed the limits of his previous life, alongside having a unique magic system that greatly amplified his power. He was sure he would be able to beat an innocent Raffaello, undefiled by the terror that waited for him within Shadow Labyrinth. But Desir's attacks couldn't penetrate Raffaello's shield. His aura wheel was a power worthy of granting the user the title Strongest Shield in the Empire. I need an opening, which I won't be able to get unless I force Raffaello to make another attack. Otherwise, I won't be able to scratch that steel rod, let alone break it. Desir changed his strategy. An array of formations began forming in front of him again. But the complexity of the magic circles was even more absurd than before. Having moved up to the fourth circle, the amount of mana Desir could use at once had increased. Having a larger pool was a great boon for Desir. Not only could he increase the power of his spells, but it also gave him a much wider variety of options when it came to strategizing. He was about to give Raffaello a prime example of what his new mana pool was capable of.
Multicasting?
Raffaello immediately recognized what Desir was doing. Multicasting itself wasn't a very impressive skill. Though it had an increased mana drain and required adept magical arrangement, It wasn't a rare skill by any means. But what if the magic being invoked had the power of six-circle magic? Raffaello, who had bounced back from the wind magic, was still quite far away from the steel rod. Raffaello hurried to get off from the ground. Unfortunately for him, Desir's first spell was already complete. Binder of Earth. Raffaello immediately grew suspicious. Why had Desir invoked defensive magic? Crack! The large chunks of stone created by Peri Errand began to hover in the air. After a brief moment, they all flew towards a central point at the top of the hall and began forming a sphere. Every piece of independent rubble, of which there were many, flew towards the stone sphere, allowing it to quickly grow in size. Eventually, it grew big enough to engulf the entire hall in its shadow. Gravity control. The moment Desir's second spell unfolded, the ground howled. A spell that was normally only strong enough to subdue humans made the ground below them churn. It was powerful enough to force Raffaello to his knees. Crack! Desir didn't miss this opportunity. Though the gravity greatly hindered Raffaello's movements, it also meant that the speed of everything around them increased. The massive sphere that was floating in the air started to move. It was as if a meteor was falling. As Raffaello watched the sight, the corners of his mouth turned up. Impressive! Raffaello, who had been stuck defending against an onslaught of attacks ever since his opponent had gotten serious, raised his sword in retaliation. A blinding aura began to emanate from his sword before it took the shape of several wheels in front of Raffaello. The wheels flew into a cone of increasing size. The closer to the meteor, the larger the wheels grew. Whir! 3 massive wheels began to roar throughout the hall as they spun faster than any of the previous wheels. That in itself was already impressive, but it didn't stop there. A moment later, another wheel was added on. The number of wheels only increased by 1, but the aura glowed even more blindingly. Unsatisfied with that, Raffaello summoned yet another wheel. 5. As the 5 wheels rotated, they created strong winds capable of hurling anything or anyone that approached them far away. Raffaello remained firm as he withstood the increased gravity that was weighing down on him. That itself took up enormous amounts of aura and energy, but it wasn't enough to become a problem for him. Crack! As he raised his arm, the steel on his armor cracked. Raffaello thrust his sword at the massive object falling from the sky. Soon, the immovable wall and unstoppable object collided. Bang! Desir's magic, which had effectively doubled in power thanks to the increased gravity, quickly overwhelmed Raffaello's aura. Raffaello was slowly getting pushed back by the overwhelming mass. When was the last time I fought against such powerful magic? The initial purpose of the fight had long been erased from Raffaello's brain. All that remained was a desire to beat the powerful opponent in front of his eyes. That primal desire dominated him. Raff! Sword Grandmaster Raffaello, praised as the strongest swordsman of the current era, summoned all the power he had. In an instant, his aura burst out explosively. Whir! The wheels that were on the verge of destruction were restored in an instant. No, they didn't just get restored. They shone even more blindingly as they accelerated in speed. And a 6th wheel materialized. It was the culmination of all the power that Sword Grandmaster Raffaello Scherreiger could wield. He could only maintain it for a short period of time, but the effects were monstrous. The meteor started to crack little by little. Capitalizing on the meteor's structural weakness, Raffaello clutched his sword and struck the meteor with all his might. Crash! The impact of the aura created a violent explosion, completely shattering the meteor. Fragments of the meteor were flung across the drill hall. Did I barely block that? As the weight of gravity on him lifted, the wheels of aura also disappeared. Ha! Ha! Raffaello panted heavily. He was exhausted, but he couldn't rest yet. There was still 1 minute left. Having poured out all his power, he no longer had the energy to block a spell like that again. It was checkmate. If that's the case, I only have one option. He had to get closer and stop the magic from getting invoked at all. Faced with no other option, Raffaello shot up from the ground at the speed of light. Crack! Traces of fatigue still remained on Raffaello when he reached Desir. As he raised his sword towards Desir, he noticed the calm expression on his face. "You're too late, Raffaello." Suddenly being reminded of the battle's victory conditions, Raffaello hurriedly looked behind him. The steel rod was broken. In disbelief, Raffaello mumbled, "When did you—" "I figured that once you blocked that, you'd be running on fumes and force me into close-quarters combat." Desir continued speaking in a calm voice. "At that point, there was no need for me to invoke a high-level spell. Raffaello had come up with the best course of action and carried it out instantly. But Desir had predicted Raffaello's actions before he even had the idea. The inevitable gap that occurred as Raffaello was moving towards Desir. Desir had aimed for that gap and invoked a low-circle spell that could be invoked instantly. I was able to block such absurdly powerful magic, but in the end it was a single lower-level spell that beat me." Raffaello chuckled ruefully. Desir let out a sigh. "Ha!" Desir had modified some magic spells to maintain their normal level of mana consumption while increasing the attack power and range to the highest efficiency. But the resulting spell arrays had become complicated and massive. This was why modified magic was a bigger burden than regular magic, and after multicasting such spells, it was no surprise that he was left exhausted as a result. As Desir was overwhelmed with exhaustion, an excited woman's voice reached him. "Seems like the renovation fees will be quite expensive this time." At Swan's words, Desir examined his surroundings. Only then did he notice the terrible state the drill hall was in. Did we go too far? The floor had been utterly shattered, and the aftermath from the battle had even broken through the drill hall's defensive system to the point where it could be felt outside. What remained could no longer be referred to as a drill hall. Swan started patting the distressed Desir's back. "There's no need to worry about it. Having to repair the drill hall after it's been destroyed is a common occurrence. Right, Raffaello?" Raffaello smiled slightly as he glanced around the drill hall. "Well, I'm sure His Majesty will tolerate this much. I should use this chance to properly revamp it for battles that involve magic." In the past, this rendition of the Royal Guard had never included magicians as an element in their planning. After all, until Desir stepped into their drill hall, they only had to focus on mitigating damage from physical attacks and aura. The fact they had changed their tune and acknowledged the need to accommodate magicians' destructive power spoke volumes about the outcome of the battle. Raffaello reached out. "Welcome to the Royal Guard, Desir Arman." "Thank you, Sir Raffaello." As the head of the Royal Guard, Raffaello Scheringer had acknowledged Desir's skills. The procedure to join had now been completed. "Is that it? Why don't you give a speech or something after beating the Sword Grandmaster?" Desir shook his head. "I don't think I've won. You were fighting at a clear disadvantage during this battle. Maybe if they were fighting under the same conditions he would have felt differently, but the battle was structured so that the attacker had a far greater advantage. If it had been a simple battle of knocking the other down, Desir might have been splayed across the drill hall's floor by now. That wasn't all." Desir glanced at the sword Raffaello was holding. The sword was so cracked that it was a surprise it hadn't broken yet. A mere iron sword wasn't enough to hold a Grandmaster's aura. If he had used his usual weapons, Raffaello normally wielded a weapon that could handle Desir's full power with no problems. If he had used that today, the result may have been different. In truth, Desir already felt rewarded. The results of his hard work had come to fruition. He was able to match Raffaello. Have I really come this far? Desir was overwhelmed that he had progressed so much. He was already able to give his all in battle against the greatest swordsman of his era. But he didn't intend to stop here. He still felt that he had more room to grow even stronger. Someday I hope we can compete on equal terms. You're welcome anytime. If it's you, I should be able to have some fun. Swan pulled Desir's arm as she spoke. So, is there anything you want to eat? Excuse me. I promised I'd treat you grandly, remember? Right before Desir and Raffaello's battle started, Swan did say something like that. Desir had taken it as a joke, but apparently, she was being serious. But he didn't want to eat anything right now. Desir shook his head. No, it's okay. I don't have anything in particular I want to eat either. If you don't want anything to eat, something else is fine too. Think of it as a reward for showing me a good fight. I'm really Oka. Just as he was about to decline, Desir abruptly cut his words. Swan Katarina. He frequently forgot due to her light tone and carefree actions, but she was also a talented individual that had reached the king class. Desir determined that it would be a good opportunity to resolve the problems he had been keeping to himself thus far. In that case, I have one request. After Swan and Desir left, Raffaello remained alone in the drill hall. The drill hall that had been devastated by terrifyingly powerful magic. Looking at the damage, Raffaello got lost in his thoughts. I managed to stop him this time. At the end, Raffaello had managed to cut down what was likely Desir's strongest spell. If this had been a battle to the death, Raffaello surely would have been the victor. But even so, he felt that he was lacking. If he becomes even stronger than he is now, will I be able to stop him again? Raffaello had participated in the battle without any of his usual weapons. But a question lingered at the front of his mind. If he wielded his usual weapons and showcased his full power, if he competed without any conditions set on him, would he be able to beat a Desir that has had more time to grow? Raffaello shook his head. He imagined that, in the near future, Desir was sure to surpass him, bringing him to his knees for failing to stop his magic. So far, I've thought that there was no reason to get any stronger. Raffaello had been bestowed the title of Sword Grandmaster, a title only awarded to the best swordsman. And there was no spear that could pierce his. At such a ridiculous level of strength, with no one that could face him equally, his life had become somewhat tedious. Years had rolled past. Today, he finally met someone who had the potential to surpass him. And that meeting had brought about a huge amount of change within him. I must not remain idle. Raffaello clenched his fist. He resolved himself to go further than ever and reach what had been impossible. The last man to hold the position of staff amongst the royal guard was killed during the revolution. Desir's guide, Alfred, was an elderly man. He belonged to the side guard, a group formed to support the royal guard. Since then, the position has been vacant. It's been 13 years since someone new has appeared. I'm deeply moved that all of the royal guard's positions have been filled. The side guard supported the royal guard's missions and their overall activities. The repair of the drill hall was also taken care of by the side guard's magicians. Congratulations on joining the royal guard, Sir Desir Arman. Thank you. Sir Desir, I'll give you a brief explanation of the royal guard. Alfred sat Desir down and started his explanation. The history of the royal guard. The royal guard's course of action. It was all basic knowledge. Other than the fact that it was a fancy title carrying a great deal of honor, it was safe to say that there were very few restrictions that would be placed on him after joining the royal guard. This was because as long as the royal guard continued to accomplish their missions, they had the right to act however they wanted to. But Raffaello was an exception to this. As the shield, his main duty was to escort the emperor. He had to always remain in the imperial palace. The most important part of your role is to remain loyal to His Majesty. The royal guard must obey only the emperor's orders and take care of anything he commands. His Majesty is looking forward to your loyalty, Sir Desir. From Alfred's explanation, his strong sense of loyalty to the emperor could be felt. Sir Desir, one thing that you must pay special attention to is your conduct. Because of the nobles. That is correct. Many nobles will pay attention to you, Sir Desir, as the first commoner to join the royal guard. Please keep in mind that even a small action could undermine His Majesty's dignity. It could have sounded offensive, but as Desir was already aware of this fact, he was not affected by Alfred stating what was simply a fact. He nodded his head in response. All right, now let me explain the royal guard's privileges. First, I'll guide you to the imperial warehouse where we store the artifacts. I'll finish explaining on the way. Alfred guided Desir to the imperial warehouse. As they walked down the hallway, Alfred listed and explained each and every privilege of the royal guards. Desir had already gotten a rough overview from the emperor, so what he was hearing now was just supplementary information. It took them quite some time to reach the Imperial warehouse. This was due to the tight security they had to go through on their way. The constant stream of security almost seemed too excessive. "We've arrived, Sir Desir." But the moment Desir set foot into the warehouse, his mind changed instantly. The moment anyone saw the vast array of artifacts in this room, they would have no choice but to acknowledge the necessity of such security. "I'd heard that it was amazing, but I didn't know it would be this good." With his mouth agape, Desir's eye darted around the room. His composure was like that of a child entering a candy shop. In front of him was an immeasurable number of artifacts that filled every corner. The countless artifacts were a testament to the immense number of shadow worlds that the Hebrion Empire had cleared over the centuries of its existence. And they were also testament to their power as a nation. Desir approached slowly and began to look around. There were many different types of artifacts, including weapons, armor, accessories, and many others that couldn't be classified so simply. Each of the artifacts were marked with their name, performance, and grade. "They're all at least B-tier artifacts." Desir could not see any C-tier artifacts. The majority were B-tier, and occasionally he would spot an A-tier artifact as well. Desir was not necessarily someone greedy for wealth, but even he couldn't help being interested after seeing many artifacts that he had only heard about from rumors. His Majesty lends up to 3 of the Imperial family's artifacts to members of the Royal Guard. Desir gulped audibly. He came to understand how much of a boon being in the Royal Guard was. Are there no limits to their usage? Of course. How you use them will be up to you, Sir Desir. Desir walked around the warehouse as he started picking out his artifacts. Only 3 artifacts could be taken out. With an expression more serious than even his fight against Raffaello, Desir carefully checked each artifact. As he was examining them, one caught his attention. It was a hairpin with blue petals. Blue rose. Grade, A-tier. Ability. Allows the use of invisibility magic that removes the user's presence. Blocks the flow of mana to nullify detection magic. Desir picked it up with no hesitation after reading its ability. This would be pretty good for Romantica. Desir planned on giving the artifact to Romantica. If he was free to use the artifacts any way he wanted to, there was no problem in letting his party members use them. As Desir was examining another artifact, Alfred helped him choose by giving him supplementary explanations from the side. How about something like this? It was used by the staff of the Royal Guard during the Third Greenhalt War. He made great contributions as a result of it. Alfred's explanations were detailed and insightful and helped form Desir's choices. As he was listening to Alfred's explanations while examining the artifacts, he saw an empty space and stopped in his tracks. Memorize, grade S-class. Ability. Allows the wielder to cast up to 5 spells in advance that can later be instantly invoked. The artifact that Crow Mask used. Alfred noticed what Desir was looking at and started speaking. It was an artifact that the previous staff of the Royal Guard used. As he was killed by the leader of the Revolutionary Army, it has since been lost. Desir couldn't help but panic when he heard the story. He knew the man that was currently using the artifact. Crow Mask. He was one of the people suspected to have been controlling the outsiders from the shadows. The revolution ended in failure and the leader died. But you were unable to retrieve it? The Revolutionary Army's forces that occupied the capital were executed, but their remnants fled to places throughout the continent. We assume that one of them is holding on to it. Desir had already assumed that Crow Mask was one of the Revolutionary Army's remnants. But this information introduced another possibility. Was Icarus Corgo, leader of the Revolutionary Army, the real identity of Crow Mask? One of the rare six-circle magicians on this continent. A man willing to kill countless innocents in his attack on Deltaheim, the capital of Preleka. Crow Mask was too strong to regard as a simple remnant. Someone like that wasn't very common in this world after all. There's no clear evidence. However, Desir was certain that he, Crow Mask, was Icarus Corgo, leader of the Revolutionary Army. Making a mental note in his head, Desir started examining the artifacts again. For now, let's focus on this. Attaining high-ranking artifacts wasn't an easy task. He couldn't afford to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity by being distracted with other thoughts. Desir soon found the perfect artifact amongst the sea of them, an artifact suitable for his own use. Mana Hole. Grade, A tier. Ability. Concentrates mana to quickly restore the wielder's mana. The ability is more effective the larger the user's mana circle is. It's really the perfect artifact for me. For Desir, who lacked mana, the artifact had an extremely useful ability. By reducing the recovery time as opposed to increasing his mana pool, his stamina during battles would surely increase drastically. Desir put the mana hole into the dimension pocket in his clotheslines, and as he was about to look for the next artifact, rumble. Something caught Desir's attention. It had significantly more security than any other artifact. Surrounding it was a strong defensive spell that ran constantly. A ghastly red energy trickled out from the artifact. Even at a glance, he could tell it was dangerous. He recognized its form after approaching it. A spear. It was a spear. Something flowed out endlessly from the tip of the spear. Like the ghastly energy, it was red. Unlike the other artifacts, there wasn't a description for it. But intuitively, he knew that it was stronger than any other artifact he had seen. Alfred, what in the world is this? This is the Spear of Longinus. It was used by the first emperor of Hebrion. It is the only thing that can't be taken out of this warehouse. Not even the royal guard is exempt from this rule. Is there a reason for that? This is a weapon that one man gave to the first emperor of Hebrion. According to the records, it cut the sea in half with a single blow and cleaved mountains with ease. That being so, the imperial historians say that it was bestowed to Hebrion by the god of war. In any case, he meant that taking it out would be impossible due to its close relationship with the foundation of the Hebrion Empire. Desir gazed at the Spear of Longinus. Even at a glance, it seemed to be swelling up with power as strong as the center of ice that Agest now possessed. Didn't they also say that it was a foreign man that entrusted them with the center of ice? A man that had appeared in countless legends. He thought it was just an embellishment to the legend that was the center of ice, but he didn't expect a similar appearance of a mysterious man to present itself once again in a place like this. How strange. In countless nations founding myths, there's always this unknown man that entrusts an artifact into their care. To write it off as mere legends. There are a lot of things that seem a little off about it. But what was the reason behind this? He knew neither the reason nor the motivation behind it. What was clear was that traces of him remained everywhere. It does bother me, but there was nothing else he could do about it right now, and he didn't have enough additional information to work with. He decided to move on after making mental note of it. I'll look for my last artifact. That's a wise decision. They stepped back. I'll give you some other recommendations. If you look at these shoes here, the conversation continued. As Desir got farther and farther away, the spear continued to radiate a ghastly red glow. Hebrion Academy's Starling Party Office. There, Romantica, Agest, and Pram were gathered. Romantica addressed Desir in a huffy tone. So, why did you call us? There are some things I want to give to you. Are they presents? Pram excitedly asked Desir. He looked up at Desir expectantly. Why presents all of a sudden? The truth is, I recently joined the Royal Guard. Wait, the Royal Guard? Romantica couldn't hide her shock. But she wasn't the only one. Pram's jaw dropped so hard it practically fell off and needed to be surgically reattached. The Royal Guard was incredibly famous. It would be no exaggeration to say that a good portion of those with a decent amount of power strive to join their ranks. However, most would eventually give up on the notion after seeing just how far short they fell of deserving such a title. Desir gave them a brief explanation of how he became part of the Royal Guard. The fact that the Emperor had been watching him during the war, and how that eventually led to him taking over the position of the staff that had been empty until then. Listening to his story, the party members were all impressed with the exception of just one person. Agest had a particularly unusual reaction. Her eyes wavered slightly. but Desir was too busy talking to notice such a subtle detail. And as a royal guard, I had the privilege of taking some artifacts from the Imperial warehouse. Desir invoked the dimensional pocket of his clothesline. Rays of light gathered in Desir's hand before transforming into a petal-shaped hairpin tinged with blue. No one could take their eyes off the beautiful blue hue and the elegant design. It was truly a beautiful hairpin. It's an artifact called the Blue Rose. Desir handed it to Romantica. Take it, Romantica. Are you giving it to me? Really? Try putting it on. No matter how many times she looked at it, it was beautiful. Romantica examined it thoroughly before putting it on. Injecting mana will activate its ability. As soon as Desir finished talking, Romantica injected her mana into the hairpin. And soon her body started disappearing as if she was a drawing that was getting erased. A moment later, Romantica emerged behind Desir. She had moved right in front of their eyes, but no one had picked up on her movements. It's invisibility magic that hides your presence. Not only will your appearance and the sounds you make be hidden, but so will the flow of your mana. This will prevent you from being caught by detection magic. It'll be very helpful to you as you support from the rear. Romantica absolutely loved both its ability and design. Thank you so much, Desir. Romantica tried not to show it, but she couldn't hide the smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. Desir, who had been watching her with a warm smile, took out the second artifact. As the dimensional pocket activated, a pair of leather boots materialized in front of Desir. They were painted in a stylish checkered pattern. This artifact is a pair of boots. They're called the Cloud Walkers. They allow you to instantly teleport short distances up to a meter away. They'll be useful for those in the vanguard. Just from Desir's short explanation, a jest had figured out who would benefit most from the artifact. Short-distance teleportation was useful even to magicians fighting from long distances during critical situations, but it was even more useful to swordsmen who needed to move around quickly. I picked them since they're a very useful artifact, but I haven't decided who to give it to yet. They could be helpful for all of you. Desir took it out and looked back and forth between Agest and Pram. But in Pram's case, I already have another present for you, so you don't have to give it to me for the sake of being fair. Agest spoke. The artifact will be more useful to Pram, as he's a pure swordsman. If Pram is okay with it, I'm willing to give it to him. Is that really okay with you? Agest nodded slightly at the sword on her belt. It's fine since I already have the center of ice. With Agest's generous decision to yield the artifact, Pram became the owner of the Cloud Walkers. Thank you so much, Ms. Agest. And thank you so much, Mr. Desir, for the nice gift. Thanking the two, Pram put the boots on immediately. Once he put them on, the boots shrunk to fit Pram snugly. The Cloud Walkers were an artifact that was activated on command. Zoom. Pram activated them a couple of times. His body teleported about a meter away each time. Even with continuous usage, there was almost no delay between activations. It was a great artifact that was very versatile, but there was one problem. Once he had used the Cloud Walkers a few times, Pram figured out their limitations. They can only be used up to 5 times in a row. After a while, the Cloud Walkers regained their ability. But I'm sure it'll be useful in battle. With that, the second present had been taken care of. Desir looked around at his party members before speaking. The 2 artifacts I gave you and the one that I'll be using are the 3 artifacts that I was allocated for joining the Royal Guards. The title of Royal Guards is respected greatly for a reason. To give them free access to 3 artifacts, none of them being low tier, is unbelievable. At Pram's exclamation, Desir chuckled. This isn't the end of it. She should be on her way by now.
Pardon.
Pram was starting at Desir in confusion, wondering what else could be coming, when he got his answer. Nice to meet you all. A woman suddenly opened the door and entered the office. She gave a slight wave of her hand, indifferent to the bewilderment of the others. As the party members' gazes turned back to him, Desir's mouth curled up. Let me introduce her to you. This is Sir Swan Katarina, who holds the position of the bow within the Royal Guards. Sir Swan, these are my party members. Sure. They seem well trained. Showing no particular interest, Swan flopped down next to Desir. No surprise she finds it bothersome. Despite being busy with her personal work, Swan had come to fulfill Desir's request. So which one's Pram Schneider? He's the one sitting at the far right. The far right, As her gaze moved towards where Desir was pointing to, Swan sprang up from her seat with an unintelligible scream. Her indifferent attitude from moments ago was nowhere to be found, and her eyes burned with passion. Desir, when you ask for a favor, you mustn't leave out the most important information. Excuse me? Swan slowly approached Pram. For real, I thought this would be a hassle, but had I known he was such a cute kid, I would have come more prepared. Pram felt a chill run down his body. He trembled. Whoosh! It happened in a flash. Can I bite your cheeks? Swan, who had approached Pram from behind at some point, spoke in a sweet voice. Excuse me? Fufufu. I'm just kidding. You're so cute even when you're embarrassed. She almost looked like a cat playing with a mouse. As Pram sat there flustered, Romantica approached Desir. Is that person really a royal guard? Well, for now. What a letdown. Romantica was visibly disappointed. The royal guard's accomplishments were well known, even outside the empire through the various media platforms. Through that, she had been harboring an idealistic view of them. Her fantasy had been utterly destroyed though. So why is she here? Sir Swan will be coming here frequently, for the time being, to train Pram. Swan Katarina's teachings. That was the present Desir had prepared for Pram. Seemingly having overheard Desir and Romantica's conversation, the color in Pram's face drained as he soon looked as white as a sheet. The next day at the training hall, Pram and Swan were readying themselves and entering into their respective stances. Pram held a wooden sword while Swan circled around, eyeing him up and down. Oh, adorable Pram. Nice to meet you again. As you already know, I'll be teaching you from now on. Pram anxiously looked around. Noticing his nervous gaze, Swan smiled. Desir asked me to train you for a week, but I've decided to help you until you reach the bishop class. Fufu. I look forward to working with you. Pram thought she was an extremely scary woman. The sight of her eyeing him like prey was enough to send a chill down his back. But her skills were guaranteed. Desir had barely managed to arrange this opportunity. Despite every bone in Pram's body telling him to run and hide, his faith in Desir remained resolute, and he decided to train diligently. So we're gonna go straight into training how to control your. Me said that one can only become a bishop on their own. So how will you be teaching me? Swan, who had been smiling mischievously just moments ago, suddenly turned serious. I'm not exactly teaching you to help you become a bishop. However, there must be some hints you can get from me. Accepting her explanation, Pram nodded. To reach the bishop class, you must first learn how to control your aura in your own way. This isn't a skill that can be taught to you by others or copied from someone. Should we first start off lightly with some theory? Swan put out her hand. There are several basic ways to control aura, and that depends on the individual. One of the most common ways to do so is through reinforcement. It not only enhances attack by surrounding the body, but it also protects you. A prime example of this is Donape Aslan from the northern region. Pram had once watched Donape fighting in person. Agest and Donape's battle. Even after Agest's attacks, he had emerged unscathed. And whenever he swung his axe, the ground itself even trembled. Another method is through materialization. It's a way to embody the aura through various objects. As a prime example, we have Sword Grand Master Raffaello Scheringer who summons wheels with his aura. Pram had never seen Raffaello in action, but he had seen swordsmen who materialized their aura. Sword Grand Master K Hazamarion. The flower of aura that he would summon seemed to still glimmer in his mind's eye.
Aura flower.
A technique that embodied aura in the form of a flower. For now, those are the two most basic forms. Other than those two, aura can be used in other forms depending on the individual. In my case, I focus on accumulating aura. Accumulate? Unable to understand, Pram tilted his head. I'll show you. Swan picked up a small pebble and tossed it towards the floor. Bang! The pebble struck the floor, creating a tremendous explosion. A massive hole appeared on the training hall's floor. It was an incredible amount of power that couldn't have possibly been caused by a small pebble. She charged a mere pebble with that much aura? Pram couldn't help but be aghast at Swan's ability. Well, since there are so many ways to control aura, you have no choice but to look for the one that works for you to reach bishop class. Swan's teachings had been a significant help to Pram. Through them, he was able to organize the experiences he had gone through without realizing what was going on around him. He felt like he had progressed towards his goal. However, her hint didn't end with a simple explanation. Now raise your sword. After all, swordsmen train through battles. Isn't that right? Yes. At Pram's excited answer, Swan smiled and pulled out a dagger. Those who have reached king class sometimes control their aura in several ways. And I can handle my aura in 3 ways. Use this battle with me as experience. No reason to be surprised. I'm one of the few king-class individuals in this continent. Isn't that much a given? Be thankful that you have the chance to battle someone as powerful as me. Thank you. Send your gratitude to Desir for making this opportunity, instead of me. Pram felt truly grateful towards Desir. At first, he was a tad reluctant about undertaking this training, but thinking about it, this was a really big opportunity for him. The promotion exam, one of the most notable tests that took place at the Hebrion Academy, had begun. The competition was the first test that the first years would face. It was also a chance for new students to experience a shadow world for the first time, albeit virtually. For the first years, it was undoubtedly their most important test, so every year, the students would enter this test full of vigor. However, until now, this had only been the case for the Alpha class. This year, due to Desir's influence, the Beta class was also filled with enthusiasm. Romantica sighed as she spoke. I'm worried if they're doing well. The Starling Party's new students had been guided personally by Desir. As a result, they weren't lacking in terms of skill, but as their senior, she couldn't help but worry nonetheless. Desir let out a chuckle. They'll do fine just like we did. True. They did go through such strict training. Romantica shrugged proudly. At the same time, a magic spell was arranged in front of her. Bang! Following the gunshot, a scream rang out from afar. One person has been eliminated. There are 24 people remaining. The second years were also in the middle of a promotion exam like the first grades. The contents of their exam differed though. Each party was assigned a fortress without knowing who was assigned to each one. To occupy the opponent's fortress, each party required fierce psychological warfare and a high level of skill in strategy. But not a single member of the Starling Party showed signs of nervousness. I hope this ends quickly. Having taken care of one person, Romantica stretched exaggeratedly. She was beyond the point of being relaxed and closer to being outright bored. That wasn't a surprise since the Starling Party's opponents were second-year students from the Hebrion Academy. Although the school was populated with the continent's most promising young talents, they were still no more than diamonds in the rough. They were no match for the Starling Party, who had gone through numerous real-life or death battles. More are coming. As someone was caught in Romantica's detection spell, Desir stood up. How many of them? 3. Zoom. A spell once again was arranged in front of her. Spells were invoked and shot relentlessly, without even giving the opponent a chance to react. Bang! Bang! 2 people have been eliminated. There are 22 people remaining. Left alone in the open after losing all of his colleagues, the remaining intruder turned deathly pale. Sniping magic that had been invoked rapidly without leaving a trace behind. There was only one person in the Hebrion Academy who could dish out this kind of magic. Was this the Starling Party's fortress? The moment he realized that the fortress he had reckless approached belonged to the Starling Party, his eyes filled with despair. Damn it! Bang! Another gunshot rang out. 1 person has been eliminated. There are 21 people remaining, and they were completely crushed. Anyone who approached the Starling Party's fortress were forced to their knees, unable to stand before the overwhelming power in front of them. There was no one there that could handle Romantica's rapid-fire, long-distance sniping. The Starling Party's main party members planned to remain at the top of the single rankers this year as well. In a peaceful corner of the Imperial Palace was an elegant building that seemed somewhat out of place. It was a space reserved for the Royal Guards, who were known as the Empire's strongest army. Even with a standing force of just 4 people, their power was not to be underestimated. Considering the place was built to accommodate just 4 people, to call it luxurious might be an understatement. In there, Desir and Alfred were talking while basking in the perfectly warm sunlight that shone through the window. "Congratulations on your good results during the promotion exam, Sir Desir." The promotion exam, starting with a tournament that lasted several days, had been particularly exciting this year. This was due to the fierce competition between the 3 parties. The Blue Moon Party and the Red Dragon Party, who had always been regarded as the most prestigious, and the Starling Party that had suddenly appeared last year to snatch first place in the rankings. They maintained a close relationship as they trained together, but that just increased their desire to beat each other. "The results just reflect how much work we put in." "How humble, Sir Desir. Not only did all of your main party members become single rankers this year, but didn't 5 of your first years also get promoted to the Alpha class?" The Starling Party's achievements were admirable enough for Alfred to be impressed. Amongst the Starling Party's top 30 rankers after the tournament, 5 were first years from the Beta class. As a result of the exam, all of them were promoted to the Alpha class. It was an event that completely overrode the perception that their party was only strong due to the freakish nature of the main party members. People especially couldn't hide their admiration for that student who led the first years. The person Alfred referred to was Rond Fizzlebang. Rond, who had always been excellent, was able to overcome his weaknesses and improve on his strengths under Desir's guidance. He had become an outstanding magician, far stronger than others at his age. He had proven that by ranking first within the first years with his excellent performance during the promotion exam. He'll soon be joining the main party. Next time we act, he'll be amongst our ranks. With the end of the promotion exam, Desir had finished taking care of his urgent matters at the Hebrion Academy. Desir drew up several guidelines to allow the party to continue functioning, so that the party would not be affected even if he was not present. And he then set off to take care of his next problem. He took a sip of his tea before raising the next topic. "I'll end our small talk here and get right to the point. Please take a look at this." Alfred examined the documents Desir laid out on the table. "This is..." Recently, the atmosphere in the Kingdom of Divide has been quite unusual. The documents that Desir presented were various documents provided to him by Vang Zer. Daily protests and countless rumors that came and went. The documents explicitly revealed the sentiment of Divide's citizens towards the Hebrion Empire. Their hostility towards the Empire is concerning, to say the least. Alfred put down the documents as he spoke. "They've always been like that, Sir Desir. It's nothing special. They wouldn't dare to stand up to the Empire anyway." Alfred's opinion was what the majority of Hebrion Empire citizens generally thought as well. Who would dare to defy the Empire? It seemed as though no matter how educated one was, nothing could be done about the deep-rooted ideology that had been taught to them since birth. Just because they've been silent until now doesn't mean that they'll stay that way in the future. Desir had a slightly different perspective. Something impossible happened in the history he knew. Eren had been exiled. Eren was a loyal sword that served the King of Divide across multiple generations. Not only that, but he was also skilled enough to be one of the few king-class swordsmen on the continent. It was beyond common sense to exile such a man. If you check the documents, there'll be a list. It's a list of Divide's merchant ants that have been in contact with the Empire's nobles recently. It was additional data that had arrived after Vang had identified Divide's unusual signs of activity. The funny thing is that all of the people here harbor hostility towards the Empire and have been leading protests as well as spreading malicious rumors. Hearing that, Alfred seemed to have realized they could no longer just let this go. It was clear that there was something more sinister underfoot. If this is true, then we'll need to carry out some investigations. As he carefully examined the documents again, Alfred asked Desir in a solemn voice, "May I ask for the source of this information?" Alice News. If this came from Alice News, then it must be pretty accurate. There was a momentary silence between the two. Alfred, who had been lost in his thoughts with his head down, was the first to break the silence. "What is the reason you brought this up, Sir Desir?" "As a royal guard, I plan to investigate this situation." Alfred stared at Desir in admiration. "You've discovered something very important, Sir Desir. His Majesty will most definitely be pleased by this. If there is anything you need, please feel free to tell me." Desir smiled in satisfaction. Improving the relations between the Kingdom of Divide and the Hebrion Empire, who were on bad terms, had been one of Desir's goals. But by downplaying it as a royal guard's task, he was able to proceed with his plans with the Emperor's support. Desir called the main party members together and recounted the conversation he had with Alfred. The fact that Divide's movement was unusual and that there was an aristocrat of the Empire who was secretly in contact with Divide's merchant group. And the fact that he had decided to investigate this matter on his own. There are a total of 6 people who have had contact with the merchant groups in the Kingdom of Divide. I'm thinking of infiltrating one of them, Count Nordine. The reason why Desir decided to investigate Count Nordine was quite simple. Count Nordine ruled over the titular province of Nordine, which is where the most trade happened with the Kingdom of Divide. Since it's the royal guard's duty, I'm assuming there will be a considerable amount of support from the royal family? Desir answered Pram by shaking his head. "No, not officially anyways. I can't afford to reveal that I'm a royal guard yet. I guess the title Royal Guard would make them raise their guards immediately. Royal Guardsmen were the armed forces under direct control of the Emperor. As soon as Count Nordine heard there was a member of the Royal Guard entering his territory, he would immediately be put on alert. Also, if Count Nordine was hiding something, revealing his identity would make him conceal it even more. Though the title Royal Guard was used freely when necessary, it would be more advantageous to conceal such an identity for now. As members of Hebrion Academy, we will be heading towards the Nordine territory in order to carry out a monster suppression request. Occasionally, powerful monsters would appear in the Western Empire, which shared a border with the Kingdom of Divide. Because of this, frequent requests for monster suppression were sent to the Hebrion Academy. This was the ideal cover for such a delicate mission. Since the main purpose is to investigate, we can't have too many people heading there. As Ajess said, we should aim to form a group with as few people as possible. If it was simply in the name of suppressing monsters, it would be better to take the freshmen as well. However, at the moment, Desir's goal was to investigate Count Nordine. Since the investigation had to be done cautiously, having too many people would make things rather more dangerous. Since we're going to the Nordine territory, I assume we will be away for quite a while. We'll have a lot to prepare for. Romantica seemed excited as if she was going on a trip. Seeing her excited, Desir snickered. "We leave tomorrow. Finish all the preparations beforehand." The quality of the wagon was honestly quite poor. The interior was cramped and the feeling of riding it was the worst since there weren't any shock mitigation spells installed. What was once considered a luxury had become quite common nowadays. At best, it was a little better than walking. However, the Starling party did not have any other options. There weren't any teleportation gates in the Nordine territory, and even if there were any installed, the moment they used it, Count Nordine would be made aware of their presence. To make matters worse, the path towards the territory was narrow and rugged, so there weren't any buses or trains regularly passing through that road. Therefore, the Starling party was only able to use the teleport gate system to reach the neighboring territory. Then, with no other choices available, took a wagon from there to the Nordine territory. There were a total of 5 people riding in the cramped wagon. Other than the Starling party's core members, Desir, Ajess, Romantica and Pram, there was one other person. "I'm not sure whether he will do well." When Romantica spoke in a dubious tone, Rond, who had been sitting in a corner, popped his hand up quickly. I'm confident that I will do well. Please believe in me, big sister. Well, we'll see. Okay. Rond seemed somewhat nervous at the fact that he had joined for this important mission, but he was full of spirit knowing that he was carrying out a request together with Desir. Not a problem. Excluding the core members of the Starling Party, most of the party members didn't have any opportunity to carry out requests with Desir. This was a depressing reality, even though they were affiliated under the same party. It was because Desir was always busy and the missions he undertook were all too difficult. Therefore, carrying out a request together Desir was the dream for most of the Starling Party first years. After Desir became a royal guard, their eagerness grew even more. Desir was certain that Rond was competent and that there would be no issue. Rond proved his worth during the promotion exam. Since there had been a marked improvement in the personality aspect, his only problem in Desir's previous life, Desir was confident that he would grow even more. Desir looked out the window. On this side of the wagon, there was the extremely unpleasant view of a bottomless cliff. Their destination, the Nordine territory, was located on a reasonably large summit atop a steep mountain. It's Count Nordine's territory from here on out, so we need to be cautious. One section of the Hebrion Empire's western region shared borders with the Kingdom of Divide. Even though Divide was defeated by the Empire and had now joined forces with the Western Kingdom Union, it was still the country with the greatest military power other than the Hebrion Empire. Given that the Nordine territory was the furthest away from the Hebrion capital, Dresden, Count Norden required increased autonomy in order to manage his province. For that reason, he had been granted the noble title of Marquis, but it also gave him enough control to hide if he was assisting Divide with an invasion. Though an invasion was unlikely, it could still occur at a moment's notice. Sir Desir, the Nordine territory really is located at a high place. Pram exclaimed as he looked out the window. The western region of the Empire had many dangerous mountains. It was impossible to construct a railway through the treacherous passageway. Pram, who was looking outside the window, pricked up his ears. He stuck his head outside and looked below the cliff. What is it? Did you hear that strange sound? Maybe you heard the sound of the wind? Pram tilted his head, confused. Am I imagining things? Pram was still doubtful after hearing Romantica's answer. Romantica turned her head from Pram towards Desir. Desir, what are you thinking of investigating when you arrive at the territory? There's been an inexplicable increase in imports from Divide. I figured that's as good a place to start as any. Desir had tried desperately to get more information through Alis, but that small shred of information was all he could get for his efforts. He had figured out that there had been a large trade between the Divide merchant groups and Count Nordine, but had no clue what items were being bartered nor where they were being stored. Did you find out which merchant group it was? It's not just one group. According to the information I have, they're the Araka, Naptil, and Nepsilon merchant groups. Nepsilon? Is that a name you know? It's a group that traded a couple of times with our merchant group. Romantica's family led the Eru conglomerate, one of the largest merchant groups within the Western Kingdom Union. However, even if Nepsilon merchant group has a festering ill will against the Hebrion Empire. They refuse to trade with them. It's not surprising that they're not well known in the Empire, but they remain rather famous in the Western Kingdom Union. I've heard that recently they've increased their scale of operating, expanding to handle a variety of goods now. If it was a merchant group that mainly dealt with one or two items exclusively, it would have been simple to narrow down the possibilities. However, because of their variety in their trading, the investigation had just become more difficult. Oi, we've arrived. Along with the horseman's voice, the wagon's motion stopped. While chatting about various topics, the wagon arrived in front of the castle gate of the Nordine territory before they knew it. In order to enter the territory, they had to go through a simple security check. When the Starling party approached the castle gate, guards came up to greet them. Are you guys the students from Hebrion Academy? Yes, that is correct. Including Desir, all the Starling party members were wearing a uniform, so the guards were able to figure out their identities just at a glance. "What are you students doing out this far?" "We came here because of a request for monster suppression." The guard reviewed the content of the letter of request that Desir handed over. "So it's true that there's an unruly monster near the border." It was certainly true that a monster appeared. The guard seemed to have heard about it and nodded. The guard returned the letter of request to Desir. "I hope you handle this issue well." "Of course." The castle gate opened and the Starling party was easily able to enter the Nordine territory. The Nordine territory had an extremely dreary atmosphere. The streets were empty with almost no one walking around. It was strange, considering the size of the city. The Starling party was left with a kind of sinking feeling. Soldiers formed groups and patrolled around the city, but the place exhibited an extremely cold feeling, strictly opposed to the kind of feeling you would get from a town with good law and order. "This place isn't so attractive." The party members all agreed with Romantica. Because the sun was already setting, they decided to find an inn for temporary accommodation. As the Starling party entered the inn, they were greeted by the innkeeper with a warm welcome. The inn was simple and modest. The first floor served the dual purpose of restaurant and bar. There were a few people inside, busy sipping on alcohol. "How much is it for an overnight stay?" 10 silver. "We'd like 2 rooms." Desir handed over an ample amount of money, enough to cover a few nights' stay. "You can use room numbers 301 and 302. Desir picked up the keys before questioning the innkeeper. "Is this place rarely visited by foreigners?" "As you may have felt while coming here, the trip here isn't too comfortable. It's better to think of this place as a fortress that defends the border rather than a city for people to live in." Desir nodded. Given the number of soldiers they'd seen, this place deserved to be called an impregnable fortress. The innkeeper seemed to be happy for a conversation partner, as they offered more backstory for the city. "Since there's a village further down the mountain, foreigners who intentionally come up to this place often have business with the count. It's been a few months since we last had foreigners who visited our inn like you guys." The Starling party divided themselves by gender, unpacked their belongings into their respective rooms, before gathering on the first floor to have dinner. "This is rather nice. The food is tasty as well." The inn was favorably spoken of. The facilities were quite all right and the meal was rather delicious. After finishing the meal, they gathered in the men's room. "Isn't it strange that we are the only foreigners to visit in these past few months?" Romantica voiced the question that was on all of their minds. The innkeeper said that the Starling party members were the only foreigners that had visited this territory recently. However, this was a strange statement, because Count Nordine clearly traded goods with the merchant group of the Kingdom of Divide. This was an indisputable fact that Desir had attained through Isles media. Other than the Starling party, the merchant groups of the Kingdom of Divide must have entered this territory. It's still too early to make a hasty conclusion. It may be that the innkeeper simply isn't aware of any other visitors. The Nordine territory was not small by any stretch of the imagination. They could not rule out the possibility that the innkeeper was unaware of happenings outside his limited area of expertise. The next morning, the Starling party decided to spread out and gather information. Desir went alone. This was the most convenient option for him. Taking others with me would make it quite tricky to avoid attracting attention. The Starling party had become the center of attention in the Nordine territory, a place that rarely encountered foreigners. This posed quite the problem. Since Desir was trying to hide his status as a royal guard, attracting unwanted attention could compromise their mission. Though it would inhibit their progress, the Starling party had to act as carefully as possible for the time being. They didn't have any other choice. Desir decided that, in order to maintain their cover story of monster suppression, it would be best if he gathered information alone while supposedly gathering supplies. The other party members chose tasks of their own, and they all set out to gather whatever information they could. This is quite serious. Desir had made a huge mistake when he arrived. He assumed it would be easy to find clues on the large-scale merchant groups that supposedly came through. Desir was busy all morning moving around. He visited a grocery shop and a herbal shop while pretending to buy food. Even though he went to different places where a lot of people were likely to come and go, he was not able to find any information regarding the merchant group from the Kingdom of Divide. All he had to work with was the knowledge that the innkeeper had shared inaccurate information. It was too early to tell whether this was a deliberate action, or whether they were truly ignorant of the events happening here. Desir's work wasn't all for naught. He eventually caught wind of another group of foreigners who had visited recently, but it still wasn't what he was looking for. There wasn't anyone who had seen any merchant groups transporting or trading a large amount of goods. If the merchant group of the Kingdom of Divide entered this territory, then it should be impossible for none of the public to be aware of something at that scale. The wagons to move the supplies and the labor forces would have been easily noticed. However, no one knew anything about it. Merchant groups? No. If they came, I would have known. I mean, foreigners rarely visit this place. Desir trudged along with a face that dripped with disappointment from not being able to attain any useful information. As he wallowed in self-pity, a blacksmith shop caught his eye. He decided to make it his last stop and see if he could at least get some form of intel he could work with. There were different kinds of weapons hanging from the walls of the blacksmith shop, but the quality of each piece was remarkably high. Pondering for a moment, this assortment and level of wares made sense though, seeing as the city was near the border between two of the most war-prone nations on the continent. The steady, continuous echoing of hammer strikes suddenly stopped and the owner of the shop appeared. He was a very small, elderly man. He squinted his eyes and looked up towards Desir. I see a new face. I came here yesterday after receiving a request for monster suppression. Desir automatically gave his pre-prepared answer. Monster suppression? The old man seemed quite startled. I thought the rumor of an unruly monster near the border had reached everywhere, but I guess not everyone is aware. Because the Nordine territory was next to the border, the rumor of a monster appearing nearby had spread far and wide, especially in this town. And for that reason, no one had doubted the Starling party who claimed to have come for the monster suppression. Ah, you were talking about the monster that appeared near the border. Desir noticed his strange tone and decided to humor the old craftsman. The monster by the border? Does that mean there's another monster around? Well, yes. That's why I was surprised. I thought you were here to suppress that monster. What? Haha. It may seem strange to you, but that monster is actually a great help to this territory. A monster that was helpful to humans. This unique story grabbed Desir's attention. Could you tell me more about it? I assume you have passed the cliff while coming here? The blacksmith pointed down with his finger. Under the cliff, there is a very strong monster. Basically, there's a monster beneath this city. A bottomless cliff. Desir thought about the cliff he passed while riding the wagon. Out here in the western region, monster attacks are a common occurrence. It's not abnormal for villages to be attacked and people to be killed. Ever since that monster settled down though, the attacks in this province have nearly stopped. So they're treating this place as the monster's territory. Exactly. No monsters dare to come up here. It was understandable that other monsters were unwilling to approach. If a truly powerful monster had settled here, no other monsters would want to anger it. However, that alone wasn't reason enough to warrant the monster's survival. It was still a threat. But that strong monster could be rather dangerous. Is that not so? That's the peculiar thing about it. It never comes up the cliff. Ever. If we don't go down the cliff where it has set up its nest, then it doesn't really attack us. That's why we don't have a particular need to suppress it. Indeed, there was no need for ordinary people to go down such a dangerous cliff. As long as that was the case, it would be more beneficial to have a symbiotic relationship with the monster, which blocked the invasions of the other monsters, than to suppress it. Do you know what kind of monster it is, by any chance? I'm not sure. We know of its existence due to its occasional cry when we pass the cliff, but there's probably no one who has seen it, especially since any person that got close enough to do so probably died as a result. I see. Desir thanked the old man who kindly explained the situation and left the shop. Before he knew it, the sun was already setting. Desir returned to the inn. After a moment of waiting in the room, the other party members arrived as well. When Desir noticed their expressions, which weren't very bright, He knew that the results of their investigations weren't great either. I'm sorry, brother. No one has seen any merchant groups. As if they've disappeared into the ground or the sky. I haven't been able to find any trace of any traders made. All of the members had grim looks on their faces due to their lack of results. We've only been looking for a single day. Since we don't have any better ideas for now, let's just continue investigating while proceeding with the monster suppression. Desir attempted to lift their morale before dismissing them after briefly outlining the monster suppression that they would proceed with the next day. The monster that the Starling party had decided to suppress was known as a basilisk. It was most recently seen in the heart of a mountain not too far from the Nordine territory. The Starling party, who had to traverse a steep mountain pass, were quickly able to discover traces of a monster. There was a long, continuous trail of something enormous that had knocked down numerous trees as it swept through. We found the place. Seeing the trail of dried-up bushes and what seemed like the trail of a snake, Desir was confident that they had found the right place. The trail was found right after we moved a little away from the Nordine territory. The tail marks had very clearly kept their distance from the human settlements, or more specifically, where the powerful monster had nested. It seemed like the Smith story had been true. Looking at this trail, I think it's circling around here. It will return on its own, even if we don't chase after it. Desir's prediction proved correct. A tumultuous sound soon filled the air as the sound of trees falling down echoed from a place not too far away. Judging from the sound alone, it wasn't just one or two monsters approaching. The number of monsters approaching here is rapidly increasing. Romantica, who had been busy invoking detection spells, hurriedly delivered this information. There seemed to be more than 10 monsters. Basilisks were an extremely dangerous monster. They were even intelligent. The danger posed by a whole pack of them increased manyfold more than when they were alone. Their intellect allowed them to communicate like humans would, rather than most other animals that attacked wildly. Careful, basilisks emit poison that can petrify a body. You're a goner if it touches you. Agest and Pram unsheathed their swords. Desir, Romantica, and Rond started to arrange spells. Desir snuck a look at Rond. Rond was struggling to complete his spell properly. To him, this was the first real battle he had encountered. It was normal to be nervous.
Desir nudged Ronde's trembling shoulder. Ronde.
Yes.
Don't be too nervous. The Starling party took up a circle formation, keeping Rond in the center with his party members around him. With this simple repositioning, the party was giving Rond a gentle reminder that he wasn't alone on the battlefield, that his party members would protect him. Rond pulled himself together before nodding. All right, and so the battle began. The dense forest of trees, dense enough to conceal the sky, was damaged beyond recognition. Fire raged as far as the eye could see. The trees and grass had been reduced to charcoal, ash, and stone dust. A large portion of the debris had already been swept away by the fierce winds. It was chaos. The flames spread as far as possible, threatening to consume the entire mountain, but were quickly contained to the battlefield. A large chill had begun to enclose the area, combating the fire's spread. In a few mere moments, Agest's ice magic assuaged the flames and the battle ended. We won. Strewn amongst the center of devastation, near the Starling party, were the remains of a group of giant basilisks. Each of their bodies had been mutilated in a different way, turned into pitch black like lumps of charcoal, heads pierced, or their body falling apart as chunks of ice. Basilisks were extremely powerful monsters, but the Starling party was able to achieve victory without injury. During the battle, Rond performed his role admirably. Although it was his first actual fight, a life-threatening one at that, he held his nerve and did not betray Desir's expectations. Desir spoke to Rond. Considering this is your first battle, you responded well in a calm manner. Thank you, brother. A smile was plastered on the now breathless Rond's face. He was struggling terribly, but Desir's compliment resuscitated him. He appeared to be deeply moved. Let's endure this a little longer. Despite the damage dealt to their surroundings, the battle wasn't entirely over. 2 of the basilisks had managed to escape while their pack was slaughtered. "We need to chase them down immediately." Everyone nodded. Only 2 of them escaped, but each and every basilisk was a threatening monster. It was necessary to chase after them and kill them in order to prevent further damage. Fortunately, they had invoked a tracking spell on them right before they escaped. Romantica closed her eyes and focused on the trail of mana left behind by the tracking spells on the basilisks. One is escaping towards the west and the other is escaping towards the northeast. "Let's split up and chase them. Romantica, Agest, and Rond, you guys head to the west. Pram, you and I will head northeast." Desir believed that this was the most well-balanced combination. "Yes, sir. Leave it to me." The Starling party divided themselves in an organized manner, under the leadership and instruction of Desir. Desir and Pram headed towards the northeast. Chasing after a basilisk was not a particularly difficult task. Not only were the tracking spells already placed, but clear trails had been left behind by their enormous bodies. "They're escaping faster than we thought, but we'll catch them soon." Desir arranged acceleration spells while explaining the situation to Pram. Tracking was easy, but there was one point that stuck out. "This direction is..." When the Starling party had set out towards the basilisk's habitat, they had gone southwest. Between the trees in this dense forest, a castle was soon visible in the distance. But they're not heading towards the city, they're heading to the base of the cliff. Once Desir realized that the basilisk was heading towards the bottom of the cliff, he once again recalled what the old man said. Ever since a powerful monster had taken residence under the cliff, no self-preserving monster dared to approach the Nordine territory. This basilisk must be truly desperate. It's completely lost its mind trying to flee from us, and in its desperation is throwing itself into the territory of a strong monster. If it was as the old man said, the basilisk would be dealt with by the monster beneath the cliff, even if they didn't follow it further. However, they couldn't count on that. If they left it alone now, it could still swerve towards town and wreak havoc. "Let's keep chasing." "Yes, sir." Pram nodded while hurrying his steps. Even though basilisks were agile, this one would not be able to accelerate anymore with its injured body. The distance between them and the basilisk gradually decreased. They had been relying on a combination of the basilisk's trail and their tracking magic before, but they were now close enough that they could see the basilisk before them. Trees fell and clouds of dust billowed up. "Desir, over there." "I see it as well." Pram drew his sword and prepared to dart forward. However, the tremors caused by the fleeing basilisk suddenly ceased. It appeared to have stopped moving. "Is it exhausted?" "No way." Flick flick. They could hear the sound of a basilisk flicking its tongue. It must have given up on running away and had steeled itself to fight. "All the better for us." Desir looked at Pram. "Let's suppress it in the one go." Desir and Pram were on high alert as they slowly approached the basilisk. "Ki yeek." The basilisk scream filled the area. That wasn't the only sound, though. Thud, thud, bong. The ground shook and a hideous sound spilled out. The basilisk was in the midst of fighting against something else. It wasn't trying to fight with us. They quickened their paces. The trembling of the ground became more severe as they drew closer. Thud. They arrived at the site of the basilisk falling down. When Desir and Pram arrived there, they couldn't hide their perplexion. It hadn't even been a minute since the battle started. However, the scene that greeted them was too grand to conclude that it was a short battle, by any stretch of the imagination. Pram frowned while sheathing his rapier. What in the world? It was disastrous. The basilisk's body was thoroughly damaged. Its head had been not a monster that could easily be suppressed within a minute or two. Did it manage to suppress the basilisk without suffering any injuries? Desir examined the blood that was splashed everywhere. The green blood turned everything it touched into stone. Of course, it belonged to the basilisk. In fact, the copious amounts of blood that painted the ground belonged entirely to the basilisk. The monster that had dealt with the basilisk was nowhere to be found. It seemed as though it left the place immediately after the battle. "I wonder what kind of monster it is? We'll know once we check it out." When Desir first heard about the monster from that old man, he judged that slaying it was not an urgent task. However, with power on this level, it was a different story entirely. It was impossible to know how the monster would act. The risk this monster carried far outweighed any protection it brought the territory. Desir approached the basilisk's corpse to examine it further. He faced countless monsters in his 10 years in the Shadow Labyrinth. With such an impressive display of wounds left, it would be a simple task for him to figure out what had attacked the basilisk. However, Desir couldn't help but feel disconcerted. What is it, Desir? Desir pointed at all the lacerations on the basilisk's body. Look at this, Pram. The skin here was cut in a neat manner. It surely carries something sharp. Then, Desir pointed at another area of its body. This area was clearly crushed by something, unlike the other injury. And if you look at this mark, you'll know that it collided with something extremely strong. Desir pulled out something that was lodged between the basilisk scales. It was a golden feather. A monster that has a sharp weapon with an extremely hard, golden feather. Desir knew a considerable number of monsters, but he drew a blank when faced with these set of clues. He had no idea what kind of monster they could be dealing with here. Desir, Smoke rose from one part of the basilisk's body. A monster with a powerful weapon and a strong body that lurks in a mountain cave. Monsters usually have their own distinct strengths. However, it wasn't possible to define this monster with just one characteristic. The Starling Party had experienced monsters created by human hands in the Shadow World. Monsters created by combining the strengths of many different monsters. Chimera. After finally reaching a conclusion based on the presented evidence, Desir casually invoked a spell towards an empty area. Crash. Thick smoke billowed up. After a while, when the smoke finally cleared, a previously concealed entity had been revealed. Its figure took the form of a multitude of monsters mashed together. Its appearance was strange, alien even, incomparable to any living creature that obeyed the laws of nature. The monster leaped, approaching Desir and Pram with incredible speed. Pram moved just a fraction of a second behind it. Using the newly acquired Cloud Striders, his body faded before appearing in front of Desir within the blink of an eye. He then struck forward with his rapier. Clanging. Sparks flew out as claw and sword clashed against one another. Pram tried to push away the chimera with pure force by pouring more aura into his rapier. Kirak. However, the muscles in the lower half of the chimera's body, which appeared to be the legs of a minotaurus, inflated and easily endured Pram's force. Pram read the chimera's attack through its muscle movements. High kick. Pram dodged the attack by lowering his head. He was going to counterattack subsequently, but found himself unable. He thought he had dodged the chimera's attack, but its leg twisted in an unnatural manner and was now on a trajectory with his head. The chimeras that he had encountered in the Shadow World did not have this kind of ability. It was clearly several levels more sophisticated than those crude chimeras. Pram hastily raised his sword. Sparks flew out as the chimera's hard skin and Pram's sword raked against each other. The chimera's body, boasting its extraordinary durability, easily endured the force of the blade. Swish. The chimera rotated its body halfway and flung its fist towards Pram. Unlike a normal fist, though, this one appeared to be the head of a wyvern. As it approached Pram, it opened its mouth wide with the intention of swallowing him whole. Clong see-clang. As the sharp, saw-like teeth and the sword interlocked, a shrill sound echoed. The chimera was extremely aggressive. It lashed out incessantly in order to eliminate those who had trespassed in its territory. Whizzes. Every time the chimera swung its limbs, it left behind the sound of strong gusts of wind. Pram's body was not as weak as it seemed. Despite his small size, he was still well-built, better than any ordinary Rook-class swordsman. However, the chimera's attacks were destructive beyond comparison. If a single one of its blows connected properly, Pram would be torn asunder. Pram dodged and shielded himself from the chimera's onslaught, using all of the techniques he had mastered through his training and experiences. Hey up! After several exchanges, a dazzling aura rose up from Pram's sword. A single beam of light shone in the dark forest. Kiyak, the chimera, now down a hand, shrieked in agony. Despite its screams, Pram was unrelenting. He let out slash after slash, refusing to let his counterattack go to waste. It seemed like the chimera's hard skin was unable to withstand an attack filled with aura. The number of injuries it sustained gradually increased. If I just continue to pressure it and slowly whittle it down. While Pram was caught up in his own thoughts, the chimera's mouth opened. A horrid stench filled the air immediately. Acid! Pram attempted to retrieve his sword, buried in the chimera's shoulder, and beat a hasty retreat. Crack! However, before he could do so, the chimera's muscle flexed strangely and locked Pram's sword in place. It then used its other hand to grab the sword. It only took a single lapse in judgment for Pram to find himself on death's doorstep. Urgh! While Pram panicked, a silver marble, no bigger than a fist, struck the chimera's neck. It was Runal. Not being able to withstand the sudden shock, the chimera's neck snapped. At the same time, the acid flew out in a different trajectory than intended and melted the ground off to one side. Giga lightning! A thunderbolt burst towards the chimera and burned its entire body pitch black. Kaya a hack! Pram seized the opportunity by boosting his power and gathering his aura. A bright light twirled around his sword. He stepped back, before lunging forward and using his sword to strike with every ounce of his being. A high-speed stab repeated tens of thousands of times. The chimera raised its remaining arm to block the strike. At that moment, Pram invoked the ability of his Cloud Striders once again. He let loose his attack after instantly moving to the back of the chimera. The chimera was not able to block the attack. Crack! The chimera's head burst like a watermelon in the blink of an eye. Its body squirmed for some time even after its head was gone. But soon after, lost its vitality and collapsed helplessly. Phew! Pram shook off the blood from his rapier. Looking at the chimera's corpse, Desir was lost in thought. Purius Nifshin, the alchemist who spent his entire life in the pursuit of eternal life. Desir encountered him in a shadow world based 120 years ago. Purius created chimeras and completed the homunculus with the assistance of Skull Mask, who had been controlling the magical kingdom. Desir, who had cleared too many shadow worlds to count, and who had personally experienced many centuries of history, didn't feel it was too boastful to claim that he held a fair amount of knowledge over the history of humanity. However, the production of chimeras had been prohibited when all of the countries on the continent agreed to ban such research. Desir was not aware of any country foolish enough to turn all other countries against them. This made him certain that the chimera that they just fought with now was a legacy left behind by Purius. Asking who was behind the chimera was useless. It was a self-evident fact. What is Skull Mask's goal? According to the story told by the old man in the blacksmith, the chimera has been dwelling here for the last few years. Therefore, this meant that the Skull Mask had been planning something here since at least then. Skull Mask was not only able to successfully complete his plan in the magical kingdom, but also made massive advancements in the manufacturing of chimeras. This chimera, produced with a far more advanced and refined technique, was incomparably more powerful than the version they previously encountered in that shadow world. Even Pram, a Rook-class swordsman, was only able to suppress the chimera after receiving support from Desir. Placing a chimera here this powerful probably meant that whatever plan was unfolding here had significant priority. It must be something extremely important to Skull Mask. What in the world was it guarding? Desir speculated that its role was to protect something. The chimera dwelled only in this place and never left its designated area. Whether it was a monster or human, the chimera would kill all trespassers. Does Count Nordine know about the chimera? A very powerful monster dwelled under his territory. It was understandable that he was not suppressing the monster, since it gave such an advantage to his territory. However, he should have tried to figure out its identity at least. It would be foolish to neglect a monster without first identifying it. There's also a chance that he tried to find out its identity but failed. But if he already knew its identity, A chimera is a living weapon, of which the research itself is taboo. If he knew about its existence and didn't report it to the Emperor, it would be a huge problem. A trade between the merchant group of Divide and Count Nordine, and the chimera beneath the Nordine territory. Desir speculated that these two events, which both just happened to occur within a single territory, were likely connected to each other. However, it was just baseless speculation for now. The task they had to carry out had been decided. Pram, the chimera must have been guarding something. We need to find out what that is. Whatever was so valuable that it required a chimera as a guard had to be important. It was the only lead they had that could solve the question burning in Desir's mind right now. If they identified what the chimera was guarding, they could possibly find a vital clue to these mysteries. A ring. The moment Desir and Pram were about to make a move, a notification sound rang from the communication pad. It was from a jest. Took care of the basilisk. What's our next move? They seemed to have successfully handled the other monster. The request for monster suppression had now been fulfilled. Desir. Pram clung on to Desir, gripping his rapier. He had a tense look on his face. There was a trace of fear in his voice as well. I know. Desir contacted the rest of the party members through the communication pad. Hurry and come to where we are. Since the chimera appeared, there was no way to know what kind of dangers lurked ahead. They had to commit themselves entirely by getting plenty of rest, after just engaging in both a large-scale battle against the basilisks and their hunt for the stragglers. But they were not able to do so. The communication pad rang again, but Desir barely noticed. His attention was focused somewhere far more demanding. 20. No, there's far more than that. Chimeras flooded into the area. There was no need to arrange a detection spell to notice them. The chimeras were approaching Desir and Pram, not even bothering to conceal their overwhelming bloodlust and murderous temper. There were roughly 40 of them. Just one of them had been an even match with a Rook-class swordsman, Pram, whose strength stood equivalent to a few knights. Desir broke out in a cold sweat. This could be extremely troublesome. The Starling party had experience facing hundreds of chimeras in that shadow world. The number present was far less compared to back then. The only problem was the fact that only Desir and Pram, just those two, were present this time. The rest of the Starling party could not assist in this battle. The sun descended over the horizon and the mountain was plunged into complete darkness. In this darkness, there was a place where sparks flew out ceaselessly. Ching. Piercing, metallic sounds echoed throughout the mountain. Runels circled around Desir, protecting him from the chimera's attacks while Pram kept his guard up against the endless wave of chimeras while using his aura. Amidst all of this chaos, Desir arranged a spell. Firestorm. Crash. A huge wave of fire swept out in all directions. All of the chimeras that were encompassed by the heat were exterminated without a trace. These chimeras had become far stronger in the last 120 years, but Desir and Pram had grown even faster. Desir had reached the 4th circle and Pram was on the brink of becoming bishop class. Desir, the strongest magician in the Empire, was recognized by the Emperor. With Desir taking an active role in this fight, the situation was stable to some extent. However, that was all. The situation is bad. The chimeras had already surrounded Desir and Pram from all directions. It would be infeasible for just the two of them to keep their guards up in all directions. Desir's spells were steadily reducing the number of chimeras, but it was beyond his power to suppress all of them. They were coping well, but it was only a matter of time before they fell. There were still 25 chimeras remaining. Even though they had defeated a fair amount of them, it had taken a large toll on Desir's mana to do that much. If Desir was a 3rd circle magician, then he would have already consumed all of his mana and found himself in a critical situation. That was just how intense this fight was. Vroom. Desir started to invoke a spell again. A powerful spear of thunder struck down and turned several chimeras in front of him into piles of ashes. Even though each of his spells killed several chimeras simultaneously, Desir's spells seemed weaker than before. Despite their dire situation, Desir had no other choice. The chimeras had completely closed the gap between them and the two humans. Desir's spell choice was extremely limited. Taking even a second longer to calculate could be the difference between life and death. If he was able to cast a wide area of effect spell, he would be able to end the fight, but he would kill himself and Pram in the process. As a result, his only option was to carry out an inefficient battle, hoping it would be enough. To magicians, this was an absurdly disadvantageous battlefield. Ack! While Desir was lost in his thoughts, Pram's scream could be heard behind him. Pram stepped back with a shoulder freshly sliced open by a chimera's horn. He was not severely injured, but the clothesline now sounded an alarm. Warning: less than 20% of clothesline mana remaining. Defensive function is declining rapidly. Pram straightened himself. As much as he wanted to counterattack immediately, he was not able to do so. Ziklang. He was not fighting just one enemy. Since he couldn't know where the dozens of chimera were targeting, he wasn't able to penetrate their formation easily. Due to the consecutive battles, extreme fatigue had accumulated. Pram exhaled heavily. Ha! Ha! A chimera's attack seemed to have grazed his head at some point, as blood oozed down his face, hindering his vision. His arms did not move as he wanted them to, and he braced himself as his knees buckled. It wasn't just the clothesline reaching the limit of durability. His strength was declining too. Aura as well. Similar situation here. The sparkle surrounding the sword was evidently dimmer than before. It was slowly coming to an end because in order to face the powerful chimeras, he had to maintain a constant use of aura. He went well over the aura consumption limit that an ordinary Rook-class swordsman could handle. Even Pram, who possessed far more aura than any other Rook-class swordsman, obtained through intensive training, could clearly feel his limit. He was only able to endure this long due to his precise control over his aura output. That alone was praiseworthy. It would not be strange if Pram fainted right now. Pram, are you all right? Desir, even while arranging spells relentlessly, checked Pram's condition frequently. Don't mind me. Every time he was asked, Pram swung around his sword, shouting with a forced, cheerful voice. He could feel fatigue draining every limb in his body, threatening to take even his consciousness, but he battled against it with all his might. His rapier never stopped moving. No, he could not afford to stop. If I faint here, Desir will have to manage my share of the fight. Pram straightened his weak legs that were on the verge of collapsing. He read the trajectory of the incoming attacks that were arriving like a flood without losing focus. He gathered his remaining aura and swung his rapier around like a madman. More and more injuries accumulated. Before anyone realized, his clothesline had lost all functionality and were no longer able to fulfill their role as Pram's final defense. From now on, Pram remained just one blow away from a fatal injury. Still, he continued to battle. It wasn't a fear of death. It wasn't because he had never fought with his life on the line. He had done so numerous times while battling alongside Desir. But this battle was different. Pram realized he was the only one who could protect Desir, and that was what let him exert himself far beyond his limit. Block it, then cut. Pram's spirit endured through his pure determination to protect Desir.
Ziklang.
Pram, who held on to a clear reason not to faint, did not collapse. He had long reached his limit, but rather than falter, his rapier's trajectory became more fierce instead. Krarg! The chimeras, instinctively feeling some kind of danger welling up from Pram, stormed towards him. As Pram watched the chimeras running towards him, he inhaled calmly. At the same time, aura welled up in his rapier and started to emit a bright glow once again. He then took a step forward and struck out. This time, his stab was different to the previous ones. Condensed aura on his sword burst out, and an aura filled with powerful force flooded towards the chimera. The light extended out in all directions throughout the dark forest. This was the stage reached by Pram in Desir's past life. He had honed the technique known as stabbing to an impossible perfection. Aura drive. PP pop. 5 chimeras were swept by the aura's ferocity and torn asunder without any chance to shriek. Huff! Huff! Pram was astonished. He felt like a third party, watching the spectacle unfolding before him, even though it was of his own doing. This is the... He had reached the bishop class. He was able to release aura and not just wrap it around his body and sword. Even while experiencing a once-in-a-lifetime emotion that warranted celebration, Pram did not lose himself in the moment. He checked his surroundings to ensure there was no imminent threat to Desir or himself. 15 chimeras remained. It was still not the time to lower his guard. Pram had taken in the situation and began to dash towards the next. Out an attack that killed 5 chimeras in the one blow. He no longer had the strength left to even lift a finger. Cray! Seeing this as an opportunity, the chimeras started to leap towards the now helpless swordsman lying down on the ground. Parry errand. Desir's spell swept away the pouncing chimeras in a single strike. Desir seized this opportunity to relocate himself next to Pram. Don't leave my side. He wrapped his arm around Pram's waist and helped him stand up. I'm sorry, Desir. I couldn't endure it after all. That's all right, Pram. Desir arranged a spell while holding Pram up. You've done your part well. Firestorm. Intense flames washed over many chimeras. But, in Pram's eyes, Desir's spell power has noticeably dropped in comparison to the beginning. Desir's mana must also be on the brink of running out. It's all right. We can rest now. A chimera with the head of a snake sprung out, piercing through the flames. However, it could not reach Desir. Pop! Something flew in from somewhere and the chimera's entire upper body disappeared in a fountain of gore. A wind spell flew in at warp speed. The aftermath of that spell, which hinted at the power behind the spell, blew in and washed over Desir and Pram. It was not a spell that Desir had invoked. Ice Empress. The moment Pram felt the chilly air that smothered all life, he knew. He knew that the other Starling party members had arrived. When Agest, Romantica, and Ron joined them, the chimeras were handled easily. Kyprosa's grief. A current of air, sharp as a blade, sliced through numerous chimera. The wind bullet penetrated the chimera accurately even in the dark forest. There was no chimera that could block against Romantica's attacks. The attacks of a magician who had reached the 4th circle. Her wind magic had skyrocketed and was now a force to be reckoned with. The chimeras were picked off one by the attacks flying in from the hidden enemy. Frozen Palace. Agest invoked Frozen Palace to contain the chimera so that they could not approach Desir and Pram. She then stepped forward and cut down the chimera one by one. After Agest widened the distance between the chimera and the party members, Rond was able to arrange artillery-style spells freely. Their military strength as a group was overwhelming and dominating. Desir alone handled more than half of the battle before they arrived. The result was evident. When the battle ended, Desir stopped the spell that he had been arranging and retrieved Runel. At the same time, he flopped down next to Pram. Are you all right, brother? Rond hastily approached him and took out medical supplies from his clothesline's dimensional pocket. Desir nodded and pointed at Pram. I just have a few scratches. Treat Pram first. I'll take care of Pram. Romantica approached and examined Pram's injuries. Pram, who continued to fight from the front line, even after his clothesline broke, was full of injuries. There were clear traces of blood from his shoulder and head. Romantica disinfected his injuries, applied medicine, and dressed his wounds. None of his injuries were fatal. Luckily, there wasn't any poison either, so there shouldn't be any problems. What a relief! Desir sighed with relief and looked at Pram. Pram! Seeing Desir's glance, Pram couldn't help but be nervous. Hiding your own condition to the party leader could worsen a situation. This time things went well, but it could have been very serious. Sorry, Desir. You need to be honest next time. Receiving a reprimand from Desir, Pram hung his head low like a puppy that had been scolded. At that moment, Desir stroked his head. Pram looked up at Desir with a puzzled expression. However, because you reached the bishop class in that situation, we were able to endure long enough for the others to arrive. You did very well, Pram. He. Pram's downcast face brightened in an instant. Did you say Pram reached the bishop class? As the atmosphere loosened, Rond cut in and asked with a voice dripping in envy. If you reached the bishop class, that means you're one of the few hundred people who are extremely talented. That's incredible. A bishop-class swordsman was at a level where he or she could lay claim to the head position in almost every knightly order. You've earned it, Pram. Agest put away her sword and strode over towards the party. Finally gathered together, they started to share information on the current situation. The fact that the Chimera had been living here for the last few years. Desir's speculation that the Chimeras were protecting something important here, and the possibility that this was connected to the outsiders, specifically Skullmask. The party members agreed in silence, as if anticipating the same conclusion. Only Rond, who had never faced the outsiders before, turned deadly pale. The mastermind of the outsiders? Is the ascent that extremely dangerous, brother? Desir nodded. That's right. If the outsiders are connected to this, it wouldn't be a matter that we could solve on our own. Skullmask, a mysterious figure behind the collapse of the Holy Kingdom of Artemis, as well as the mastermind that manipulated the magical kingdom from the shadows under the guise of the prophet. If it was a scheme that he devised several years ago, it was definitely something that should concern the Starling Party and the Hebrion Empire. We just have to do what we can right now. First of all, we need to find out what the Chimeras were guarding. We just need to trace where they came from, right? Romantica understood her role well. She arranged a detection spell right away. She quickly found where the Chimeras had been nesting. They would be able to discover what the Chimera were protecting once they arrived there. Since dozens of Chimera had flooded out together, there was a clear trail left behind for Desir's party to follow. After verifying their paths with Romantica's detection spell, Desir distanced himself from the party members. It was to establish contact with the side guard. To prepare for the worst, he arranged for the side guard to remain on guard within the village where the teleportation gate was located. Desir contacted them, delivering information about their encounter with the Chimeras, and added his own judgment as a royal guard. The content was a more detailed and official set of information, more refined than what he had explained to the party members. A side guard member seemed surprised when he received the information. And please report this matter to His Majesty the Emperor. Understood, Sir Desir. It was dawn with a full moon still hanging in the sky, not yet obscured by the full might of the sun. How's the current situation? A middle-aged man asked while stroking his beard. He was Count Nordine, a marquis in charge of defending the western border, the border between the Hebrion Empire and the Kingdom of Divide. Karis Nordine looked out the window with sharp eyes. His pupils reflected the outline of the forest below the cliff. Even though he was a middle-aged man, the aura he gave off was sharp like a sword, no different from the time when he was young. The leader of an order of knights kneeled before him and reported. It entered Phase 2. Karis turned around and faced him. There was no reason for the leader of an order of knights to lie. It must be the truth. He stroked his beard again and soon entered a reverie. When the vital sign of the Chimera tasked with eliminating trespassers who entered that territory stopped, Phase 2 would be triggered. It was a level of defense that would kill the trespassers by releasing all of the Chimeras. Phase 2 had never before been initiated since the Chimera had been placed there. After spreading the rumors of its existence being that of a guardian, there was no one who dared approach the area. And obviously, there were no monsters that would dare to stand against a Chimera. However, the current situation implied that a powerful Chimera had been defeated. Did you identify what trespassed in that area? The dispatch team is currently investigating. What are your thoughts on this matter? The leader of the Order of Knights pondered, then spoke. A group of basilisks have been seen near the border recently. They may have strayed across to this side. I know about the basilisks as I've already been notified. They made appearances around 3 weeks ago. There's no reason for them to suddenly cross the territory when they weren't able to do so until now. Karis gathered all of the information at hand and organized his thoughts calmly. Along with the important role of defending the border, the role of Marquis was not handed to just anyone. Because the Emperor thought highly of his skills and judgment capability, he entrusted him with this heavy responsibility. What about the people living within the territory? Has anyone suspicious left recently? There was no one who left the territory. However, there were foreigners snooping around the territory 2 days ago. Foreigners. Karis nodded, waiting for him to continue speaking. After investigating the inn that they're staying in, we learned that they paid for a few days of rent in advance, and their rooms have been empty since morning. Were they thinking of staying longer, but went back in a hurry due to some circumstance, or they were students from the Hebrion Academy who received a request to eliminate the basilisks? I heard there were 5 of them in that party. Karis descended into his thoughts once again. Hebrion Academy was an educational establishment that gathered people with outstanding ability from all over the continent and trained them. Some of the people who underwent such training had great ability that allowed them to be knighted before even leaving the academy. That's not enough. Bring me more detailed information. Yes, sir. I'll contact the operatives in the capital. After the leader of the Knight Order left, Karis, who was now left alone in the office, slumped into his chair. Surely they didn't go down the cliff? It was something that he carefully prepared for. If the existence of the chimeras were to be discovered, he had to silence whoever survived. The chimeras were a problem, but that something which the chimera protected must not be revealed. It wouldn't matter, even if they overcame Phase 2. Karis thought about the conversation that he had with his ally. The last defense system, Phase 3. According to his ally, Phase 3 could only be brought down if the combined military force of an entire country was gathered. Even if this party from the Hebrion Academy was strong, it was hardly possible for them to win against the power of a whole country. What a pity! Karis sincerely felt sad about losing talented individuals in the Empire. However, it was necessary in order to accomplish that goal. He clenched his fist, looking at the tapestry with a magnificent lion weaved into it. To Hebrion, no one was able to stand up against Pram's stubbornness. Desir ordered Pram to return to the territory, but Pram only shook his head. I won't be a burden. Please, Desir. But your condition. I'm fine. Pram unsheathed his rapier and swung it around a few times. Desir finally gave in to Pram's plea. Even though it could be dangerous to take Pram in his condition, Desir also judged that they had already overcome what was likely to be the biggest hurdle. The Starling party rested until Pram had recovered enough to walk, and then set out towards their destination. The morning air was extremely chilly. The Starling party was able to follow the trail of the chimera back towards their den. There were horribly mangled bodies and that which must be monster corpses. Judging from their injuries, they must have been victims of the chimera. Some of the corpses seemed fresh and some of them seemed to have died many years ago, judging from their rate of decomposition. There seemed to be quite a number of victims. After the Starling party expressed sorrow for the unknown casualties, they started to move again. After walking for some time, a high cliff and a giant cave came into their sight. Was this the place that the chimera were guarding? This place was right below the cliff that they passed when they were on the wagon, heading towards the Nordine territory. Isn't this the place where Pram heard a strange sound? I'm guessing it was the sound of the chimera. Great hearing. Pram waved his hands. And no, I heard a faint sound, so I thought it was the sound of the wind. Desir looked up the cliff. The top of the cliff was too distant for him to see with the naked eye. At this distance, I don't think a scream could be heard, no matter how hard one tries. What is it, Desir? Romantica's call woke Desir up from his thoughts. It's nothing. After shaking his head, Desir entered the cave together with the party members. The interior space inside the cave was very wide. It would be no problem for 200 people to enter the cave at the same time. However, there was something that caught their attention more than the area itself. It's clear that someone used this place with some kind of purpose in mind. Just like Ajest mentioned, there was evidence of human traces inside the cave. There was also a strut propped up to prevent the cave from collapsing. It resembled a military base. Light. They created magical light and ventured deeper. After a while, they were able to find steel-barred windows. On top of each set of bars was a number. The number of them was exactly 49. This was roughly how many chimera the Starling party had eliminated. The chimeras must have lived behind these empty barred windows. When they entered deeper into the cave, an enormous iron gate appeared. Desir drew in closer to check, and naturally, it was not a gate that one could open simply by pushing. "Leave it to me. This time, I'll..." "Just wait." Desir restrained Rond, thinking that he may cause trouble. "Rond, what do you think would happen if you use an explosion spell inside a cave?" I'm sorry, brother." Only then did Rond realize what he was trying to do and quickly apologized. After smiling bitterly, Desir waved his hand towards the gate. Then, the 13 defensive spells that had been placed on the gate dispersed soon after. It was designed to send a signal if the spells were removed by force, but they had been removed before being able to serve their function. Even though the magical barrier had been resolved, the thick iron gate still needed to be dealt with. "Pram, I need your help." "Hoo-hoo, it's a good thing you brought me along, right?" Pram coiled aura around his sword. Pram's aura, which had now reached bishop class, emitted a dazzling light beyond compare. Even the iron gate with a height of several meters was cut down in a breeze. Thud, the iron gate collapsed. This was the place that the chimeras had been guarding. When they looked inside, they were surprised. What the hell are these? Preserved rations, enchanted weapons, magical scrolls, and an abundance of mana stones lay before them. There was a reserve of supplies beyond count. Romantica drew in closer and inspected the supplies. The supplies had seal stamps of the merchant group that produced them. Romantica recognized the seal stamps on the weapons. Nepsilon. On the mana scroll was Naptil, and on the food supplies was Iraka. Desir. These are products from the merchant groups that you talked about. So were these the products that the Nordine territory was trading with the merchant groups from Divide? After checking the supplies, Desir was able to confirm the goal of the Nordine territory. Food, weapons, and magical scrolls with mana stones to power them. There was only one situation that would require all 3 kinds of supplies. The Nordine territory was preparing for war. It was not strange for Count Nordine, the person in charge of border defense, to be prepared for war at all times. However, if that was the case, why did he secretly trade with the merchant groups of the Kingdom of Divide and hide the goods here? Desir was certain that he was gathering war supplies with a different intention. As Desir was lost in thoughts, Romantica frowned. There's something over there. There were piles of supplies, and there was another steel-barred window behind them. Desir checked the number written on the top of the bars. 50. This clearly signified something. So there's still a chimera remaining. Jarrrrrrr. The steel-barred window opened little by little. It seemed like it was set up to open if the iron gate was not opened in a normal manner. Beyond the darkness, something stirred. After identifying the enemy, the Starling party got into formation in perfect order. Ajest pulled out the center of ice and took the lead. Pram, whose body had not yet fully recovered, stood behind her and planned to target the enemy from the side. Behind them were Rond and Desir. Romantica stood alone at the very back. Desir looked at the bars attentively. Once he had confirmed the enemy's face, even though it was still indistinct due to the lack of light, Desir murmured disbelief. Aaron, a king-class swordsman. One of the heroes who made a huge contribution toward them reaching as far as they did in the Shadow Labyrinth. Desir had been a part of several joint operations with him in his previous life. Why is he in the Hebrion Empire? Desir had heard about how Aaron had been exiled from city to countryside through Isles communication. However, he was supposed to be in the Longort region. Why was he here in the Nordine territory? When Aaron stepped out of the darkness, Desir frowned. Aaron was not in a human form. The Starling party members were shocked to see such a figure. And not a monster, but a human hybrid? The body consisted of many different monsters with Aaron's face positioned on the head. Aaron was merely one part of the body that made up that chimera. Desir was lost for words. Even though Aaron was his enemy, he was Desir's comrade and also an honorable knight. He never dreamed of meeting him like this. Desir's heart ached. How did he end up like this? Millions of thoughts whizzed through Desir's mind, leaving him dizzy as a result. It became difficult for him to breathe. Cook! However, of course, he did not lose control. When Desir identified the tentacles sprouting from the chimera's body, he arranged a defensive spell. Sigh of Kizard. An ice shield materialized and collided with the tentacles. Even though they managed to block them, they were certain of one thing. It was clearly an attack. Kill the enemy. Desir was finally able to make out what Aaron was muttering. It seemed as though he had lost his reason. He repeated that meaninglessly. His eyes were completely unfocused, glazed over with an inhuman indifference. His attacks continued shortly after. A monster's body structure, which had been concealed within Aaron's flesh, bubbled out and took on a grotesque form. Just as the party steeled themselves to commence battle, Desir gave an unexpected command. Get out of the cave first. What? If the cave collapses, it'll all be over. As the 3-meter-tall chimera started to move aggressively towards the starling party, one section of the cave already started to collapse. It's too dangerous in here. The other starling party members soon realized this as well. They turned tail and immediately ran towards the cave entrance. It was a self-evident fact that the whole cave would collapse if they fought here. To the back. Through the iron gate. The starling P. Strength suddenly turned into a battle of speed. We need to get out first. They passed the iron gate. It was the gate that Prams had used his aura to cut down when they entered. The space that Pram created by cutting the gate was just big enough for a single person to pass through at a time. The gigantic chimera would not be able to pass through that quickly. This was the naive belief that everyone held. However, within 5 seconds of them passing through it, they realized their folly. Clang. A loud and resonant sound made the party members cover their ears briefly. The chimera crashed into the iron gate and it crumpled like a piece of paper. Upon witnessing a force capable of effortlessly crumpling an iron gate, their hearts dropped. How were they going to face off against such an absurd monster? Run and don't look back. Thud. Crash. Crack. It was impossible to not sense the chimera hot on their heels. The amount of noise it created was terrifying. It would kick the ground while grabbing the cave walls. Even though it had a gigantic figure, its speed was unbelievable. The cliff and the ground were screaming in protest. One of the supporting pillars was unable to bear the weight and collapsed. Desir, it's moving faster than us. At the present rate, they would clash. Desir turned around and spoke towards Agest, who was at the very back. Agest, arrange a spell to support the cliff. As Desir spoke, he started arranging a spell. Winter Crystal. Agest did the same. 2 fourth-circle freezing spells were invoked. Ice started to form in the cave like crystal pillars. The 2 ice pillars coiled together and formed a solid figure. The combination of Agest and Desir's magic was incredibly resilient and had given birth to a respectable obstacle. Thud. Crack. Crack. A sound of crushed ice echoed through the cave. The chimera was approaching as it smashed the ice apart with its extreme power. However, they were not trying to stop it in the first place. They just had to slow its speed down. The long stretches of pillars in the cave were certainly capable of doing just that. Kararg! The chimera's horrible shriek echoed off the cave walls and struck Desir's ears. Such a bone-chilling scream had come from a human's vocal cords. Desir lost hope. Are we enemies? The honorable comrade that he remembered was no longer there. There was only a monster obsessed with slaughter. It was running amok, trying to kill Desir. I don't have any choice but to kill him. To kill it. Desir pulled himself together. Outside the cave was an open forest. The starling party, who managed to come out of the cave first, found a spot and established a formation before the chimera could follow. Shing. Warriors at the front and magicians at the back. Immediately after they established a formation, crack, crack, the sound of crushed ice approached nearer and nearer. The sound of footsteps was becoming louder. As the sound of the footsteps reached a crescendo, the starling party's attack was released like a flood. Agest was the first to move. Frozen Palace. A jest's imagery magic. Palace appeared. It was beautiful, but in reality, it was an inexhaustible operational space where hundreds of spells were materializing simultaneously. Dozens of third circle spells were arranged and fired at the gigantic chimera. The spells, shot within an extremely low temperature, approached the chimera to seal its movement. The chimera raised its arm. A spear made of ice and an enormous ice sphere struck its arm while a layer of pure frost began encroaching upon its feet. Kriuk! After the magic wave ended, the chimera started to move. Arg! Thudded. When the chimera struck its arm against the ground, a large part of the frozen palace collapsed. The Starling party had never encountered something capable of rendering a jest's imagery magic so futile. When the flow of mana reversed, a jest frowned. The number of spells she could deploy had been significantly reduced. The chimera regained its movements and strode towards a jest. Bong! Romantica wasn't wasting her time. A sniper works best when they're unexpected. Her shots were strong, having both power and accuracy. She had blown off the arm of the chimera, the very arm that had proven capable of decimating a solid iron gate. Kekiarg! A shriek resounded. The moment it stopped moving, a jest restored the frozen palace. For the second time, dozens upon dozens of spells were shot towards the chimera. It won't be easy to suppress this one. Judging so, she decided to devote all of her energy in this attack. Ice Empress. She released the power contained in her sword, the center of ice. A vast amount of intensely cold air was focused inside her body. Her white blonde hair started to turn platinum silver. Immediately after her last strand of hair turned silver, her new form catapulted out towards the creature in front of her. Noticing her existence, the chimera continued to launch attacks on a jest while under attack from the frozen palace. The tentacles on its back rushed towards a jest. Crack, crack. An imposing ice spear formed and targeted the tentacles one by one. She was able to arrange any spells and direct them wherever she wanted, as long as it was within this space. While a jest was keeping it busy from the front, Pram made his move. Pram may not have been able to kill the beast in a single blow, but he could certainly strike down a tentacle or two after filling his rapier with aura. The chimera was instantly wary of him and tried to minimize the amount of damage Pram could inflict, but was forced to direct a majority of its attention towards a jest. It is menacing, but it doesn't seem like the chimera is too dangerous. Pram, hiding a fragment of his anxiety, continued fighting. And while the swordsmen were confronting the monster, the magician's spells were completed. Step back. It was Desir's order. With the near-instantaneous delivery of Desir's communication spell, it was as though his party was able to read his mind. Pram and a jest had both stepped back before the chimera even realized that one of them had stopped attacking. The chimera lurched forward to re-engage, but the frozen palace had already followed a jest's commands and neutralized its movements. Rond and Desir's spells simultaneously burst towards the chimera. Volcanic Cannon. A freshly forged cannonball made of pure flames, hot as lava from a volcano, slammed into the chimera's core. Boom! Along with a heavy explosive sound, the chimera's massive body tilted greatly. The chimera confirmed the magician's existence. It changed priorities and had begun to move towards Rond when Desir's spell hit. Firestorm. This was a battlefield for magicians. In this current situation, where the front line tied up the enemy and allowed the magicians to keep their distance, Desir was able to unleash the true power of magic. A cyclone of pure flame engulfed the chimera's entire body. Feeling the heat, Rond covered his face. It was so bright that everyone had to look away or cover their eyes. A jest used her center of ice to keep both her and Pram from being melted alive. Rond's face brightened. Even if it was a chimera, it was surely an organism made up of flesh and blood like humans. There was no way it could endure that kind of attack. Did we bring it down?
No.
When Desir shook his head, Rond gazed at the fire. At that moment he was not able to believe his eyes. Within the blazing fire, there was a figure. It's alive? How in the world? The dust started to clear. They found the reason not too long after. A bluish energy surged from the chimera's whole body. What in the world is? It's aura, Desir answered. That chimera knows how to wield aura. A swordsman can be considered truly strong once he or she is capable of manifesting their aura. Aura, when used, is a power capable of granting any individual exceptional military prestige through its offensive, defensive, and unique applications. The chimera in front of them was using that very power with at least an adept understanding of it. Even without its aura, this chimera was several times stronger than the previous chimeras they had faced. But now, it was an insult to compare the two. The chimera, which increased its defense by wrapping its entire body in aura, still stood tall. It had managed to survive after taking a direct hit from Desir. Desir stared at the chimera's head. I wonder if it's able to utilize the aura that Eren handled during his life? Eren was a king-class swordsman. As a result of making Eren an ingredient for the chimera, a true monster had been born. One which could not be taken down by a heavy blow from six-circle magic. Retreat was no longer an option for the Starling party. Even if they managed to escape, the damage this creature could cause was incalculable. Desir was also duty-bound to eliminate such a threat as the staff of the Royal Guard. Keek! The chimera was not only gifted in attacking and defending, but also in regenerating. Even though they pierced its hard skin and inflicted severe injuries, it recovered in a blink of an eye. The injury on its left arm, caused by Romantica's attack, was long gone. Desir analyzed the chimera while maintaining his composure. The most bothersome parts are the wings and the tentacles. Boom! The moment Romantica's shot flew in, the chimera spread its wings. Its enormous wings were not used just for flying, but also for protection. While its bluish aura covered them, it was able to block Desir, Romantica, and Ron's spells with ease. The tentacles grew out of various places on the chimera's body. They spouted out of its arms, legs, and shoulders. The tentacles grafted on, which were likely from the monster known as the Queenbay, wriggled and writhed as they rushed towards the front, as though they had a mind of their own. The flying tentacles, covered in aura, had similar power to a high-class knight's sword. The frozen palace that Agest arranged had long been ruined by those flailing tentacles. The Starling party was quickly losing the initiative they had struggled to obtain. The scale of its power is well above that of Raffaello. As long as it remains cloaked in that vast amount of aura, it is almost invincible. The chimera's body was much more resilient than a human's. With such a strong body, if it still has Eren's king-class aura, it would be able to wield it even better than him. There were no high-level techniques at work here, but it threatened to overpower them through sheer brute force. Its recuperative power is unusual, so it's important to make a single attack. Then, Desir immediately came up with a countermeasure. There was only one answer to this. I've figured it out. Desir made up his mind and used the communication pad. From now on, we'll be launching an all-out offensive. The Starling party's tactics changed suddenly. The first thing to change was Agest's movements. She had focused on restraining the chimera's movements until now. In an abrupt change of pace, she instead unleashed a barrage of unrestrained attacks. With Ice Empress invoked, her strengthened movements were comparable to a king-class swordsman. The chimera's tentacles shot towards Agest from all directions. As Agest approached the chimera and dozens of tentacles were preoccupied defending against her, "Now!" Desir ordered. As if she were waiting for this to happen, Agest released her Ice Empress form and her white blonde hair quickly returned. And at the same time, the chilly air that she kept inside her radiated out in all directions. Agest didn't miss a beat and started to arrange a spell. Frozen world, crack. Everything around her suddenly started to freeze. The tentacles that were rushing towards Agest were no exception to this. Frozen world. It was a new imagery magic that she had created. Contrary to the Ice Empress, which focuses the chilly air within the body, this was a spell that released the chilly air in all directions. This arranged spell, which utilized the chilly air emanating from the center of ice, reached the power level of a six-circle spell. The chimera, which had even absorbed Eren's battle experience, quickly took stock of the situation it found itself in before taking action. Flap. The chimera quickly stepped back and unfurled its wings to take distance, assuming that further attacks from the starling party would follow. At that moment, Romantica's pad rang. Romantica. I know. Raiden Tornado, a weather control spell that falls under the 5th circle. While it may be beyond Romantica's current circle, highly skilled magicians are able to arrange spells beyond their level by reducing the scale of effect. Calling them highly skilled was underselling the talent required. Magic that Napolitan had shown off while sparring with Desir had been attained by Romantica through her relentless training. Swoosh! A storm formed near the chimera and started to rage. Wings exist to allow an animal to ride the wind. However, it would be impossible for them to fulfill their role amidst this kind of storm. The chimera was not able to control its body due to the violent wind and soon landed on the ground. The chimera's wings, its only means of defense, were twisted like the spokes of an umbrella inverted in a storm. While it struggled to recover control, the creature was wide open for attack. Hey Ag! Pram gave a shout and kicked off the ground. A jest and Romantica's intentional actions prior to this all led to this outcome. A rapier filled with aura rushed in towards the blind spot of the chimera. Thud. Realizing its weakness, the chimera quickly kicked off the ground to escape the situation. The aftereffect was substantial. Even though it simply stomped its feet, the ground had ruptured and debris was rocketing towards Pram. The chimera seized this moment to attack. However, something was strange. Even though it managed to land its attack, nothing could be seen nor heard. There were no voices either. Aaron's head, which was supposed to be on top of Chimera's body, was now gone. Pram had failed in approaching it, but had instead managed to cut the Chimera's head. It's a success, Desir. The human part of the Chimera, which contributed Aaron's human judgment and combat experience, as well as allowing it to use aura, was now gone. The Chimera discarded all of the injured parts and started to replace them with other monster body parts. It was a gruesome sight, seeing lumps of flesh slew off its body. Eventually, it abandoned its semi-human form altogether and became a monster that walked on all 4 legs. Kowarg. It was clearly not the sound of a human scream. Even though they had removed Aaron's head, the Chimera maintained its life persistently. However, it was no longer whole. The Chimera's head, made out of Aaron's flesh, was an important part that enabled it to tap into his vast battle experience and aura. Not only that, he was also in charge of auditory, olfactory, and visual sense processing as well. A blob of flesh swelled up to take its place, but it would take quite a long time for what was now a mindless beast to recover those senses. The Chimera, which had lost all of its sense, started to indiscriminately rampage. Crash, crash. The tentacles on its body started to stretch out and cut down everything like a bladed whip. The speed of its flailing appendages was so quick that it seemed as though they had vanished from sight. No one was able to approach it now. The tentacles turned everything they touched into rags. Even though it no longer had the use of aura, its raw strength was still powerful beyond expression. A part of the cliff was smashed apart. At that very moment, this way, Desir's words sounded particularly loud to the Chimera, which barely regained its auditory sense. The Chimera recognized that voice. His enemy. The Chimera instantly made the connection and sprung out towards that voice. However, a jest and Pram no longer restrained the Chimera. Great job. I will take it on from now. The sightless Chimera responded more sensitively to sound. In fact, all it could rely on was sound. Thus it moved according to what it heard. When there was no longer anything blocking it, the Chimera started to accelerate with great speed. Every time it kicked off the ground erupted behind it like an explosion. The Chimera that had originally darted off with great speed eventually came to a stop. The ground still shook even though it was no longer moving. Sensing something disquieting, the Chimera looked around, even though it lacked any form of vision. Crew! A strange cry came out of its restored vocal cords. The sight returned just in time. The Chimera could barely open its eyes. It frowned at the bright light blinding it. A vast amount of spell arrays arranged themselves in front of Desir. These were the source of the strong and intense light. Though inconvenient, I had to lure you here, Desir stated in a calm fashion. I don't want the city to be destroyed. Not understanding what he was saying, the chimera simply moved in order to eliminate the target. However, it noticed something strange before even taking a half step. There was no moonlight. There was no other light shining in the sky other than the light that Desir was responsible for. The chimera raised its head and looked upwards. There was something enormous floating, something that exceeded the range of the chimera's perception. Binder of Earth, a fourth circle defensive spell. However, this spell was one extensively modified by Desir. This version was not designed to be used defensively. It was actually an offensive spell that rivaled the destructive power of the seventh circle. A giant sphere covered the moon and the forest. Gravity control. Desir did not rein in its power, instead continuing to calculate and form the spell array, pouring in the entirety of his power. This is the end. Thudded. Along with a loud boom, a massive shockwave radiated out in all directions. The whole forest was flattened instantly and dusty clouds billowed up high into the air. After a while, the dust settled and they were finally able to see. An enormous crater, similar to a meteorite strike one may see depicted in the media, was formed in the area where Desir's spell exploded. When Desir returned to join the Starling party, he was greeted with triumphant cheers. That was incredible, Desir. Since when have you been able to pull off that level of magic? The Starling party members were struck with admiration after playing the role of onlookers, witnessing the spectacle of Desir obliterating the chimera. It was their first time seeing a fourth circle spell that Desir had modified. Rond was not able to hide his envy, and even Agest, who rarely expressed her emotions, was astonished and couldn't tear her eyes away from the gigantic crater. Desir's spell had altered the topography of the forest in a single blow. It was clearly a spell with the strength of the seventh circle. It was only natural that the others would praise and compliment him. Desir waved his hands as he attempted to shrug off their praise. It was only possible because you all fulfilled your respective roles brilliantly. True, if Pram didn't cut off its head, it wouldn't have been easy. No, I was only able to focus on attacking thanks to Agest, who held onto its feet. They complimented each other and the friendly atmosphere continued on. While they were preoccupied basking in their victory, Desir's smile slowly disappeared. He just couldn't smile. Aaron's head lay on the ground. Desir had a stern expression on his face. He shouldn't have died like this. Aaron was a figure who would have led hundreds of people out of the shadow world to safety, eventually dying a glorious death. However, the way he met his end this time was far too disgraceful for a knight with deep pride. Seething anger boiled up inside Desir. This anger was directed towards Skullmask, since not only did he create chimeras illegally, he also used a human being as an ingredient for a chimera. He resolved himself once again to finish off the outsiders as quickly as possible. Aaron's death raised an abundance of questions, many of which threatened to reveal clues that Desir so desired. It hasn't been long since Aaron was banished from the city. The fact that this happened immediately after that, Desir sifted through all the possibilities this raised. An outsider that could control the leader of the royal family's knights and has deep connections or direct involvement in Divide's political landscape. It was safe to say that someone who could control prominent merchant groups had their hand in Divide's economy too. But the fact that someone went beyond just manipulating their economy and was able to immensely influence politics left Desir deeply uneasy. Worst case, Divide itself could have been subsumed by. As the potential worst-case scenario came to mind, Desir felt a chill run down his spine. I need to investigate in detail soon. Desir's spiraling train of thought was rudely interrupted by Romantica. Desir, everything is over now, right? Even though this incident was surely just one part of a major event, the immediate work at hand could be considered over. Their initial purpose in coming here was to figure out what kind of relationship had formed between the Kingdom of Divide and Count Nordine. Their duty ended the moment they identified Count Nordine's plan through finding a great deal of supplies and the chimera installed to guard them. Yeah, with this, the Starling party's duty is finished. Listening to Desir's answer, a jest read his mind. You're thinking of arresting Count Nordine. Desir nodded. Since they caused a disturbance on such a grand scale, Count Nordine had probably figured out what was happening and had likely already started to take action. Count Nordine was a marquis charged with defending the western region of the empire. The level of power he had in the western region was not something to be taken lightly. The longer any action was delayed, the more difficult the situation would become. We need to take action first before he does. Desir thought to himself that regardless of whether Count Nordine was guilty of treason or not, he needed to be captured. As long as they knew that the outsiders were connected to this incident, they had to obtain whatever information they could from him. Desir's communication pad rang just as he was contemplating his next course of action. This was the perfect time to be interrupted by it. As Desir looked at it, he could see it was a message from the side guard. Thanks for reading on patreon.com/maldifrogsclub. Join us in talking about RMSBS at discord.gg/WXSDRSN. A chorus of insect noises that typically filled the dawn of a midsummer day were buried under the chaotic sound of weapons clashing. It's an enemy attack. One knight kneeled before Karis, the Count of Nordine, and gave his report. They've already broken through the outer bailey, entered the territory, and are now heading this way, Karis asked calmly. How many of them are there? There are approximately 100 of them. By mobilizing the whole military force. Do not let them enter this place. Yes, sir. After the knight who reported left, Karis equipped his military gear. He wore an enchanted coat and sword. Karis, donning an artifact passed down through the Nordine family, raised his head to look at the captain of the Order of Knights, who was currently guarding him. I wonder when the main force in the front line would arrive. Karis, seeing the tremendous explosion from the forest beneath the cliff, realized that something was wrong. He immediately hurried and contacted his main force that had been placed at the border. It was a military force he prepared in order to regain the glory of the Hebrion Empire in the near future in the coming battle against the Kingdom of Divide. If they arrived here, it would be a simple matter to block an enemy such as this. Karis believed that just buying a little bit of time would be enough. They're on the way here at full speed. They will arrive in about an hour. Is that so? Karis nodded and his knights lined up in front of him. Dozens of knights quickly scrambled into formation before their count. Karis possessed far more than this, the majority of his army currently holding key defensive positions throughout his castle. There weren't many noblemen who possessed as many knights as he did. With this, one could guess the amount of power Karis had. However, even as Karis observed the knights lining up in front of him, he felt anxious. Thud, the sound of an explosion was carried by the wind. I've prepared cautiously, but why did it go wrong? Everything was certainly prepared perfectly. He cautiously prepared over a long period of time in order to not get caught and even managed to obtain the help of a powerful assistant. All of these preparations were due to come to an end shortly, and the plan was scheduled to be carried out soon. However, there was an unexpected change. I never thought that kind of military strength would suddenly attack. Karis recalled the explosion that leveled the forest. A destructive power that violently shook his territory, even though it was miles away from the forest. From this observation alone, he judged there to be magicians with incredible skill amongst the enemy force. Karis tried to disguise his feelings with calmness, but his shaking eyes exposed his anxiety. Crash. The sound of explosions and deathly screams continued to reach this room from all directions. These sounds indicated that the enemy was steadily drawing nearer. That could only mean one thing. The military forces stationed in the Nordine territory were being wiped out. Weren't there only 100 of them? Karis just couldn't understand it. The number of the enemy was a mere 100. However, the number of soldiers posted by Karis were several times larger than the enemy's. Even if the enemy's abilities were extraordinary, it was difficult to understand how his soldiers could be defeated at such a speed. Karis's doubt was settled soon enough. Bang! The door was smashed open and a boy strolled in through it. You've prepared more military strength within your territory than I thought, Count Nordine. I assume you felt it would not be enough to rely on just the chimeras. Karis had never seen this boy face to face before, but he knew who he was immediately. He had seen his name and face in many news articles after all. Desir Arman, a hero who had the most distinguished service record in the war between the outsiders and Allied forces, a figure known as the most genius magician that the Hebrion Academy had ever produced. Everyone across the whole continent knew the fact that the party he led defeated a homunculus who had fought Zod-Exarion, the most powerful magician on the continent, to a draw. Karis was finally able to see how only 100 personnel were able to destroy his military forces so quickly. Stomp, stomp. Knights in black armor entered the room after Desir. The captain next to Karis recognized them immediately. The Side Guard? The Side Guard, a group founded to support the Royal Guard. Because they were overshadowed by the Royal Guards, they were far less known to the public. However, it was a military group consisting of knights above Rook class and magicians above the Fourth Circle. Desir sized up Karis before speaking. I'm Desir Arman, staff of the Royal Guard. Count Nordine, you're under arrest and stripped of your rank, pending trial. Seemingly unwilling to comprehend what Desir said, Karis shouted in rage. Kill them! The knight's order, lined up in front of him, began moving. At the same time, the side guards took action as well. Bang! Bang! As the spells from the knight's order magicians and side guard magicians clashed, there was a huge explosion. During this explosion, swordsmen from both sides charged forward into close-quarters combat. Suppress Count Nordine. Do not let them approach our lord. Confronting the powerful side guards, Nordine Territory's knights refused to yield. They were prepared to die. For Hebrion, there were only 5 members of the side guard that followed Desir here. The rest of them were confronting the military forces stationed downstairs by Karis. However, the few side guards and the dozens of knights continued fighting, equally matched. Suppress them calmly, one by one, while maintaining formation. Desir commanded the side guards from behind. The side guards followed his orders without raising any objection. It was only natural since he was a royal guard, but it wasn't just because of his title. They respected his abilities. Even though the side guard was an exceptional military group, Desir's power played a huge role in breaking through this place in such a short period of time. Desir's spell unfolded before him. Firestorm. Thud. Desir's spell blew away many knights, who were preoccupied fighting against the side guards. Every time he arranged a spell, the situation would turn more in his favor. Desir approached Karis step by step while arranging various spells. The knights' eyes lit up. While the side guards were maintaining their formation, a royal guard alone was approaching the enemy line. Is he out of his mind? The knights who saw Desir could not help but feel that way. If long range was the domain of a magician, then close range was the domain of a knight. Avoiding close-range battle with knights was the fundamental strategy for magicians. However, Desir ignored the fundamentals of battle and slowly walked between the knights. If we suppress this royal guard, then we'll be able to turn the tables. It would not be an understatement to say that the entire continent was already aware of how powerful Desir was. It wasn't that the knights didn't know this. However, they judged that even if he was an outstanding magician, they would stand a chance of success in close-range battle. The captain of the order quickly screamed out a new command to his subordinates. Aim for him first. Dozens of knights swarmed after Desir at the same time. At that moment, a spell technique unfolded in front of Desir. Bind. Knowing what spell Desir had arranged, the knights sneered at him. Bind was a first circle spell, a spell which belonged to the most basic amongst all restraining spells. The knights judged that he wouldn't be able to block them with just that. However, it didn't take long for that laughter to morph into groans. Cook! All of the swords swinging towards Desir stopped. What's happening? The knights began to speak in a flustered tone. That was because their bodies were all frozen at the same time. The sight of all of the knights frozen in place, many with their swords outstretched towards Desir while others were stuck in various other poses, made it seem as time itself had stopped. Is this really a first circle spell? The knights' faces were painted with confusion. The spell that Desir invoked showed a completely different kind of power from what they expected. The cause? It was a spell Desir had modified. Desir spoke in a profound tone. You better not move. Your life may be in danger if you struggle against it. Don't be ridiculous. Remove this spell right now. Despite Desir's warning, the knights continued to struggle. They wailed, as the bodies they took so much pride in cultivating were suppressed by a mere first circle spell. However, it was impossible for them to break free from Desir's spell. The number of people that broke their arms and legs while struggling only increased. Desir commanded the side guards. Side guards, bind the knights of the Nordine territory. The side guards, who stared vacantly at Desir's divine dignity, were startled into action. Desir's magic was incredible to the point that even the side guards, who had experienced overwhelming military power numerous times while supporting the other royal guards, were left dumbfounded. Desir walked through the frozen nights towards Karis. Kiwook. Karis was barely enduring Desir's spell by stabbing his sword into the ground to help steady himself. When Desir approached near to him, he used all of his aura and freed himself from the restraint. Karis's sword speared towards Desir. Clang. However, Karis's final effort proved to be fruitless. Runel fitted out and simply flicked away his sword. After losing his sword, his body collapsed onto the floor. Everything is over, Count Nordine. Desir accumulated more mana than before, pouring it into the spell restraining him. With such powerful mana that was beyond comparison to what restrained him before, Karis found that he was completely unable to move. The side guards, who had finished binding the knights, approached and surrounded Karis. Grind. The sound of grinding teeth echoed throughout the room. Are you a royal guard? Karis glared at Desir, shouting resentfully. I couldn't believe a swordsman, who should be protecting the emperor, is serving a fake emperor. Or do you just follow whoever gives you power? Fake emperor. He was referring to himself as the current emperor and relegating Giltian Zedgar F. Rogfalas to the position of fake emperor. Desir felt more doubtful rather than angry since he wasn't particularly loyal to the emperor. However, the side guards didn't feel the same. They were furious and were ready to cut off Karis's head. Desir quickly restrained the side guards. He couldn't allow them to do as they wished, as there was still valuable information they had to retrieve from Karis. Please refrain from making further statements if you don't want to be executed before standing trial. Nevertheless, despite being threatened, Karis did not stop talking. The Rogfalas, they are not the true imperial family of Hebrion. The true imperial family of Hebrion. Desir understood what he meant by that. He also understood why Karis attempted to rebel. Karis continued talking with his voice clouded with resentment. I was only loyal to the imperial family of Hebrion. Rogfalas is the traitor who took advantage of the revolution to seize the imperial throne. If you truly care for Hebrion, you should raise your sword against Rogfalas. The imperial family of Hebrion, who established the Hebrion Empire, were exterminated 12 years ago in a violent revolution. Only the side families remained. One of them, the Rogfalas, were able to take possession of the throne by personally leading the soldiers and suppressing the rebellion. Karis was raising an objection to the legitimacy of the current imperial family of Hebrion, who managed to obtain the throne in such a way. Desir understood why he felt that way, but he had no intention of sympathizing with him. Take him away. Thanks for reading on patreon.com/maldifrogsclub. Join us in talking about RMSBS at discord.gg/WXSDRSN. Excellent, Sir Desir. The Office of the Royal Guards. After transferring Karis Nordine to the capital of the Empire, Desir was currently holding a pleasant conversation with Alfred over tea. I was only doing my duty. It's not easy to do your duty in a world like this. If it weren't for you, this empire would have suffered under another war. Desir smiled bitterly at Alfred's praise and tried to steer the conversation to a more important topic. Did you retrieve any information from Count Nordine? I've come to know that there are more noble families cooperating with him than we thought. Although Alfred said cooperating, the situation was much more serious than that. It meant that there were more people who disapproved of the imperial family's legitimacy than they were aware of. Based on the information we've gathered so far, the level of the military force that they've secretly gathered over a long period of time had reached the level of a small country. If we include the chimeras, it would have been extremely troublesome. Desir, who never even entertained the possibility of an internal rebellion in the empire, since this political turmoil hadn't occurred in his past life, could not help but be disconcerted. Giltian, the current emperor of the Hebrion Empire, tried to win Desir over to his side in order to oppress the aristocrats' influence. For him to do such a thing indicated that he must have been expecting this kind of situation. His Majesty ordered the other royal guards to suppress them, and they've succeeded in detaining all of the families who collaborated in the rebellion. Desir realized that the balance between the emperor and the aristocrats' influence had been ruined. Then the aristocrats will no longer think of standing against the emperor. The story goes that among the noble families who had been exterminated, there were many families that wielded considerable power. He didn't have to use the royal guards here. Even if they had gathered a good amount of military strength, it would still be incomparable to the emperor who controlled the strongest military force on the continent. However, the reason for intentionally using the royal guards was evident. It was to display the difference in their power. The royal guards, a military group under direct control of the emperor, were able to completely neutralize the noble families who had the military might of a small country within a mere few days. Even Desir couldn't take a guess at just what kind of political implications this incident would bring. But one thing was for certain. The empire would no longer be stirred up internally. That's enough. Is there no other information extracted from Count Nordine? That's correct. I was not able to find out any information regarding your request. I must apologize, Sir Desir. It is what it is. No need for apologies. Desir had requested the side guard to obtain all information regarding the outsiders out of Karis. Well, no results. Just as I expected. Karis's loyalty towards the imperial family of Hebrion left no room for doubt. The fact that the Revolutionary Army was part of the outsiders was a widely known fact. There was no way that Karis, who was loyal to the imperial family of Hebrion, would cooperate with the outsiders. Without a doubt, Skull Mask would have hidden his identity when approaching him. Either way, Divide is clearly connected to the outsiders. Then we need to figure out what kind of relationship the outsiders have with Divide. Please contact me if additional information is acquired. Understood, Sir Desir. Please let me know if you need anything else. Desir stood up and left the room. The conversation was over, but Desir's thoughts did not end. The outsiders are now the biggest obstacle in clearing the Shadow Labyrinth. The continent had started to achieve unity and the number of talented people continued to grow. Desir had also managed to obtain a level of authority that could handle almost any kind of situation. With these goals achieved, he had judged that if things continued as they were currently, they would be able to clear the Shadow Labyrinth with minimal loss. However, after this incident, Desir decided that he must eliminate the outsiders before the Shadow Labyrinth arrived. Aaron was a figure who would have played a huge role in clearing the Shadow Labyrinth. Losing such military strength, a king-class swordsman no less, was such an incredibly heavy blow to Desir's efforts. It was now a top priority to eliminate the outsiders in order to prevent this kind of incident from reoccurring. However, that was not the only reason why Desir felt a deep-rooted hatred for the outsiders. Though it happened in his past life, Aaron was one of his few good friends. Desir quietly mumbled to himself. At all cost. Eliminate them at all cost. This is the compensation the Empire wants. In a chamber in the Divide Kingdom, two people sat facing each other between a lengthy wooden table. The person with a white mustache was the treasurer, and the young man in front of him was known as the advisor. The advisor frowned after reading the documents placed in front of him. It's terribly excessive. This will hugely burden our national finances. We can't accept this. The Hebrion Empire held the merchant society of the Divide Kingdom accountable for aiding their nobles' revolt and demanded the kingdom pay compensation for damage. And this context is enough to explain why they reacted this way. The advisor spoke with a calm voice. The Empire has always been like this. They've always been unreasonable in their demands, using their military force to always get their way. You shouldn't think they've changed just because they helped rid the world of the outsiders. We better flat out refuse their offer. We can't keep letting the Empire walk all over us. I understand your anger, but considering the current situation, we can't afford to turn down their proposal. The treasurer's face turned stern. Then are you suggesting that we accept this ridiculous offer? There's no way we're related to their revolt. It's just... The advisor cut him off and continued what he barely finished. It does seem that way in this circumstance. But looking at it from the Empire's perspective, it's reasonable to see why they assume we were involved. If we don't accept their offer, we will be their enemy. That could lead to war. The treasurer bit his lip. Confiscate the property of the merchant association that the Empire believes aided the revolt, and prepare the compensation from that. That will solve the national finance problem. Okay. The treasurer understood that what the advisor said was correct in his head. However, he was devastated by the fact that the only option they had was to yield to the Empire. But I will never overlook this incident. The treasurer lifted his head, hearing the advisor's voice. We're not the only one who struggles with the Empire's violence. I will inform the entire continent of this. It won't be just the 4 countries in the Western Kingdom Union this time. A lot of small countries that have been patient all this time will side with us. The advisor looked as determined as possible. When many people desire the collapse of the evil empire as one, the divided kingdom will also rise. It's our turn to let the Hebrion Empire know what outcome the combined revival will bring. You mean, once we sort out this compensation problem, we will plan the budget again. I'll find the funds to allow us to increase our military and let you know in a week. The treasurer's face brightened. After the treasurer left, the advisor kept rubbing his cheek as though he was in discomfort. I can never get used to this, no matter how much I use it. The advisor's name is Icarus Corgo. He was the man who led the civil war in the Hebrion Empire. He raised the banner of revolution 13 years ago, and after his defeat has since worked as a leader of the outsiders, wearing a crow mask. It's you again. It took years for him to prepare this plan. His thoroughly planned stratagem to bring ruin to the Hebrion Empire had completely fallen apart. All because of one man, Desir Arman. Things had gotten worse too. The nobility were the most useful tool in order to keep the emperor of the Hebrion Empire in check. And keeping the emperor in check meant keeping the whole empire in check. However, the nobility had lost all their power after Desir Arman once again stuck his unwelcome nose into Icarus's seemingly perfect plan. He could no longer count on the nobility to mount a noteworthy resistance against the emperor. The result of Desir Arman's intervention immediately reared its ugly head. The empire had taken a hardline policy with the Kingdom of Divide. Normally, the empire would not demand compensation this unreasonable. They couldn't afford to have more external enemies while not knowing when their internal enemies would stab them in the back. But now things have changed. The emperor could now focus on matters external to his empire after solidifying his internal affairs. And that would definitely interrupt their plan. Just a single person made all this change. Desir Arman, you're the biggest obstacle to our ambitions. Icarus was trying to figure out the necessary actions to rid himself of this thorn in his side. You must be troubled due to him. A voice emanated from somewhere nearby. A very disconcerting voice that sounded like iron scratching down a chalkboard. When Icarus opened his eyes, he saw someone wearing a skeleton mask standing right before him. Skull Mask spoke more easily, unlike a year ago. He seemed to have recovered, even though Crow Mask didn't see him doing anything in particular. Desir Arman has become stronger. You knew Aaron's strength better than most. Icarus frowned his eyebrows slightly as he listened to Skull Mask. He was the one who killed Aaron after all. Aaron, after being expelled from the capital city, noticed something suspicious afoot and attempted to investigate them. That was why he had to be killed. I wanted to let him go nicely. Aaron was a great man in terms of skill and as a person. Although he was an enemy that they needed to get rid of, Icarus wanted to present him with the respectful ending that he deserved. However, Skull Mask was different. I really hate that man. Skull Mask had made a chimera out of the dying Aaron, resulting in a monstrous beast that was terrifyingly powerful. Although it wasn't as powerful as a homunculus, its skill in wielding sword aura was truly massive. This was even more so because the aura he wielded belonged to the king class of swordsmen. However, Desir defeated such a powerful chimera without any losses. According to the Mirror of Shadows, the magic that he performed defeating the chimera reached the 7th circle. 7th circle? Icarus asked again as if he couldn't believe it. It was utterly surprising. In this day and age, there was only one person who managed to reach the 7th circle, Zod Xarian. He already knew that Desir was strong and was destined to become even stronger. He even wrote off Desir's sudden advancement into the 4th circle as a byproduct of their homunculus's capture. But it was totally unexpected that he could display such improvement within just a year. Perhaps he's a genius? After he suffered humiliation at the hands of Desir at Deltaheim, the capital of Preleka, he had fervently plunged himself into his training while furthering the plan. Icarus was confident that there was no magician who could catch up with him except Zod. But out of the blue, the inferior magician that had managed to best him once already had caught up this close to him, perhaps even exceeding him. In that case, we're not strong enough yet. When Icarus told himself that, Skull Mask started up the conversation once again. We need to manufacture more chimeras. He was right. The Kingdom of Divide was the country with the most powerful military force amongst the Western Kingdom Union. But it still couldn't compare to the Hebrion Empire. We have to get ready for an all-out war. Now that Desir had discovered their existence, it was inevitable that they had to prepare for war against the Empire. Can you make more chimeras using Aaron? Although the chimera was defeated by Desir, if they could mass-produce chimeras as good as that, their military strength would be more than enough. Getting more king-class swordsmen is impossible. We would simply be recycling the power of king classes. Skull Mask shook his head and continued. Revolutionist, that'll only make these very inefficient chimeras. If you want to produce something, you'd be better off making something else entirely. Something else. Homunculi. The weapon that single-handedly held the status quo in the war between the outsiders and all other countries combined. The living organism that could kill enemies with long-distance artillery fire and control the principle of causality, a power firmly in the realm of gods. It was safe to say that the homunculus on its own had as much military force as a country. Icarus spoke with surprise lacing his face. I wonder if we can mass-produce them. This is why we conquered Divide. If we use the finances of Divide, it's easily possible. The preparation has already been underway for a while now. For a while now? You don't mean? Icarus pointed at the mysterious tower being built under the supervision of Skull Mask. Building the tower had required an astronomical amount of resources. The tower is for something else. I'll tell you about it some other time. The Outsiders were an organization that was primarily made for the sake of fulfilling each individual's desire. Even though Skull Mask did not talk about his purpose, Icarus was not entitled to ask him directly. I can never tell what he's thinking. As long as they shared a mutual goal, they could work together as an association, otherwise they would go their separate ways. Therefore, Icarus could not ask him any more about it. By the way, have you figured out how to get rid of Desir Arman? Skull Mask opened his mouth to change the topic. He's already figured out that we have taken over the Kingdom of Divide. Skull Mask agreed with him. In that case, he'll try to gather information about Divide. But he won't be able to get any decent information. Icarus regulated the domestic and international press and tightened all immigration processes. It was nearly impossible for him to get information from abroad about the Outsiders. Eventually, he will have to come to Divide himself. And he will come here regardless of any interruption. Icarus thought highly of Desir. It would be impossible to think of someone as your biggest threat without acknowledging their skills. Then it would be better to give him an excuse to come to Divide, and use the opportunity to finish him off. It's soon going to be time for the next Great Council. Skull Mask nodded. Will the Great Council be held in Divide? The Western Kingdom Union held the conference known as the Great Council every summer. And Desir, as a member of the Magic Tower, had participated in the last Great Council. If the Great Council took place in Divide this year, Desir would definitely seize the opportunity to participate. If it is, then Desir Arman will participate for sure. And we must remove him on the spot. That's a good idea. I'll help you out with a few things to make sure your plan succeeds. The Starling Party's office. The party office, which was always raucous these days due to the increasing number of party members, was uncharacteristically silent for the first time in a long while. Summer vacation had begun. Desir, who had been left alone in the office, opened his notepad. He drew a line, crossing off today's date in the calendar. I suppose I have 16 months left according to the timeline I am familiar with. Desir was diligent in keeping track of how much time he had remaining every day. It was a habit, almost compulsion, that he had not broken ever since he returned. As the number of lines on the calendar grew, the more anxious he found himself. The date that the Shadow Labyrinth appears might have changed. In the past 6 months, there had been many times when events occurred in ways Desir did not expect. He had made far too many changes to this timeline, and the consequences of those actions continued to move the future further away from what he knew. Knowing the future was the biggest weapon that he had at his disposal. It was clear now that the more he used it, the faster he would lose it. Above all things, he felt the need to prepare for the possibility of the Shadow Labyrinth happening sooner than he expected. At this rate, it wouldn't be odd even if the Shadow Labyrinth appeared at a different time. He had been preparing a lot, but still so many things remained for him to do. First of all, I have to make sure to remove the outsiders. The outsiders were the biggest cause of change in the history that Desir remembered. And most of all, they were very likely to interrupt his plan to clear the Shadow Labyrinth. Therefore, Desir prioritized getting rid of the outsiders among things that he needed to get done right now. He was certain that the outsiders and the Kingdom of Divide had some kind of relationship after witnessing this for himself during the Nordine territory investigation. Desir was not one to let opportunities slip through his grasp, so he immediately began a deeper investigation into the internal affairs of Divide. However, all of his effort was in vain. Anyone related to the press is not allowed to enter the Kingdom of Divide for some time. This was all Vang Zar from Alis News could tell him. Desir's most critical network of information, Alis News, could not get any detailed information from inside Divide due to the tightened immigration control on behalf of Divide's royal family. This is going to be a hassle. Still, keeping an entire country's population quiet is an impossible task. Eventually, Desir was able to gather some information, but to call it useful would be an overstatement. Desir was sure that the outsiders and Divide had a relationship, and the information he obtained seemed to reinforce that notion, but he had nothing to prove it. It was vital that he obtained concrete proof before taking any action publicly. Making a rash move could bring about all kinds of diplomatic headaches. However, Desir was limited with what he could do if he couldn't get any more information. Then there's only one way. Desir turned the pages of his notepad. Within it was page after page of cramped writing containing every event of historical importance that Desir could remember. Whenever he remembered something new from his previous life, he would quickly jot it down in that notepad. He scored every event on a scale from 1 to 6, subjectively organizing them by importance. Armed with this knowledge and ranking system, he would decide his course of action with a slight reassurance that he was making positive change in terms of the bigger picture. There was one event amongst the others that stood out. Rank 6. Western Kingdom Union Great Council, Kingdom of Divide. The Western Kingdom Union would hold the Great Council this year, just like last year. And the location it would be held in was the Kingdom of Divide. I have no choice but to go check out the situation myself. As he couldn't get any more information from his intelligence network, he decided to move personally. After making the decision, he contacted someone. Master of the Magic Tower, how have you been? I've been good as always. After exchanging brief greetings, Desir briefed the Tower Master, Zod Exarian, on what had happened while he was away. He also told him that he would be participating in the Great Council. That's too dangerous. Zod expressed his concern after hearing Desir's piece. If the outsiders already dominate Divide, your action means going into the center of the enemy camp. It's suicidal. But if I don't do it myself, there's no more means for me to get information. And without information, I cannot stop them. Zod was lost in his thoughts. Time is of the essence. They're furthering their plan as we speak. And it will surely result in some outrageous damage. Just as Zod had said, this was a very dangerous course of action. But Desir did not bring that up without intention. There must be a reason why the outsiders and Divide haven't made any major moves yet, even though they have gained the power to control the political and economic worlds. They must not be able to act immediately yet. If they acted too soon, and their plan failed, it was very likely that they would once again become the target of a worldwide alliance. Although they did not know what these remnant outsiders were planning to do yet, they could not afford to fight against other countries right now, especially with Divide in command of them. They had just completed a grueling war, and the military force of the continent was at the lowest it had been in a long time as a result of it. Zod spoke after sighing deeply. So in summary, your purpose is to get the information related to the outsiders in Divide, and reveal their existence with proof. That's right. Once I have positive confirmation of their involvement, I will be able to overpower them before they do anything else. Though they didn't know what military force the outsiders had at their disposal now, it surely wasn't enough to overpower the Empire. That was a definite reality. Nevertheless, it'd be better to reinforce the guard just in case. I understand. I'll directly let each king know about that. Zod's voice held great influence across the continent, but its impact was even stronger in the Western Kingdom Union, due to their close connection. I will prepare other countermeasures too. Good luck. After the conversation with Zod, Desir chose to request cooperation with the Royal Guard. The Royal Guard were a group of people that the Emperor felt had reached the pinnacle of their respective class of weapon in the Empire. Their skills were beyond all doubt. Desir wanted the Royal Guard to be his trump card for a belt and braces. However, things never went as easily as expected. The sword of the Royal Guard had left on a mission for the Emperor, so it was impossible to ask for their help in the first place. The first person Desir asked for help from was Raffaello, Shield of the Royal Guard. However, Raffaello balked at such a proposition. I'd like to help you, but I cannot leave His Majesty's side. It's my job to protect him, more so than any of the other Royal Guard. I understand. You haven't gone to Swan yet, have you? To be honest with you, I don't think approaching her will go well. Desir nodded in agreement with Raffaello. Well, she certainly hates all tasks that are a hassle. I wish you the best. After Desir left Raffaello, he headed to the bar where Swan was last reported to be at. If she rejects me too, I'll need to come up with another plan. He opened the bar door without much expectation. Katerina was drinking alone, looking very ordinary for a member of the Royal Guard. No, she's anything but ordinary. Next to her was a pile of alcohol bottles and a crowd of people staring at her in dismay. Though it was evident from the situation, Desir recalled that she was an incredibly heavy drinker. As Desir sat opposite her, she waved her hand after recognizing Desir. She didn't seem drunk at all. So what's up this time? Desir moved to the seat next to her and told her exactly what he told Raffaello. Swan kept drinking while listening in disinterest. And once Desir finished, she finally opened her mouth elusively. Are you going with the Starling Party Corps members too? Oh. Desir tilted his head, not understanding what she was getting at. Well, Desir tilted his head, not understanding what she was getting at. Well, isn't that what you want? Desir looked at her with a flustered expression. Desir found it rather ominous that she approved so easily, even though he had very little expectation. Did she say yes so easily because of? Desir asked with a doubt. Is it because of Pram? Well, I don't know. Swan quaffed what was left in her glass and smiled. It was a smile that concealed all other emotion, leaving the viewer unable to guess exactly what it meant. Anyway, thank you. I will contact you later again. Are you leaving? Why don't you have a drink?
No.
I don't like to drink very much. Leaving Swan at the bar, who immediately plunged herself back into drinking, Desir decided to protect Pram. Inside the drill hall for the single rankers, there were many students present, even though the academy was supposedly on vacation. They had continued their training at the academy in order to further refine their skills during vacation and get the edge on their peers. And there was a spar underway that had attracted an enormous number of people. The people present were all powerful in their own right, which made more people gather to see what could possibly attract so many powerhouses. It won't be easy this time. 3 third-year single rankers surrounded a single girl. However, there was nobody present who felt this was an unfair matchup. It was because that single girl was a Jest Kingscrown. Whoosh! A Jest dodged the swordsman rushing at her with minimal movement. She then invoked magic towards the person closest to her. In a mere moment, the ice spear fully formed and was launched at the swordsman. Oof! He barely raised his sword to block a Jest's magic in time. But because of his sudden change of posture, he had revealed an opening in his stance. A Jest didn't miss such an opportunity and broke through the siege on her. After making a bit of distance between herself and her foes, she immediately invoked a spell. Frozen Palace. An ominous palace made out of ice appeared. Dozens of magic spells fell on 3 single rankers simultaneously. A Jest's magic was efficient. It was neither insufficient or excessive. Interrupting their movement restricted their teamwork, therefore removing a number of advantages they held. As single rankers, their skills were not anything to scoff at. They responded to the tireless downpour of magic in a calm manner and approached a Jest. Cling. The duel began afresh. But a Jest remained calm even though she gave the swordsman an advantage by allowing them to close the distance. She was a magic swordsman, a specialist who could cope with head-to-head and long-distance battles. But they had already spent a fair amount of their stamina getting through her frozen palace. Inevitably, they ended up surrendering. A Jest won without allowing them a single moment of dominance. The result didn't surprise anyone. Everyone assumed she would win from the outset. A Jest was such an entity, after all. She was utterly insurmountable for the majority of her cohort. Ever since she entered the academy, she drew attention from many people. At that time, she was considered to have the best talent in the history of the Hebrion Academy. All of that attention made people curious about her. Where is the king's crown family from? Everyone thought it must have been an amazing family as a Jest was so beautiful and had such excellent talent. However, nobody knew anything about the Kingscrown family. As the people were once again pondering this conundrum, there was a commotion behind them out of the blue. She's Katarina from the Royal Guard. Although some people may not know the faces of the Royal Guard, everyone knew their names. As Katarina came into the drill hall, she looked around then opened her mouth. Can everyone leave this drill hall for a moment? The students were puzzled at such a sudden request. They had no idea what was going on. She then added, I am going to spar with a Jest, but I don't think I can guarantee your safety. The sparring between 2 geniuses, a member of the Royal Guard and the pride of the Hebrion Academy. It was quite a rare battle, no, something impossible for them to see again. I want to watch. Everybody present shared the same thought. But they couldn't disregard her warning. As she said, if these 2 people clashed full-blooded, the aftermath would surely be tremendous. The students reluctantly trudged out of the gymnasium. The noisy gymnasium was now deathly quiet in an instant. A Jest and Katarina looked at each other, now alone. Katarina seemed delighted to see her. It's been a while, princess. Katarina bent herself at the waist and bowed politely. What brings you here? A Jest answered with a blank face, but Katarina did not miss the discomfort in her voice. Your business is over in the palace. That's right. But Desir Arman asked me to accompany him to the Western Kingdom Union's Great Council, and I gladly accepted it. You're here for Pram. With a Jest's quick reply, Swan sighed. What kind of person do you, Princess and Desir, think I am? Do you really think I a member of the royal guard, would put all this effort in for someone like Pram? As Adjest nodded silently, Swan shrugged with a smile. Well, I won't deny that half of the reason I'm joining is due to that. Swan and Adjest had mixed feelings one more time. The grin fell off Swan's face. She couldn't look any more serious. But I came here because of you, princess. Swan knew Adjest's status as princess from the very beginning. Adjest was next in line to take the throne of this empire. I'm way past the age of needing your protection. We will see. Pick up your sword. I'll witness how much your skill has improved for the first time in a long time. As Swan reached out her hand forward, a bow popped out of a dimensional space. What she held before her was her designated artifact as the person given the title of Bow of the Royal Guard. Adjest let out a sigh. She was very used to Swan behaving as she pleased without a care for the feelings of the other person. She took out her center of ice from a dimensional pocket in her clothesline. In doing so, the temperature of the room instantly dropped. Bam! Adjest was pushed away by the unexpected shockwave. That's not a bad reaction speed. Swan raised her eyebrows. Adjest used her sword to block the arrow she shot unannounced. She didn't have the time to recognize the threat and block it. It was a movement that relied purely on instinct. With a sore wrist, Adjest wasn't confident enough in her ability to take many more of those kinds of attacks. Swan pulled the string of her bow, even though no arrow was knocked, seemingly aiming at Adjest. At that very moment, an arrow that hadn't existed appeared. It was an arrow of aura. Magic sword. Ice wave. Adjest invoked her magic sword to block the arrows heading her way. Ugh! She groaned unwittingly. The strength of the aura Swan flung at her was king-class after all. To say that it was enormous and heavy was an understatement. Adjest had to strain herself just to bounce off a single arrow. Knowing that the battle would be over soon if she didn't try her best, Adjest invoked her imagery magic. Ice Empress. The chilly air that was spreading in all directions retracted and gathered around Adjest. Her white blonde hair turned silver. Swan, who looked on in silence, drew her bow one more time. Adjest, with her newly heightened physical ability, read the exact trajectory of the arrow and evaded. Boom! The arrow she avoided went straight into the stand of the drill hall. Swan spoke with surprise. You've grown a lot, but that's not enough. Her evaluation could have offended anyone else of Adjest's caliber, but she didn't show any reaction and simply focused on the battle. She kicked off against the floor, holding her sword and leaping towards Swan. Whoosh! Adjest did not stop, facing the arrows hidden while continuing her charge. Frozen Palace. She invoked another imagery magic. Ice pillars soared everywhere and numerous spells were simultaneously invoked to block Swan's arrows. Adjest's dash continued. Soon the distance between them had shortened vastly. Swan hurried to back off and drew her bow. The gathered aura was released in the form of a multitude of arrows. This time there were hundreds of arrows to contend with. Adjest couldn't help but be shaken by the attack that felt more like a wave before her. It felt like the drill hall, full of aura arrows in flight, was going to be ripped apart in mere moments. Whoosh! It was an outrageous display of force. True to that earlier feeling, the gymnasium was completely shattered in the blink of an eye. While Swan stood still and studied the rising cloud of dust, Adjest jumped out of it without any visible wounds. She had piled several defensive spells through the frozen palace, and blocked Swan's attack at the last moment. Even though the frozen palace had been destroyed and she had lost a great deal of mana in the process, Adjest was now able to engage in close-quarter combat with Swan. This is something else altogether. Swan seized the tip of her bow. The frame of it sharpened and morphed into a blade shape. Wrapping the bow in aura was her way of responding to Adjest's sword. Rumble. It sounded like thunderstorms when the bow frame and sword hit each other. Adjest's face stiffened. Even though she was in Ice Empress form, she was on even terms with Swan and Archer in close-quarter combat. The princess has changed a lot. Your skills have changed a lot too. Unlike in the past, when I couldn't see your emotions at all. Clang. I found it funny, really. Cling. They continued exchanging blows while Swan found enough leeway to throw words at a jest. The fact that there was someone who could change you, the stoic princess, so much. So, a jest did not stop dueling, letting her attacks answer in her stead. Swan continued, her breath steady during this non-stop exchange of blows. But why are you hiding your identity from him too? For a second, the tip of a jest's sword shook. Swan did not miss that opportunity. She kicked the ice fragments free of the floor around her. Now filled with aura, the now loose ice fragments rushed at a jest like a hail of bullets. There was a huge amount of aura poured into such small pieces of ice. Bomb! A jest took a direct hit from the ice fragments and there was a blast. A jest showed up, pushing the dusty clouds away. Her hair was back to white blonde in no time. The chill spread everywhere. The chill headed to Swan as if it had a will of its own. Frozen world. It was her new imagery magic that released the chill that was stored inside her body after releasing the Ice Empress form. But that was the end of it. Right before the battle reached the peak, Swan released her aura too. The livid sparkle skimmed the chill rushing at Swan all of a sudden. All of a jest's magic was immediately suppressed. Swan collected her aura as if she had satisfied herself that she had demonstrated enough of her might. Let's end it here. Her low voice echoed in the stillness. What's up, a jest? Desir's words woke up a jest, who was deeply lost in her own thoughts. You don't seem very well. If anyone else heard this, they might think it was odd. A jest looked the same as she usually did. However, Desir knew something was wrong with her with just a glance. It's nothing. I just have a few things to think about. A jest tried to pretend that it was nothing, but Desir saw through her agitation that only appeared for a moment. A jest opened her mouth one step ahead of him. I'm really fine. Desir sighed after realizing asking her any more would only make it more difficult. If you have concerns, don't try to hold them on your own. Talk to me anytime. Sure. A jest smiled subconsciously at Desir's kindness. The core party members of the Starling Party and Swan were currently in Altia. The reason why they went there so suddenly was simple. All procedures are complete. Let's head to the gate. His stately voice drew everyone's attention. Zod stood before them, suited up neatly. The Kingdom of Divide only allowed countries to move through the gates that they had a close connection with. Thus, the Hebrion Empire needed other means of transport, and Desir decided to use the Gate of Altia as a result. I'm going to emphasize this one more time, but our purpose for participating in the Great Council is to get information. We must avoid battle at all cost. This was their strategy and Desir made sure to emphasize it in clear words, as many times as possible. If the outsiders were in control of Divide, being in their capital was not any different from being in the military headquarters of the outsiders. Even though we're prepared, we have to avoid any situation that could lead to battle. The outsiders wouldn't be able to take overt action as they did not have anywhere else to go. But Desir had the same restrictions. With his title as Royal Guard and while he represented the Magic Tower, he couldn't afford to take reckless action either. And I'll collect information on my own. Unless the worst-case scenario happens, you guys won't need to make an appearance. Desir reminded them once more. He would proceed on this mission independently to them. Zod spoke, voice filled with concern, after listening to him. The Western Kingdom Union's perception of the Empire has improved, but you'd still better be careful. There are many people who still bear enmity towards the Empire. Of course they won't like it when two of the Empire's Royal Guard attend. As Swan caught Zod's eyes, she lowered her head a little. But you don't have to worry. I have something good for situations like this. Her fine appearance started changing with her palm brushing off her face. Swan soon transformed into a female warrior with a long scar on her cheek. Her features were still there, but her impression changed so it was more than enough to disguise her. It's an artifact that can change my appearance. There's a time limit on it, but it'll be more than enough. Excellent. Swan was normally very lazy when doing anything, but she always managed to accomplish her missions successfully. After a while, they arrived at the gate inside the Magic Tower head office. There was a fair number of troops stationed nearby. There's so many. They're all quite powerful too. Desir looked at them and estimated their power. On average, they were all 4th circle, and Desir even recognized some people who would reach 5th circle during the Shadow Labyrinth. This will do if we need to respond to unexpected enemy attacks. Zod did not disregard Desir's advice. It's more than enough. But that person. Desir singled out one person amongst the group that had caught his eye. Zod took Desir and approached him. His expression changed as he finally remembered. Say hello, Desir. This is Hephaestus, 2nd Tower Master. He will lead the troops of the Magic Tower and cooperate with you. Hephaestus, this is Desir Arman. The 2nd Tower Master couldn't hide his excitement looking at Desir. I'm so honored to meet you, sir. I should have greeted you earlier, but I've been rather busy. Hephaestus was a 6th circle magician, something quite rare, even amongst the numerous magicians across the continent. He was also one of the people who took the lead in practically applying the knowledge Desir delivered to Zod. I really admire you, sir, after spending time understanding your theories. Your knowledge will bring civilization forward by several decades. He showed his respect and treated Desir with honor, even though Desir was far younger than him. Thank you, Desir answered with a smile. It was nice to have someone admire him for his magical talents, instead of his war efforts, for once. I have a question about the magic stone and the 23rd formula you released. Do you think that, just as Hephaestus was about to continue, Zod stepped between them? That's enough, Hephaestus. You'll have more than enough time to talk later. Why don't you take a rain check on this? HMPPH. As the gates started to whir to life, there was a peculiar ringing that filled everyone's ears. Oh, excuse me, sir. We can talk later. The noise resonated as the gate ran. The group of people gathered in this room started moving one by one. We'll leave last. Zod took Desir to the back. What's going on? There will be a banquet reception. It's to celebrate the gathering of all the kings of the Western Kingdom Union after defeating the outsiders. Most of the people in the room had moved out already. Watch out for the president of Arunbeth. He seems to have ill feelings towards the news that you became a royal guard. Some heads from the Western Kingdom Union were persistent in their attempts to recruit Desir, but in the end, he had rejected all offers and went on to pledge his loyalty to the Emperor of Hebrion. For me, such matters sound a bit nonsensical. As a citizen, being loyal to their homeland was nothing strange. No, it was rather reasonable. That's just how much he wanted you. He won't harm you being there as a representative of the Magic Tower, but you should be careful just in case. I appreciate the advice. Desir was thankful to Zod for his consideration and taking care of little things like this. As they stood in front of the gate after chatting, the bright light wrapped around them. Striding out from the gate, there weren't just people from the Magic Tower. The room seemed to be filled with people from different countries, all coming through the gate. They were all organizations and countries that maintained close relationships with the Western Kingdom Union. Due to the attack last year, security seems far more tight. Divide must have incurred a huge financial burden in handling all these people. While Desir was watching them closely, he heard a voice calling out to him. This way, Desir. It was Pram. The Starling party members and Swan, who departed first, had already gathered together in a spot nearby. Romantica mumbled while looking at the scenery of Divide through the windows. It's so desolate. Throughout the city, tall, dark-colored buildings reached up high. The smoke from the buildings billowed into the sky. The sky was hazy due to the gray smoke, even in the daytime. Rumble. Something cut through the gray sky at a ridiculous speed. Pram squinted. That is the Flying Dragon Division. Romantica stepped in knowledgeably. They're one of the best orders of knights that Divide is proud of. They're considered the best as far as air battles are concerned. It was such a great spectacle, the way they pierced the sky with their tamed wyverns. The military power of Divide was outstanding in terms of quality and quantity, but the Flying Dragon Division played a large role by taking control of the air. There's no country apart from Divide that has the skills to tame and control wyverns at this scale and level. While everyone was vacantly staring up at the flying dragon division, a group of people in full-dress uniforms appeared and surrounded them within a second. The people from the Magic Tower, who were already warned by Zod about Divide's treachery, showed their hostility openly on their faces. But they were ordered to avoid all trouble, so they restrained their impulses, although they still readied themselves to swiftly react to any situation. Desir looked at people surrounding them. Surprisingly, every one of them was composed of skillful Rook-class martial artists. Even so, there's no way they could hope to restrain us. There were 2 royal guards of the Empire A, as well as the people accompanying Zod and the troops of the Magic Tower. The number on their side wasn't big, but their military force was more than enough to start and finish a war with any small country. Since they had already handed in their invitation for use of the gate, the group in front of them couldn't be ignorant of their status as invited guests. Yet the fact that they took such a measure showed their confidence that the force they presented was enough to deal Desir and his group. Someone out of them took a step forward. "Welcome to the Kingdom of Divide, people of the Magic Tower. I am the leader of the knights, Siegfried." As Siegfried took off his knight's helmet, with which dragon wings were engraved, his neck-length, navy blue hair fluttered in the breeze. The crowd was abuzz after seeing his appearance. What brought the leader of the Flying Dragon Division here? The leader of the Flying Dragon Division was one of the most powerful people in Divide. It was understandable that people were surprised by the appearance of someone like him. Hephaestus stepped in. "What's the matter, General?" "It's an inspection. We ask for your cooperation and apologize for the inconvenience." Everyone widened their eyes. They knew that Divide was thoroughly inspecting people as they were warned, but they did not expect that the Flying Dragon Division would be inspecting them directly. With Zod's nod of acknowledgement, everyone submitted themselves to be inspected without relaxing their vigilance. The Flying Dragon Division exhaustively inspected the personnel from the Magic Tower, not to mention their identity as well as their belongings. This inspection is unnecessarily thorough. Desir thought it was too much looking at their inspection. Their behavior could be considered as a discourtesy to inspect people who came for the Great Council. However, they did not care about such things and inspected even the Magic Tower Master, Zod. "Nice to meet you, Magic Tower Master. It's been years. Somehow I haven't had the chance to see you. By the way, is it really necessary to inspect me?" Siegfried looked at the Starling party and grinned. "It was an order from His Majesty Clora Baldershoe. He specifically told us to thoroughly inspect anyone from the Empire. We have reason to believe that someone in the Hebrion Empire is trying to spy on the royal family. If that's the case, is it safe to say that Divide thinks the Magic Tower Master is assisting the Empire in finding such information? This is what your actions imply." As Zod spoke with a serious face, Siegfried waved his hands. "Of course not. This is just a formality. The only guests for the Great Council from the Empire are the Tower Master's escorts." He was just doing this job, so Zod knew it would be pointless berating him further. Zod was now silent and didn't make further comment while being inspected. Next, the inspection for the Starling party began. Their participation was strictly legal, and there was nothing suspicious to be found, so it went smoothly. The only individual who would concern them would be Swan Katarina, who had accompanied them at Desir's request. She had faked her identity to conceal her status as royal guard, and used an artifact to change her face. If she was caught, it would very likely cause a significant commotion. But the members of the Flying Dragon Division found nothing suspicious about her. She easily passed Divide's inspection. "Good to go." Siegfried lowered his head one more time after receiving the report from a member of his team. "Welcome to Divide." Romantica complained as she left the inspection. She wasn't happy about them ransacking her baggage. "Seriously, did you see how arrogant they were? They went through all my bags. It feels like I was treated like a criminal." It was natural for them to be thorough in such matters after a history-defining event, the War on the Outsiders. Even still, they certainly gave the impression that they were investigating criminals while inspecting Desir's party in particular. It was also doubtful whether they had the necessary skill and resources to foil any actual attacks via this display of security theater. It certainly wasn't normal to besiege guests like this and subject them to mandatory inspections. It wasn't just the Starling party that was left unhappy about the process. Hephaestus and the other Magic Tower personnel seemed to be quite offended too. It's obvious how Divide thinks of the Empire. Anyway, entering Divide was successful. That was a start. Once they came out of the building, they were greeted with the scenery of Pittsburgh, the capital of Divide. It's well organized. If Dresden of the Empire looked colorful and beautiful yet complex, Pittsburgh of Divide was simple but very well organized. It was easy for people to walk on the well-maintained streets, and in fact there were many people currently doing so. Oddly enough, the street wasn't lively though. The people present were all very quiet and kept to themselves. The Starling party members felt a chilly breeze while walking along the street. Let's unpack first at the Magic Tower. The Magic Tower had different branches all across the continent, and it was safe to assume there would be one, no matter which big city you were in. Of course, the capital of Divide, as part of the Western Kingdom Union, had their own branch of the Magic Tower. It was a big advantage. Having a base that wasn't under Divide's surveillance was a great convenience for Desir further his plan. Arriving at the Pittsburgh Magic Tower branch, the starting party and Swan were assigned to their own rooms. They had a look at their assigned rooms and were left impressed by the size of them. There was nobody left unhappy to see a room that had better facilities than most hotels. After unpacking in their respective rooms, Zod gathered the group in the lobby. I got an invitation from Divide's royal family for the banquet, sent to all those who participate in the Great Council. Of course, you all are welcome to join me. Desir seemed impassive, having known about it already, but Romantica and Pram looked hyped up. Really? I didn't bring any party outfits. Zod took something out of his bosom with a smile. I was going to prepare them myself, but it'd be better for you to choose what you want to wear personally. Romantica realized what it was that he pulled out and got excited. Pop-eyed even. A credit card? Zod handed Romantica the credit card. You can buy anything you want. Thank you. Romantica and Pram left in a hurry, while cheering. A jest was about to follow them with a bitter smile, when she suddenly turned back to see Desir. Desir, are you not going? I have something to do. I'll catch up with you later. Go shopping first. Swan, please look after everyone. Don't worry about it. Desir went back to his room, after sending off his party members. In his room, Desir settled down to business. The first thing he did was contact the side guards that were hiding in Divide. After Divide had intensified their immigration inspections, it was impossible for Desir to plant additional secret agents. But the ones he was contacting now had been stationed since long ago. Trying to contact them from outside Divide had proven to be challenging, and had been rendered them useless until now. Desir got their contact information from Alfred prior to entering Divide, and he could now put this information to use. He passed on a brief outline of what he needed and gave them their orders. Pass on any information you can dig up, no matter how insignificant. If you find anything related to alchemy, that takes utmost priority. Okay. They had been living in Divide for a long time with fake identities. As a result, they could wander freely anytime, anywhere. It was very useful for Desir's purposes. If this operation gets caught, the blowback will be huge. Desir had summoned all of the side guard members, previously scattered across all of Divide, in Pittsburgh. With how much control the outsiders had over Divide's politics, he was certain that there was something to be found within the capital. Their scope was narrowed from a whole country to a single city, so they had a far greater chance at finding useful information. However, once they were caught, it would be impossible to gather any more information within Divide. The number of such embedded informants played a large part in measuring the influence of a national power. Losing any of them would cause huge damage and require years of diplomatic efforts to mend. But I have no choice but to take this risk. Desir's ultimate goal was to clear the Shadow Labyrinth and save humankind. Getting rid of the outsiders had become an integral part of this process. If refusing to take action to save the public face of the Empire resulted in the end of humanity, it would have all been for naught. If he hadn't taken risks every step of the way, it would be impossible for him to achieve anything significant. Desir solidified his determination one more time. The day before the Great Council, there was a banquet for the guests held in Divide's royal palace. Divide was far from glamorous, and thus the banquet wasn't anything spectacular to behold, but the prepared feast was impressive enough to satisfy the nobles visiting from other countries. The banquet hall was soon filled with numerous people. The few people that stood out amongst them were the heads of the Western Kingdom Union. "This way, Your Majesty." They enjoyed the banquet from their designated seats, separately arranged by Divide. The uproarious banquet hall became quiet all of a sudden with someone's appearance. It was the Magic Tower's Master Zod Exarian, Desir Arman of the Royal Guard, and the members of the Starling Party. They received the undivided attention of almost everyone present. The popularity of the only Seventh Circle magician in the continent, and the war hero Desir, was a league above the Western Kingdom Union. That's the Starling Party. The Magic Tower Master and the war hero. Is that young boy really Desir Arman? A lot of people talked in hushed whispers. The Starling Party gained some popularity and had been invited to various parties. But they hadn't experienced a party this big, so Romantica and Pram couldn't hide their tension. Behave with dignity. They tried their best to act normal at his words. As Zod sat down in his assigned seat, his escorts sat down shortly after. "We came here for nothing. We can't enjoy this. Not like this," Romantica whispered. This banquet was certainly not enjoyable for them. There were a lot of people attending the banquet that a normal person couldn't even talk to in their entire life. Royal families, nobles from different countries, and even presidents of successful corporations. They were very influential inside and outside of their respective countries. Desir had a wry smile looking at the discouraged Romantica and Pram. "I'm in no place to worry about others." The biggest reason why Desir came to Divide was to collect information related to the outsiders. But there was more to it than just that. "I need to establish my foothold in the Western Kingdom Union." Desir had a solid influence in the Empire after gaining the position of Royal Guardsman. His reputation was also decent in the Western Kingdom Union, but there was a limit to what he could do as someone from the Empire. This banquet was a great opportunity to socialize with the high-rank officials of the Western Kingdom Union. Hem. As Clora Rs F. Baldershoe, the King of Divide, cleared his throat, all of the attention in the room was drawn to him. His superb appearance, just like last year, reminded people of a lion. "First of all, thank you everyone for attending this event." He looked around the audience, then continued. "Our Western Kingdom Union has suffered numerous hardships in its long history, but we've gotten through all of them and become stronger as a result." His speech was a summarization of what happened over the past year, including what happened in the war between the outsiders and the Western Kingdom Union, all the way to the terrorist attack in Preleka and the battle in the Lagrium Plains. "Therefore, our Western Kingdom Union has perfectly defeated the outsiders. This banquet is held to celebrate us overcoming the crisis successfully, regaining peace, and being able to convene the Great Council once again. Please enjoy yourselves." Once Clora raised his glass, the audience raised their glasses in response. With that, the banquet officially began. Desir stood up as if he had been waiting for this moment. "I should get started." As the banquet began, Desir busily made his round to greet people. He started with the heads of the Western Kingdom Union. "Who is this Desir Arman?" Even when they were in the middle of a conversation, they talked to Desir when he approached them. He proficiently led any conversation he joined, whether it was with small-time nobles or the various leaders of the Western Kingdom Union. It was simple to win their favor, using a combination of the future knowledge that only Desir knew and the knowledge of current affairs he gained from Alis News. One person treated Desir most cordially in particular among the people he interacted with. That was the King of Preleka. "Long time no see, Desir Arman." He shook his hand in a friendly manner. The King of Preleka and Desir had met only once in person at the Great Council last year. However, he was very friendly with Desir. Although they hadn't associated much in person, they had established a relationship through the letters they frequently exchanged. "Your amazing achievements are the talk of Preleka. You should visit once at some point." The golden ocean in Deltaheim you protected is thankfully back to how it used to be. The capital of Preleka, Deltaheim, was once destroyed by the resurrected Daednut. Desir replied quickly, reminded of the Eastacre Sea with the golden sunset.
I'm sorry.
I've had many things to get done recently, so I couldn't make time to visit. I'll visit soon. I understand. Now that you've become a royal guard, you must be busy. If you think about the relationship between the Hebrion Empire and the Western Kingdom Union, being around a member of the royal guard, those closest to the Hebrion Emperor, should make leaders of the Western Kingdom Union uneasy. But the king of Preleka mentioned it so straightforwardly. He didn't seem to care much about such trifles. You don't seem fazed by me joining the royal guard. Well, I don't need to talk about something that's decided. As much as I'd like you to come to Preleka, you have had great success regardless. I should celebrate these successes. Greed wore a smile. You're the savior of Preleka. I'll always root for you. But whenever you're tired of that position, I hope you will consider coming here. He supported Desir without any ulterior motives, and clearly wore his hopes on his sleeve. Desir lowered his head, feeling grateful for his favor. Yes, sir. Some people were favorable towards Desir, whereas some showed naked hostility. One of them was the president of Arunbeth, Annis. Desir walked towards where Annis was seated. He decided to attempt winning him over to further his goal. Though it was nice to meet those who were already on good terms with him, Desir felt it much more important to meet those who viewed him with open hostility and sway their minds. Annis had a modest appearance unlike other kings in the Western Kingdom Union. He was tidily dressed in a black suit without wearing any particular accessories. Hello, Mr. President. When Crow Mask Icarus Corgo had started his commoners' revolt, he likely wanted to implement a political system similar to Arunbeth's. As the only republic of the Western Kingdom Union, Arunbeth referred to the head of its nation as the president. He was an official that was chosen regularly through a process known as an election. Yes, nice to meet you. Annis's greeting was ordinary, but his mouth seemed twisted. As expected. It seemed like Zod's information was accurate. He was definitely discontent with Desir's choice to join the royal guard. Desir bowed politely. I am aware that you harbor resentment towards me. If possible, I'd like to assuage that and establish a good relationship with your nation. He spoke so bluntly that it could hurt most people's feelings. However, this issue wasn't going to be solved if he moved subtly, and Desir felt this was the best way of going about things to improve their relationship in the long run. Annis studied Desir silently for a while. He then carefully opened his mouth, as if feeling something in Desir's attitude. I'm a man from the Republic, Desir. In the Republic, there's no such thing as status. The only thing that defines your place in life is your capability. Annis's claim that there was no such thing as status was short-sighted at best. There was still discrimination in the Republic, but it was surely a much fairer country compared to the Empire, where everything was decided at birth. Desir clenched his fist, thinking of the beta class at the Hebrion Academy. I believe the Empire and other countries in the Western Kingdom Union should break the mold of ranks and titles eventually. I expected you to make great changes within the Empire. I eagerly awaited what you would do next, not as the president of Arunbeth, but as someone who strives for equality. The look Annis sent Desir's way was full of disappointment. I know how serious the social status discrimination was in the Hebrion Academy. Despite that, someone managed to make a radical societal change. That person was you. Sure, I hold high expectations of you. But have you ever considered the expectations the commoners of the Empire held for you? Desir Arman, their hero. He was using the past tense. And then you joined the Royal Guard. An honorable position, sure. My congratulations. But you betrayed the hopes of the people who believed in you for the sake of power. How disappointing. The reason why Annis held animosity towards Desir wasn't simply because he became a royal guard after rejecting offers from the Western Kingdom Union. He had high expectations of Desir, who had accomplished world-changing feats and managed to change the Hebrion Academy where status discrimination was severe. He felt utter disappointment that Desir had then thrown all of that away to pledge allegiance to the Emperor. all for the sake of obtaining authority. He felt Desir's actions betrayed the commoners' expectations. People who were relying on him to change the empire. So that's what it was. A smile spread across his face. If it was a simple misunderstanding, this was something easy to fix. I think it's too early for your expectations to crumble. Annis stared at Desir quietly, tacitly allowing him to continue. I never gave up fixing the discrimination within the empire. I'm working at it in my own way, and I've already achieved results. The Hebrion Academy was very different just 1 year ago. Now the gap between the beta class and alpha class was shrinking. However, there is a limit to what I can do as a student. I didn't become a member of the Royal Guard just for power. The influence I carry as a Royal Guardsman will aid me, and eventually, will greatly help the commoners. Annis spoke after paying attention to him without a word. Those claims are much easier to make than they are to fulfill. You'll find out if they're just words soon enough. What I ultimately pursue is to not let anyone down in the end. Annis was immersed in his own thoughts for a while. At that moment, Desir thought it was enough. There was some room for consideration. Even though he couldn't change his mind completely now, there would be possibilities in the near future. Annis then spoke. His tone softened slightly. Very well, Desir Arman. You have my interest. Perhaps I was naive to give up on you so quickly. I'll continue to watch your performance eagerly. Would you like a drink? Zod Exarian offered a glass. Reddish-colored wine swirled in it. Gladly, Agest accepted it. They clinked their glasses softly before both taking a sip. It was very sweet. The scent was strong, but she couldn't quite pinpoint which region the wine had been produced in. This is top-class wine. It's more aromatic than the ones I am familiar with from the Burgundia and Arnon regions. But oddly enough, I can't quite figure out where this one was produced. She nodded. They held a conversation. However, neither of their hearts were in it. Neither of their eyes met. They were at a ball, both staring in the same direction. Among the many people moving busily, one boy stood out in particular. Desir Arman. It's nothing new, but Desir is such a unique friend. Zod stated in a matter-of-fact manner. He never shrinks back from the powerful people present representing the Western Kingdom Union. He's not afraid, nor under pressure to talk with and win them all over. It was definitely out of the ordinary. The strain on him must have been enormous in a function like this, with so many powerful people gathered. A normal person would look like Romantica and Pram, the two who were shell-shocked and sitting as far from the crowd as possible. However, Desir wandered around majestically, talking with many in a very calm and stately fashion. Zod drank a little more from his glass. No matter how much I think about it, I can't figure out who he really is. The red liquid sloshed around as if agitated. It was delectable but impossible to ascertain the origins of. You question him? So do you. Agest brought about another round of silence with that swift rebuttal. She could not deny it. It was undeniable that Desir Arman was a person of questionable origins. Do you know anything about Desir? It's probably not too different from what you already know, Tower Master. So he hasn't talked with anyone. Zod mumbled. Agest could not help inquiring further. So you doubt him, Zod? No, no way. I trust his nature and personality more than anybody in the world. I would never believe he is a villain. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done Desir such favors. Desir Arman had already taken residence in a huge portion of Zod Exarian's heart. The loss of Desir would do significant damage to him on a mental level. But when I heard the news that Desir performed 7th Circle magic, the curiosity I managed to set aside had resurfaced completely. 7th Circle. The pinnacle of human power. Desir took one step forward after getting the 4th Circle implanted. There were several harsh limits and conditions imposed on doing so, but Zod was astonished that Desir managed to reach his level, albeit temporarily, and didn't even feel the need to mention it. He reached the legendary 7th Circle with just 4 circles in his body. Zod was happy with his growth so far, but reaching the power of a 7th Circle magician was another story altogether. That was the highest that a human could go, and it was also the wall he found himself at. Zod Exarian opened his mouth. I believe trust and curiosity are two different things. Though he promised he'd tell me one day, and I trust his word, I'm still very curious. As you know, I am not one that can resist their own curiosity. Zod continued. Plus, we know Desir Arman is on the move to achieve something. Ajest trembled. She had a rough idea what Desir had been busy with behind the scenes. It was hard to believe he did everything he had so far for the sake of vanity or recognition. Someday, he will tell us himself. Someday he will. But we don't know when that will be. Zod continued after another brief pause. It is a fact that we trust Desir Arman more than anyone else. However, we also don't know much about his identity or purpose, which keeps him at a strange distance from us. This is never a good or healthy thing. Even for Desir, this distance can't be pleasant. Desir had become an existence that impacted the entire world, reshaping national alliances and technological development. He was too powerful to ignore the fact that he was concealing his identity and in pursuit of an unknown goal, whether it was personal or not. Despite what he says, it wouldn't be bad to figure it out first. Why have you brought this up? Because you're the closest to Desir. Zod put down his empty glass. What I'm trying to say, let's share what we have on him. Ajest said nothing in response. She didn't know how to answer that. Well, I didn't expect to get an answer tonight. The Tower Master looked away. Ultimately, his eyes fixed once more on Desir, who was just returning from a conversation. What are you talking about? Not much. It's just that the wine tastes nice. Zod passed him a glass. So did it go well? Desir nodded, grabbing the glass. Yes, it went well. I had some satisfying outcomes. He had accomplished his intended goal. When Desir talked about how he persuaded President Annis, Zod was delighted, as if it was him that personally stood to gain from this improvement in relations. That result alone made attending this banquet worth it. But it's a shame I wasn't able to do one of the things I had planned to. I didn't manage to catch a hold of the King of Divide. Desir had wanted to converse with the King of Divide to try and suss out whether he was trustworthy or not. It was obvious that Divide and the outsiders had some kind of a relationship, whether the king was involved or not. Desir imagined that he could have learnt something regardless, if he had managed to talk to him. Why not? Did anything happen? He's already left. After hearing these words, Zod stared at the seats where the King and Queen of Divide would normally sit. Nobody was there. It was coincidental, surely. Apparently they left right after the opening ceremony. That's odd. Normally the one who's hosting the banquet would stay till the end. It's hard to say whether it's a simple coincidence, but I don't have much to say as of now. As a matter of fact, Desir did everything he could do at the banquet. Could not be helped. They had to gloss over it like that and move on. So are we done now? I suppose so. Then we just need to enjoy this banquet. Well, you say enjoy, but there isn't much you can do here. There's one thing that cannot be missed at a banquet. Zod glanced at the center of the ballroom. With the mood heightening by the minute, people danced in pairs. You're right. Zod had a point. Letting himself go and enjoying this event freely wasn't a bad idea. A jest. Desir struck out his hand, and a jest grasped it. There was no reason for her to reject it. A jest and Desir glided onto the stage. The current song was a very slow waltz. They began to step to the music smoothly, letting their bodies go with the flow. Desir's movement was quite smooth. A jest had to remark on it. You've gotten much better, Desir. Desir answered shamelessly. It's all thanks to your coaching. While their dance wasn't outstanding, it had a charming quality that made the audience smile. They continued to dance while supporting each other. Ah, youth. Would you like to dance with me? Looking at them, many other partners were emboldened to come onto the stage too. A jest King's Crown looked back through her memory. There was a time when she took Desir to the ball and taught him how to dance. A jest remembered his inexperienced moves. He was quite bad at dancing. He must have practiced quite a lot to be able to dance like this. However, her talk with Zod continued to come to the forefront, crowding out the nicer thoughts. I really don't know anything about him, Desir Arman. Whenever she thought about him, a jest was filled with mixed feelings. For a jest, he was such a complex figure. He was a competitor, a mentor, and a leader. Such a mysterious man. A jest remembered when she first met him. He was a mere first-circle magician. Although they met for the first time, a jest remembered the soft look Desir gave her. He was different from the beginning. Like Zod said, his existence didn't make sense at all. He designed a spell system that could change the world drastically and had made vast contributions to world peace. These thoughts continued to churn through her head. Desir. A jest opened her mouth in a rare moment of rashness. Their gaze met each other. They were so close that their breath tickled each other's face. What is it? The gentle waltz continued. They moved steps lightly. Desir asked her again. Her eyes met his deep black pupils. Eyes so deep it was as if one were looking into the void. A jest's lips fluttered, but that was all. The conversation she had with Zod replayed once more. She wanted to ask him right away. She wanted to demand he let her know everything about him. But she couldn't. All of a sudden, she realized something. He's not the only one with secrets. Once she realized it, her lips hardened like stone. Desir wasn't the only one who held secrets. A jest was also hiding her own, and they were likely no smaller than his. That she was a member of the noble ruthless family. She was the daughter of the emperor who ruled the empire. I haven't told him mine either. She had never shared this secret with anyone. No, she could never share it. The reason was simple. If I told them the truth, I'd never be able to have the same relationships I have now. It felt like the relationships she had worked so hard to build and maintain were at threat of imminent collapse. I was afraid. Hence she kept quiet. She wanted to keep those old relationships. With her mind reaching this conclusion, a jest changed her mind. Perhaps Desir is the same. This was the most likely possibility. A jest couldn't dream of asking Desir anymore. She moved her gaze away, deliberately acting as she always did, pretending as if nothing happened. She opened her mouth to bring an end to this tension. Actually, it's nothing. You're so silly. The conversation ended in vain. Soon, the tempo of the music picked up speed. A jest quickly adjusted to the rhythm, but Desir couldn't. He staggered and stumbled. A jest held him up, seeing as he almost fell entirely. You need to learn from the start again. A burst of light laughter erupted and passed. Yes, Desir is just Desir. Even if he holds onto some secrets, nothing would change. One day we will know each other's secrets. But that time is not now. A jest wasn't ready, and neither was Desir. But I hope that time comes soon. The banquet ended on an uneventful note. Desir had mixed success in meeting his goals for the night. The group headed back to the magic tower. It was rather late at night. Desir went back to his own room to rest. There were only 12 hours before the Great Council was due to convene. Why don't you show yourself? Desir spoke to empty air. You may be observant, but you're still careless. Swan Katarina strode out of the darkness. How was the party? Well, nothing we were concerned about eventuated. Good. How about others? They seem exhausted after being so high-strung. I can't blame them. I'm going to get some sleep too. Flop. Desir lay down on the soft bed. Before he could drift off to the sweet sleep he so desired, Swan roused him and vied for his attention. Not yet. You still have one thing left to do. Swan suddenly tossed a communication orb at the drowsy Desir. He fumbled for a bit, but managed to catch hold of it. Once he accepted the incoming communication, he found himself connected to the side guard. Sorry for the late call, Desir Arman of the Royal Guard. It was a communication orb that utilized appropriate magic frequencies with numerous countermeasures to ensure confidentiality. As per your order, I will now relay the information the side guard has gathered. Desir, who had ordered the side guard to find whatever information they could on the outsiders and alchemy, asked them to report back on their progress daily. The frequency and urgency of the updates was because Desir was only in Divide for 3 more days. Once he crossed over the border, it would become impossible to receive further information from the agents within Divide. He had to get as much information as possible within these 3 days to make informed decisions later. Very well. First off, are all of the agents okay? Yes, sir. One was caught, but they managed to get away safely. That's a relief. Swan chimed in while listening, making her presence known to the side guard on the other side. They must be fairly skilled agents. Despite the number of agents we have in one area, only one managed to get caught. I know. The spies of the side guard were amazing at their job, and Desir was making use of the best agents that had been placed in Divide. Thank you for the kind words. I promise the information we got won't disappoint you. As you're well aware, the power that Divide holds both internally as well as within the Western Kingdom Union has skyrocketed recently. Desir nodded. He had read many reports about Divide's explosive growth, even before Divide started to tightly control the flow of information out of their kingdom. They had implemented a lot of national projects and rooted out corruption to improve their national finances drastically. It was a complete revival of a languid country. The kingdom of Divide that had been slowly collapsing was brought back to its heyday. The current king of Divide was now considered to be the best monarch to lead Divide since their last golden age. I didn't see him that way though. According to a maid who worked in the Divide Palace until recently, that has very little to do with the king's insight or rule. That means Desir had a hunch. Is there anyone helping him? Apparently, it is not King Clora who is currently in charge of national policies in Divide, but some external advisor. That person is only known as the advisor in the palace. It is said that he has won the immense confidence of many government officials. Finally, Desir had his hands on some precious information. Is that so? He finally realized the outsider's strategy. It had always been a fact that the outsiders were deeply involved in the internal workings of Divide. Until now, he could only conclude that the outsiders were involved in some abstract manner. How they were doing so had been a complete mystery to him. However, that changed now. He had found out exactly how they had infiltrated Divide after hearing the sideguard's report. It's a similar strategy to what we saw happen to the Magic Kingdom in that shadow world. They would show up, bring rapid change and development, and win the trust of the vassals as an internal advisor and power broker for the nation. As the country significantly improves, they can consolidate the national power they built and the goodwill they gained in the process. Just like a parasite, it was simple but effective. After seizing authority, any person they suspect may hinder their plans or reveal their motives will be removed immediately. This coincided with when they started controlling the media. Lately, spreading rumors related to the Empire, expanding their battle readiness, and increasing their defense budget have all been traced back to this advisor. He must be preparing for a war. Whom Divide is preparing for a war with is an easy question. The Hebrion Empire. Desir mentally sifted through this new information and arranged his thoughts. It wasn't this bad in the Magic Kingdom. This was beyond the capabilities of Skullmask, who had simply controlled the country from the shadows. This time, the infiltrator had gained traction while leading the country to its former prime, a feat only possible with superior planning and management. Moreover, he has been dealing with dissidents ruthlessly and efficiently. Those were the core concepts of this anti-empire strategy. Desir felt the pieces falling into place. He could wager a guess on the advisor's identity with reasonable confidence. The advisor has to be Crow Mask, no Icarus Corgo. Therefore, I need to focus on digging up as much information about this advisor from now on. The results had been fruitful this time. He had made great gains, piecing together the vague clues the sideguard had managed to obtain. Although Desir had done the lion's share of work, he didn't forget to thank the sideguard for their hard work in providing these clues. This is invaluable information. Please focus on gathering more information about the advisor immediately. Thank you for the kind words, sir. I only did what I was supposed to. There's one more piece of information, Desir. Desir could hear the side guard breathe deeply before continuing. I made a few more inquiries on alchemy, since you urged us to make that a topic of priority. Progress has been minimal, but given your specific interest, it felt important to share. The communication orb started shimmering as an image began to form. A tower. It looks too huge to be a mere tower. Swan and Desir stared intently at the image. The quality of the image output was truly wonderful without doubt. It displayed a huge, dark-colored tower in crisp quality. This structure was taller and wider than the magic tower. This is the biggest structure in this city. It is enormous enough to be seen from the capital. The design of it did not suit the nickname of Divide, the Kingdom of Steel. It was clear that this building was not something normal. The important thing is, this building commenced construction after the advisor came into power. This meant that it was the work of the outsiders. Have you found out what the building was built for? I haven't found that out yet. Information about this tower is being controlled far more strictly than anything else in the city, and that's saying something. I could only capture this image. But if they're that cautious, there must be more to it. Yes, it's got to be an important part of the outsiders' plan. While looking through various records, I found that a large amount of magic stones and budget have been spent building this. Even now, a big chunk of the royal budget goes towards it. His prior cheery tone had become a little gloomy, likely due to the lack of information he could show for his work. The problem is this is not the only one of its kind. Several others are being built elsewhere. The screen split showing several other towers in different parts of Divide. Although they aren't as huge as the one in the capital, these other towers are steadily being constructed in other regions. The outsiders are putting a great deal of effort into this. Based on how much time and resources are being thrown at this, we have a growing theory about what they're going to produce. Their facilities for chimera production. Desir came to the same conclusion as the side guard. Chimeras weren't something that could be made so easily, after all. They required countless dead bodies of monsters and a high level of technical skill and machinery to combine them into something stable. In order to produce military-grade chimera, they needed world-class facilities. So Desir did not stop thinking there. However, if they put that much of their strategic budget into it, there was something else superior to chimeras. They might possibly be making homunculus again. It was a distinct possibility. A possibility that he could not afford to reject offhand. He felt a sense of crisis. He had to stop this situation from developing any further. But I can only go off my strong suspicion. A large amount of budget and magic stones had been invested into them, and the timing of their construction coincided with the outsiders coming into the fold. However, it was just an assumption without concrete evidence. Is there any detailed evidence? If you wanted anything more detailed, I'd need at least another week. No matter how long it takes, getting accurate, irrefutable evidence is crucial to making our next move. If we have that evidence, we can put a stop to the outsiders. If I can persuade not only the Empire, but also the Western Kingdom Union. Even if they didn't produce homunculus, manufacturing chimeras was still a major taboo. But it will take us some time to work around their strict control. When I mentioned 1 week, that's only possible if we use all of the deployed agents in Divide, not just those within the side guard. Trying to contact them will take time, too. Can I be of help then? Swan stepped forward, having listened in on the talk so far. Although I can't secure information in secret, if you have my strength, getting the information should be possible with more forceful means. Don't you think? This was true. Brute forcing it greatly increases the possibility of conflict. If your identity is revealed, war could break out between the Kingdom of Divide and the Hebrion Empire. If I'm careful, it won't be an issue. You guys can work hard to hide my identity. But it's just a possibility of it happening. Nothing is guaranteed. The side guard seemed bewildered with Swan talking so one-sidedly. Well, it's Desir who makes the final call, no matter what I say. So, what are you going to do? Swan turned around and asked Desir. What she said made Desir contemplate heavily. If Swan goes, then we'll either get the evidence quickly, or find ourselves on the brink of war. When you weighed the two outcomes, it wasn't even worth considering. If Divide was working with the outsiders, War with Divide was inevitable. If he put Swan on the case, not only would the operation be easier to pull off, but if something were to go wrong, it would be far easier for the other spies to escape unharmed. In the worst-case scenario, as long as we don't get discovered, even if we can't find sufficient evidence, Desir made a decision. Please, Lady Swan. It was finally the day that the Great Council was scheduled to begin. Desir looked through the window of his carriage as it slowly made its way to the royal palace. Dark-colored buildings lined the streets, placed systematically and without variation. There was one structure in particular that stood out amongst those buildings. A huge tower. Seeing it in person, it was clear that the tower had something to do with the true purpose behind the outsiders infiltrating Divide. She must be doing well, right? Swan wasn't part of their group headed for the palace. She had left to investigate the gigantic tower along with some of the side guard operatives. The plan was simple. With the Great Council beginning, the number of troops guarding the tower was going to be at its lowest due to them prioritizing security detail for it. During that time, the side guard and Swan would infiltrate and investigate the tower. If the tower was related to the outsiders, and the circumstantial evidence strongly suggested it was, they should be able to discover the outsiders' goal based on what they managed to gather during their expedition. Isn't this too much? Desir felt something unusual while walking down the palace corridor. He expected that there would be a large number of troops for guarding the Great Council, but the number present exceeded his expectation by far. The sounds of wyverns crying while gliding through the sky echoed non-stop. It was the Flying Dragon Division that Divide was so proud of, and there wasn't just one member. Practically the whole division was there. As if they weren't enough, several knights were patrolling the palace in small formations, and an immense number of soldiers were stationed in anything that so much as resembled a guard post. Did they bring all of the troops guarding Pittsburgh? Desir nodded in agreement with Zod's assessment. That seems to be the case. The military force present was more than enough to display their strength as a nation. While it could almost be construed as a threatening gesture by the guests attending the Great Council, nobody complained. It was justified after what happened in the previous year. Desir did not expect Divide would be able to muster such a big military force. It was a truly prodigious number. However, it didn't matter. I don't know what they're thinking, but this won't go as planned, Desir said mentally while thinking of someone in particular. It's been a while, Desir. A lady strode towards him. It was Saint Priscilla. He hadn't seen her in a while, especially since she hadn't attended the previous night's banquet. Behind Priscilla were numerous knights wearing full suits of armor, on which a moon pattern was engraved. Holy Paladins of the Artemis Church. Nominally, they were a group formed to fight against the infidels that refused the teachings of their goddess. There were surprisingly few Holy Paladins, considering the number of believers the Church of Artemis had, but their individual ability was excellent. To disregard their power because of their size could be a fatal mistake. Above all, some amongst their ranks had unique powers, such as Priscilla's healing capabilities. I brought them here as you mentioned. Will this be enough? Of course. Right after Desir contacted Zod, he also asked Priscilla for more armed escorts. Looks like they came prepared too. Looking out the window at what Zod pointed to, they could make out kings of the Western Kingdom Union arriving. Each one of them was escorted by elite forces representing their own country. This was in stark contrast to the minimal personal security from the previous year. There was a fair number of elite soldiers gathered now. It was good that we heeded your advice and planned in advance. As everyone who was attending the Great Council had brought a fair number of elite troops, the forces gathered were now sufficient to hold off against any military assault that Divide prepared. With all of this, we will be fully able to cope with the outsiders, no matter what they do. No, with these elite forces from the Western Kingdom Union included, they had far better troops in terms of quality. They were likely evenly matched in terms of sheer number of soldiers with Divide, but vastly better off quality-wise, so even if a battle occurred, there should be no problem. Everyone is quite prepared. A deep and dignified voice sounded. Desir and company turned their gaze to where the voice came from. Clora Ars F. Baldershoe. At the end of their line of sight was the King of Divide, Clora Baldershoe. I salute the King of Divide. They politely saluted Clora. Clora greeted them all with a light nod. Zod Exarian, I heard you suggested this to other kings. Yes, your majesty. Very splendid. I appreciate your forethought on behalf of the Western Kingdom Union. As Zod bowed his head, Clora had a pleasant smile. The sight made Desir contemplate. Is the king working directly with the outsiders? Although he didn't know much about him, he didn't seem suspicious based on what Desir had heard and the information he had. It was a fact that the outsiders had infiltrated Divide, but he hadn't figured out how exactly they made that first inroad into placing that advisor at the king's ear. There was no doubt that the advisor was directly related to the outsiders, but he was unsure of whether the king was directly cooperating with him and aware of his identity. This situation paralleled what Desir saw happen in the Magic Kingdom with their leader, Kuma Marelson. Skull Mask manipulated their king while working under the pseudonym of the Prophet, eventually destroying the country. However, the major difference here was that as those events unfolded, the king ended up disagreeing with Skull Mask's aim and was taken out of the equation as a result. He was completely taken advantage of. But having the military force just stand by like this isn't going to be sufficient. Clora's eyes widened at Desir's sudden suggestion. What are you talking about? All this military strength can easily repel an attack from outside, but if there is an attack from the inside, they'd collapse instantly. Elaborate. The outsiders managed to infiltrate the Hebrion Academy a long time ago. They had operatives working as professors with no one the wiser. It was impossible for us to figure out who could be trusted among the staff and guards at the academy. He used the metaphor to explain the current situation Divide found itself in. Desir believed he didn't need to hide that he had figured out that the outsiders were hidden in Divide. Announcing this knowledge wouldn't make a difference after all. Seeing as that was the case, he decided to gauge the reaction of the king after making such a bold move. I have heard rumor of such, however there is no indication of any outsider activity in Divide. I appreciate your concern though. Clora's behavior was too natural. His intonation and look didn't seem as if he were acting at all. I had better step back at this point. Desir realized it wouldn't be helpful to press him too much further. If he was just acting, it was pointless. If he wasn't acting, continuing to sound him out wasn't a good move in terms of maintaining a good relationship. Glad to hear it. If you need help with anything, please let me know whenever. Thank you. Let's start the Great Council. As Clora took the lead, Desir and company followed suit. Just before they could enter the room where the Great Council would take place, there was yet another inspection. People entered after relinquishing hazardous objects and passing an identity check. Desir and company managed to clear the inspection and enter the room. Desir Arman, do you have a moment? Clora pulled Desir aside all of a sudden. He had a grim look on his face. Then he whispered very quietly, actually, there is a serious problem in Divide. What is it? Clora looked out the window with quite a serious face. The weather seemed to have read the mood, as rain started to pour down. Those bastards work more often on gray days like this. I try my best to manage it on my own, but it's hard to deal with them. Are you talking about the outsiders? Desir's expectations were lifted at the unexpected possibility of getting information about the outsiders. If the King of Divide was hostile to the outsiders, he could solve the issue easily by simply cooperating with him. It's not the outsiders, it's mice. Desir squinted at Clora's unexpected words. Today, there are a lot of mice in Divide. They're all around the capital you see. So we're having a hard time. That is a big problem indeed. Desir didn't know what to say in response, but he continued the conversation while nodding in agreement. But truly, this rain is a relief. Even if I don't see them, I know the mice are hidden somewhere. It's not easy to get rid of mice when they're hiding. Yes, you're right. So, isn't this a great chance to remove them if they appear? I don't need to worry about not being able to see them if I handle them all now. All the mice pouring out of their dens, thinking that they won't be seen in the bad weather. Clora stared out the window. The rain had truly set in. This man, perhaps. Desir found the conversation suspect. Today the mice will not survive. Not even one. Clora's eyes gleamed for a second. Desir gulped. I hope things go your way, Your Majesty. Thank you, Desir. Clora smiled at Desir. Desir also replied with a smile. One thing is certain. Desir's face cooled off icily. Clora Baldershoe is working with the outsiders. Desir had shown his hand, using his story about the Hebrion Academy as an allusion to the outsiders' infiltration of Divide. The king had then pulled Desir aside and used a metaphor of his own to tell Desir that he was well aware of the sideguards' infiltration and rummaging in Divide under Desir's command. Desir had revealed himself in order to gauge the king's reaction, to get a feel for how much control the outsiders had over the country. In the end, he hadn't confirmed much, but he hadn't given away much either. He was fairly certain the outsiders were already aware. But for the king to freely confirm his association with the outsiders, Desir couldn't figure out their angle. Why would he expose himself? However, Desir could not afford to think about his intentions any longer. If the outsiders found out what Desir was doing, the people busy investigating could be in danger. Desir started agonizing over what to do. He looked at his communication pad. I can stop it all now. The operation hadn't started yet. They still had time until the Great Council commenced. It was possible to cancel the operation by contacting Swan now. But Desir hesitated. If I miss this chance, it'll become impossible to figure out the outsiders' true objective. The outsiders were the biggest obstacle in his way to clearing the Shadow Labyrinth. Without removing them from the picture, there was the very likely possibility of them continually causing problems and wasting valuable resources. He could not miss the opportunity to get such a rare clue. I will trust in Swan's ability. The outsiders seem to be aware of our movement. When you think it's dangerous, escape immediately. After agonizing for so long, he finally decided to commence the operation as planned. As soon as he sent Swan the message, everyone had finally gathered to convene the Great Council. The chair of this Great Council, Clora, opened his mouth after taking in the whole assembly. Thank you everyone for your patience. Let's get this Great Council underway. In the center of Pittsburgh stood a giant tower. It was a location with security on a whole other level compared to any other facility in Divide. A group of well-dressed people, clad in white coats, made their way towards the tower. As they arrived at the entrance of the tower, they were intercepted by guards. These guards were fairly well equipped with magic and gear, especially for mere gatekeepers. One man out of the group of white-clothed people stepped forward and handed the guard something. It was an access card that served as a photo ID.
I'm researcher Rania Morrison.
I'm meant to enter at 1400 hours. Only allowed personnel could enter the tower, and only at pre-appointed times. Everyone else would be turned away, regardless of their identity. The guard took Rania's access card and compared the picture against his face. After confirming they matched, he returned his access card. Pass. This was not the end of things, though. The guards began checking the identities of Rania's escorts. The guard, who was comparing their access cards and faces, started to frown before eventually opening his mouth. Wait! This? Smack. The moment they had realized the pictures and faces didn't match, the guards had all slumped to the ground. Arf! Ow! The entire guard post charged with securing the main entrance to the tower had been completely incapacitated. They quickly took measures to ensure their tracks had been covered. After all of the guards collapsed, Rania and the other researchers stripped them of their useful gear before stashing their bodies somewhere they wouldn't easily be found. Their next rotation shouldn't arrive for another 2 hours. Let's hurry and get out before that. Rania Morrison's face transformed from the face of a young, sophisticated male into that of a delicate female's. She was Swan Katarina. The white-clothed researchers around her were in fact secret agents from the side guard. They began to move quickly. Though they had dealt with the human element, there was still one last set of security checks that needed to be taken care of before they could enter the tower. It didn't take long for the well-trained side guard to disable Divide's state-of-the-art security systems. With the security systems down and the guards incapacitated, their escape route was now secured. The silent assault and destruction of the tower's tight defenses had been carried out in less than 30 seconds, proof of the thorough preparation that had been put into this operation. It's always impressive seeing this in person, Swan mumbled, looking at the side guard busily working. It was indeed impressive. The side guard had both started and completed all of their preparation for this tower infiltration mission within a day. As a result of their diligence, they removed countless security systems rapidly, as well as managing to locate and kidnap the individual meant to enter the tower at this hour. They had used this person's genuine access card to get the guards to lower their guard. No matter how much we prepared for this, without you, Lady Swan, we could not make it even this far. Swan had overpowered as many as 10 guards before they realized they were under attack. It was utterly amazing that she could overwhelm so many well-geared and highly trained specialists within a few seconds through sheer force. Just as Swan and the side guard were praising each other, her communication pad vibrated. The outsiders seem to be aware of our movement. When you think it's dangerous, escape immediately. It was a warning from Desir. All emotion fell off Swan's face for a moment. Her mouth then twisted into a smile. Such a cute kiddo. Swan could feel just how much he worried about her through the plain words she saw in front of her. As she chuckled to herself, a member of the side guard approached her with a quizzical expression plastered on his face. What's happened? Our operation seems to have been exposed. Although it didn't seem like anyone knew they were sneaking into the tower, if the enemy already knew about their existence, there was a good chance that they had arranged something in advance. Nothing's changed. Just means we're on a stricter time limit. Swan made the same decision as Desir. She could not leave the outsiders as they were. They were already powerful enough to swallow up a country as powerful as the Kingdom of Divide. She expected them to only grow stronger from here on out and pose a threat to the Empire in the near future. If she missed this chance, it would be nearly impossible to come back into Divide and finish the job. There was a need to figure out what they were planning right now, no matter the cost. Swan entered the tower, working her artifact once again. The side guard followed her quietly. They absolutely trusted and followed any judgment of the royal guards. Inside the tower, several researchers could be seen scurrying around. If it wasn't obvious before, it was now plain as day that the tower within Pittsburgh was some form of research facility. They have been researching chimeras, as expected. The researcher that the side guard kidnapped, Rania Morrison, had a rather important title in this tower. Being the biotechnology expert has its perks. Swan, who had donned his face, was not stopped at any point in the tower. Thanks to that, they quickly managed to figure out what kind of research was being undertaken in this facility. They were attempting to create something beyond simply combining monsters. This tower was focused on researching how to use high-tier swordsmen and magicians in the creation of chimeras. The thought of facing several chimeras with the ability to freely manipulate magic and aura was utterly terrifying. Have you found anything? I found a place where numerous chimera are stored. How many chimeras approximately? It's hard to tell exactly, but there's at least several hundred chimeras in here. Their quality is terrifying too. Each one is at least as powerful as a Rook-class swordsman, and there are many that are already at the level of Bishop-class. Swan frowned. The figure of several hundred had surpassed her expectations by far. If there were other facilities like this in other cities, their military force could already be a threat to the Hebrion Empire. If you include their soldiers, perhaps Divide and the Empire are already on equal ground. Anyhow, they had figured out what the primary purpose of this tower was. This was already more than enough to go off of, and certainly enough to consider this mission a success. Should we leave? Leaving was the obvious answer presented to her. However, the mission had been too easy. While it was likely because they had thoroughly prepared, something still triggered her sharp intuition. This is the best time to escape. Nobody seemed to have realized that they had sneaked in yet. Lady Swan, what should we do? Get ready to retreat. On my signal, retreat immediately. Yes. It was then. She looked up. It was truly a gigantic tower. There were so many pillars spanning such a large distance into the sky. Something crossed her mind out of the blue. If they just wanted to build a structure to store and research chimeras, Why would they build something that stands out like this? Moreover, the design of this tower is extremely inefficient for storage. She had pinpointed the issue troubling her, something a normal agent would have missed in the heat of a mission. But Swan was different. Above all else, getting this information was far too easy indeed. We figured out everything after simply sneaking in and walking around. She looked around. It feels like they wanted us to leave after gathering all this information. Am I being too paranoid? Nice to see you, Mr. Rania Morrison. We meet again. Lady Swan, the head of the Flying Dragon Division, has passed through the main gate. She received the alert at that exact moment. A report from the side guard in charge of the main gate. At the same time, she spotted the shadow of a man entering into the tower, and he spotted her as well. He was in silver armor, carrying a long spear. He certainly looked very different from the normal guards of the tower, just based off of his expensive-looking magic equipment. Siegfried, a beautiful young man with long hair. He approached her with such an affable face. With him in the lead, other Flying Dragon Division members entered the tower as well. They were all excellent knights, even without their wyverns. The military force that was originally meant to be at the royal palace was at the tower for some reason. I thought they only stayed at the royal palace. I don't know why they came now, of all times. This must have been what they arranged in advance. Everyone, do not panic. Remain ready to retreat and prepare for battle. Yes, ma'am. The side guard, still pretending to be researchers, spread out all over the working area, blending in with the other researchers. Even though they made themselves appear busy, they managed to arrange themselves into formation, ready to respond to any aggression from the Flying Dragon Division, should the need arise. The Flying Dragon Division made their move in a flash. Siegfried raised his voice. We have been alerted to the fact that there are intruders inside. We will verify all people present, as we are in an emergency situation. He declared this to everyone in the room. The internal researchers complained bitterly, but they couldn't do anything about it. They started getting ready to be verified under the watchful eyes of the Flying Dragon Division. Getting verified wasn't a difficult thing to do. They just had to show their identification card as the Flying Dragon Division made their rounds. Apologies for the interruption, Mr. Morrison. Surely you understand. Siegfried approached Swan, no, Swan with Rania Morrison's face to be exact. Damn it, Swan muttered internally. She didn't know Siegfried and Rania Morrison knew each other, but she couldn't afford to fall into any trap either. She had to play this carefully. I believe we briefly met at the last conference. Is the research you presented going well? Good to see you, Sir Siegfried. Yes, of course. It's going very well. That's great. Since you probably have the most to do, we will verify you first. Siegfried raised his chin. The Flying Dragon Division then surrounded her. Siegfried sighed. Why would I go to the damn conference, Swan Katarina? Apparently he knew Swan's identity from the start. How did you know? Well, in preparation for a situation like this, my superior lent me an artifact. He brandished a magic tool of some kind. They looked like a pair of glasses. This device is the Eye of Truth. It detects all who disguise or conceal their true selves using an artifact. That's certainly a precious artifact. Indeed, this tool can filter out most secret agents. He put the glasses away and brandished his spear. Why don't you surrender peacefully? We know about your subordinates already. Swan sighed before deactivating her artifact. If you pretend you didn't see me here, everyone can live. Will you just let me go? Siegfried giggled, as though her suggestion was utterly ridiculous. Did you think we would accept that kind of offer? No, I just warned you out of courtesy. Swan stretched out her hand. Simultaneously, something appeared and morphed in her hand, before solidifying into a long spear. I will end this quickly, so I'd like to hear your opinions on how we are to proceed through this agenda. My opinion regarding that. The Great Council progressed smoothly. Many items had already been discussed and dealt with according to the interests of each country. The King of Divide, who was acting as the facilitator of the meeting, led the council competently. When discussion slowed down and got stuck on certain topics, he would suggest a reasonable compromise for each party. When the different opinions were deeply conflicting, he would skillfully summarize the lengthy conversation to allow participants to regain clarity. He would also calm down any uproar with his distinct charisma, as the need arose for such. I can't possibly believe that he is working with the outsiders. This was Priscilla's comment, after watching him for the duration of the meeting thus far. I've only met him a few times at the past councils, but I can't see any differences between how he acted then and now. He seems like his usual self. The King of Divide looked no different than normal. Zod Exarian mumbled with a puzzled look. Even if he's with the outsiders, he didn't need to act in such an overt way. Desir agreed wholeheartedly and nodded in response. Definitely. I don't understand how Priscilla can still be uncertain. From the perspective of the outsiders, there was no need for Clora Baldershoe to reveal his connection to the outsiders. It was a totally unnecessary risk. Nevertheless, he did it anyway. Perhaps they are confident in their victory. Checkmate. The outsiders could afford to make grand gestures if they were certain of victory. Desir remembered the king's tone and overt threat. His arrogance was as if Desir and company were already dancing in the palm of his hand. His tone had a sense of superiority that said he could destroy them at any time. But what kind of plan do they have to be so sure of victory? He could not guess how they would act. There was one obvious fact. If the outsiders are truly confident in their victory, that means they have some plan to get rid of us. Most likely, it'll happen while we're here in Divide. But we don't yet know how they will move. We can still eliminate possibilities. They wouldn't take us head-on in a stupid manner. They're almost certainly plotting something cunning from the shadows. It wasn't just Desir sitting on pins and needles. The entire group showed signs of growing anxiety. In the meantime, the council continued. We'd like to raise an issue that Divide faced recently. When it was the chairman's turn, the King of Divide took the floor. I'm sure you are all aware that the Hebrion Empire recently demanded enormous compensation from us under false pretenses. He continued. Although their evidence wasn't clear, they concluded that we supported a revolt in the empire. This act is no different than any other act of violence. Just because the empire is more powerful than us, they committed awful violence upon our little kingdom. Our kingdom begrudgingly accepted the empire's offer to prevent the worst outcome, war. But something like this should not happen again. In order to restrain the empire from ruthlessly enforcing whatever demands they see fit upon the other kingdoms of the Western Kingdom Union, I'd like to propose the Western Kingdom Union to band together to retaliate militarily when the cause is considered just. The Great Council was shaken into a stir for a few minutes. While many had heard rumors of the anti-empire ideology festering in secret within Divide, this was finally concrete proof of it. They had only heard about it through indirect means before. The attendees began to whisper. Desir could not quite make out what they were saying, though. Well, no wonder Divide is gritting their teeth. More than 5 of their merchant associations were disbanded. They have been at odds throughout all of history. They seem extremely determined this time, though. The relationship between Divide and the Empire was very famous, after all. As a matter of fact, the anti-empire ideology that had been around since the Western Kingdom Union was first established was strongly influenced by Divide's efforts. The Kingdom of Divide was practically the chair country of the Western Kingdom Union. King Clora finished his case with an emphatic tone. I am very saddened by this incident that Divide just went through, but my opinion is a bit different to King Clora's. It was the king of the Preleka Empire, Greed, who spoke up. King Clora, I heard that what Divide traded with the rebel forces in the Hebrion Empire was munitions. Correct. Nobody can prohibit which merchant association trades with which dominion. Greed cowered back a little under Clora's fierce glare. But he did not back down and continued to share his beliefs. Sure. But from the Empire's perspective, it could be seen as though Divide supported the revolt through the trading of munitions. Without knowing the details, I would not know if it's true or not. I do think Divide is responsible for not recognizing the possible misapprehension. No one could imagine the kingdom of Preleka being this vocal as the weaker country of the two. Unless the Empire is explicitly suppressing a smaller country, the Western Kingdom Union has no reason to step in. The attendees at the Great Council seemed surprised with Preleka pushing forward its opinion, despite it being the smallest country. It wasn't as if Greed was alone, however. After he finished speaking, strong opinions sympathetic to his own began to fill the council room. That's true. This is an issue between Divide and the Hebrion Empire. We cannot say this is the general sentiment of the Western Kingdom Union. Even the countries who agreed with Divide showed lukewarm responses in committing to such a treaty. Well, I understand why Divide is pushing this so hard, but it would be very risky to turn our Western Kingdom Unions back on the Empire. There was hardly any country willing to help Divide, although they were willing to tolerate Divide's efforts at resisting the Empire. If it was just 1 year ago, they likely all would have sided with Divide on this issue. Back then, the anti-Empire ideology had considerable weight. Due to Desir's effort, the relationship between the Empire and the Western Kingdom Union had changed drastically. Desir had since joined the Royal Guard, bringing him close to the Emperor of Hebrion, and continued to show dedication towards improving this relationship. With a position of such power, the growing relationship between Hebrion and the Western Kingdom Union had never been this strong. For once, the Western Kingdom Union could see the distinct possibility of becoming intimate with the Empire. Therefore, we can sum it up as that the Western Kingdom Union will not support Divide in retaliation, but we will allow Divide to act independently. I see. I understand. He seemed to have read the atmosphere of the room, the sentiment of the Western Kingdom Union. Well, I see. I understand what's happening here. The King of Divide nodded before looking around the room and smiling. What does he understand? As if a clock began counting down, Desir realized something unusual. Just as he was about to stand up, thump, a low rumble could be heard. The building shook a little as if there was an earthquake. Everyone could feel the tremor. The end of the spear broke. Siegfried was flung to the ground. He looked extremely awful. His white-silver armor was completely destroyed. There was barely a patch of it that was whole. Several of the largest holes, almost as big as a fist, were concentrated on his chest and waist area. The floor was slick with his blood. He blankly stared at Swan. "Did you really come at me with such petty skill?" Swan sneered at him, dumbfounded, but Siegfried could not say a word. He just glared at her. He had the look in his eyes that seemed to intimate that he was unconvinced in his loss, rather than the resentful expression one would expect from someone so thoroughly thrashed. The lofty knight full of pride was long gone. Swan gently stood on Siegfried's neck. "I did warn you. I told you that you'd better pretend to have not seen me and just go." Thud. She ended the pitiful Siegfried by applying enough pressure to snap his neck. She looked around. There were numerous people collapsed on the floor other than Siegfried. There was a great battle between the Flying Dragon Division and the side guard that had sneaked in. The result was a complete victory. Swan Katarina's power was overwhelming. Once she joined their battle after getting Siegfried under control, nobody could offer much resistance against her. Every one of the Flying Dragon Division who came into the tower was killed, and only 2 of the side guard had died in exchange. But they didn't think they won at all. Soon enough the full military force of Divide will flood in here. We have less than 5 minutes left. Their existence was totally exposed. They had to run away without the luxury of being able to savor their victory. It was only a complete victory if they managed to get all of the information they had acquired to Desir. "Yes, we better retreat right now," she murmured before glaring at the tower's surroundings. The traces of a fierce battle clearly remained. In order to get the situation under control as quickly as possible, she had used all of her power. Nothing but debris remained inside this tower after her mighty aura swept through it. Staircases had crumbled, and there was nowhere whole left to stand on. "But this is weird," Swan muttered. After getting hit by her ridiculous aura, the pillars and the outer wall were still intact, while nothing else was. "Isn't this tower just some facility for chimeras?" She gulped. She looked at the tower once more, noting the external were in pristine condition. What if the chimera manufacturing was just a front? What? The The side guard were stunned by such an abrupt question. Her eyes traced the intact walls. Though everything including the labs had been wrecked, the first floor was entirely fine. The basement. She pulled the string of her bow taut, convinced she was right. She gathered a massive amount of aura. Even a building as tough as this one couldn't possibly resist Swan's aura when it was focused this densely. She let loose. A powerful blast swept over everything, but the floor surface remained intact. It wasn't only because the surface was strong. The force that had stopped her aura was standing opposite of Swan. As Swan swung her head towards the source, a man wearing a crow mask came into view. "You!" Swan widened her eyes. In front of her stood one of the executives of the Outsiders. She had no idea how long he had been standing there. "Long time no see." "Yes, it's been a long time. Is this the first time since the revolution?" The tension released from her face. "You've been watching from the start?" "The only reason why you would expose yourself now is because there's something below me that you can't afford to expose." Crow Mask started invoking magic. "You're always so bothersome. You should have left after finding out about the Chimera." "Thank you for the compliment." It was just as she had deduced. The Chimera were just a decoy. Swan stepped back. She wanted to operate her communication pad at the same time, but it wouldn't connect. She looked up at Crow Mask, bewildered. "Unfortunately, you can't operate communication magic here." Must be quite an interesting secret then. What was the true purpose of this tower? Although the production of Chimera was a secret worthy of concealing at all cost, this was beyond the value of even that. "Once I get out of here, I'll be able to use my communication device." Swan drew the string of her bow taut once again. As she gathered her aura, bluish arrows began to form around her. "Don't worry, I'll kill you, find out what's below, and let everyone know without fail." What was that noise? Back in the conference hall, the atmosphere had quickly morphed into one of chaos. It was small, but it was definitely an explosion. "Oh dear, again?" The kings were busy discussing the blasts they had heard. The Great Council had come to a standstill. It wasn't just a single blast. There were a few more in quick succession. Although they weren't very large or noisy, the effect it had on the conference was not small. It might be another terrorist attack. Let's gather all of the reserve forces and take precautions. We cannot move that many forces based on such an unknown. We need to investigate properly first. The people in the Western Kingdom Union were already extremely sensitive due to the terrorist attack last year. They all strongly reacted to the sound, albeit each king had strong opinions on what should be done next. Soldiers from each country started to move, and people prepared themselves to escape as the confusion grew. To say there was a disturbance would be underselling it greatly. The council that was in full swing was abruptly cut off. "Everyone please calm down." The facilitator of the Great Council, the King of Divide, spoke up. While every public figure and king that made up the Western Kingdom Union was feeling uneasy, the King of Divide, Clorivaldursh, looked unusually calm. "I understand your concern, but it's certainly not an act of terrorism. I've already received word that the BL." At his announcement, the air in the Great Council calmed down. They had at least stopped talking about it frantically. "What do you mean by a normal accident?" Clora answered the question raised. "There seems to be trouble at our magical armaments factory. We're trying to figure out what happened too, and we'll let you know as this investigation is underway. But I can assure you that there is nothing to be concerned about." The king's unfazed tone made people dubious, but they had no choice but to believe him. He was the facilitator of this meeting after all. Moreover, the blasts had stopped. One extra paranoid and skeptical member of the council spoke up. "Just in case, let's confirm it for ourselves. Zod, could you check if there is any active magic near us?" Zod took a moment to confirm this before speaking. "Except for defensive magic, there is no other magic inside the palace." "Well, does everyone feel relieved now?" The stir finally died down. The safety of the palace, and more importantly the Great Council inside it, which would be the first target of any terrorist, had been confirmed. Zod Xarian, who held the highest authority as far as magic was concerned, had verified it himself. Okay then, let's continue the Great Council. However, Desir did not naively trust what Clora had said. It cannot be a mere accident. As Desir reached that conclusion, he requested his sideguard investigate the cause. It didn't take long before they reported back on what they found. Sir Desir, we managed to track down the source of the noise as you requested. Came from the tower. Lady Swan is currently locked in combat with an enemy force inside. It was the tower that he had sent his forces into to collect information. The noises they heard all the way over in the palace were the aftermath from the battle underway inside the tower. Even if they had reserve forces, they would be no match for Lady Swan. Honestly speaking, this was an unexpected turn of events. He didn't expect there to be a battle in the first place. But there was an ambush hidden inside. Lady Swan is unable to escape. Even now, she appears to be struggling. An enemy that Swan struggles with? He thought no matter how strong the enemy was, it shouldn't have been a difficult task for Swan to control them, if not flee from them. That was why he sent Swan, even though there was a high degree of danger involved. Was there someone protecting the tower who could face Swan on equal terms? As far as Desir knew, there were only a few people with such abilities in Divide. No, across the entire continent. How are things progressing right now? I can't say it's going well. The member of the side guard proceeded to communicate what information they had gathered and what was unfolding in front of him. Although he had limited information, and he couldn't see what was happening inside the tower, he still flawlessly communicated every detail he could observe. As Desir predicted, the tower was a facility for the mass manufacturing of chimeras. Swan had even succeeded in gathering substantial evidence of chimera production while infiltrating. But that wasn't what caught Desir's attention. Swan had caused so much destruction on her own. Despite how intensely she had fought, there wasn't much damage to the tower's structure itself. Even if it was a facility for mass manufacturing chimeras, such a structure should not have been able to endure her aura. That was more than substantial proof enough that there was more to this tower than met the eye. The tower was not simply made for manufacturing chimeras, but must also be hiding something else. This was a pretty important piece of information on its own. If it wasn't built to manufacture chimera, those outsiders must be preparing something else. At the moment, he wasn't entirely sure what that could be. Unfortunately, that train of thought had to be relegated to the back burner. Trumping all other concerns now was Swan's safety, not the information that the outsiders had gone to such great lengths to hide. They are hiding something else. Swan saw through their efforts to conceal it, realizing that there was another purpose for the building beyond just the manufacturing of chimeras. It was only after she attempted to figure out what it was that she got locked into a clash with an unknown enemy. The information we have is enough for now. We must retreat before it gets any more dangerous. All of the side guard, Sir Desir, all direct and indirect interference with those inside the tower is being hampered. Not to mention any form of communication we have tried has been cut off. The information I gave you was delivered to me before the communication was disconnected. Then not even a single side guard has come out so far? That's right. It's impossible for us to know what's happening inside. It had been a while since the communication embargo had been set up. But one thing was clear. Until now, the battle has been underway. Although there was no longer any noise, it was odd that nobody came out. Desir hoped that the outsiders had invoked soundproofing magic to calm the Great Council attendees, or to try and cover up what was happening. Because if not, then Swan has been defeated. That was the worst case possible. As much as he hated it, it was a possibility that Desir couldn't ignore. If the outsiders fully mobilized, today the mice will not survive, not even one. Desir could not help recalling the words that the King of Divide so maliciously spat at him. Though he had relied heavily on Swan, it was still an extremely dangerous operation. He was naive for putting the full weight of it on her shoulders, forcing her to cope alone. I need to help Swan. Meanwhile, the Great Council was drawing to an end. All attendees were satisfied that they had been able to express their opinions on the topics that mattered most to them. As all of the critical items on the agenda had been discussed near the beginning of the council, there was no longer any need to stay. Desir spoke quietly to Zod. Sir Zod, I have an urgent matter I need to deal with quickly regarding the tower. If the King of Divide or his soldiers seem to move strangely, don't worry, I'll watch them thoroughly. Leave this place to me. Reading Desir's tense face, Zod somewhat guessed the circumstances and let Desir go without asking him why. Yes, I will also do my best. If anything were to happen to those gathered in the council room, powerful individuals like Priscilla and Zod were already present. In addition, there were plenty of troops ready to defend each king, so they could surely handle any situation that cropped up without Desir. All he had left to do was to go to the tower and help Swan. Desir wasn't going there alone, obviously. It was guaranteed that the outsiders would be waiting for them, fully prepared. If I could, I would bring all of our forces. It was clear that a considerable number of people had been stationed at the tower by the outsiders. However, even if he wanted to move the troops they brought from the magic tower, he couldn't. He couldn't afford to draw the Western Kingdom Union's attention quite yet. If he was caught investigating Divide illegally, it would damage not only Desir's reputation but also the Empire's. Though Swan had found overwhelming proof of illegal activity within Divide, it wasn't clearly connected to the outsiders, and Desir had nothing physical to sway them with, so he could only move a small number of elite personnel. And there was only one group of people meeting that criteria: the Starling Party. He tried his best to avoid putting them in danger, but he had no other choice in a situation like this. So, what's happened now? Romantica lay into Desir while invading his personal space. She took a step forward, her accusatory glare cleanly penetrating his conscience. Desir lowered his head. I'm sorry to drag you all into this. It happens all the time. We can help you if it's something you need, Sir Desir. They were rather happy to have Desir's trust. I have often been too harsh on them. They seem to have already forgotten those things. Desir was left with a warm feeling after hearing and seeing their reactions. It's going to be a tough battle, so pull yourselves together. As Desir solemnly spoke, he looked back in the room that the Great Council was being held in. He had felt a pair of eyes on him. The King of Divide, who was busy leading the council as facilitator, looked his way. It was a very brief moment. Desir felt like the king was grinning. It was an incredibly unpleasant smile. The Starling Party ran along the halls of the royal palace. They were going to leave the palace and head straight to the tower. Just as Desir was limited in how many people he could move, so was the Kingdom of Divide. If they moved all their soldiers from the Great Council to defend the tower, they would show their hand. If the security of one tower took precedence over the lives of all the leaders of the Western Kingdom Union, just what was happening in it? No matter how much of the Kingdom of Divide they had taken control over, the outsiders still had to be careful in what they revealed while working out in the open. They had to avoid risking the exposure of the tower at all costs. Both sides can't afford being detected by others. This was a fierce battle that had to be waged under calm water. A subsurface war. As they sped up their movement, Romantica noticed something. It's the knights, Desir. At that moment, Desir stopped walking. They all stopped in unison and peered around the corner. They saw a group of knights patrolling the interior of the royal palace. Step, step, step. There were quite a few knights in the Divide Palace, patrolling the surrounding area thoroughly. The patrol route had been planned so thoroughly that there was no blind spot to be seen. Desir's party was not going to have any luck attempting to just stroll through this. We're going to need to fake them out. Let me handle it. Activating camouflage magic was no easy task. An assortment of detection magic had been installed everywhere in this palace. On top of that, a device had been installed to strongly interfere with the formation of the magic by unauthorized magicians. It was practically impossible for any of the Starling Party to invoke a spell. It's not as good as that defensive magic I saw in Leonhart Palace, but it's still pretty good. Desir, who briefly evaluated the defensive measures deployed in the royal palace, closed his eyes and touched the floor. A bluish mana stretched out of him and began to permeate the floor of the royal palace. The extended mana soon began to interfere with the huge magic formation that had been set up. It dug through every crevice, worming its way deeper inside. Carefully reading the royal palace's magic formulas was not a difficult task for Desir. The formulas installed were frequently maintained by the magician who set them up. However, while such a formation was the latest and greatest in terms of magical technology when it was installed, a decade later it had been thoroughly studied and could only be considered a relic of the past. This was true even without Desir's extensive knowledge of the future developments in the field from his previous life. Release. Huang. There was a very faint ringing noise. The palace's protective magic, which had been fitted to protect every nook and cranny, had now been lifted. His extreme inverting had erased the formula without leaving behind any trace that a typical inversion would. Apart from a small resonating sound, there was no trace left behind at all. Seriously? Was it that easy? I think your inversion speed is even faster than before. The party rejoiced with the troublesome matter resolved, but Desir didn't look happy in the slightest. What's the matter, Desir? Something is weird. In the process of inverting the spell, Desir was able to identify the magic installed in the royal palace. No spell was big enough to cover the entire palace. Instead, the same defensive spell would be applied to many rooms individually, all chained back and controlled from a central area. This would mean that the entire palace was effectively protected by the one spell, and it was impossible to defend certain areas more heavily than others. If you wanted the spell parts to combine, each of them would need to be homogeneous. What Desir had inverted was certainly a spell worthy of defending a royal palace. Even Desir had to resolve himself to expend a bit of effort in inverting it. But there was one part of the palace that was different. One part of the royal palace is protected by a completely different defensive magic. The center of the palace. Underground, to be precise. Defending it was a high level of defensive magic that even Desir could not easily invert. The defensive capabilities of it were conspicuous enough, but the feel of mana powering it was unusual as well. No magician present in Divide would be capable of arranging a defensive spell of this level. It was now clear to Desir that the outsiders had seized control over the entire royal palace. If they went underground, perhaps they could obtain additional clues. What shall we do, Desir? Let's look into it later. Right now, rescuing Swan is our first priority. Desir made his priorities clear. They could visit the palace again later. They began to move with one piece of information in mind. Invisible, quiet move, transparency and muffling magic. Romantica and Agest each cast the spells on themselves, and Desir cast spells for both himself and Pram. After that, everything proceeded smoothly. The level of camouflage magic deployed by Desir was extremely high, and it was impossible for ordinary knights to notice any sign of them. Having already figured out the structure of the royal palace, it was easy to cross the corridors without slowing down, allowing them to leave through the back gate and re-enter the city. Countless people and carriages were coming and going. This is a rather busy street. They moved into the alley to avoid people's gazes. It was a place filled with a nasty stench. Unlike its appearance, which seemed rather neat and well-maintained, this back alley was very messy and the structure of it was very complex. The party ran through the back alley. The unmaintained road was bumpy, and dirt splashed out of the potholes they stumbled through. We have to go fast. His mind was racing. They couldn't afford to lose Swan here. In the first place, the distance between the royal palace and the tower was not far. If they rushed, they could easily get there in 10 minutes. Wait a minute, Desir. Agest's voice reached Desir. Ice bolt. An arrow of ice unfolded and shot forward. The fierce rush of magic brushed against something. Time felt as if it had slowed to a crawl. Smash! An array of explosions sounded in all directions as hundreds of wires that lay concealed on the ground rose up and smashed the roads and buildings. If he had continued on without slowing down, he would have been torn apart into a bloody pulp. The reason why these traps were set up was simple. They were placed to ambush the enemy. Sigh of Kizzard. Agest immediately deployed simple, but effective defensive magic. Boom! A powerful explosion brushed against the shield of ice. That was just the beginning. A huge number of daggers flew at them from all sides. Each dagger appeared to be enchanted with a reasonably strong explosive spell. They each exploded as soon as they hit, scattering debris everywhere. Boom! Boom! Amidst of the hectic explosions, Romantica shouted, "Why are they attacking us? Who is doing this? It's probably the outsiders." It was a certainty, not mere speculation. As long as he was inside the Kingdom of Divide, he had resolved himself to be ready for attacks at any time. Furthermore, since they were separated from the other forces, this was the best time for them to attack. I didn't expect them to lay a trap like this. Things didn't seem to work out that easily though. Let's knock them down and head to the tower as soon as possible. Desir shouted as he invoked defensive magic once again. The explosions lasted for a long time. Desir had to hurriedly deploy several defensive spells. The third circle defensive magic didn't last more than a few seconds at a time. The seemingly endless explosions gradually stopped after over a minute of sustained bombardment. The alley, once dirty but otherwise recognizable as one, had been caught up in the explosions and was now thoroughly destroyed. Broken bricks continued to rain down on the street and the debris of what was once buildings had been scattered everywhere, reduced to mere shrapnel flung about by the explosions. Acrid black smoke rose from the wreckage. I didn't expect you to survive that," a voice emanated. At the same time, magic formations were arranged, pointing at the roof, in front of Romantica. Avarosa storm. A fierce storm skimmed off the smoke from the streets in an instant. The storm blew away what was left of the ceiling that voice seemed to come from. The remaining portion of the building collapsed immediately. "As I've heard." But the voice was not embarrassed in the slightest. Appearing in the collapsed building was a man in a Pierrot mask. Contrary to his bizarre Pierrot mask, the voice seemed to belong to an ordinary man. Desir looked around. 20. The moment they realized that they had been besieged by Pierrot mask and about 20 enemies. The Starling party stood back to back with each other, guarding against attacks from all angles. Desir opened his mouth. "Keep your guard up. This situation is bad." The road was narrow due to the maze-like structure of this part of town. There was little room for 4 people to move abreast. "Why have you sent assassins after us? Don't try to stall. You know why we're here anyway." He spoke the truth. The man moved exaggeratedly as if he had nothing further to talk about. "You need to die here." The assassins circling the Starling party all darted forward. Pram and Agest pulled out their swords and confronted the enemies pouring in from all sides. The enemies broke into 2 groups, roughly half of their forces in each. The first half fought in person, limiting the party's movements in a direct clash. At the same time, the rest fired long-range attacks at the gaps that opened in their defenses. The party also split in half to deal with them. While Pram and Agest faced enemies approaching them head-on, Romantica and Desir deployed magic against the other enemies in the rear. Lightning Strike. A simple lightning spell. The spell made direct contact with an enemy that was standing a fair distance away on a roof. But the enemy who had the high ground quickly drew a dagger and struck down Desir's spell with lightning-quick reflexes. The sword was tinged blue, indicating the wielder's capabilities as a swordsman. A strong swordsman, at least Rook class. I can't believe there's an outsider with such a high level of swordsmanship. It may be another executive member of the outsiders who had not revealed themselves yet. I wanted to conserve mana as much as possible until I joined up with Swan. But it can't be helped. Desir had no choice but to invoke strong magic in this battle. But at that moment, Desir witnessed the true terror of the enemy he was now facing. Boom! There was a powerful explosion amidst the flurry of attacks he had last seen being exchanged by Pram. Pram, who was facing off against an enemy wielding a sword, hadn't managed to dodge it unscathed and was caught, using his rapier as support while reassuring Romantica. The clothesline had surely played a minor part in him surviving that, but its defense was no longer as effective as it had been in prior battles, especially against enemies of this caliber. Having entered the bishop class, Pram managed to withstand the shock by gathering his aura and spreading it across his body in time. On the other hand, however, the soldier who faced the same explosion was not so safe. Despite attempting to resist with their aura, the explosion was so strong that they died instantly on the spot. The Starling party was astounded by this result. You're using spells like that even though everyone is fighting in close proximity? Don't they care about harming their colleagues? It was no easy task to defend against a magical explosion, especially when one was not expecting it. However, the enemies continued to attack mercilessly regardless of what damage they inflicted on each other. This was quite different from the enemies that the Starling party had fought so far. Besides all else, these swordsmen were no ordinary people. They all possessed incredible power. It's tricky to confront enemies like this. While being locked in fierce combat with one enemy, another attack would fly in from an unexpected direction. It felt like every attack they launched was a desperate attempt to kill them, whether or not their allies died in the process. They could manage if they were competing in swordsmanship alone, but this battle became rather tricky when factoring in such tenebrous tactics. Time is running out. It was taking time to deal with them, time they could ill afford. Just then, a jest spoke up. We'll take care of them. You'd better go on first, Desir. Are you sure you can deal with them? If I use the center of ice, I will be able to withstand it somehow. A jest gestured at her sword, which had not yet been liberated from its sheath. After confirming her intentions, Desir began to invoke a powerful spell. I'll be going ahead. Firestorm. There was a huge explosion of flames. More than 3 assassins were killed together. Then, for a moment, there was an opening in their encircling net. Desir dashed forward and escaped through that spot. Through the broken roof above him, Desir could make out the form of a tower in the distance. Haste! Desir cast a spell to drive his body right up to its limit. It didn't take long before the main gate of the tower entered his vision. Crash through the front door and enter as quickly as possible. There was no more time to lose. He had already squandered far too much. He no longer had the luxury to worry about appearances nor pay close attention to his surroundings. A magical array unfolded right in front of him, and a mighty amount of mana gathered around him. It's so touching that you came all this way to meet me. As Desir heard the voice, the magical array he had been forming dispersed and disappeared. Desir looked back. Someone strode towards him out of the darkness. It was Swan Katarina. She was a wreck. The clothes, which would have certainly been loaded with defensive magic, were torn and soaked in blood. It was dubious whether they still had any defensive functionality remaining. Her body was entirely covered in wounds, and her complexion was not very good either. Desir hurriedly approached her and helped support her. What happened? Swan opened her mouth, her face contorted with pain. There was someone with a crow mask waiting inside the tower. He was the one Desir regarded as the most threatening individual amongst the outsiders. He was stronger than anyone I've ever known. I wanted to take care of him on the spot, but it was rather difficult to even get out alive. Desir breathed a sigh of relief. Still, this situation is much better than what I feared had come to pass. It was fortunate that Swan was safe. Desir felt that was enough. While still supporting Swan, Desir made the call to retreat. Well, let's get out of here. Yes. At the moment Desir turned around and took a step forward, he felt something penetrate his back. It was cold and hard. Charged bolt. Desir immediately invoked a spell behind himself. Despite the unexpected situation, he did not lose his composure. Swan kicked against the ground and avoided Desir's magic. You're not flustered, and you're even attacking your colleague. You are really unsympathetic. Desir frowned at the pain. You're not Swan. Yes, I'm not the one you're looking for. It may have been her voice that Desir heard, but those words definitely didn't belong to Swan Katarina. Their appearance, intonation, and even the minute and trivial details all matched Swan perfectly. Who the hell are you? Swan brought her palm to her face, masking her expression. And as the hand began to lower, the face that once belonged to Swan had now been masked by the vizard of a pantomime. Who the hell am I? What a boring way to define oneself. Why would I limit myself to a single one, when I could be anyone? His face, once more, began to distort. After a brief moment, Desir's eyes widened as he was face to face with a familiar individual. The King of Divide. It was the face of Clora Baldershoe. Pierrot Masque's mouth was bent into a crooked smile when he saw the distraught face of Desir. Only then did Desir begin to understand the series of events that had unfolded. He thought Divide was being manipulated by a figure known as the Advisor, similar to the Holy Kingdom of Artemis and the Magic Kingdom. But this guess ended up being far off the mark. Unlike those other two, the Kingdom of Divide had already lost its king to the outsiders. Desir could not help asking Pierrot Masque, "What happened to the king?" "Well, what do you think happened? Is he dead? Or is he still alive? Did he ever exist to begin with?" The face of Clora disappeared, and he was once again wearing a ridiculous Pierrot Masque. Pierrot Masque began to prance around like a madman, spinning on the heels of his ridiculous shoes, circling around and around Desir. It was almost certain he was mocking Desir. It was completely beyond Desir's anticipation, for there to be someone in the outsiders with the ability to imitate others perfectly. Numerous thoughts crossed his mind, but he decided to put everything aside and focus on only one thing. "I need to find Swan." The worst possibility came to mind, but he forcibly suppressed it. Desir took a step forward. "Step aside. Come on, play with me." As soon as Pierrot Masque took out a dagger, he slipped back into a shroud of darkness and disappeared completely. Desir panicked immediately. He had been keeping a keen eye on Pierrot Masque, but he was still able to slip away so easily. He looked around, but couldn't feel any signs of anything. Out of the blue, a blurred figure began to emerge before him. Desir immediately reacted and invoked a spell. Sigh of Kizard. The dagger dug deep into the shield, its deadly tip aimed directly at Desir's neck. Burst fire. Desir rapidly released numerous balls of fire, homing in on his target. Pierrot Masque retreated back to escape the searing flames, but then whimsically spun around and launched himself at Desir once again. "For now, I'll need to focus on the enemy in front of me." Desir took a deep breath and calmed himself. Although he was itching to continue searching for Swan, Pierrot Masque was not such an easygoing enemy to deal with that he could afford to be distracted while dealing with him. He freed Runel from his sleeve and simultaneously invoked another spell. Scream of Wriggling Earth. Desir unleashed Fourth Circle ground magic. The floor beneath them began to vibrate intensely, and the stone paving cracked and crumbled. The smaller stones compressed together, transforming the arena by filling it with numerous animated whips. A chilling grin emerged on Pierrot Masque's face. His eyes took in the sight before him, widening in awe. "There you go, Desir Arman. Now this is the attitude of someone ready to play a game." The whips swung at Desir's beck and call. Each of them were incredibly fast and moved with deadly precision. Those closest to Pierrot Masque surged towards him, threatening to skewer and slash his body. Rumble. Whatever unfortunate mass laid between the whips and Pierrot Masque had been gouged deeply, large chunks of stone, and would having been reduced to dust. Despite the carnage, none of those whips had reached Pierrot Masque. Pierrot Masque moved shrewdly, his body contorting in nearly unnatural ways, and avoided all of the whips. On the right, Desir made tactful use of his whip's numerical advantage and pressed his opponent into the corner. By limiting Pierrot Masque's possible moves, Desir would force him to move more predictably. Little by little, Pierrot Masque found himself in an increasingly threatening situation. Pierrot Masque twirled to the side, narrowly avoiding the oncoming whip. The floor where he once stood had been replaced with a nearly foot-deep crater, filled with the rubble of the stone that once formed the pathway. Desir had expected this, and several whips were already flooding towards Pierrot Masque's new position. There was no room left to avoid this attack. Yet still, Pierrot Masque looked incredibly calm. "Hey, you're pretty good." Pierrot Masque clapped his hands. At that moment, silvery lines flashed all around him.
Wait.
With every move Pierrot Masque had made, He installed hooks for razor-sharp wires to create an impenetrable defense. Boom! Every single whip rushing towards Pierrot Masque exploded into a cloud of dust. His vision may have been obscured, but Desir wasn't going to give his opponent an opening. Firestorm. Desir unleashed one of his modified spells, with unbelievable destructive potential, now boasting the power of a six-circle spell. Boom! An unstoppable storm of flames arose. Once again, there was no room to avoid this attack, and it should be impossible to block flames with mere wires. How cruel, Desir! That attack was pretty good, though. The voice came from behind Desir. Desir turned his head hurriedly. As he recognized the threat, Runel shot towards the enemy. Bong! This speed! Pierrot Masque did not avoid or block Desir's attack, but rather rushed forward. Pierrot had managed to evade his attack by skirting through the tiniest gaps that an ordinary opponent wouldn't even notice, let alone think about them as something to exploit. And yet, he had dared to pull it off. This was only possible because of the tremendous speed of his movement. The fighting had turned into close combat. A close-fought battle between a wizard and a swordsman. Under normal circumstances, Desir would have been absolutely unfavored by the fundamental nature of their classes, but he had Runel to compensate. Huang. Runel moved at the speed of light and struck down the attack of Pierrot Masque. In an attempt to multitask, Desir tried to invoke magic, but it ended up being impossible after all. Pierrot Masque's attacks were extremely fast, but most of all, completely unpredictable. It was hard to read the trajectory of his dagger that seemed to have a life of its own. For Desir, who fought against everything through sheer calculation, this was a terrible matchup. It was impossible for Runel to stop all of the attacks in this seemingly endless onslaught. Blood trickled down from his accumulating wounds, soaking his clothes line red. The barely invoked spell swept towards Pierrot Masque's face, but he simply dodged. An all-encompassing smile covered Pierrot Masque's face. The situation continued to repeat in this manner. Every time Desir lost an exchange, Pierrot Masque did not inflict any fatal wounds on Desir. Instead, he only left a small cut on his skin, as though he was playing a prank. Wound after wound continued to appear on Desir's body. His clothesline was truly soaked in blood now. Desir knew that he couldn't afford to allow this to be dragged out further. Parry errand. He had to pour out everything he had. Desir gathered all of his mana, exhausting its supply to the very limit, before arranging a spell. Ice SH. Seeing that Desir was about to unleash a powerful spell, Pierrot Masque quickly flexed his arm. Aura-imbued wire shot out from his arm and smashed the building behind Desir. The falling debris quickly threatened to flatten him, so Desir quickly changed his spell and used it to defend himself. Giga Lightning Boom. The debris of the building that had been falling toward him collided with his magic, quickly replacing the lethal chunks of building with dust that scattered harmlessly in the air. Immediately after, Desir looked around in an attempt to locate the Pierrot Masque. He soon spotted him far away. Pierrot Masque slouched against the building, resting his head in his hand. He let out a sigh. This is no fun. And if we keep going, it'll only get riskier. He spoke, showing the blood on his sword to Desir. What do you say, Desir? Have I done my part? I'd say I've worked hard enough, haven't I? Desir was no longer in a state where he could afford the leisure of listening to his bullshit. Just as he was about to once again invoke another spell at Pierrot Masque. I'm getting bored. Why don't we make a deal? What? I'll let you go without further interruptions. Of course. I'll also recall my men who are attacking your party. Pierrot Masque shrugged lightly. Don't make such a face. I mean it. Besides, I was never interested in fighting you in the first place. It was a dubious offer. Desir couldn't understand why he was suddenly offering such a deal. Under normal circumstances, he would ignore his opponent's words, but since he was in a hurry, what's the condition of this deal? Yes, wise. Very wise. Ever the skeptic, aren't you? Pierrot Masque's usual whimsical attitude dropped, and he spoke with more seriousness than ever before. I want to see you fight Crow Masque. He's a real fun guy, and the fight between him and you will be a fun game beyond any other show. Show me that game. That's all I want. It was an absurd condition. It was so fishy. But Desir intuitively believed that Pierrot Masque was being genuine. In some twisted way, Desir felt that Pierrot Masque's proposal was that of pure desire, and wasn't some mastermind plot to catch him off guard. If that was all there was to the deal, there was no reason not to accept it. "You're such a funny bastard." Gasp. "I think that's the first compliment you've given me. So, your answer?" "Deal." There was a time when what is currently known as the Rogfulus family upheld their royal duty as one of the 5 dukes of the empire. This was long before the family was referred to as the imperial family. Neither house had an exclusive claim to the throne, and instead would lead the empire based on the strength of the current generation. In order to gauge this strength, the nobles of these 5 houses each raised soldiers. This was naturally no exception for the House of Rogfulus. Unlike other aristocrats, however, the Rogfulus family raised their soldiers in a unique way. They gathered orphans from all over the country and fostered them into outstanding soldiers. The effect was outstanding. For children with nowhere to go, the sponsorship of the Rogfulus was a chance they could ill afford to squander, and the children trained desperately to stay there. Even though they were young, their eyes burned with fire and passion, almost as if they were possessed by demons. After rigorous training, the selected children became brave soldiers who devoted themselves entirely to the Rogfulus family. Swan Katarina was one of them. She was born with overwhelming talent that no other child could compare with. Recognizing that talent, Giltian Zedgar F. Rogfulus spared no expense in cultivating her skills. With great talent, the best environment, and, above all else, a tremendous amount of effort, Swan improved her skill at a rapid pace. She learned the intricacies of aura far quicker than anyone else, and by the age of 20, she had reached the lofty heights all martial artists strived for, king class. At the age of just 20, she had become one of the most powerful women in the entire continent. Soon after, Swan dealt with countless people on behalf of the Rogfulus family. She undertook countless missions and successfully completed all of them. Meeting a jest was also a kind of mission. The only daughter of the Rogfulus family, she was the heir apparent of the house who had outstanding talent in both magic and swordsmanship. It was for this reason why Swan knew about a jest. The empire was plunged into a revolution, but her relationship with the Rogfulus remained unchanged, even after they became the imperial family. Around that time, the empire recognized her as the strongest archer. She was soon appointed to the royal guard after the civil war was quelled. This was the life story of Swan Katarina. She had already dedicated the majority of her life to the empire, and was ready to die at any time, no matter what the cause was. But there was still one thing she desired for herself. That was, shouts filled the air, weapons clashed, and magic was invoked, exploding with thunderous rapture. There were numerous loud explosions. The battle between the side guard and outsiders was fierce. "Don't hesitate. We must break through their retreat without fail." The outsiders' power was no match for the side guard, the crowning glory of the empire. The side guard was composed of high-quality knights and magicians, all of whom were very talented. Nevertheless, the battle did not go as smoothly as expected. The outsiders had superior numbers from the outset. This was to be expected, though. They were behind enemy lines and weren't getting reinforcements anytime soon. It was a disadvantageous fight for the side guards from the moment their infiltration operation had been discovered. Front line, lift up the shield. Invoke artillery magic at the intruder. We must get to the secured escape path. Just then, a silver-colored stream of aura flew from somewhere and penetrated the neck of several outsiders. Crash. The scattered arrows ruthlessly slaughtered outsiders and eased the burden of the side guard. This was the work of Swan's aura. But her assistance wasn't something the side guard could rely upon. The upper part of the tower. Where are you looking at? I value my men very much, unlike you. A battle was underway between Swan and Crow Mask. Boom! As magic collided with aura, sound waves burst out threatening to rupture the eardrums of both parties. A huge shock wave would also follow up after each clash, vibrating the inside of the tower every time they exchanged blows. Swan swiftly drew her bow and fired an aura arrow to strike a deadly and accurate blow. Boom! Crow Mask was also formidable. Dimension burst. Powerful magic was invoked. His right hand arranged the formation rapidly. Even against Swan, a member of the Royal Guard, his magic held out firmly. It was a fierce war. Just as Crow Mask tried to arrange another spell, aura arrows flew in and disrupted its invocation. Swan couldn't land a decisive blow, but she could continue to disrupt his spells and keep him on guard against her sneak attacks. Allowing a rhythm to form, then suddenly disrupting it, an unexpected arrow flew right for Crow Mask. He began to calculate a spell to respond to it, an attempt to offset the incoming power with just enough of his own. But this attack was different from the aura arrows Swan had fired so far. It burst apart before making contact with anything. The aura imbued in the arrow spread out like a fine mist and mixed with the mana that the Crow Mask had gathered. This was a phenomenon that could not occur. Little further away, just before the explosion, he instantly invoked magic and moved himself out of its range. You like it? This is my way of dealing with troublesome magicians like you. Swan spoke while sneering. This was her ultimate use of aura. The aura accumulated in the arrow was freed at the right moment, and the mana that the opponent had gathered was forcibly detonated. The mana caught up in the explosion acted like gasoline in a fire, resulting in a formidable explosion of power. Why don't you step down now? At this rate, Crow Mask would not have an opportunity to use magic conventionally. But Crow Mask spat out a response, dumbfounded at her arrogance. Nonsense! A bright light shone from his necklace. Swan pulled on her bow once again, but surprisingly, the spell was invoked faster than she could do that. Memorize, an S-class artifact that could allow the user to invoke a precast spell. His spell fully manifested. Dream of a desolate world. At that moment, Crow Mask began to be distorted, as if he were a mere reflection of something behind a huge lens. It wasn't a mere illusion. It was the distortion of space itself. This was entirely different from the type of defensive magic normally used by magicians. It was the ultimate defensive spell, capable of blocking all magic and physical impacts by distorting space itself. It was impossible to overpower this spell through physical force. It was an absolute defensive magic for dealing with truly high-quality knights. A spell that could only be destroyed through magical means. I've never seen such magic before. Of course. Crow Mask spoke gloatingly. That's because it's a spell I invented to deal with annoying holy knights. He made it a few months ago after killing Aaron, the most powerful knight of Divide. No matter how much aura is poured into the attacks levied at it, they had no chance of piercing this curtain. With such a guarantee, Crow Mask was able to leisurely invoke his next attack. This is the end. The spell was completed without interruption, behind the safety of the curtain. There would be no point in expending all the effort put into his defensive spell if he invoked a simple spell that Swan could survive. Therefore, Crow Mask decided he had to exert himself slightly when he developed this spell. Awareness of powerlessness boom. For a moment, a huge amount of gravity weighed down everything around her. Swan stood in the epicenter of the phenomena. However, Swan remained upright. Crow Mask began to doubt his very eyes, but in just a moment he realized the reason why she was seemingly unaffected. There was a subtle light emanating from Swan. She had managed to hold out by desperately gathering all of her aura and coating her entire body in it. TCH. How am I supposed to deal with this? For every moment she continued to resist, a vast amount of aura would be consumed. However, she really had no other choice. She wouldn't be able to stand up again if she was crushed by this enormous gravity. If that happened, victory would have been handed to Crow Mask. Of course, I can't allow that to happen. Swan felt a wave of fatigue flash over her. Her aura consumption was staggeringly large. As soon as I cast this spell, victory was as good as mine. Just as Crow Mask voiced his victory speech, his hair fluttered in the air slightly. Is this the wind? No, wait. That was impossible. Dream of a desolate world was simply magic that distorted the surrounding space. It was not possible for outside forces to affect the inside of this bubble. couldn't possibly have been the wind. If you're the only one who's fine in this mighty gravitational pull, then you must have excluded the space you're in within the computational range. That means you can't move, right? Swan lifted her bow in demonstration. As her newly fired arrow, containing a mighty aura, came into contact with the distorted space, the aura was crushed without a trace. Ping. But, once more, a gust of wind brushed against Crow Mask's face. Let's see if my aura will run out before that fine curtain of yours breaks, allowing your head to be smashed by my fist. Crow Mask shuddered. He realized that Swan had started to adapt to the intense gravity and also figure out how to attack through the space distortion and influence himself on the other side of it. This was not a battle he could afford to take lightly. He may have temporarily forgotten, but the prey he was mocking was a terrifying monster after all. The most powerful archer in the Empire, a member of the Royal Guard. Ha! Crow Mask began to gather mana once again. A chilling sound emanated. The scenery around Crow Mask was instantly distorted to an extreme extent. The spatial distortion had deepened, indicating an even more intense level of defense. But despite such a heightened defense, Swan's arrows still couldn't be fully mitigated. She was trying to break through the spatial distortion through sheer violence by compressing her aura into an extremely dense shot. This utterly shocked Crow Mask. If it was just one attack, he could have completely blocked it. But, boom! Her relentless attacks shook the interior of the distorted space. Crow Mask had to mentally block out the distractions so he could concentrate on maintaining his defense and the intense gravity. Boom! As the third arrow clashed with the curtain, space began to normalize slightly, and she could once again make out the shape of Crow Mask. The gravity magic was still in effect though. Swan fell to her knees. As the amount of aura supporting her entire body decreased, the strain on her bones and muscles increased. Her entire body was screaming in agony. But Swan continued to fire her bow. The fourth arrow. The spatial distortion surely couldn't hold out any longer. Crow Mask, having reached such a conclusion, gave up on the confrontation. He immediately invoked the space movement magic he had preemptively stored and memorized to escape. Boom! Crow Mask reappeared on the 13th floor, exactly above Swan's position. Dimension burst. Boom! It was another spell stored in the square artifact that Crow Mask held. There was no way an opponent could respond to such an attack. That artifact, you can store up to 5 spells, right? The direction in which that voice came from was above. Swan, who should have been on the 12th floor, had predicted his movement and headed him off. Now you only have 2 left? I wonder what other spells you've saved. His plan had been entirely grasped. Crow Mask revealed his hidden card without hesitating. Geometrical figures began to form above his outstretched hand. The Tesseract. Before he knew it, Swan had closed the distance between them entirely. Considering the way she fought so far, he thought her strength lay in waging long-distance battle. But this was a dangerous misconception. The bow that Swan held changed shape and morphed into a sword. She coated the sword in aura and pressed Crow Mask hard. Compared to a typical high-level swordsman, the level of skill she displayed did not lag behind at all. She gave up her long-range dominance and instead rushed in. In the face of such an unexpected counterattack, Crow Mask operated the Tesseract solely for defense. This is so annoying. Swan frowned. Swan already had a rough idea about Crow Mask's abilities from Desir. Although he was much stronger than the information she had suggested, such strength was second entirely to the artifact she was truly wary of. I thought there was a chance to win since I used spells stored in Memorize. He sensed a killing blow, immediately moving his head to the side. The spot it had just been was cleaved, leaving behind several strands of his hair. If his reactions had been just a little bit late, he would have lost his head and not just a few strands of hair. After making him use up his most threatening magic, she had deliberately engaged him in. Page 21/56. Close quarters combat. Her talent certainly lay in ranged attacks, but her close quarters threat was still considerable. She was convinced that she had the advantage over Crow Mask, the magician. But this wasn't the case. Crow Mask continued to hold out. Rather, Crow Mask was slowly gaining the edge in the skirmish. Swan kicked aggressively, but it wasn't just a normal kick. Compressed aura shot out of her leg like a bullet. Just as it was about to make contact, small-scale spatial distortion magic was invoked, blocking the strike. The Tesseract allowed Crow Mask to invoke magic perfectly in real time. It would structure spells in an overly efficient manner. The only downside to it was that even the user could not predict what spell would be used. However, no matter what it was, only the best magic for the situation would be deployed. It truly felt like a cheat artifact. It was as if it were creating a new spell every time a spell was invoked. And to top it all off, each spell looked completely different from one another. It would have been really nice to have Desir here for times like these. The Tesseract operated on a completely different magical system of spell casting to the magical system that Swan had studied and learned to counter. Therefore, nullification by aura was impossible. It was a quick and fast battle. Clang. Sparks flew as blade, aura, and magic all clashed. After a strong collision, they were bounced apart from each other by the impact. They both leaned against the railing at the center of the room. They stared at each other, like two cats ready to pounce. Suddenly, the corners of Swan's mouth were drawn up into a smile. This really is a scandal. For some reason, I thought your attack was familiar. Crow Mask, which had not been moved by any words so far, felt a sense of unease gnaw at his gut. I thought you were dead, but you've managed to stay alive, Icarus Corgo. She greeted him as if they knew each other. They had encountered each other in the past, so such an informal greeting was not too strange. Swan Katarina stood on the side of the Imperial Army during the Revolution and fought with the Revolutionary Army. It was around that time that she earned the title of the strongest archer in the Empire. And there was a time when she faced him. Where's that noble ideal you'd been crying for? Why did you get into bed with the outsiders? Swan's sarcasm appeared to cut deep. Crow Mask invoked magic instead of answering. The spell he sent her way carried a larger amount of mana than any previous attack. Gravity Compress. Swan responded to it. She fired an arrow containing aura and shot down the spell he invoked. Her mouth continued to move non-stop. Why are you covering your face with that ridiculous mask? It wasn't my cup of tea, but you had a very fine face. Swan pinpointed the disgust of Crow Mask. Shut up, Swan Katarina. Crow Mask replied irritably. You only have enough aura left for a few more arrows. Take your last words seriously. That's true, but that doesn't really change your situation, does it? An arrow was fired so fast it appeared to move faster than light itself. The aura arrow bore down on Crow Mask. The Tesseract immediately began to invoke defensive magic. In the meantime, Swan dug into Crow Mask once again. Crow Mask activated Memorize. For a moment his figure began to blur, and then began to form elsewhere. He let his guard down briefly, reassured that he had barely escaped. This proved to be a costly mistake. His figure immediately bounced back and smashed into the wall, now partially stuck inside it, revealing a research facility constructed at the top of the tower. It may have been a place to study Chimera. There were all kinds of meat pieces in vats and on the wall. Numerous pieces of equipment, presumably imbued with defensive magic, were torn apart, unable to withstand the shock. It can't be helped. Crow Mask raised and dusted himself off. I don't know what you can't help. Crow Mask looked up nonchalantly, before seeing Swan's bow, with an aura arrow already knocked and aimed at his forehead. You followed me? It's really time to bid farewell now. The woman's eyes were completely cold as she stared him down. The compressed aura arrow destroyed Crow Mask's upper body. Blood splashed everywhere. Yes. Why didn't you let me go as I was about to flee? I can't do that. A disembodied voice responded. Void sword. A blade of nothingness flew towards Swan. Ugh! Swan leaped away with an inhuman reaction speed, but this attack was not something that could be entirely avoided. Her right leg fell to the ground, no longer attached to her torso. Her balance was broken, but Swan immediately self-corrected and kicked against the ground with her remaining leg. She frowned at the sting of pain. How can you? Swan stared forward with an unconvinced face. Slowly, Crowmask raised himself upright. His destroyed upper body had already been restored. It's insurance. His cape fell to the ground. At that moment, Swan could see a huge gem that was half smashed. It was a device with various magic circles implanted inside. Everything fell into place. She understood the current situation. It was a technique similar to the homunculus, the nightmare of the Allied forces. Inversion of causality. Swan made the remark in vain. Crowmask erased the near-death experience that he had suffered through a reversal of cause and effect. She didn't think he would have such technology. No one could have predicted this. But questions arose and swirled around her mind. Why didn't he use this from the beginning? It must not be something that can be used recklessly. Swan's guess was correct. It was the last insurance the skull mask gave to Crowmask. It was a single-use item, but those kinds of tools could spell the difference between a win or loss. She grabbed the stump of her missing leg with her palm before gathering aura and cauterizing the wound. The bleeding had stopped, but the situation was serious. She didn't have much aura left. I only have enough for one shot. Swan gathered her aura in a display of force, so as to not allow Crowmask the time to react. This was make or break. Her aura was entirely exhausted after she let loose with this attack, and Crowmask had meddled with cause and effect to recover from a fatal injury. In addition to this, Swan had completely lost all mobility. Crowmask also seemed to have realized his superiority. If you had gone out quietly, you would have survived a little longer. Truly, I hate persistent men. You will die. You're in a similar situation to me anyway, aren't you? The battle was fierce. While Swan was well aware of how much aura she had consumed in the battle thus far, this surely applied to her enemy as well. Similar? What are you talking about? Crowmask spoke in a mocking tone. Simultaneously, Swan felt an overwhelming force coming from Crowmask. You! A vast swarm of mana raged around him. This wasn't something as trite as simply hiding mana in reserve. The level of it was different. Crowmask had reached the seventh circle, a circle unattainable under ordinary circumstances. This was a decisive declaration that drove a wedge into the hope that Swan had been desperately clinging to. Swan's smile fell from her face for the first time. All that remained was despair. Crowmask spoke to Swan, who was preoccupied wallowing in her loss. You put on a fun show, Swan Katarina. Huh. This really leaves a nasty taste. Let's say this is a habit of being overly cautious. A spell unfolded before him. He invoked the spell without even maintaining a defensive spell. He did this even after seeing her arrow cancel so many of his spells. This was a naked provocation from Crowmask. With such an absolute advantage, he was provoking Swan. There was no way Swan didn't know it. She calmly drew her bow. You know that fighting a beast on the brink of death is the scariest thing? You could die because of that beast, you know? Nonsense. Swan's bow began to hum due to the powerful aura imbued in it. There was soon more aura in this arrow than Crowmask expected. The reason was soon revealed. Aura was a type of energy, and humans were a veritable engine that produced energy too. An engine can be run to produce a fixed amount of power, but if one didn't care about the life of the engine, they can typically draw extra power for a price. Swan managed to squeeze out more energy from her worn-out body. The amount now gathered was not something that could easily be ignored, no matter how strong a seventh circle magician was. Do you intend to see your end here? Not even someone like you can escape from this, huh? His mouth dried up. The aura arrow, which was formed by burning her king-level talent, was colossal. It was a collection of the entire woman known by the name of Swan Katarina. In Crowmask's right hand, the tesseract rotated violently. Each party realized that this was the end of the battle. The game would end in just a moment. In a sudden moment of clarity, Swan was left thinking as time drew out to infinity. This was the last exchange. She only had two options. The first was to use this power to kill Crowmask. No matter how much power he had as a seventh circle magician, he had consumed a considerable amount of strength in fighting her. it was definitely possible to deal a major, if not fatal, blow to him. The second option was using this power to destroy the tower. The basement of the tower. There might be valuable clues as to the purpose of this tower in there, but if it's being guarded this heavily, destroying it would surely deal a strong blow to the outsiders as a whole. And her last arrow was enough to raise the tower to the ground. Time snapped back to normal, and the time left to make a decision was rapidly shrinking. She had to make a decision. I'll bet on it. Abyss Hall. Swan's arrow was launched. Almost at the same time, Crow Mask's spell washed over Swan. Swan's body ragdolled at the impact and slammed into the wall behind her. The force was so violent that she lifelessly bounced off the wall before collapsing in the corner of the room. Boom! Swan could not be seen amongst the rubble and dust, but Crow Mask did not bother confirming whether she was alive or dead. Instead, he stared down at the result of her choice. There was a huge hole which tore all the way through to the bottom of the tower. Swan had noticed something peculiar and fired her shot at the base of the tower instead of at Crow Mask. She had effectively thrown away the battle as well as her life. All on a hunch, Crow Mask murmured, "I can't believe you broke through a wall of blank." The tower was built out of blank. Considered the strongest metal. The value of the blank used here alone amounted to an entire country's annual budget. This was an abnormal architectural decision no matter who looked at it. And that became the decisive root of the uneasy feeling that perverted Swan's mind. She didn't think it was necessary to build an entire tower out of blank. Simply to manufacture chimera, and then wondered what they actually built this for. And the conclusion she reached. Somewhere in this tower something was hidden, and the entire tower was built out of blank. To hide it. Swan's reasoning was correct. But in the end, her sacrifice amounted to nothing. It was all for nothing if she could not share the truth that she uncovered. I wish I could go down to check right now. But, of course, Crow Mask was also aware that the tower contained something far more elusive than a facility for manufacturing chimeras. And that purpose may be the reason why Skull Mask joined the outsiders. Even though Crow Mask worked with